My stepmother forced me to marry a 300-pound girl in order to make me give up the family fortune. But she never expected that I would end up marrying a female celebrity without even realizing it. My name is Shuo, a socially anxious teenager who transmigrated to a parallel world. My autism and bipolar disorder make me feel like a burden at home. My stepmother, Chenying, only wants to send me away, forcing me to become a live-in son-in-law and end my life completely. That day, I was supposed to meet a 300-pound blind date, but by some twist of fate, I bumped into Bai Chenying, a top female celebrity. She was only doing it to appease her family's pressure to get married, while I was only doing it to escape my overweight wife. I casually nodded, and we got our marriage certificate right away. But no one knows that I possess the memories of my past life. But this is only the beginning. In late April, in Xiamen, just after the grain rain solar term, the summer heat engulfed the entire city like flames. Just past noon, Shuo was quietly clearing away the dishes in the kitchen, his movements mechanical and still. His mother, Chenying, however, had a rare smile on her face, her tone full of calculation. Shuo is almost 26. It's time for him to settle down. I have a relative whose son is quite well off and can accept a son-in-law who lives with his wife's family. You'd be perfect for that. Shuo froze, his surprise turning to anger. Marriage? A live-in son-in-law? Do you think Shuo is suitable for marriage? Good conditions don't mean he's right for you. Chenying retorted impatiently, her face flushed and her neck thick. Are you going to support him for the rest of your life? Now that someone is willing to take him in, you're still being picky. The argument escalated, the voices cutting through the kitchen air like sharp knives. Shuo stood quietly in the doorway, his brow furrowed, the air thick with anxiety and intermittent agitation. He finally spoke, his voice low and firm. Dad, I'm getting married. Shuo stood up straight, stunned. Don't listen to your mother's nonsense. Chenying instantly suppressed her anger and smiled gently. Shuo, I knew you were sensible. The girl looks good. She has a blessed appearance. Shuo's eyes turned cold, and his voice grew harsher. Stop arguing. I'm getting married. His words silenced his parents' argument. After a brief silence, he turned and went back to his room, silently typing on the keyboard. The Shuo family has been humiliated. Xiao Yin is young and vigorous. Fortune changes every 30 years. Never underestimate a young man's potential. His mother, Chenying, sighed and pulled him out the door. Stop playing around. Mom is taking you to meet your future wife. The blind date was at a coffee shop across from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Shuo sat on the back of the electric scooter, his gaze sweeping over the familiar yet unfamiliar city. A few minutes later, a woman dressed in a light gray long coat, wearing a hat and sunglasses, walked over, with only a few strands of black hair showing, like a ghost. She grasped Shuo's wrist, and the icy touch made him slightly startled. The Civil Affairs Bureau is right across the street. Let's get the certificate today. Shuo was shocked. Huh? We're getting a marriage certificate right away? And you're calling us sisters? He tried to pull his hand away, but the woman easily gained the upper hand, leading him across the road like a trained martial artist. Leland hesitated and asked, should we wait for my parents to come over and for them to agree before we go? The woman glanced at her phone and said, you don't want your house to be in chaos again, do you? After a moment of silence, he finally relented. Okay, I'll take them. He had no money to move out and didn't want to burden his father, so marrying this stranger was his only way out. The procedures were much faster than he expected. Once the household registration book was filled out, he had the marriage certificate. The woman looked through the documents and handed one to Shuo. Yours. Shuo looked at the name Bai Chenying. It sounded good, but he was still taken aback. The two walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, and Bai Chenying handed him the access card and key. The residence in Wuyuan Bay. We'll move there and take a look. I'll make up for any missing household items. She took out her phone. Let's add each other on WeChat. Shuo's old phone screen couldn't recognize his finger, so she covered his finger with her own and gently adjusted it to successfully scan him. A few kilometers away, Chenying appeared, her face full of displeasure. Shuo, where have you been? People have been waiting for you for ages. Shuo's heart skipped a beat, realizing the misunderstanding. The woman he was dragged to get his marriage certificate with was not his blind date at all. In the coffee shop, a middle-aged woman saw the marriage certificate he pulled out and screamed angrily, "You're married? Who do you think you are?" Li Shuo calmly placed the certificate on the table. "Auntie, I'm sorry, I'm already married. You should go and find another husband for your daughter." The two left in anger, cursing incessantly, but Li Shuo just stood there, his eyes cold, muttering to himself, "Is she a lesbian?" He took out his phone, opened the chat window with sparkling water, and hesitated whether to take the initiative to contact Bai Chenying to confirm the truth about the erroneous marriage. A few kilometers away, Bai Chenying was driving on the road when screams came through the phone. "What? He's still waiting for me at the coffee shop for our blind date." Huawan was frantic. This marriage of convenience had gone wrong. She even wanted to rush over and kill the man who had scammed her into marriage. Bai Chenying explained, "I took the initiative to drag him to the Civil Affairs Bureau." She then recounted the entire process of their marriage registration to Huawan, quelling her suspicions. Huawan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, exclaiming, "I should have gone with you today." But how could it be that he was also going on a blind date to marry into the family? Were they being targeted by stalker fans? Her heart pounded, worried that Bai Chenying would be harassed because of this. Bai Chenying calmly put down the marriage certificate, smoothed her hair, put on her hat and sunglasses, and started the car. "I don't have time for divorce. If the other party is really a stalker, then I might as well be widowed." She planned to continue to the filming in a few minutes, and the whole schedule remained as tight as usual, completely unaffected by this misunderstanding. After returning home from the coffee shop with Fang Lanying, Li Shuo spent the rest of his time locked in his room, except for helping with housework and eating. At 7 p.m., he finished polishing the beginning of his 10,000-word novel, edited it into an email, and sent it to popular novel websites such as Yuedian, Zhangxi, Feilu, and Baomao. He had spent time researching these websites. The quality of the works on their ranking lists was mediocre, but on this resource-scarce planet, they were wildly popular with readers. Li Shuo couldn't guarantee that his wish-fulfillment novel would be accepted by editors and readers, but at least after submitting the manuscript, he could continue writing with peace of mind. Then, he picked up his phone, wanting to call Bai Chenying, but then thought she might be busy. Not liking voice communication, he chose to send a message on WeChat. "Good evening, Ms. Bai. We registered our marriage certificate with the wrong person. Do you need me to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with you again?" He initially intended to wait for the other party to contact him first, but considering family pressures, he also wanted to express his willingness to cooperate first. After sending the message, the other party did not reply, so he didn't wait any longer and continued to write in WPS, deciding to focus his time on creative work. Bai Chenying was busy recording the show and didn't have her phone with her. She only checked unread messages when she took a break to touch up her makeup. She was slightly taken aback when she saw Li Shuo's message, wondering to herself if he was deliberately playing hard to get. She replied, "Mr. Li, I'm sorry, I won't have time to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce for the next month. The divorce procedures are complicated, and both parties need to make multiple trips, which she is indeed too busy to handle." After reading the reply, Li Shuo hesitated for a moment before sending another message. "Should I move in with you again?" Bai Chenying casually replied, "Whatever you want." Li Shuo nodded. "Okay, I'll move in." He knew that he would have to live off his wife for a while, and then pay the rent and start his own life when he was financially better off. After a brief exchange, Li Shuo continued writing, sending Bai Chenying a smiley face to end the conversation. For someone with social anxiety like him, even simple text communication made him nervous. Fortunately, Bai Chenying was busy and didn't have time to pay him much attention. Just as Li Shuo was writing, Fang Lanying's complaining voice came from the living room. "You're finally back. I was so angry with you. I didn't even take you to the blind date for a little while, and you ran off to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get your marriage certificate." Li Shuejuan was shocked and hurriedly changed his shoes and rushed to Li Shuo's room. "What? You got a marriage certificate with someone?" He pressed Li Shuo's shoulder, made his son sit down, and said worriedly, "Shuo, are you upset by your mother? Marriage is not the solution." He felt guilty, thinking that his son's foolish decision to get married was all due to his own inadequacy. He recalled that Li Shuo lost his mother when he was just a few months old, and he had raised him alone. He was busy with work and had left Li Shuo in the care of his grandparents. Li Shuo suffers from autism, has few friends, and poor social skills. His father did everything he could to get him through a special high school, but he couldn't afford to send him to university, and his treatment was interrupted. Fang Lanying became increasingly impatient with Li Shuo. He was caught in the middle, dealing with things for years, and was utterly exhausted. Li Shuejuan's eyes were slightly red, but his voice was firm. Tomorrow, Dad will accompany you to get a divorce. You don't need to get married to please anyone. Dad can support you. The tired but firm fatherly love warmed Li Shua's heart and finally relieved him of the pressure. Li Shua looked at Li Shuejuan, whose eyes were glistening with tears, and felt a slight stirring in his heart. Having transmigrated, he wasn't exactly Li Shuejuan's biological son, but he could sense the deep affection his father had for his son, and he was equally inarticulate. After a moment of silence, he said, "Dad, there's no need for a divorce. I'll move to her house tomorrow. Moving out is the best option to maintain family stability and also prevent Fong Lanying and Li Shuejuan from continuing to argue." Li Shuejuan was shocked. Not divorce? Moving to the woman's house tomorrow? Isn't that being a live-in son-in-law? I don't agree. He was worried that his son would act impulsively, but he also wanted to stabilize the situation, so he offered to help him rent a single room and earn some pocket money every day as a supplement. Li Shua naturally understood his father's predicament. The family's salary was limited, and they had to pay the mortgage and rent a place. He still decided to leave, forcing a stiff smile to comfort him. "Dad, Chenying and I get along well. She's normal, she has a job, and she bought a house for our wedding in advance. It's just a pity that I'm too busy to bring her to meet you." This was the first time he had spoken so much to Li Shuejuan since his transmigration. The father listened, both confused and overjoyed. Was it because of the marriage that his son seemed more normal? Li Shuejuan probed, "So you really like her?" Li Shuan nodded against his will. "I like her a lot, and I'm very happy when I'm with her." His father nodded. "Then I'll accompany you to the girl's house tomorrow to get to know the situation and then discuss the specifics of the wedding." Li Shua reminded him, "The wedding won't be that quick. Let's discuss it with her tomorrow and then choose a time to meet her parents." He deliberately concealed the truth about the wrong marriage and made up a temporary love story to appease his father. The story begins with him finding the female protagonist's diary at the hospital. The two meet by chance, and the female protagonist, curious about the aloof boy, asks him to keep her secret. Sparks slowly fly between them. The father, engrossed in the story, mistakenly believes his son is in love and his eyes well up with tears. "You brat, why did you let the girl do the confession?" Li Shuejuan was secretly delighted, surprised that his son's autism could still attract girls and even lead them to meet his parents. Li Shua took the opportunity to instruct, "Dad, don't tell Mom about this yet. It's a secret between Chenying and me." His father agreed. "Okay, don't tell her yet. If she asks, just say you moved in." Li Shuejuan left the bedroom and told his son to rest. Li Shua, though used to going to bed early, wasn't sleepy tonight. He checked his email and found that the online reading platform had replied to his manuscript. Unfortunately, it was rejected for being unusual and not in line with mainstream trends, which was a slight blow to him. For other websites still hadn't responded. After packing his clothes for tomorrow, Li Shua went to bed. Late at night, a reply arrived from Day, an editor at Tomato Reading. "The subject matter is very novel. You can give it a try." As dawn broke, Li Shua had already cooked breakfast. After leaving a note in the living room, he packed a change of clothes, shouldered a cardboard box containing his computer, and quietly left the house. He and Bai Chenying had only been married for a month, and to avoid trouble, he deliberately kept her address a secret from his parents and didn't want to disturb her life. He walked downstairs to the road outside the residential area, hailed a Didi taxi, put his luggage in the trunk, and rolled down the window to let in some fresh air and try to avoid motion sickness. A light mist hung over the streets. A few breakfast stalls had just opened. The air was fresh, but his stomach was growling with hunger. He only had 50 yuan in his WeChat account for the taxi fare. Half an hour later, he arrived at Tangyuan Community in Wuyuan Bay, took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Bai Chenying. "Good morning. I don't know if I'm bothering you. I've arrived at the community and will be upstairs soon." Bai Chenying was jogging in the wetland park in the morning, without any electronic devices, stretching and clearing her mind, while thinking about her newlywed husband. She recalled the process from their first meeting to obtaining their marriage certificate yesterday. The man didn't talk much, only nodding in response. She initially thought he was just introverted, but it turned out he was mentally ill. Remembering a man she had met last year who claimed to have severe depression and tricked her into meeting him, her already aversion to men deepened, further increasing her psychological defenses. After sending the message, Li Shua carried his luggage to the door of Unit 701 in Building A. He rang the doorbell for several minutes without a response, then took out his access card, opened the door, and changed his shoes in the entryway. The apartment was spacious, bright, and simply modern, which made him feel slightly more relaxed. He quickly surveyed the room, confirming that Bai Chenying wasn't there, and decided to settle his luggage in another secondary bedroom first. The bedroom was bright and had a large bay window, suitable for working. He placed his computer on the desk, but couldn't connect to the internet for the time being because he didn't understand network information. Feeling hungry, he headed towards the kitchen and was surprised to find a furry head by the bedroom door. The two stared at each other for a few seconds. The large white cat was clearly frightened by the stranger and quickly retreated back into the room. Shuo smiled helplessly and decided not to bother it any further. The kitchen was clean and tidy, and the refrigerator contained vegetables and fruits in plastic bags, though some were already dehydrated or rotten. Shuo picked out fresh tomatoes and eggs, preparing to cook tomato and egg noodles, and deftly and skillfully cleared away the trash as he did so. The big white cat crouched at the doorway, watching his busy back warily, its eyes following his movements as it observed the unfamiliar owner. At 7:30 in the morning, Bai Chenying returned home after her morning run. She pressed the fingerprint lock and saw unfamiliar shoes neatly arranged in the entryway. A look of doubt flashed in her eyes. Could it be that her newlywed husband, who had tricked her into marriage, has moved in? So early, he looks like an eager stalker fan. Bai Chenying's beautiful eyes were icy cold, her face as if covered in frost. Ever since she learned that her new husband was a real man, she had lost all affection for him. However, due to the inconvenience of divorce and the inability to immediately find another person she could secretly marry and trust, she could only maintain the marriage for the time being. A little after 7, Shuo moved into her house without even saying hello. Bai Chenying was annoyed. She strode towards the kitchen, and the smell of eggs made her frown. He was cooking right there in her kitchen, which completely fueled her displeasure. At this moment, Shuo carried the cooked tomato and egg noodles out of the kitchen. The big white cat was startled and turned around, bumping into Bai Chenying's leg with a pitiful meow. Shuo looked up and saw a tall girl standing in front of him. Her black bodysuit accentuated her exquisite curves. Her beauty was breathtaking, yet as cold as a knife, making him gasp. Bai Chenying picked up Yuanzi, her cold, beautiful eyes scrutinizing the steaming pot in Shuo's hands, and coldly questioned, "Mr. Li, don't you think it's offensive to move in without permission?" Shuo finally realized that this was his newlywed wife. He apologized awkwardly. It's Miss Bai. I should have called you first, I'm sorry." Seeing that he sincerely admitted his mistake, Bai Chenying was still angry, but she couldn't hold it against him anymore. She could only sullenly carry Yuanzi back to her room. Liwu stared at the noodles in the pot, opened his mouth, but didn't dare ask if she wanted breakfast. His social anxiety made him unsuitable to initiate conversation, especially with a stunningly beautiful stranger he'd recently married. However, he secretly thought that he could go to the Civil Affairs Bureau for a divorce in a month. He could just endure it for now. He struggled with how to broach the subject of asking about the internet connection problem. His computer couldn't connect, and he couldn't access his emails or manuscripts. Just then, Bai Chenying picked up her phone and saw the WeChat notification Li Wu had sent around 6 a.m., and her expression softened somewhat. She silently picked up Yuanzi, who was sniffing the air by the bedside, and walked out of the bedroom, just as she ran into Li Wu standing at the door. Li Wu's heart skipped a beat, and the words he had prepared instantly stuck in his throat. He forced himself to awkwardly coax his wife. Miss Bai, I'm so sorry. Don't be angry anymore, okay?" He admitted his mistake for moving into her house without prior notice by phone. Seeing his sincere attitude, Bai Chenying's coldness faded considerably, and she explained, "I didn't bring my phone with me when I went for my morning run. You sent me a message beforehand, so there's nothing to fuss about." Li Wu nodded in realization, understanding that the other person was no longer angry. Holding the cat, she continued, "The vegetables in the kitchen aren't very fresh. If you need to cook, you can order fresh ingredients to be delivered." Li Wu readily accepted. "Okay, I'll keep track of the expenses. I'll pay you back the rent and living expenses a month later when we get divorced." Bai Chenying saw his pride and nodded appreciatively in agreement. Li Wu asked cautiously, "Miss Bai, do you want to have breakfast?" Bai Chenying decisively refused. "I don't want to you eat." She felt the ingredients weren't fresh and didn't want to get closer to her. Li Wu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, then I'll have breakfast first." Li Wu turned and left much faster than he spoke, leaving Bai Chenying somewhat bewildered. She wondered if he didn't want to have breakfast with her. She suspected it was a ploy, but she wasn't going to fall for it. Meow, the big white cat, Yuanzi, couldn't help but stretch its neck and meow towards the dining room. Bai Chenying patted Yuanzi's head. Go eat your cat food in the bowl if you're hungry. Yunzi broke free from her arms and ran straight towards the dining room. Li Wu had just sat down to eat when the big white cat jumped onto the table, staring at him. Meow. He picked up a golden egg from the pot and asked, "Want some?" The kitten instantly lowered its guard, obediently burying its head in the bowl and starting to slurp it down. Seeing the cat enjoying its meal, Li Wu relaxed a bit more and turned to look at the empty bowl beside Bai Chenying. "I made tomato and egg noodles. Want some?" Bai Chenying walked to the dining table and sat down naturally. "Since you've prepared enough for several people, I should eat some too, so as not to waste it." Li Wu ladled out a bowl for her, added a few extra eggs, and brought the steaming hot noodles to her. After the two of them and the cat finished sharing the noodles in the pot, Li Wu ate most of a bowl before finally asking, "Miss Bai, would it be convenient for you to tell me your home broadband ID and password?" He lowered his head to avoid eye contact with her. His social anxiety made him unable to look his newlywed wife in the eye. Bai Chenying replied, "Okay, I'll write it down for you on a note. Just let me know if you need any help." She was also beginning to believe that Li Wu really did have autism, and that he could remain calm even when they were close. The noodles tasted good, and for the first time, she thought her husband was all right. She continued, "While we're still in this marriage, you might need to meet my family. That should be fine, right?" Although Li Wu was reluctant to socialize, he agreed, "Sure." Throughout the meal, they barely made eye contact and kept their distance from each other. After they finished eating, Bai Chenying wrote a note and handed it to Li Wu. "This is my online ID and password. Do you know how to use it?" Li Wu took it and said, "Sure." She then reminded him, "I'm going out of town today and won't be back in time, so remember to feed Yunzi." Li Wu readily nodded in agreement, and Yunzi sat in the high chair licking its belly, leaning against him contentedly. Bai Chenying tidied up briefly and then left. Li Shuo breathed a sigh of relief and immediately went to his bedroom to connect his computer to the internet. He received a reply from Day, the editor at Tomato Reading, in his email, and his anxiety finally subsided. He immediately registered and posted his book. The novel, Battle Emperor, was released on the Tomato Reading platform. The 20,000-word work quickly entered the database, its unique style causing a sensation among readers. The comment section exploded. "Is this a system? It's so fresh. The old man's ring is so mysterious. I'm definitely going to follow this story of the male lead's rise to power." Li Shuo's fingers flew across the keyboard, unaware that his novel had attracted a group of fervent fans eagerly awaiting updates, their eyes glued to every single word. He sat at his computer, typing away, reaching a climax in his writing, when the phone rang. It was Li Shuejuan calling. He pressed speakerphone and continued typing, completely absorbed and unwilling to stop. "Dad." "Yes, Shuo, you've arrived at your new home, haven't you? Have you had breakfast?" Li Shuejuan was happy but also worried that his son wasn't comfortable in someone else's house. Li Shuo casually replied, "Yes, everything's settled. Breakfast is tomato and egg noodles." His hands didn't stop moving. For him, this call was essential. His father was the person he worried about most. Hearing that his son was settled, Li Shuejuan felt a little relieved. "That's good. Don't play on the computer all the time. Do some housework when you have time." On the other end of the phone, Fang Laning immediately pouted, angrily trying to grab the phone, but Li Shuejuan simply stepped aside to avoid it. "Xiaoyang, Dad has something to do. I'll talk to you later. Remember to listen to your wife." Li Shuejuan hung up the phone, not wanting his son to be emotionally affected by the computer. Fang Laning slammed her hand on the table angrily. "Li Shuejuan, you're biased." She complained that Li Yang could move the computer, but Li Hao couldn't. Li Shuejuan calmly retorted, "Li Hao's laptop costs several thousand yuan. He doesn't need a desktop. Giving Li Yang a 2,000 yuan computer isn't unfair." Fang Laning still wouldn't let it go, her anger flaring. Li Shuejuan ignored it, silently clearing the dishes and taking on the chores his son used to do. Li Yang, seeing the situation after the phone call, quickened his pace. Updating the novel more often would earn him more money, at least enough to make ends meet, and also lessen his father's worries. In fact, his new book performed far better than expected. Battle Emperor quickly surged into the top 10 in the new books section, standing out remarkably. Around 11 a.m., Bai Chenying, on the way to a neighboring city in her nanny van, instructed her agent, Hua Wan, to prepare fresh ingredients and meat. She thought Li Yang had delicate hands and a slightly thin build, so she planned to give him some extra nutrition. Hua Wan didn't react for a moment. "Chenying, don't you not eat pork?" She explained with a smile that she loved braised pork and wanted Li Yang to get some nutrition too. The ingredients arrived in the morning, and Li Yonghua stuffed them into the refrigerator in about 10 minutes, ensuring he would have enough food for the next few days. After setting the ingredients, he washed the rice and put it in the pot, then posted the 6,000 words he had written that morning, checking his performance ratings as he went. He spent almost the entire time writing, without even glancing at the back end. Li Yong was unaware that Battle Emperor, with just over 20,000 words, had already quickly climbed into the top 10 of the new book charts. Someone in the Editor Day's contracted author group posted a screenshot. Whose alt account is this? Its momentum is incredible. Li Yong had just posted the 6,000 words he had written that morning when a notification popped up on his Tencent QQ account. Authors in the group were enthusiastically discussing his book. He paused, then noticed that the message area already had over 99 comments. The comments were full of urging for more updates and positive reviews. Damn, I finally got to see the author update. Front row seat. 3 chapters at once. I love authors like this. Long enough. Hope it continues. Li Yong couldn't help but laugh. Netizens are never short of funny people. He skimmed through the comments section. Most were positive, and some readers were urging for more updates. Although he couldn't see the number of people adding to his bookshelf or the revenue today, the novel's popularity had exceeded expectations. If he continued writing at this quality, it might very well become a mini hit. After calming down, Li Yong shut down the background app and prepared to make lunch. Suddenly, his QQ account received a friend request from September Must Explode, the author in the group who had been saying she would write a book for her goddess. Li Yong didn't intend to admit that he was the author of Do Di and directly accepted the friend request. He thought to himself that this newcomer might ask questions later, so it would be convenient to get to know him. The other person immediately asked, Big brother, that Do Di wasn't really written by you, was it? Adjusting glasses, Li Yong could sense the talkative nature through the screen, so he simply replied with 2 words, no. September reacted quickly and offered a reasonable analysis. A true master wouldn't bother joining a regular signing group. They'd definitely go straight to the editorial elite group. Li Yong was just a newcomer, so he could only join the regular group. Before Li Yong could say anything more, September sent another string of messages. You're in trouble too. You're publishing your book on the same day as a Big Shots alt account. He's so popular. He sucked up all the other works from the same period. It's infuriating. Li Yong silently scrolled through the other person's complaints without refuting them. September then commented, however, Do Di is really good quality, with a captivating plot and nuanced portrayals of female characters. Mu Gu is very suitable to play Xiao Suner. Li Yong asked in confusion, who is Mu Gu? Jiu Yu proudly replied, by Mu Gu, the nation's goddess, the heiress of the Bai Shi group. He had to keep this a secret. Li Yong replied indifferently, I don't know her, and I'm not interested. I'll go make lunch first, we'll talk later. He thought to himself, chasing stars is a waste of time. It's better to make money writing. This noon, he simply cooked 2 dishes. De Yuanzi ate some braised pork and became closer to him. After lunch, he went back to his room to continue writing. De Yuanzi jumped onto the bay window, watching in amazement as his fingers flew across the keyboard. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Yong finished the remaining 4,000 words and published them. Soon after, Jiu Yu came to complain again. The author of Do Di is a devil. He updates 10,000 words a day, and it's soared to 2nd place on the charts. I'm almost rich from all this. Li Yong relaxed and chatted casually with Jiu Yu for a few minutes. He longed to make friends, but his social anxiety combined with the pressure of writing meant he could only try without interfering with his work. September, a chatterbox with a good personality, brought up the meeting plan again. Lin Yuan, your profile shows you're also in Luqing. Next week, I'll take you to the filming location on Zhongshan Road in Taiwan to see my goddess, Mu Gu. Li Yong was stunned. This opportunity was too bizarre, so he could only hold back for now. Li Yong was a complete social phobia, and it was impossible for him to easily agree to meet up with Jiu Yu, let alone accompany her to see his goddess. He directly rejected her suggestion. Even though Jiu Yu tried 3 or 4 times in a row, he readily refused and simply went offline to focus on writing. That evening, he released another 4,000-word manuscript, bringing his total daily update to over 15,000 words. Battle Emperor received a warm response from Tomato's reader group, praised for its high quality and engaging plot. The author's 7 daily updates satisfied readers' desires, resulting in an exceptionally active book review section. The generous readers even went on a spending spree, with one of the most enthusiastic readers sending 3 gifts each costing 99 yuan. Even Day, an editor who had never spoken to Li Yong, proactively messaged him that evening. The data is fantastic. Keep updating consistently and maintain the quality. You could very well become the face of tomato reading. Looking at the data, Liang was very satisfied. He knew that only with good grades could he support himself, supplement Li Shuejuan's family income, and ensure his father's well-being in his old age. Liang kept writing until very late, until sleepiness overcame him. After taking a hot shower, he went straight to bed without even turning off the light. He didn't even think about the possibility that his newlywed wife, Bai Chenying, wouldn't be coming home tonight. Soft breathing could be heard from the bedroom. De Yuanzi, who had been lying on the bay window, peeked at Liang on the bed, and after confirming that he was fast asleep, she quietly jumped onto the bed, crawled under the covers, hugged her human pillow, and comfortably dozed off with her head on Liang's arm. Meanwhile, several vans were parked at the entrance of the residential area. A bodyguard opened the door of a Mercedes, and a pair of long, slender legs stepped out. A beautiful figure emerged from the car. Bai Chenying had finished work earlier than expected today, having rushed back from a neighboring city. Huawan followed, creating some distance between them, and whispered a reminder. Chenying, let me go back with you. I'm worried about his safety if you're alone with him. Bai Chenying refused directly. No need. He's definitely asleep this late, and I won't give him a chance to get close to me. Huawan was a little worried. Ningning, your aversion to men is a bit severe. He's big. What if you lose control? Bai Chenying said impatiently. Don't worry. I have to go take my makeup photos. I don't want to listen to you grumbling all night. Huawan finally gave in and had no choice but to pull her away. Bai Chenying returned to her small home. The lights were off, and Liang was obviously asleep. She gently checked the bedroom to make sure he hadn't bothered her, and then went to take a shower, satisfied. After showering and drying her hair, she noticed that De Yuanzi wasn't sleeping in the cat house. Out of habit, she went to check Li Yang's bedroom door, and the moment she opened it startled him. He half opened his eyes and saw her, instantly sitting up abruptly. You? Why are you back? Li Yang then noticed that De Yuanzi was fast asleep on the bed, not waking up even though the pillow had disappeared. Bai Chenying was surprised to see the little traitorous cat, and how quickly it had become close to Li Yang, running onto the bed in just one day. She quickly picked up De Yuanzi, saying, I'll take it back to sleep. Li Yang understood her purpose and nodded. Okay. He paused, then hesitated, as if he wanted to say something more. Bai Chenying noticed and asked, Is there anything else? Li Yang cleared his throat awkwardly. It's not very appropriate for you to come into my room like this. Bai Chenying wasn't wearing a bra, and her figure was so outstanding that Li Yang lost his composure at first glance. She froze for a moment, blushed, hugged De Yuanzi tightly, turned and ran away, accidentally bumping into the door frame with a crisp sound that startled Li Yang. Li Yang watched her disappearing figure. De Yuanzi was still curled up and fast asleep on the bed, and the room returned to silence. The next day, Li Shuo got up early as usual and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. He didn't like eating out, firstly because it was troublesome, and secondly because cooking was healthier. There was leftover rice and meat in the refrigerator, so he made minced meat and egg fried rice with eggs, and then poured in fresh milk, just in time to drink the milk that was about to expire. As he cracked the eggs, he remembered what had happened last night. Bai Chenying had injured herself by crashing into the door last night, and had slept in late for her beauty sleep. Li Shuo was busy setting the table, while De Yuanzi, perched on the dining chair, anxiously sniffed the table, staring at Bai Chenying, who had a small bruise on her forehead. Li Shuo served the fried rice and poured the milk. Miss Bai, breakfast is ready. Let's eat together. Bai Chenying glanced at the pork on the plate, hesitated for a moment, and then sat down to eat. Li Shuo was concerned about the injury on her forehead and hesitated several times before speaking. Halfway through the meal, Bai Chenying got up to leave, but Li Shuo immediately called out to her. Wait, I boiled some eggs. I'll take them and roll them on your forehead. She nodded in agreement, somewhat touched, but secretly wary. Would this man take this opportunity to get closer to her? Li Shuo walked over with a peeled egg. Bai Chenying stood up and stared at him warily. The man was tall and handsome, and he approached gently. Her heart inexplicably raced, and she even fantasized that he would gently touch her chin and ask if it hurt. She immediately stopped the thought. Li Shuo handed her the egg. Here, roll it yourself. This would help reduce the swelling and also avoid close contact. Bai Chenying was stunned for a moment, then loosened her fist and took the egg. You roll it first, I'll go wash the dishes. Li Shuo breathed a sigh of relief, turned around to clear the dishes, and noticed that the pork on her plate hadn't been touched. Bai Chenying endured the pain of rolling eggs as she went out to take her makeup photos, feeling somewhat depressed. Li Shuo finished cleaning up the kitchen, carried Yuanzi back to his room to write, and soon it was noon. After publishing a chapter, he immediately checked the data. His book had soared to the top of the new book chart on its first day of release yesterday, earning over 170 yuan. Compared to other newcomers of the same period, Li Shuo's data is astonishing. Once his word count reaches the recommendation threshold, he can easily earn 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month. If there is a film or television adaptation, his income and fame will double. In September, he came over complaining about the drop in his data, saying that Do Di had drained his traffic, but he also admitted that the writing and plot were excellent, and even fantasized about inviting Li Shuo to a club to learn writing techniques. Li Shuo was speechless and shook his head inwardly. This guy was too arrogant. In September, someone asked curiously, "How much did you earn yesterday? You shouldn't have made a penny on your first day after signing the contract, right?" Li Shuo replied casually, 176 yuan. The other person was shocked and doubted that they had read it wrong. Li Shuo then sent a screenshot of the back-end system to completely prove that he was not joking. In the city center of Luqing, Suyu sat in front of his computer looking at data. After a flash of red, blue, white, and purple light, he calmed down. The author of Do Di was actually Lin Yuan. He thought to himself, the book is gaining momentum, and there's a good chance of adaptation. If he gets to know Lin Yuan beforehand, he can get the goddess Mu Gu to play the lead role in future film and television investments, and win her heart along the way. In just a few minutes, Suyu went from shock and anger to a smile in his eyes, having already mentally rehearsed the names of more than a dozen of his future children. His smile was somewhat manic, and he was completely immersed in the wonderful future he had imagined. Suyu decided to curry favor with Li Shuo in advance, becoming even more enthusiastic towards him and showering him with admiration. He then started thinking about meeting him in person. "Big brother Hualu, let's meet up sometime. I'll take you to a club where you can pick any of the 20 hot girls you want. I promise I'll keep my word." Li Shuo shook his head. "No, I'm not interested in these things." He already felt immense pressure facing his new wife every day. Going to a club would only make him more embarrassed. Li Shuo secretly compared them. Even 20 hot girls couldn't compare to Bai Chenying's figure and Qi, a combination of temperament, bearing, and presence. He'd only caught a glimpse of her through her pajamas yesterday, and he knew her every move was extraordinary, like that of a tycoon's daughter. Seeing that this approach wasn't working, Suyu changed his tune. "Then let's go out for a meal and talk about writing techniques. I also want to write high-quality works to win the favor of my goddess." He spent money inquiring about Bai Muge's whereabouts, but could only admire her from afar. Considering Li Shuo's repeated rejections, he added, "I don't judge people by their appearance, and I'm not a superficial person." Li Wan replied calmly, "Forget it, we can communicate directly through text if there are any problems." Suyu insisted, "It's different. Meeting in person is more convenient than typing. I don't fence, and I don't judge people by their appearance. You lied to me so badly. At least meet me to make it up to me." Li Shuo remained silent for a moment, genuinely wavering. After all, they lived in the same city, and making friends in real life might be easier than imagined, without any awkward silences. In the end, Li Shuo reluctantly agreed to the road construction on Zhongshan Road next Wednesday. He thought to himself, if he didn't agree, Suyu would probably nag him about it every day. Over the next few days, Li Wan focused on writing and preparing his manuscript. The popularity of Do Di skyrocketed, with tens of thousands of words of his work surpassing the readership of books with over 100,000 words on the recommendation list. The veteran authors in the mid-level author group on Tomato were relentlessly bombarded with questions every day. Bai Chenying was incredibly busy these past few days. The two had only eaten breakfast together and met twice. Li Wan was secretly curious about just how busy she was, but dared not inquire. On Wednesday morning, Bai Chenying left home. Li Wan made a simple breakfast for Yuanzi, dressed in a white shirt and jeans, looking neat and clean. He took the bus for an hour, mentally preparing himself and reminding himself not to be too socially anxious. At 10:30, Li Wan got off the bus at Zhongshan Road, stood by the roadside, took a deep breath, and sent a message to September. "I've arrived." A few meters ahead, a silver-gray Ferrari stopped in the temporary parking lane. The door opened, and a tall, thin man in his 20s got out. He looked surprised and incredulous when he saw Li Wan. Li Wan also noticed the Ferrari, but didn't immediately associate it with Jiuyu. He knew Jiuyu's family was somewhat wealthy, but he hadn't expected her to be driving a Ferrari. Suyu was also stunned. The author of Do Di was not only amazing in his works, but also handsome. Wearing a white shirt and jeans, with a tall and straight figure and elegant demeanor, He was particularly eye-catching in the crowd. Due to his good upbringing, Suyu stepped forward generously and extended his hand to praise. Brother Lu, I'm so glad to finally meet you. You're much more handsome in person than I imagined. Li Wan shook hands with slight restraint. Thank you. I'm very happy too. You can just call me by my name from now on. His social anxiety kept him at a distance, but his smile was obvious. Suyu didn't mind. Okay, my name is Suyu. You can call me September or by my name. He glanced at his watch and took the initiative to invite. It's almost time for dinner. I'll take you to a restaurant owned by my relative. It's my treat today. How about you try it? Li Wan thought to himself that he wasn't really keen on going, but since he had agreed to meet up, it would be appropriate to have a meal together. Especially since the restaurant was nearby Muge's filming location, he might be able to see the goddess up close. Li Wan nodded. Okay, I'll treat you next time. You don't need to call me Brother Shuo. We're about the same age. Suyu smiled and replied, Okay, Brother Shuo. The two then walked side by side towards the restaurant, the city sunlight shining on them, the awkwardness and anticipation of their meeting mingling in the air. Around noon, Li Shuo and Suyu arrived at the Ocean View Western restaurant on the 48th floor of the Twin Towers on time. The restaurant was upscale and spacious, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering panoramic ocean views. Suyu had booked a window seat in advance, and the food had also been arranged beforehand. As soon as the two sat down, the waiter brought out 7 or 8 exquisite dishes. Suyu introduced them one by one, but Li Shuo only remembered the signature lemon-roasted chicken leg, pan-fried green pea puree, and matcha cake. Try them and see if they suit your taste. Li Wan nodded in agreement. During their meal, a girl carrying a drink approached the table. Brother, why didn't you call me? She sat down next to Suyu, her smile fading slightly when she saw Li Wan. Brother Shuo, this is my cousin, Su Ran, Suyu introduced. Su Ran smiled sweetly. Hello, you must be one of my brother's important author friends, right? Li Wan had thought the meal would be the end of it, but his cousin appeared halfway through, making him extremely resistant. He politely nodded. Hello, Miss Su. My name is Li Wan. Thank you for the drink. Su Ran subtly hinted to Li Wan to continue the conversation and tease this poor young man. Li Wan bluntly replied, I don't like drinks, no need to bother. He remained unmoved by the advances of the wealthy and beautiful woman. Suyu was surprised by Li Wan's refusal and secretly praised him. As expected of the author of Do Di, his Dao heart is as firm as a rock. He suppressed a laugh. Xiaoran, you go ahead and do your work. Shuo Gu and I have important business to discuss while we eat. Su Ran was not expected to be rebuffed and left dejectedly. Li Wan and Suyu continued their meal, discussing writing issues. Li Wan was sparing with words, mostly engaging in question and answer sessions, while Suyu was witty and humorous. They complimented each other well and had a pleasant conversation. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, the two continued their discussion for another half hour. Suddenly, Suyu said, Lao Wan, I'm going to the restroom. We'll continue talking when I get back. Li Wan waved his hand. Go ahead and go. We'll talk again when you get back. After Suyu left, Li Wan picked up his phone to kill time. Su Ran brought over a new dessert and asked, Brother Li Wan, where's my brother? Li Wan replied, he went to the restroom. Su Ran then playfully begged Li Wan to try the dessert, and he reluctantly agreed, taking a few bites. Su Ran watched him eat with a smile, her actions considerate. Just then, a tall woman walked into the restaurant, her face hidden behind a mask and sunglasses. Her stunning figure and Qi a combination of temperament, bearing, and presence, attracted most of the attention. The pretty girls next to her paled in comparison. Hua Wan nervously watched Bai Chenying, worried about being recognized. She then noticed the man eating dessert at the next table. His features were clear and striking. That's clearly Li Wan himself. Bai Chenying took off her sunglasses and asked Hua Wan, Wan, what's wrong? Hua Wan squatted down and covered her mouth. Oh my god, your man Li Wan is right next door. Bai Chenying was alert, but quickly calmed down. Would someone with autism eat at this kind of trendy restaurant? Hua Wan pointed to Li Wan's table. I'm sure I'm not mistaken. He's wearing the same clothes as in the photo you showed me, and there's a girl next to him. Bai Chenying frowned slightly. A girl? So he is on a date. She had been suspicious of Li Wan's feigned autism to trick her into marriage, but now she was even more certain that he had ulterior motives. Hua Wan muttered under her breath. Keep an eye on him. He's such a scumbag. Good-looking men are never good people. Li Wan had only one dessert left. He took a bite, completely unaware that his newlywed wife and best friend next door were watching him closely. Li Shuo carefully tasted the desserts, commenting on his favorites. The oolong white peach dessert is rich in ingredients, With a strong milky aroma and a nice pudding-like texture, the passion fruit dessert is sweet and sour, and the cake is soft and chewy. The coconut dessert has a unique shape, high passion fruit acidity, and a chewy texture. Miss Sue, these three are my favorites. You can take a look. Sue Ran rested her chin on her hand, smiling brightly. I also like these. It seems we have similar tastes. She was confident that this poor young man would be flattered to have won her favor. Huawan peered through the gap in the partition and whispered to Bai Chenying, Ningning, your husband Li Shuo is next door. He's talking to Sue Ran. Bai Chenying elegantly cut her steak, secretly analyzing in her mind that the person eyeing Li Shuo was either her or the restaurant owner's daughter. Su Yu returned from the restroom. Xiao Ran, you're here again. Su Ran explained. I asked brother Li Shuo to help me try the new desserts. Su Yu picked up a fork. Then I'll try some too. No need. He's already picked out a few he likes. Su Ran stared at Li Wan, her eyes filled with a strong desire to conquer. As a rich and beautiful woman, she didn't believe she couldn't even win over a poor boy. Li Wan, who suffers from social anxiety, began to get impatient with Su Ran, who had no sense of boundaries. Miss Su, I'm a complete novice when it comes to desserts. You don't need to go out of your way to do this. Su Yu noticed something was wrong and gently nudged Su Ran's arm. All right, go ahead and get busy after you finish tasting. He knew Su Ran was interested in Li Wan, but her family required a marriage between people of similar social standing, and he didn't want to hold Li Wan back. Li Wan made an excuse to get up. I still have cats to feed at home, so I should go back. Su Yu immediately cooperated. Okay, I'll take you back. Just then, Su Ran handed over a business card. Brother Li Wan, this is my contact information. Remember to contact me when you get back. Li Wan frowned, not wanting to engage in pointless socializing, and reluctantly put it in his pocket, planning to deal with it when he got home. As the two left the restaurant, several customers at the next table whispered among themselves, I never thought a rich girl would actually fall for a poor boy in real life. The guy is good-looking, but his circumstances are limited. Once he misses this opportunity, he'll never find someone better than her again. Bai Chenying ate elegantly at the table, her expression calm, but she inwardly judged that Li Wan wasn't there for a date, but rather at the invitation of an acquaintance. She noticed Su Ran handing over her business card, but didn't care, since the other person was an acquaintance or relative of Li Wan. Huawan concluded, Ningning, you actually have a love rival. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Wan returned to his small home, personally escorted by Su Yu. Because of the short duration of their marriage and the fact that the house wasn't his own, he hadn't invited Su Yu in today. Li Wan sat in the living room petting his cat, casually reaching for the business card in his pocket, intending to throw it away. De Yuanzi meowed by the water bowl, pushing the empty bowl with one little paw. Its meaning clear. No water. Okay, I'll get you some water right away. Li Wan put down the business card and filled the little guy's bowl. After De Yuanzi finished drinking, he carried it back to his room and turned on his computer to check the novel's back-end data. Dodi's daily income exceeded 300 yuan yesterday. At this rate, breaking 10,000 yuan in royalties this month is no problem at all. His current income is just enough to live on in Luqing, but Li Wan is already quite satisfied. Housing prices in Luqing are high. Even a villa in the remote suburbs costs 5 or 6 million yuan, plus another 7 or 800,000 yuan for renovations. Li Wan estimates that even if he divorces, he'll still have to rent to make ends meet. He planned to start a new urban fantasy novel after his Dodi, a popular online novel series, stabilized, attracting urban readers and making money from both. The biggest traffic sources for the Tomato website were fantasy and urban fiction, and he intended to profit from both. He had only written a few hundred words when Li Shuejuan called. Xiao Wan, have you discussed meeting your wife's parents with her? Li Wan demurred. She's very busy lately. Let's wait a while. Li Shuejuan became suspicious. Why is she so busy with work? Li Wan rubbed his forehead and brushed it off. I'll talk to her again tonight and try to find time to meet. After reminding him to charge his phone safely, Li Shuejuan hung up. Li Wan looked at his phone, which had only 30% battery left, and felt a little guilty. He thought he would ask Bai Chenying if she could accompany him to meet his parents to put his father's mind at ease. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Li Wan was absent-mindedly typing. Suddenly, the door lock clicked, and he immediately stopped and looked around. De Yuanzi, sensing the danger, ran to greet Bai Chenying. When Bai Chenying returned home and picked up De Yuanzi, she noticed the business card on the coffee table and frowned. Li Wan also came out of the bedroom and quickly explained, I went out for a bit. This is a business card from a friend's cousin. I was planning to throw it away, but I forgot. Bai Chenying replied calmly. Then I'll throw it away for you. She then crumpled the card into a ball and tossed it into the trash can. Li Wan watched this scene with a sense of helplessness, also considering how to find an opportunity to bring up the topic of meeting Bai Chenying's parents. Bai Chenying carried the Yuanzi towards the room. Li Wan, afraid of missing his chance, immediately called out, "Miss Bai, wait." Bai Chenying stopped, turned to look at him, and seemed to be in a good mood, as if waiting for him to speak. Li Wan asked nervously, "You got off work so early today, aren't you, with your boyfriend?" Bai Chenying was so shocked, she almost bit her tongue. Her body stiffened, and she glared at Li Wan with a dangerous look in her eyes. Leaving get off work early to be with her boyfriend? Was he openly demanding that she fulfill her duties as a wife? Her face instantly flushed red, both angry and ashamed. A hush fell over the room. Bai Chenying's face flushed crimson. She hadn't expected Li Wan to make such an outrageous request and was momentarily stunned. Seeing this, Li Wan quickly added, "If you're not willing to talk about your relationship with your partner, I won't interfere anymore." Bai Chenying was stunned for a long time. "Are you talking about me and my boyfriend?" She was confused. Wasn't this boyfriend her newlywed husband, Li Wan? Or did Li Wan think she had a lover? Li Wan continued to ease the tension. "Ms. Bai, I understand your feelings. During the marriage, I will play the role of a good husband and help you deal with your family. You can leave work early and spend time with your partner without worry. Call me anytime if you need anything." Bai Chenying instantly realized that Li Wan had misunderstood her sexual orientation. She pursed her lips and said sternly, "I will also play the role of your wife well. You don't need to ask about other private matters." Li Wan took the opportunity to ask, "By the way, my dad has been calling these past few days. He wants to meet his daughter-in-law." Despite his social anxiety, he finally mustered the courage to ask this difficult question. Bai Chenying was taken aback and nodded. "Of course, that's no problem." Li Wan asked nervously about the time. "When are you free so I can talk to my dad?" Bai Chenying readily replied, "The day after tomorrow. I'll ask for leave tomorrow." She had arranged her filming schedule with the production team in advance to cooperate with the tasks in the marriage scene. Li Wan smiled. "Okay, then I'll have to trouble you then." This was the first time he had been so happy in front of Bai Chenying, his handsome smile momentarily captivating her, but she quickly looked away. Bai Chenying reminded him, "Since we're meeting your parents the day after tomorrow, just call me by my name now. Don't call me Miss Bai anymore. It makes us seem like we're not close." Li Wan tried stiffly. Chenying." Bai Chenying nodded slightly. "Next time you can call me more naturally." Having completed their mission, Li Wan returned to his room with a sigh of relief, while Bai Chenying carried the Yuanzi back to her room. The two had a peaceful day together, passing the day smoothly. The next day after breakfast, Li Shuejuan called, immediately asking about the arrangements for meeting the parents. Li Wan replied, "Dad, I talked to Chenying last night, and we'll bring her over first thing tomorrow morning." Li Shuejuan laughed with relief, but still asked with concern, "Is Ning Ning with you?" Li Wan covered the receiver and whispered to Bai Chenying, "Dad wants to say a few words to you." Bai Chenying took the phone and greeted him gently. "Dad, good morning, this is Chenying." Her voice was polite and gentle, and her smile was radiant. Hearing his obedient daughter-in-law's greeting, Li Shuejuan was extremely satisfied. "Has Xiaowan made you suffer any grievances lately?" Bai Chenying looked up at him, confirming that she had played her marital role well. "I'll go see you and Mom with him first thing tomorrow morning. The project I'm working on has been delayed, and I'm sorry to have troubled you." Li Shuejuan praised her for being sensible and virtuous, and replied with a smile, "It's all right. Young people these days face a lot of work pressure. If you don't mind Xiaowan, how could you blame him?" He asked what she liked to eat, and Bai Chenying said softly, "I'm not picky. I like anything my parents make." Li Wan looked at her radiant smile and felt a sense of joy and harmony. After the call ended, Bai Chenying's expression turned cold, her icy gaze bringing her back to reality. "I'll leave work early today. Let's go buy gifts together and give them to your parents when we meet." Her tone was as calm as if she were giving business. Li Wan secretly sighed. It's a real pity her acting skills aren't in the entertainment industry. Bai Chenying went to work, while Li Wan locked himself in his room to write as usual. Perhaps because the matter of meeting the parents was now on the agenda, he was no longer worried and was in excellent condition, writing more than 6,000 words in just over 2 hours. Around 9 a.m., Li Wan published the manuscript, completing half of today's update. A few minutes later, Suyu sent a message on his QQ account. "Old Wan, you gave me a lot more insight yesterday. You've written a new manuscript and are about to start a new book. Please give me a chapter when it's published." Li Wan reminded him, "You still have a book that just got recommended. No need to rush into writing 2 books at once. You can focus on writing your existing work first. Suyu's words were filled with despair. If I don't work harder, I'll have to go back and inherit millions if I don't become popular in 3 months. I can't afford to fail. Meanwhile, in Xiangfu residential area, Li Shuejuan was busy preparing lunch in the kitchen, a broad smile on his face, though several more wrinkles had appeared around his eyes. He had already taken time off from work to meet his beloved daughter-in-law. Fong Laning brought green beans into the kitchen, pouring cold water on his enthusiasm. Don't be too happy yet. This daughter-in-law was hesitant to agree to come, and she's quite unattractive. Li Shuejuan didn't seem to care. Even if she's unattractive, she's still my son's wife, my Li family's daughter-in-law. While washing the green beans, he planned to thaw the sausages so he could stir-fry them for his daughter-in-law the next day. Sausages were a family tradition, made every year. Everyone loved them, and he figured Li Wan's wife would like them too. Fong Laning objected. Li Hao and Li Shu love your sausages the most. We don't have many left. Why are you entertaining outsiders? Li Shuejuan retorted firmly. Li Wan loves them too. It's not a waste to make a few for him and his wife when we come back. Fong Laning continued to complain. You're biased. Don't you think about how hard the children work? The food outside isn't healthy, yet you give it to outsiders. She completely looked down on Li Wan and his wife. Li Shuejuan was frustrated but restrained his thoughts of divorce. Bringing up divorce would hurt the children's feelings. Both children were still in school, and if they divorced, his 2 younger siblings would resent Li Wan, and it would be a problem who would take care of them in the future. At 7 p.m., Li Wan was still typing when Bai Chenying called. Li Wan, I'm in the underground parking garage right now. Come down quickly. Let's pick out gifts for your parents together. Li Wan was surprised that she got off work so early and immediately agreed. Taking the elevator to the underground parking garage, he saw Bai Chenying next to the Audi. She was tall and elegant, her white knee-length dress exuding grace. She wore a cream-colored cloche hat, her smooth hair cascading over her shoulders. The slightly wide brim of the hat covered most of her face, revealing only her fair chin, making her elegant and dignified. The underground parking garage smelled unpleasant, but the faint scent of lilies emanating from her was captivating. Bai Chenying approached, gave Li Wan a cold glance, opened the car door and got in, instantly shattering the beautiful scene that had just formed. Li Wan was speechless. What a nice girl. It's just a pity she has a mouth. During the half-hour drive, Bai Chenying occasionally asked Li Wan about his family situation. The two exchanged only a few words before falling silent. Bai Chenying was aloof and cold, while Li Wan was socially awkward, so he naturally didn't initiate conversation and simply followed quietly. Upon arriving at their destination at 7:30 p.m., Bai Chenying parked her car in the underground garage. Before getting out, she skillfully put on a mask, completely covering her chin. Li Wan glanced at her, but didn't find it strange, assuming she was afraid of being recognized by acquaintances. Stepping out of the elevator, the Weiyuan Bay shopping plaza was bustling with activity, lined with numerous mid to high-end chain brands. Li Wan had never liked crowded places and just wanted to help Bai Chenying pick out a gift before heading home. At the entrance of the first jewelry store, Bai Chenying took a flyer, glanced at the brand name, and stepped inside. Li Wan could only follow. He had originally intended to buy some casual gifts, but he hadn't expected that the items here would cost thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan. Bai Chenying had a clear goal, to pick out a gift for her mother-in-law, Fong Laning. Li Wan thought to himself, there was no need to spend too much money. He would make up for it later. But because his wife was focused, he didn't want to interrupt her. The waitress was warm and attentive, bringing hot water and a stool. Li Wan felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, and could only stand to the side, hoping she would finish choosing and turn back quickly. He knew Bai Chenying was a typical considerate wife, only wanting to give her mother-in-law face. Bai Chenying walked to the gold bracelet counter to choose one. Li Wan frowned as he looked at the bracelets, which cost at least 6,000 yuan. Then he thought, it would be fine to buy a cheaper one. At least it would make his mother-in-law happier and stop nagging his father. Unsure about the style, she asked Li Wan for help. Which one do you think would suit your mother? Li Wan pointed to the thinnest one. This one, it's simple, she'll like it. Bai Chenying paused for a moment before realizing that Li Wan might have deliberately chosen the cheapest option to avoid spending too much. She then asked the salesperson to bring out bracelets priced between 20,000 and 30,000 yuan, which showed sincerity without appearing extravagant. The salesperson praised, Sir, you are so lucky to have such a filial wife. She put so much thought into choosing a gift for her mother-in-law. Li Wan was about to advise his wife against buying something too expensive, But seeing the expectant look in her eyes, he silently nodded in agreement. Ah, that's right. Bai Chenying turned back to continue carefully selecting gifts, and Li Wan reluctantly complied, thinking he could make up for the cost later. At this moment, he only hoped that he would have enough income to meet his parents so that his wife wouldn't have to pay for them. Bai Chenying hesitated between two options, then asked Li Wan for help. You choose one of these. Li Wan moved closer and without hesitation chose the cheaper one. This one, the carving is exquisite. She'll definitely like it. As soon as he finished speaking, a delicate fragrance wafted over, and his heart skipped a beat. He realized he was too close to her. Bai Chenying turned her head. Didn't you say mom likes simple things? Instantly, Li Wan leaned back strategically, quickly creating distance between them. Bai Chenying froze for a moment, almost touching Li Wan's face. The next moment, a strange feeling welled up inside her, indescribable, yet somewhat uncomfortable. Chapter 21 Li Shuo. This is so embarrassing. Someone save me. Li Shuo's actions also greatly surprised the shop's staff and customers who were secretly watching the beauty-conscious young couple. Some even began to wonder if this tall, elegant girl was actually quite ugly. Is she so ugly that her husband avoids her like the plague? After all, in their common sense, there would be no couple like Li Shuo and Bai Chenying, who are already married but still very unfamiliar with each other. My husband is a serious socially anxious person. Ultimately, Bai Chenying did not take Li Shuo's advice. Driven by her rebellious nature, she chose a different bracelet. For some reason, she just didn't want to take Li Shuo's advice. After paying, she was so upset that she forgot to take her handbag and walked out of the store carrying the gift box she had just bought. My period is probably coming soon. That's why I'm suddenly feeling so irritable. It must be. As Bai Chenying stepped out of the store, she immediately found a reason to justify her low mood. Even though her period was still 10 days away, Li Shuo was used to Bai Chenying's cold attitude and didn't realize that he had angered his wife. He took Bai Chenying's handbag from the shop assistant, who followed him, and immediately followed. Seeing that the other person seemed to have returned to a state of not wanting to talk, he didn't give her the bag, but just held it in his hand somewhat helplessly and silently followed beside her. He only asked a question after taking the elevator with Bai Chenying to the 3rd floor. What should we buy now? If you're planning to buy something too expensive, he can remind you in advance. His father has always been very frugal. To save on household expenses, he even quit smoking every day to relieve stress a few years ago. If he were to buy something particularly expensive and impractical, he might not be happy. Li Shuojuan is not Feng Lanying. If he saw a young couple who were clearly not well off buying him things worth tens of thousands of yuan, how could he feel at ease accepting them? Unless he makes a lot of money and buys a big villa and becomes truly independent, then that's a different story. Bai Chenying had almost calmed herself down and pointed to a shop a few meters away. Didn't you say your dad likes to drink tea? I'll buy him some tea leaves later so he can take them with him when he drives. A practical parent like him would prefer a more practical gift. Li Shuo paused, somewhat surprised. He casually mentioned in the car today that his dad carries a bottle of tea with him every day to prevent himself from falling asleep at the wheel, and he didn't expect her to remember it all, as she shared his idea. My dad will probably love this gift. Li Shuo finally smiled and agreed with his wife's choice. Let's go then. Bai Chenying has now come to terms with it. Li Shuo's behavior of avoiding her at the jewelry store earlier had indeed hurt her a little. That was Li Shuo's instinctive reaction. He wasn't playing hard to get with her. But then I thought about it again, and realized that I was also guarding against him in the same way. If it had been her, she would have dodged immediately too, so it was even. That's good too, as it allows the two people to proactively maintain distance from each other. Overall, Li Shuo is a very good marriage prospect. She even started to consider that, if Li Shuo was willing, it wouldn't be impossible for the two of them to extend their marriage. At least after spending so much time together, this man hasn't made her feel disliked. Bai Chenying is quite knowledgeable about tea. After a short visit to the store, she picked out several well-regarded teas and had the staff pack them up and pay at the front desk. The 3 types of tea cost quite a bit, totaling over 6,000 yuan. As Li Shuo walked out of the store, he wondered if such good tea would spoil his grandfather's palate, making him want more tea even after he finished it all. What would he do if his royalties weren't enough to buy it for his grandfather? Bai Chenying perhaps sensed his concerns and said, "These tea leaves can last at least 3 to 5 months. I will buy more for the old man after he finishes them. It's a token of my appreciation as his daughter-in-law." Having the idea of extending her marriage with Li Shuo, Bai Chenying began to feel that she also needed to show her goodwill to Li Shuo. Although she couldn't fulfill her duties as a wife by communicating with him emotionally or even satisfying his needs in certain aspects. But in other respects, she can be an excellent wife. As for his needs, Bai Chenying felt she could agree to let him handle it himself. Li Shuo felt that Bai Chenying's words were wrong. The two of them could go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce in a month. So why was this girl thinking about things 3 to 5 months from now? Feeling pressured to communicate with her, Li Shuo didn't speak frankly. Anyway, Bai Chenying definitely wants to end their marriage sooner than he does, and she'll get a divorce whenever she has the chance, without him having to remind her. After shopping, the young couple took the elevator on the 3rd floor to go directly to the parking lot on the basement level. There are quite a few people going home at this time. The two had just entered the elevator, and before the doors even closed, a group of people rushed in, filling the already crowded elevator to capacity. The 3rd floor is mostly restaurants, and these people had obviously just finished a party. Several of the men looked a little drunk and were squeezed next to Li Shuo and Bai Chenying. To prevent Bai Chenying from having unnecessary contact with these people, Li Shuo immediately took on the role of a husband, quickly blocking Bai Chenying as several men squeezed in, protecting her between himself and the elevator wall. The crowd surged in, bringing the two of them very close together again. So close, Bai Chenying could clearly feel Li Shuo's breath brushing against her ear, making her neck tingle. She wanted to push Li Shuo away, but she was afraid that making too much of a move would attract attention, and she didn't want to get too close to other men, so she could only lower her head and let her face, hidden by the mask, gradually begin to heat up. Li Shuo had noticed the awkward distance between the two of them long ago, but the elevator was too crowded, so he could only stiffly protect Bai Chenying with his hands holding the things, trying his best not to touch her. He felt so awkward that he didn't know where to look. Someone please save him. Wow, Bai Muge is actually filming in Luqing. I have to say, her looks are absolutely stunning. No wonder she's a top-tier actress right now. Even in photos taken by passers-by with a regular camera, she looks like a fairy descended from heaven. The man behind Li Shuo was scrolling through his phone when he suddenly shared something with his companion, handing the phone to him. The name, Mu Gu, instantly piqued the interest of most of the young men in the elevator, who all turned to look at it. Even those who weren't Bai Muge's fans knew that this was the popular and beautiful superstar. Upon hearing that there were candid photos of a beautiful female celebrity, everyone curiously turned their gaze to the man holding up his phone. Li Shuo was worried about where to look, so even though he wasn't interested in this big star, he pretended to be attracted to her and immediately turned his head away, trying to ease the awkwardness between him and Bai Chenying. Have you had enough of chapter 22? Just as Li Shuo turned his head, almost at the same moment, someone tugged at the corner of his clothes. Li Shuo was startled and turned his head slightly stiffly. Bai Chenying was looking up at him. After diverting Li Shuo's attention, she immediately asked, "Did you press the floor button when you came in?" Since Li Shuo doesn't know her identity, there's no need for him to know. After all, they've only known each other for a few days, and she hasn't completely figured out this man yet. She can't let her guard down. Given Li Shuo's personality, it's not easy for him to go out. As long as he can avoid her this time, he won't have the chance to discover her identity so quickly. Someone has already pressed it. Li Shuo responded with a comment, but then felt something was off. At this time, at least half of the people taking the elevator downstairs are going to the parking lot. He felt that Bai Chenying's question was somewhat unnecessary. Of course, he certainly wouldn't dare to complain directly. Just as they arrived on the 1st floor, the man with the phone said goodbye to the others and hurriedly squeezed out of the elevator. They had been drinking and needed to wait for a designated driver. Stepping out of the elevator, one of the men belatedly realized what was happening and swayed as he turned to look at the closed elevator doors. Damn, I think I just heard my wife Muge's voice. He's a loyal fan of Bai Muge. When he heard there were photos of Muge's wife, he was the first to rush over to see them. The others burst out laughing. You still say you're not drunk? You're just hallucinating. That pretty girl had a boyfriend. Didn't you say your wife, Muge, doesn't get close to men? How could she possibly be dating someone, especially in such a high-profile setting? As soon as he entered the elevator, he noticed this pretty girl immediately. He was going to go over and chat her up, but he didn't expect her boyfriend to be there. He immediately pulled her into his arms. I didn't manage to strike up a conversation with him, and I ended up silently eating a mouthful of dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. Indeed, it seems I'm really drunk. I'm having all sorts of delusions. How could my goddess Muge be in a relationship? She's so busy with work, she doesn't have time to go shopping. The man slapped his forehead, feeling extremely annoyed. Li Shuo and Bai Chenying returned to their home around 9 p.m. Considering she needed to be in top condition to meet her in-laws the next day, Bai Chenying said goodbye to Li Shuo and went back to her room to get her beauty sleep. Li Shuo didn't go to bed early. He sat at his computer desk and finished the article that needed to be published the next day before going to bed to rest. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, after the couple had breakfast, Bai Chenying said she wanted to put on some makeup and locked herself in her room. It turns out that whether you're an ordinary person or a stunning beauty, the time spent getting ready before going out is absolutely inhuman. Li Shuo published his novel of over 10,000 words today and even chatted with Su Yu for nearly half an hour, while there was no sound from outside. Li Shuo began to become somewhat absent-minded, wondering if he should go and call Bai Chenying. This girl is so beautiful, she could charm a lot of people even without makeup. Why is she being so fussy today? In the chat box, after Su Yu finished talking about the book, he sent another message. By the way, Li Shuo, do you want to call my sister? She's driving me crazy. That girl comes to see me every few days, asking for your address. I'm not particularly free either. Besides writing, I also have to help keep an eye on the long-lost son of my great-grandfather's friend. My dad said that if I can get this done, he won't interfere with my writing novels in the future. If they truly help the Li family find their son who has been missing for 51 years, they will do the Li family a huge favor. In the future, the Su family will have a great opportunity. With just a flick of the wrist from the Li Shi Group, the Su family's business will definitely multiply several times over. The Li Shi Group is one of the top-ranked families on the rich list, and its strength is comparable to that of the Bai family. The Su family was able to rise to prominence back then thanks to his godfather's old acquaintance with the old patriarch of the Li family. The old patriarch of the Li family simply did him a favor, and with just a word, the Su family acquired their current assets of tens of millions. Su Yu is currently too preoccupied with Su Ran and Li Shuo's affairs to deal with them, and hopes that the two of them can resolve their own issues. A large part of the reason Li Shuo was entangled with Su Ran was because he was too handsome and too straightforward, which aroused Su Ran's desire to conquer him. Old Shuo, when you have time, go to a shared phone booth and call my sister. Say something harsh to make her give up. Oh, I accidentally lost her contact information, so I can't call her. Li Shuo couldn't just tell her to throw it away, since the other party was Su Yu's cousin. Su Yu. Seeing that it was almost 9 o'clock, Li Shuo said goodbye to Su Yu and turned off the computer. It took me 2 minutes to mentally prepare myself before leaving the room, intending to call Bai Chenying to remind her to leave early. Bai Chenying had already stood up from the dressing table and glanced back at the person in the mirror. She wore a white-collared 3/4 sleeve shirt on top and a light yellow A-line skirt on the bottom. A coffee-colored belt accentuated her slender figure, creating a look that was both bright and serene. With the makeup she wore today, she should perfectly fit the image of a daughter-in-law in her in-law's eyes. If she changes her style, it won't be easy for older people to recognize her. Although Li Shuejuan's age isn't her main fan base, she's so popular that you've probably seen her posters or photos somewhere, so you have to be careful. Li Shuo had arrived at his wife's room and was hesitating whether to knock when the door was suddenly opened from the inside. Bai Chenying was surprised to find a grown man standing at the door and was about to bump into Li Shuo's arms. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, bending her slender waist backward just before bumping into Li Shuo, her full breasts immediately standing out high. She tilted her pretty face up, her long eyelashes and her eyes, as clear as autumn water, seemed to be slightly startled, reflecting the man's handsome face, who was lost in thought. A stunningly beautiful face, both familiar and unfamiliar, came into view, and Li Shuo momentarily forgot to move aside. It's amazing how Bai Chenying seems like a completely different person after just a short time apart. His eyes were no longer cold and sharp, but much softer. Even the color of her pupils has changed. He also had a small beauty mark at the corner of his eye, which made him look pitiful. While Li Shuo was puzzled, his heart skipped a beat. Bai Chenying's fair face gradually flushed red as Li Shuo stared at her so closely. She immediately turned her head away and said, "Have you seen enough?" I'm sorry. Li Shuo finally came to his senses, stepped back and moved aside, but couldn't help but take another deep look at her. Did she have a beauty mark under her eye before? Bai Chenying was fairly satisfied with Li Shuo's reaction. The blush on her face faded, and seeing Li Shuo's confusion, she said in a calm tone, "Your parents probably like this kind of gentle and quiet daughter-in-law. I told them I would make them happy." As for the mole at the corner of his eye, it was naturally to prevent Li Shuo's parents from recognizing him. Li Shuo thought Bai Chenying's idea was quite thoughtful. Normally, her face always says keep away, and she's as aloof as a glacier. You feel cold just standing next to her. In the summer, you don't need to turn on the air conditioner. Even if it's hot, sitting next to her will make you feel cool to the bone. It's good to change the style. It'll save his dad from catching a cold at his house. Chapter 23 Formal Meeting with In-Laws. Weiyuan Bay and Shangfu Garden are not far apart. It only takes half an hour to get there by car. Li Shua's home is located in one of the earlier developed residential areas in Luqing. After more than 20 years of changes, it has become a dilapidated old town. Since the residential complex didn't have an underground parking lot, the couple parked their car in a temporary parking lot next to the complex and walked into the complex together. Bai Chenying wore a mask as usual, but it couldn't hide the aura she exuded. The two walked together, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, looking very well matched and pleasing to the eye. At this time, many of the older women in the neighborhood had finished breakfast and were gathering in twos and threes to walk their grandchildren. Seeing Li Shua with the beautiful and eye-catching girl beside him, everyone was filled with surprise and astonishment. Li Shua, who is this girl? The curly-haired woman holding her grandson walked up to Li Shua and, for the first time ever, took the initiative to greet him. I used to know that the Li family's son was autistic, and I didn't care whether I beat him or not. Now I have to take the initiative to ask him about it and gossip about it. The neighborhood's intelligence network had already spread the word that Li Shua had become alive and son-in-law, and that he was supposedly taking care of his wife's inability to take care of herself every day, and was even bullied by his mother-in-law by being forced to drink her foot bath water. Looking at the beautiful woman with fair skin next to Li Shua, I simply can't believe that she is Li Shua's wife. Li Shua was surprised when the middle-aged woman suddenly greeted him, and when he saw a large group of middle-aged women surging towards him, he was completely flustered. His social anxiety made him feel helpless. Ah, she is. Just as Li Shua was about to speak, a soft arm suddenly linked with his. Bai Chenying, with one arm around Li Shua's arm, smiled sweetly as her eyes curved into a beautiful arc. Hello, ladies. I'm Chenying, Li Shua's wife. Is this Annie's grandson? He's so cute. Looking at Li Shua's beautiful and generous wife, the whole room fell silent for a few seconds before the curly-haired woman at the head of the room finally reacted. Ah, our Xiao Shua is so lucky to have found such a beautiful wife as Chenying. The curly-haired woman smiled as she spoke, but her heart was bleeding with pain. She has a son who is 32 years old and still can't find a partner. He's still a college student. How come Li Shua, that silly boy, is so lucky to find such a beautiful and generous wife? God is truly blind. Aunties, I have to go see my parents right away. I'll talk to you later. Bai Chenying waved to the group of middle-aged women, then pulled her already stiff husband away. Only after the two had walked away did Li Shua feel a little more at ease and look at Bai Chenying with gratitude. Fortunately, Bai Chenying was there, otherwise he would probably be surrounded by those middle-aged women right now. Only after the young couple had driven away did the disgruntled older women start gossiping. Li Shua's wife is polite and has a good temperament. She probably isn't very good looking, otherwise she wouldn't need to wear a mask to cover it up. He must have a facial defect, otherwise Li Shua wouldn't have gotten the chance. Definitely. Even Li Shua's mother, Feng Lanying, said that Li Shua's girlfriend is ugly. As Bai Chenying stepped out of everyone's sight, she was about to withdraw her hand from Li Shua's arm when she bumped into Li Shuejuan, who had just come downstairs. Li Shuejuan was on his way to pick up his son and daughter-in-law when he saw his son with the girl beside him and immediately gasped. Is this stunningly beautiful girl his daughter-in-law? Dad. Li Shua led Bai Chenying closer and introduced her. Dad, this is Chenying. Bai Chenying immediately took off her mask and greeted Li Shuejuan with a smile. Dad. When Li Shuejuan saw his daughter-in-law's stunning face, he almost popped his eyes out. He originally thought his daughter-in-law was an ugly girl, but to his surprise, she was not only not ugly, but also very beautiful. She looks very well behaved, and you can tell she has a gentle temperament. But why does it look kind of familiar? Dad, Ningming is saying hello to you. Li Shua reminded him, and Li Shuejuan came to his senses, immediately responding with a smile. Oh, Ningming, I'm so sorry. Quickly, come upstairs with Dad. Mom is already waiting for you at home. Li Shuejuan called the two upstairs, only to see what Li Shua was carrying. He frowned and said, Ningming, you child, don't bring so much stuff next time you come. Just treat this place as your own home. These things look like they cost a lot of money, and his son has to trouble his daughter-in-law. It's no wonder that his daughter-in-law is so filial. Li Shuejuan was very touched, but he also genuinely didn't want his daughter-in-law to spend money. Dad, this is just a token of my appreciation. From now on, Li Shua and I will take care of you. Just treat me as your daughter. Li Xuejuan was deeply moved and extremely gratified. His Li family was truly blessed by their ancestors, allowing Li Shuo to marry such a sensible and beautiful wife. Li Shuo, standing to the side, could only secretly admire Bai Chenying's superb acting skills. If this talent were used in the film and television industry, Suyu, that so-called goddess, would never have had a chance. Soon, they arrived inside the house. Fong Lanying was sitting on the living room sofa eating sunflower seeds when she heard the sound of several people entering the room, and she slowly stood up. Li Xuejuan led Li Shuo and Bai Chenying into the living room. When she looked up and saw the girl next to Li Shuo, she was completely dumbfounded. Is this Li Shuo's wife? How can someone be so good-looking? Bai Chenying was the first to react. She glanced at the melon seeds on the coffee table, her smile distant, and politely greeted Fong Lanying. Mom. The word mom immediately brought Fong Lanying back to her senses. Ah, you are Ningning? She still couldn't believe that this girl, who was more than a match for her son Li Hao, was actually Li Shuo's wife. Bai Chenying smiled slightly and handed the gift in her hand to Fong Lanying. Yes, I am Li Shuo's new wife. This is your gift. Fong Lanying accepted the gift, and, upon seeing the gilded characters Huaxia Gold on the gift box and its heavy weight, immediately became enthusiastic. Oh my, you really are something. Child, you've gone to so much trouble. Come, have a seat. Ningning, what do you like to eat? Mom will make it for you for lunch. Li Shuo is such a lucky guy to have married a wife like that. Fong Lanying felt a mix of sourness and jealousy, but she still had to greet them with a smile. A short while later, while she was getting water for her son and daughter-in-law, she went to the kitchen and opened the gift box. Seeing the heavy gold bracelet in my hand, I felt a mix of emotions. What a pity. I wish this girl would marry Li Hao. It's just that this girl is unlucky. If she had met Li Hao, wouldn't it have been much better than marrying Li Shuo? Fong Lanying brought out tea, and the family sat in the living room chatting. Li Xuejuan briefly inquired about Bai Chenying's family situation. Bai Chenying said that her father worked as a junior employee at the Beijing Baisher Group, where his salary was relatively stable, and her mother worked as a nanny. She works at a subsidiary of Baisher Group in Luqing, and is a stable office worker. After listening to the whole story, Fong Lanying felt a little better. At least this girl wasn't some rich heiress. Otherwise, she would really regret it to the core for not bringing her son back, so that he could have met Bai Chenying sooner. It's a pity that Qi Ning's parents aren't in Luqing. I'll take a few more days off here, and we'll go to Kyoto to visit them together. Although the daughter-in-law said that her parents had agreed to the marriage, she felt it would be impolite not to visit Li Xuejuan. Dad, my dad is even busier than me at work. My mom is working as a nanny for someone else's family now. You're also busy making money. When everyone has time later, I'll have them come over and arrange a time to meet. Her father manages the entire Baisher group and is indeed very busy. Several times when he urged her to get married, it was her mother, who was playing with her grandson at her eldest brother's house, who came to urge her. She hasn't mentioned marriage yet. She can tell her mother when her mother flies over again. Li Shuo rarely took the initiative to join the conversation, cooperating with his wife. I will follow up on the matter of meeting your parents. Dad, you don't need to worry about these things. Then you two shouldn't drag it out too long. Li Xuejuan didn't actually have much time, and he was short of money right now. If his in-laws were really busy, it wouldn't be unreasonable to postpone the meeting. By then, he might have saved up some money, enough to treat his in-laws to a meal at a fancy hotel. He took out his phone and opened WeChat. By the way, I haven't told your grandparents about your wedding yet. They should have some time now, so I'll video call them. Li Xuejuan used to video call his parents frequently, but they often said they were too busy to answer. In addition, the two elderly people didn't really like their son and didn't pay much attention to him, so he hadn't contacted them for almost half a year. Now that Li Shuo is getting married, Li Xuejuan feels he should inform his grandparents so that his granddaughter-in-law can meet them. He found Li Shuo's grandmother's WeChat and made a video call to her. The video call failed to go through. Li Xuejuan then discovered that his mother had blacklisted him. Chapter 24 Promoting Childbirth. See? I told you that their whole family has become rich and they don't want to acknowledge you, their poor son, anymore. Seeing that Li Xuejuan had been blacklisted made Fong Lanying feel even worse. Li Xuejuan's expression was already not good, and when Fong Lanying said this, he was afraid that the family atmosphere would affect his daughter-in-law's impression of their family, so he immediately explained, maybe the old lady's eyesight is failing and she accidentally pressed it. Fong Lanying didn't care about that. Bai Chenying was Li Shuo's wife, not Li Hao's. She was indeed very dissatisfied with her mother-in-law's family and retorted, what do you mean by seeing things? Your mother knows everything perfectly well. Your brother owns several houses in Haicheng worth tens of millions. Your children are also doing well. They either graduated from prestigious universities and work for big companies, or they have one foot in a wealthy family. Take Li Chengcai's twin sons, for example. They were recruited by two top-tier corporations immediately after graduating from prestigious universities. One joined the Li Shi Group, and the other joined the Bai Chenying Group's subsidiary in Shanghai. I heard the minimum annual salary is at least $1 million. Once you gain more experience, earning several million a year will not be a problem at all. The second child is actually in the same group as Bai Chenying and her father. Fang Lanying only heard Bai Chenying say that she and her father were just insignificant office workers, so she didn't bother to try to establish a connection with Bai Chenying. Who knows when he might run into work-related problems and ask her for help from his nephew, which would just be asking for trouble. Of course, it's also because this nephew's family doesn't want to associate with them. My eldest niece had a boyfriend in college, and they were distant relatives of the Bai family, which was a well-known wealthy family. From then on, Li Chengcai's entire family was considered to have attained enlightenment, and even their chickens and dogs ascended to heaven. Oh no, she, the chicken and the dog, didn't get any benefit at all. Fang Lanying looked at Li Shuejuan beside her and said, "Your parents can enjoy life with your second son now, so why should they stay with you? Their eldest son who only brings burdens and holds them back." It was only after marrying Li Shuejuan that Fang Lanying discovered that her eldest son was not favored at home, and she also heard some rumors about Li Shuejuan that she didn't know if they were true. After getting married, the couple was kicked out, and Li Shuejuan was forced to settle down on his own outside. They refused to give him any money to help buy a house, even though she had contributed 10,000 yuan of her own money to buy it. Li Shuejuan took care of her during her postpartum period after giving birth to both children. Her parents-in-law didn't even bother to come and visit, saying they were busy taking care of their grandchildren in Haicheng. Are the children born to the youngest son considered grandchildren, while those born to her are not? Fang Lanying harbored resentment towards her in-laws. If you get rich and don't take her with you, your whole family will go bankrupt sooner or later. Li Shuejuan had been neglected by his family for so many years and was not good at speaking. Now he couldn't find an excuse to defend the two elderly people. He was afraid that his daughter-in-law would mind, so he looked very embarrassed. Fang Lanying, however, persisted, wanting to continue. "When I gave birth to Li Hao." "Fang Lanying, can you shut up?" Li Shuejuan could no longer bear it, glared at Fang Lanying fiercely, and shouted coldly. He has always been mild-mannered and rarely loses his temper. "I just found out today that my own mother blocked me, and I really don't want my daughter-in-law to know too much about our family scandals, so I rarely get angry." Fang Lanying knew Li Shuejuan's temper. He could scold her however he wanted on ordinary days, but if he really lost his temper, just one glare from him was enough to make you feel like he could kill someone. Not to mention Fang Lanying. Even Bai Chenying, who was unprepared, was startled. However, she could understand her father-in-law's current emotions. After all, he had been blocked by his own mother, and there was her, his daughter-in-law, standing next to him, while Fang Lanying kept talking about family scandals. Li Shuo noticed the atmosphere at home was getting increasingly tense, so he reached out and touched Li Shuejuan's arm. "Dad, don't get angry and hurt yourself. Grandma accidentally blocked you, but she'll add you back later when she finds out." Li Shuo's palms were sweating a little. Comforting people was quite a challenge for him. "Yes, my grandpa blocks me every few days, and I'm still on his blacklist. It's normal for old people to throw tantrums sometimes." Bai Chenying isn't usually one to comfort people. She's usually quite tactless, so this is the first time she's done so. It's true that her grandfather blocked her. "Because of work, I rarely go back home. Sometimes when I send her a WeChat message asking her to come back, she refuses, and by the next time I greet her, she's already on my blacklist." Li Shuejuan never expected that his daughter-in-law, who was so sensible, would also be blacklisted. He felt a little sorry for her and realized that he had lost his composure. "Ningning, I'm so sorry. Today should have been a happy family gathering, but I'm sorry you had to see this mess in my house." He felt very apologetic for letting his daughter-in-law come and see all this chaos in his home. Bai Chenying shook her head. "How could that be? I'm so happy to see you both, Mom and Dad." Although Bai Chenying said those words, she did not intend to comfort Fang Lanying. She didn't like her mother-in-law from the moment she entered the house. When the mother-in-law launched into a tirade without regard for Li Shuo and her father-in-law's positions, she completely lost any goodwill towards her. Fang Lanying felt very wronged. She had just spoken the truth, and Li Shuejuan had gotten angry at her in front of his juniors. She felt that Li Shuejuan had not given her any face at all. If it weren't for the gold bracelet Bai Chenying gave her today, she wouldn't be sitting here right now. She would have slammed the door and gone back to her parents' house. This man who doesn't know how to cherish her is driving me crazy. After a minor incident, things quickly returned to normal in the family. Li Shuejuan temporarily put his parents' affairs aside and prepared a table full of his best dishes to entertain his son and daughter-in-law. The family enjoyed the lunch quite well. Bai Chenying originally wanted to go to the kitchen to help with cleaning and washing dishes, but was kicked out by her father-in-law, Li Shuejuan. My daughter-in-law is busy with work on weekdays, and she rarely gets a day off, so I don't expect her to do housework. Li Shuejuan was originally planning to send his son out to keep his daughter-in-law company, but Fang Lanying took off her apron first. It's not good to leave Ningning alone in the living room. I'll go keep her company. After saying that, he left the kitchen. Li Shuo and his son looked at each other in silence. As long as Fang Lanying didn't cause any trouble, they would let her be. Fang Lanying originally wanted to have a good chat with Bai Chenying, but the more she looked at the girl, the more uncomfortable she felt. She felt that such an outstanding girl should not be interested in Li Shuo. There must be something wrong with your body somewhere. For women, the biggest problem is the inability to bear children and carry on the family line. Thinking about it this way, Fang Lanying felt that it made sense for Bai Chenying to choose a husband like Li Shuo. No matter how good a woman's conditions are, no man will want to accept her if she can't have children. Bai Chenying comes from a middle-class family at most, not a rich heiress. If she really marries into another family, she will be kicked out by her in-laws. So the only option was to marry into the family, and Li Shuo happened to be quite handsome, so they took a liking to him and brought him in as a son-in-law. If they can't have another child, they'll say it's because this silly boy doesn't understand anything and blame him. Ningning, when are you and Xiaoshuo planning to have a baby? Fang Lanying asked Bai Chenying with a smile, adopting the demeanor of a loving mother urging her to get married. Bai Chenying was drinking tea when Fang Lanying's unexpected question caught her off guard. If she hadn't been mentally strong, she would have almost spat out her tea. Chapter 25 Li Shuo. Of course I understand this kind of thing. Having a child with Li Shuo? What kind of child should we have? She doesn't want to. Li Shuo and I are still young, so we're not in a rush to have children. Bai Chenying replied politely, putting down her teacup. Is it because we're not in a hurry, or does our Li Shuo not understand this matter? Fang Lanying pointed to her head, her meaning quite clear. Is there something wrong with Li Shuo's head? Does he not understand that kind of thing between husband and wife? She felt that Bai Chenying would definitely use this as an excuse to turn the tables on Li Shuo, saying that Li Shuo didn't understand. Fang Lanying also felt that Li Shuo definitely wouldn't understand. As an autistic person, she would often react violently and jump away if she was accidentally touched. Having never been in contact with women since childhood, even if this girl were to shamelessly take the initiative, he could probably just throw her off the bed. Bai Chenying, despite being a glacier and an inexperienced young girl, couldn't be as straightforward as Fang Lanying in discussing this matter with the other party. Her expression became unnatural, and she picked up the teacup on the table to cover it up, saying, "This is a private matter between Li Shuo and me, and it's not convenient to talk about it. She and Li Shuo are completely innocent, so how would she know if Li Shuo is capable or not? Li Shuo's mother is too nosy. She even asks whether her son and daughter-in-law have slept together." Bai Chenying felt offended. If it weren't for Li Shuo and Li Shuejuan, she probably would have already splashed the water in her cup onto Fang Lanying's face. Fang Lanying was an experienced person, and even though Bai Chenying had concealed it well, she still noticed some clues. So these two haven't slept together yet? Ningning, is it because you dislike Xiaoshuo for not wanting to share a room with him, or is it Xiaoshuo's problem? Tell Mom, and if it really doesn't work, Mom will teach Xiaoshuo how to do it today. What she really wanted to hear was that Bai Chenying disliked Li Shuo, and that she felt bad seeing Li Shuo marry such a beautiful wife. Bai Chenying. Seeing Fang Lanying becoming increasingly unrestrained, Bai Chenying saw no concern for her daughter-in-law in her clumsy acting, and even felt disgusted. She struggled to restrain herself from splashing water on Fang Lanying's face. Does Bai Chenying need her to interfere with what she does? No need. You don't need to worry about my affairs with Li Shuo. She seemed to sense that Fang Lanying wanted to hear the answer, but instead said contrary to her opinion. Li Shuo isn't ignorant. He knows a lot. Although he is indeed a bit of a quiet person, he is still much better than those men who have no sense of boundaries. She cooks better than her, and her pet dog, De Yuanzi, is closer to her than she is to her. Bai Chenying strongly suspects that Fang Lanying is Li Shuo's stepmother. No wonder he wasn't very interested in choosing a gift yesterday. It turns out his mother is a real jerk. Fang Lanying had originally wanted to hear that Bai Chenying looked down on Li Shuo, but she didn't expect the other party to be so protective of him. She also realized that her daughter-in-law's temper wasn't as good as she had thought. She didn't dare to ask any more questions, opened her mouth, and could only force a smile and say, "It's good that you understand. It's good that you understand." When Li Shuo and his son came out of the kitchen, they noticed the atmosphere between Bai Chenying and Fang Lanying. It seemed like they had killed the conversation. Bai Chenying's mood was indeed spoiled by Fang Lanying. After talking with Li Shuojuan in the living room for a while, she told Li Shuo that she wanted to leave. Li Shuo also noticed her emotions. In addition, he thought that Bai Chenying might be too tired of pretending to be a little white rabbit for too long, so he made an excuse to tell his parents and took Bai Chenying away. Li Shuojuan only wanted to get to know his daughter-in-law. He didn't talk much and didn't want to disturb the two children's time too much. He only took the initiative to see them downstairs when he was leaving. Fang Lanying could tell that her daughter-in-law Bai Chenying no longer liked her, so she didn't bother to be friendly with her. She's not some rich heiress. She doesn't put on airs just because I asked her a few questions. In the living room, Fang Lanying grumbled and then took out her phone, intending to call Li Hao and Li Shu. She often reminded her son, Li Hao, not to date casually at school, but to wait until he was older, more mature, and could enter high society and find a rich girl to marry. If they find someone with good conditions, the Li family can't be too poor. It's impossible to expect Li Shuojuan to make a lot of money. They can only hope that their daughter Li Shu can find a rich husband for her in college so that they can help her brother in the future. Don't be like her. When she chose to marry Li Shuojuan, her brother didn't even help her buy a house in Luqing. Her brother still resents it. To outsiders, the Li family has risen to prominence thanks to Li Qingkai. Only Fang Lanying knew that Li Jiafakai would never take in Li Shuojuan, that good for nothing. If it weren't for her bad reputation in the village and the fact that she couldn't get married, she would never have chosen to marry Li Shuojuan, who was handsome, had a stable job, and wealthy relatives. From the moment Li Hao was born, Fang Lanying regretted it every single day. After calling her son several times without getting an answer, Fang Lanying finally called her daughter, Li Shu. "Hey, Xiaoshu, are you still eating? Girl, don't eat too much, you won't look good if you get fat." "Oh, you're only eating now because you've been working part-time? You're really something. You're doing manual labor, but you don't know how to spend some time dressing up and finding a boyfriend to support you. Isn't your school known for having a lot of rich kids?" The couple didn't speak to each other on the way home. It wasn't until they were almost home that Bai Chenying suddenly asked Li Shuo, "Are you your mother's biological child?" "Oh no, she's my stepmother," Li Shuo answered truthfully. Then, recalling the atmosphere between them after dinner earlier that day, asked her, "By the way, did Mom say anything to you this afternoon?" He had been wanting to ask this for a while, but was just wondering how to bring it up. Bai Chenying's gaze towards Li Shuo had just softened when this question came up, and she immediately stiffened up. "I didn't say anything. You can tell me. If I have really offended you, I will go back and explain it to her right away." Li Shuo could let Fang Lanying off the hook, but he didn't want Bai Chenying to suffer from her temper. Bai Chenying was touched by Li Shuo's current attitude. Seeing that he really cared about whether she had been mistreated, and knowing that Li Shuo would overthink and worsen their family conflict if she didn't tell him, she could only tell the truth. He didn't say anything. "Your mother just asked me if you know anything about that kind of thing." As Bai Chenying spoke, her tone became somewhat unnatural. Having never been in a relationship, she still couldn't naturally and openly discuss with a man whether he was capable or not. However, since he has autism, does he really not understand that kind of thing? Li Shuo was now stunned in the passenger seat, his face turning red. Is Fang Lanying sick? Why is she telling Bai Chenying this? Even though Bai Chenying in the driver's seat didn't show anything, she seemed to have noticed the questioning look in the other person's eyes. As a man, being questioned like this by a woman on the spot, especially by his newlywed wife, even if he was socially awkward, Li Shuo felt it was necessary to clarify things. He gritted his teeth before stiffly saying, "Of course I understand this kind of thing." Bai Chenying. She glanced at the man beside her and noticed that his ears were red. She found it strangely cute and even felt an urge to tease him. But how could a cold, aloof goddess do something like flirting with a man? Bai Chenying quickly suppressed that thought and focused her attention on driving. "You don't need to care about this so much. I don't care." She felt she should comfort Li Shuo, who seemed very agitated and concerned about it. Li Shuo became even more withdrawn. He couldn't very well just tell her that if she didn't believe him, she could come and see if he could do it. The couple didn't say anything more after that. Back home, Li Shuo, feeling utterly humiliated by his wife's questioning, locked himself in his room in frustration. I hadn't even gone to sleep when a phone call came in. She is his half-sister, Li Shu. Brother, did you get married and become someone else's live-in son-in-law? Chapter 26. Want to know his past. The girl's gentle voice revealed her urgency and concern. It brought out some deep-seated memories in Li Shua's mind. Li Shu, his half-sister, is arguably the best relative to Li Shua in the world, besides Li Shuejuan. When they were little, she would secretly slip meat buns into his hands behind Fong Lanying's back and teach him how to do his homework. The original owner even hit her when he was in a rage, but this sensible younger sister did not distance herself from him because of it. Brother, how are you doing? I just found out from Mom that you got married. Are your wife and the others treating you well? Li Shu asked anxiously. Li Shua was silent for a moment before replying. Don't worry, I'm fine now, and your sister-in-law is very gentle. He wasn't actually familiar with this younger sister, and his answer was concise, but it was the first time he had ever spoken a complete sentence in front of Li Shu with clear logic. The person on the other end of the phone seemed a little incredulous. After a long while, they asked in surprise, Brother, are you feeling much better? Yeah, he's almost better. He just has social anxiety, which is quite different from autism. Li Shu was overjoyed, her tone light and cheerful. That's wonderful. I've earned some money from my part-time job. I'll transfer some to you later, but don't tell your sister-in-law. She is currently attending university in Wancheng and doesn't dare to go back without permission. She also knows that she cannot change the fact that Li Shua will become her son-in-law. Now she can only secretly transfer some money to him, at least enough to fill her stomach. She couldn't immediately confirm what kind of person her sister-in-law was. Li Shu only knew that her mother wouldn't let her father keep a single penny, so she told Li Shua not to say anything. Li Shua felt a slight stirring in his heart, a touch of emotion. Li Shu was truly devoted to his older brother. I have enough. Keep the money for yourself. He declined Li Shu's offer, noticing that the girl sounded somewhat tired, and told her, Don't overwork yourself over there. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a trembling voice trying to control its emotions. Okay, thank you, bro. I have to go to work now. I'll transfer 200 to you on WeChat later. Keep it if you need it urgently. She knew without a doubt that Li Shua had no money. Now that Fong Lanying wasn't watching him, she could transfer money to him without worry. Otherwise, she was afraid of being scolded by Fong Lanying. She was beaten a lot for helping Li Shua from childhood to adulthood. Li Shu felt that she and Li Shua were both unfortunate people. Her mother only wanted her to marry into a wealthy family so that they could help her second brother in the future. Before hanging up the phone, Li Shu gave Li Shu a few more instructions, telling him to do more things at home, not to upset his sister-in-law and family, and not to lose his temper easily, so that life would be easier. Li Shua wasn't good at communicating, and hearing Li Shua's anxious tone, he figured she was probably busy getting to work, so he could only respond to whatever his sister said so as not to waste her time. As soon as the call ended, I immediately received 200 yuan transferred from Li Shu on WeChat. Still not reassured, she left a message telling him to accept the money, not to spend it recklessly, and not to tell his sister-in-law, as it was a secret between them. She treated Li Shua like a child, coaxing him until he almost laughed. Fearing that Li Shu wouldn't feel at ease if he didn't accept the money, Li Shua could only go along with her wishes, accepting the 200 yuan and replying with a cute smiley face and a thank you. When he receives his royalties next month, he will transfer about 3,000 yuan to the girl in one go, telling her to focus on her studies and stop doing those part-time jobs, otherwise her good grades will really suffer. Although the original owner was ignorant of the ways of the world, he retained a lot of memories. He remembered that from the time Li Shu went to university, Fong Lanying only gave her 300 yuan a month for living expenses. After deducting 1,000 yuan, she subsidized Li Hao. Li Hao originally had 1,500 yuan a month for living expenses, and with Fong Lanying's subsidy, he had 2,500 yuan a month. Li Shuejuan was unaware of these matters. Only Li Shua, who spent every day in the same room with Fong Lanying, heard about them. Because of his autism, Li Shua couldn't really hear what Fong Lanying was saying. Fong Lanying didn't shy away from talking about this kind of thing in front of him, and she would talk about it with Li Hao and Li Shu on the phone. It's said that Li Shu, being a girl, can find a boyfriend to support her, while Li Hao must focus on his studies and student union activities in college so that he can work for a big company in the future. Li Shu didn't tell Li Shuejuan about this, probably because she didn't want to cause conflict between her parents. After 2 years of university, she managed to support herself. But the hardships involved are unimaginable to ordinary people. Li Shuo roughly estimated that his daily income has now stabilized between 400 and 500. He can earn at least 12,000 to 13,000 yuan a month, which, after deducting rent and living expenses, will not be a problem to subsidize Li Shu to finish her university studies. The editor told him yesterday that fantasy is a slow burn genre. Readers like to read long stories, and many authors at his word count were still earning single digits a day. If Li Shuo maintains his current writing quality, once he reaches 1,000,000 words, earning 3,000 or 5,000 words per day will be no problem at all. Li Shuo is full of confidence in the future. At least he doesn't have to worry about surviving in this world. After quickly calming myself down, I opened my writing app and started typing. As for being questioned about his stamina by his new wife, Li Shuo really couldn't do anything about it. This girl is a trained fighter. If he really tries to prove he's tough, besides facing legal consequences, he'll probably get a beating. Anyway, the two of them were going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce in about 20 days, so Bai Chenying felt that whether he was capable or not was not that important. The next day, Li Shuo, who is used to waking up early, made a sumptuous breakfast again. It features bouncy and delicious shrimp and egg custard, pork floss and salted egg yolk rice balls, and egg pancakes, accompanied by fresh oranges and cherry tomatoes, as well as steaming hot corn juice. Even Bai Chenying, who has become quite picky about food, thought that the breakfasts Li Shuo made were healthy, nutritious, and tasted great. She hadn't quite understood how Li Shuo, a grown man, could cook so well, until yesterday when she met Li Shuo's awful stepmother. It was obvious that she was being exploited and treated like a maid at home. It was only yesterday that she realized she didn't know enough about her marriage partner. The initial investigation wasn't very detailed, and she had preconceived notions, believing that the other party was deliberately trying to deceive her into marriage. Li Shuo, how old were you when Dad married your stepmother? Did you always live with them? Bai Chenying suddenly asked. Noticing the questioning look in Li Shuo's eyes, she quickly explained, I just felt that I didn't know your family situation very well and wanted to know more details, since we are still in a marriage. Li Shuo thought about it and realized that his family atmosphere was indeed not very good. Bai Chenying asked about it today, perhaps because she had some concerns. He didn't intend to hide anything and answered truthfully. She probably married my dad when she was a little over 4 years old. My grandparents took care of me until I was 2 years old. Then my uncle got married and had a child, and the two old people were left with my dad. Did you have a difficult childhood? She felt that Li Shuo's autism was likely related to his childhood experiences. Li Shuo's grandparents seemed to dislike even his father, so they probably wouldn't care much about taking care of Li Shuo, let alone Lanning. I've heard my stepmother mention it a few times. My grandparents were very busy when they took care of me, so they made me a big cage. I hardly ever left that cage until I was 2 years old, so I didn't walk until I was 3. He speaks as if he's over 10 years old. Li Shuo has no memory of these things, but a large part of the original owner's autism was probably related to his childhood experiences. After listening to Li Shuo's story, Bai Chenying looked at him with a complicated expression. She simply couldn't imagine how Li Shuo had gotten through his life. She even felt a little guilty that she had mistaken this man for a stalker who had tricked her into marriage. Li Shuo assumed that Bai Chenying was worried about his family atmosphere, and now that she was frowning, he took the initiative to ask her, by the way, when do you have time? Is something the matter? We've been married for about 10 days, and we'll have to go through the divorce process in about 20 days. Let me know in advance when you'll be free. I'm always available. Li Shuo just wanted to reassure Bai Chenying that he wouldn't bother her. Bai Chenying's mood suddenly soured. Seeing Li Shuo's seemingly unconcerned attitude and willingness to divorce, she suddenly felt a tightness in her chest. When I have time, I will let you know a week in advance. Li Shuo readily nodded. Okay. He responded, and then added a slice of ham to the large bowl of glutinous rice balls beside him, a hint of reluctance finally showing in his eyes. It's for the big round dumplings. Bai Chenying. So even if the two of them get divorced, this guy will only be reluctant to part with the Yuanzi? Chapter 27 Lao Shuo, we have a rival in love. Bai Chenying stared at Li Shuo for a while, then put down her chopsticks. She stood up and said, You can eat slowly, I'm going out. After saying that, she turned and walked away without waiting for Li Shuo's response. Li Shuo sensed that Bai Chenying seemed a bit off. Seeing that she had already turned away, he didn't say anything, just gave an oh. Just as Bai Chenying was about to leave with her keys, he immediately stood up and said, Chenying, wait. Bai Chenying stopped, turned around to look at him, her beautiful eyes fixed on him, seemingly expecting something. Li Shuo pointed to the bag hanging on the wall in the entryway and reminded him, You didn't take your bag. You don't take this bag with you every day when you go out. Bai Chenying. Thanks. Bai Chenying grabbed her bag from the entryway and went out the door. She felt a little unwell. If they were really getting a divorce, Shuo should be the one who's suffering. This guy didn't seem to care at all, but she herself always felt a tightness in her chest when the topic came up. Perhaps it was because she had been pampered since childhood, and this was the first time she had been so disrespected by a man. Bai Chenying could only try to comfort herself first. Just as I arrived at the underground parking garage, Huawan suddenly called. Ningning, something terrible has happened. Speak, Bai Chenying asked calmly as she got into the car. Your parents are pressuring you to get married again. What's the rush? I'm already married. They're coming over to urge me to get married, so I'm just letting them know the news. No, it wasn't your parents who came this time. Isn't the only son of the Li family, who's 2 months younger than you, about to come back from studying abroad? I guess your parents got anxious. This time, instead of coming to urge you, they directly called your blind date over. This guy spent money to book the entire building of the company next door and confessed his love on the public screen, writing something like, Mugu, I love you, marry me. Oh right, I also said I'd give you a sports car. Huh? Who is the blind date? Bai Chenying finally showed some emotion. It's that Yi family, a rival of the Li family whose strength is roughly the same. Bai Chenying is only 23 years old, and logically speaking, she shouldn't be being pressured by her family to get married at this age. The reason for this was an agreement between the old masters of the Li family and the Bai family, who were good friends back then. At that time, old master Li's eldest son gave birth to 5 granddaughters for him, but no grandsons. The Bai family, on the other hand, has only had grandsons and no granddaughters. The 2 old men had a very good relationship, and they made a promise to each other that if their next child was successful, their families would arrange a marriage. Neither of them expected that not long after they said that, Bai Chenying was born. It was indeed a granddaughter, and the Bai family finally got what they wanted. The Li family, though 2 months later, also had a grandson, fulfilling their wish. Both old men were very trustworthy, so they agreed to get married when their child reached the appropriate age. However, the eldest son of old master Li and father Bai were at odds. They were polite to both old masters, but in private they were fighting fiercely. Mr. Bai certainly didn't want to marry his precious daughter into the Li family, their mortal enemy, but he didn't dare to go against the old man's wishes, so he simply found a suitable partner for his daughter in private. We need to get our daughter married before the only son of the Li family returns. This led to nearly a year of pressure to get married, and today's high-profile confession from the young master of the Yi family. Ningning, what should we do? Your current suitor has your parents backing him up, and no one in the company dares to stop him. The entertainment company Bai Chenying is currently working for was specially set up for her by her older brother. Perhaps even her brother couldn't protect her this time, which is why Yi Xian made such a high-profile scene for her. What good is it if my parents support me? I'm not marrying him. Then what about that public chat? Are we just going to let it scroll around next to our company every day? Can you stand it? Huawan asked. Bai Chenying, just because he can throw money around doesn't mean we can't. Go contact that company and offer double the price to make them delete the public chat immediately. If they don't, they'll go bankrupt. I'll have President Bai take action. Although most people don't know about Bai Chenying's relationship with her older brother, it's well known that the eldest son of the Bai family values Bai Muge highly and grants her every request. Wow. As expected of Ningning. I'm going right now. When Bai Chenying arrived at the company, the public screen in the building next door had already been changed to patriotism and law-abidingness, politeness and integrity, unity and friendliness, diligence and self-reliance. What's infuriating is that a pink Ferrari sports car was parked in front of the company building, with the driver's seat covered in all sorts of flowers, making it quite eye-catching. Bai Chenying had just come out of the parking lot when the handsome man next to the Ferrari pulled out a large, gold-plated megaphone from somewhere and loudly confessed his love to her. Mugu, no matter whether the road to pursuing you is thorny or smooth, I, Yi Xian, will never give up. I love you. Yi Xian, a wealthy and handsome man, made a high-profile and romantic confession, which caused the girls in the surrounding crowd to scream. Only Bai Chenying, the female protagonist, had secretly clenched her fists and looked at Yi Xian. The latter reacted extremely quickly, turning and running the moment Bai Chenying looked at him. As he ran, he held up a megaphone and shouted, Mugu, I'll come see you again tomorrow. Wait for me. After saying that, he jumped into the Lamborghini waiting by the roadside and waved to Bai Chenying. That Ferrari is my gift to you. Remember to accept it. It cost over 2 million, and it's pink. He really put his heart and soul into it. Bai Chenying. Hua had just rushed out of the company when she saw her colleague with a tense face. She quickly went up to her, but before she could speak, Bai Chenying said first, "Smash this car and throw it in the junkyard later." Hua, huh? A Ferrari worth millions was smashed and thrown into scrap? That attitude of rejection is really harsh. Inside the sports car that had already driven away, the driver looked at Yi Xian with a puzzled expression. "Young master, why did you run off right after confessing your feelings? Wasn't that a bit of a rush?" Yi Xian swept his hair back, looking rather unrestrained. "I'm going to chase after my wife, not to die." He didn't know who Bai Chenying was. If she really caught him, wouldn't she beat him to a pulp? "Slow down. I need to read my novel first." "Good. I've been busy pursuing my wife today, and I haven't even caught up on Huoli's novels yet." He wasn't used to reading novels, but a friend strongly recommended he take a look a few days ago, and once he started reading, he couldn't put it down. After watching for several days in a row, I developed a habit of following the updates. Yi Xian believes that the framework and plot of this book could easily surpass current film and television works. It just so happens that their family is preparing to enter the film and television industry. Let's see if we can buy the copyright of this book and invest in a movie or TV series. It would definitely be a huge success. The news of Yi Xian's high-profile confession quickly spread throughout Luqing. Even Li Shuo, who was focused solely on writing, couldn't escape it. At 2 p.m., Li Shuo was typing when Shuo suddenly sent him a message. "Old Shuo, we have a rival in love." A rich young master confessed his feelings to Mu Ge today, Shuo said worriedly. Li Shuo immediately corrected him. "It's your rival in love, not mine." He's not a fan of that female celebrity, so it doesn't matter who confesses their feelings to him. "That's because you don't understand Mu Ge. Sooner or later you'll fall for us too," Shuo said confidently. Li Shuo remained noncommittal. "Just because I've fallen for her doesn't mean she can be my wife." Shuo has been infatuated for so long that if he were to appear in front of her, she probably wouldn't even remember his name. People like them, who are not in the entertainment industry, shouldn't even dream of having any interaction with big stars, let alone getting married. "Shuo, we can't talk about this anymore." "That's perfect. Let's get started writing." At the same time, bus parking lot. Li Shuejuan's gloomy expression from yesterday vanished, replaced by an exceptionally bright smile. Because his mother just removed him from the blacklist and even called him on her own initiative. "Mom, I knew you accidentally blocked me. I was going to video call you yesterday." The person on the other end clearly didn't want to discuss this topic and skipped over it by saying, "Xiao Jun, how is Xiao Shuo doing?" When Li Shuejuan heard the old lady showing concern for her eldest grandson for the first time, he immediately smiled and said, "She's doing great, Mom. I was even planning to have him video call you yesterday." "Oh, that's good." Li's mother interrupted Li Shuejuan and continued, "There's something I'd like to ask you." Chapter 28. Let Li Shuo donate a kidney. Li Shuejuan was a little nervous when his mother called less than a minute later, her tone so serious. Could it be that the two elderly people had health problems? He frowned slightly. "Mom, please speak." Li's mother sighed. "Xiaojun, I won't hide it from you anymore. Your younger brother Chenkai is very ill and needs a kidney transplant immediately. I was thinking that since Xiao Shuo is idle at home every day and doesn't have to do anything, let him donate a kidney to his uncle." "What? Donate a kidney?" Li Shuejuan's face first showed worry, then surprise, and finally anger. His knuckles turned slightly white as he held the phone. He said in a deep voice, "Mom, this is impossible. Li Shuo already has a mental disability, which has affected his physical health to some extent. He's not in good health to begin with. How could he possibly donate a kidney?" In other words, Li Shuo has been ill all these years, and his uncle has never helped his nephew in any way. Even his older brother doesn't have his contact information. Why is it that now that he's sick and needs to donate a kidney, he only thinks of his nephew? Li Shuejuan's refusal infuriated his mother. He has 2 kidneys, not just one. Letting him donate one won't affect his life. "Xiaojun, how come you're becoming more and more insensible? Chenkai is your brother." In Li's mother's eyes, Li Shuejuan had always been submissive and never disobeyed them. They made him drop out of college to work and support his younger son's education, and he never complained. He wouldn't even give up one of his son's kidneys today. What an ingrate. "Mom, no matter what you say, I will not agree to Li Shuo donating a kidney. He is my son. If Chenkai really needs a kidney donor, aren't his 2 sons and 1 daughter's 6 kidneys enough for him to choose from?" Li's mother immediately retorted, "Do you think all 3 of them are like that kid Li Shuo? Only good for dragging the whole family down? You've heard that my 3 grandsons either got jobs at big companies or are about to marry into wealthy families. None of them can be without a kidney. Your son can't do anything right anyway, so donating a kidney to his uncle would be a good way to make his life worthwhile. Li Shuojuan was so angry that his face turned red, and he almost threw his phone to the ground. His long-suppressed emotions finally exploded at this moment. His eyes were red, and he said in a low but firm voice into the phone, "Li Shuo is my son, and I will never let him donate a kidney." "Xiaojun, how dare you talk to your mother like that? Did you think it was easy for me to raise you? Now your brother is sick and needs one of your son's kidneys, and you're not willing to give it to him? Is this your filial piety?" Li's mother began to use moral blackmail. Li Shuojuan, who was already furious for his son, refused to listen to reason. "Think what you want, I'm going to work." After saying that, ignoring Li's mother's roar on the other end of the phone, he hung up the phone directly. No matter how much his mother favored him and his brother, he could accept it, since he was not good at sweet talking and had never been able to please his parents since childhood. But it's impossible for him to make a move on his son, Li Shuo. Haicheng. In the VIP ward, Wu Zuixiang's phone call was disconnected, which infuriated her and Li Guofu, who was standing next to her. This brat has gone too far. He won't even donate a kidney, and he still hangs up on his mother. He's an ungrateful wretch. Li Guofu gritted his teeth. Wu Zuixiang was still unwilling to give up. Does he think he can just let it go by not agreeing? I, his grandmother, will personally go and bring Li Shuo over so he can donate his kidney to Cheng Kai. Li Cheng lay on the hospital bed, his plump face pale, and said weakly, "He probably wants some money. Mom, give him 10,000 yuan and tell him it's for Li Shuo's nutrition expenses." That 10,000 yuan is more than enough to buy one of Li Shuo's kidneys. Just recently, news reports said that college students sold a kidney to buy a mobile phone for several thousand yuan. He gave Li Shuo 10,000 yuan, which was already out of consideration for their kinship. Wu Zuixiang refused to give even 10,000 yuan, saying, "Why should we give him money? He owes the Li family." If it weren't for the fact that she hadn't conceived after being married to Li Guofu for over 2 years, and the local doctors saying that Li Guofu might be infertile, the two of them would have spent a lot of money to buy Li Shuojuan, who was just over 1 year old, to be their son. Who would have thought that Li Shuojuan had only been in the family for a year when she got pregnant and gave birth to Li Chengkai? Li Chengkai was physically weak when he was a child, and the couple were afraid that he wouldn't survive, so they didn't get rid of Li Shuojuan. Although raising Li Shuojuan didn't cost much money, it cost several thousand yuan to buy him and raise him to adulthood. What's wrong with him asking for one of his son's kidneys now? Even if it meant taking his son's life, Li Shuojuan had no right to stop him. Wu Zuixiang refused to pay, and Li Chengkai didn't insist. He simply turned to the well-dressed middle-aged woman beside him and said, "Then you should accompany your parents to Finland. Try your best not to let them argue with your brother. They are both very old. His wife is quite eloquent. In the past, they could play good cop and bad cop." Li Cheng didn't want to escalate the situation too much, since he needed Li Shuo's kidney and was willing to pay him 10,000 yuan if necessary. Wan Finland handed Li Cheng a glass of water and said with concern, "That's fine, but you have to take good care of yourself while we're not here. You only have one kidney now, so you need to make sure you get plenty of rest." Li Chengsai's condition wasn't particularly bad. One of his kidneys had necrosis, but fortunately, timely treatment saved it. However, one kidney is too much of a burden on his current physical condition, so he must get a younger kidney. Now the entire Li family is convinced that Li Shuo is the only choice for the donor. After all, he's just a useless mental patient, so one kidney or 2 kidneys make no difference to him. Li Shuo was unaware that his kidney was being targeted. Around 4 p.m. this afternoon, he finished his update task for the day, fed to Yuanzi, and then went out. Suyu was afraid that the rich second-generation surnamed Yi would steal his goddess, so he said he was very upset and asked him to go out and keep him company to relieve his depressed mood. Li Shuo initially wanted to refuse, but felt that he couldn't keep himself locked in the room forever, as he would become increasingly withdrawn. In addition, Suyu was already considered his friend, so he agreed. The meeting place today is still the Zhongshan Road snack street on the island. When Li Shuo arrived at his destination, it was already 5:30 p.m. This is the busiest time of day for this food street, with a wide variety of unique snacks lining both sides of the street. There are golden skewers of tornado potatoes, sizzling squid on a hot plate, and shaching stinky tofu that's black and smelly, but whose stall is packed with customers. Every food stall was packed with people, creating a lively atmosphere. Li Shuo stood at the entrance of the snack street, waiting for Suyu to come over. At the same time, he was thinking that this young master, who was worth tens of millions, would actually come to the roadside to ask him to eat at a street stall together. Suddenly, Li Shuo felt someone shove him on the shoulder from behind. He thought it was Su Yu who had arrived, so he turned around, but froze when he saw who it was, and immediately became reserved. Miss Su, what brings you here? Chapter 29 Bai Chenying. I don't care at all. Su Ran winked at him and gave him a sweet smile. Can I come? Li Shuo. He took out his phone to contact Su Yu, only to see a message Su Yu had just sent. Old Shuo, this girl saw our message on my phone and insists on coming to find you. You might as well take this opportunity to talk things out with her. I won't get involved yet. You should settle things today and make her give up. Call me to pick you up when you're going back. Li Shuo, why haven't you called me for so many days? Su Ran gently tucked her hair behind her ear, leaned closer to Li Shuo, and asked directly. She thought that Li Shuo would regret it when he got back and would call her. I've been waiting for several days, and they still haven't called. Su Ran initially just wanted to tease this poor boy, but she didn't expect him to completely disregard her wishes, as if he didn't take her seriously at all. This disrespect hurt her deeply. Li Shuo put his phone in his pocket, avoiding Su Ran's gaze, and said calmly, I didn't call unless I had something to say to you. My brother said you threw my phone away. Li Shuo looked a little embarrassed, but didn't deny it. Sorry, I did throw it away. Is there something wrong with me? Why won't you give us both a chance? Su Ran asked again. She's good looking, has a great figure, and comes from an excellent family. Why is Li Shuo treating her so coldly? Li Shuo was already thinking of leaving, but considering that he needed to make things clear to Su Ran, he could only say, You are definitely a good girl, but the two of us are not suitable. If he weren't about to divorce Bai Chenying and worried about infringing on her privacy after the divorce, he really wanted to tell her directly, I'm married. This was the first time in Su Ran's life that she had been given a friend zone card, and the feeling was indescribably unpleasant. She was silent for a moment, then looked hurt, before letting out a relieved sigh. Okay, I understand. She glanced at the bustling food street and said, I was so busy coming to see you today that I didn't eat anything. You should treat me to something to eat today, and I won't bother you anymore. She used to look down on these street stalls and never ate there, but now that she wants to win over this man, she has no choice but to make do. Li Shuo didn't even want to treat the street vendors. Sorry, I don't have any money right now. I'll treat you another time. The 200 yuan he had was hard-earned money that Li Shu had transferred to him, and he really couldn't bear to use it to treat others to food. Su Ran was almost amused and exasperated by Li Shuo's straightforward attitude, but she also inexplicably liked his frankness and directness, something she had never seen in her suitors. He wouldn't fawn over her like other men. He seemed to completely disregard her. Then you owe me one. I'm hungry right now. Let's go eat together. We won't be boyfriend and girlfriend. Let's just be ordinary friends, Su Ran said. Li Shuo was indeed a bit hungry, and there was still so much food here. As long as Su Ran didn't bring up romance, it wouldn't be impossible for them to reluctantly go and buy some snacks to fill their stomachs. At least I can get rid of her after eating with her for a while. Okay, but I don't need you to treat me. We'll split the bill. All right. The two of them walked one after the other, blending into the crowd. Li Shuo walked very fast, and Su Ran, who was already wearing high heels, was both angry and aggrieved as she chased after him. This guy really doesn't know how to cherish women. Li Shuo stopped in front of a grilled squid stall. Boss, I'd like 3 skewers of squid. Su Ran looked at the dark, oily mess on the hot plate. Boss, I'll have 3 skewers too. How can you eat this? Ning Ning. Across the street at the milk tea stall, Huawan saw a figure at the grilled squid stall who looked a lot like Li Shuo. She stared at him for a few moments, then immediately nudged Bai Chenying's arm. Ning Ning, your man. Bai Chenying, who had been somewhat absent-minded, immediately looked up upon hearing this and followed the direction Huawan pointed. She scanned the crowd and quickly recognized Li Shuo. What is he doing here? A question arose in Bai Chenying's mind. Just then, a girl squeezed out of the crowd and handed him 2 skewers of squid. The girl's smile was exceptionally bright and radiant. That girl looks familiar. She seems to be. It's Su Ran. How come Li Shuo is with Su Ran? Huawan exclaimed in surprise. Did her best friend's boyfriend get stolen away? Bai Chenying stood still without saying a word, nor did she go over to question her. She and Li Shuo aren't really husband and wife, so she wouldn't be jealous if she saw him with other girls. She wouldn't go over and confront her. At this moment, Li Shuo vaguely sensed that there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at him in the crowd, which made him feel inexplicably uneasy. He instinctively turned his head to look, and suddenly a gasp of surprise erupted from the crowd. Wow, it's Bai Muge. I saw Bai Muge alive. Even though Bai Chenying was well disguised, she was still recognized at a glance by the die-hard fans in the crowd. The crowd quickly reacted and swarmed towards the milk tea stall, screams and exclamations rising and falling, and the scene was filled with jubilation. Even the customers in front of the squid stall hurriedly squeezed over, wanting to catch a glimpse of the big star's face. Li Shuo couldn't find the gaze that made him uneasy, so he immediately looked away and took advantage of the few people to quickly walk to the stall and asked the owner to give him the remaining 3 skewers of grilled squid. Su Ran's attention lingered there for a moment. Seeing that Li Shuo was still thinking about his squid, she stepped forward and said, "Li Shuo, aren't you going to go and see the big star? It's Bai Muge." Bai Muge was, as she knew, the undisputed goddess in the hearts of men. Su Ran had met her in person, and she was indeed very beautiful with an outstanding temperament. Standing in front of her made Su Ran feel inferior, whether its appearance or family background. Su Yu also revealed that Bai Muge's background is not simple. The Su family's wealth is nothing compared to hers. Even if she tries to curry favor with her, she may not be able to get along with her. Su Ran was genuinely a little scared, fearing that Li Shuo was a fan of Bai Muge. However, she quickly changed her mind and thought, so what if Li Shuo and Su Yu were so fond of and obsessed with her? Even if Su Yu tried every means to get close to a girl, it was as if there was a galaxy between her and Li Shuo, who was penniless. To Li Shuo, Bai Muge was like a star in the sky, something he could only dream of but never reach. If it were your brother, he would definitely be very excited to see her. As for me, forget it, I don't follow celebrities. Moreover, with such a thick wall of people surrounding him, it would be difficult for him to squeeze in even if he wanted to see. If there aren't many people watching, I can take a picture of your brother for him. Su Ran laughed. That's amazing, you're not interested in beautiful female celebrities at all. After saying that, she realized that it was indeed possible that it was Li Shuo. After all, this is a man who remains unmoved even when a rich and beautiful woman shows interest in him. Suddenly, she became much more interested in this man, and even started to wonder what it would be like to be with him if she were his girlfriend. Will he also be as aloof as he is now? Li Shuo had already eaten a skewer of squid and thought it tasted good, so he decided to pack some for Bai Chenying to take back with him when he went home. Taking advantage of the crowds drawn by everyone chasing after celebrities, Li Shuo and Su Ran visited several stalls and ate to their heart's content. Li Shuo was even somewhat grateful that this big star was here. When the two reached the end of the street, a large team of bodyguards and local police officers arrived. Bai Muge then left under the escort of the bodyguards, and the food street gradually returned to normal order. At 8 p.m., after strolling through the food street, Li Shuo found a few stalls that he thought tasted good and readily packed some for his wife. Now that Bai Chenying is Li Shu's sister-in-law, she's not an outsider, so it's fine to pack some things for her. As they left the food street, Su Ran looked at Li Shuo, who kept saying he had no money but still packed several bags of food, and couldn't help but laugh and cry. However, she didn't ask any further questions. Anyway, Li Shuo definitely wasn't packing for his girlfriend, so it's not a big problem. Let me take you back. I also live in Wuyuan Bay, it's on my way. On the way to and from the destination, Su Ran took the initiative to make the suggestion. Li Shuo didn't want to trouble Su Yu to come over, as it would take time for him to arrive and the food would get cold easily. Seeing that Su Ran didn't seem to want to bother him any further, he didn't hesitate for long before nodding in agreement. Okay, thank you. You are welcome. I just didn't expect to get stuck in traffic on the way back. When Su Ran arrived at the entrance of Tangyuan residential area, it was already past 10 p.m. After getting out of the car and thanking Su Ran, Li Shuo hurriedly entered the community gate with his things. As Li Shuo entered the residential area, Su Ran immediately wrote down the name of the area before driving away. She had a good day. At least she managed to get Li Shuo's home address. There's plenty of time for the future. I'll take down Li Shuo sooner or later. On the other side, Li Shuo arrived at his doorstep carrying the things he bought for his wife. When he opened the door, he discovered that it had been locked from the inside. Chapter 30. Li Shuo. Who exactly was bullied? Bai Chenying usually gets off work very late. Li Shuo was surprised that she came back so early today. This is the first time I've ever seen Bai Chenying lock the door from the inside after living here for so long. He doesn't remember ever locking it from the inside before, right? Li Shuo wasn't quite sure, but he didn't think much of it. He stood at the door for a while, then raised his hand and rang the doorbell. Bai Chenying was drying her hair in the bedroom when the doorbell rang several times before she put down the hairdryer. Li Shuo stood at the door and rang the doorbell for a while, but no one came to open the door. He wondered if Bai Chenying was asleep, so he took out his phone, intending to call her and ask her to get up and open the door. The door was opened from the inside as soon as the number was dialed. "I thought you weren't coming back tonight." Bai Chenying had just finished showering and was wearing an elegant knee-length nightgown. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and she still had a faint fragrance on her body after showering. The moment he opened his mouth, Shuo inexplicably sensed a sour smell. "I went out to meet a friend, and there was some traffic on the way back, so I was a little late." After he finished speaking, he asked again, puzzled, "Why did you lock the door from the inside today?" He remembered that he didn't have this habit before. "My husband is nowhere to be found in the middle of the night. It's not safe for me to live alone at home. Why can't I lock the door?" As soon as Bai Chenying finished speaking, she turned and left. She was a bit emotional today. Although the two had agreed to divorce, seeing Shuo with Su Ran today made her feel suffocated. She got home at 9 o'clock and by 9:30 the next day, but he hadn't returned. So, as if possessed, she came over and locked the door from the inside. She even decided then and there that she wouldn't let him into their little home for the rest of the day. Shuo stood at the door for a moment, then followed him inside. He never expected that this girl, who could drag a grown man into the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a marriage certificate, would be afraid when she was alone at home. However, what she said just now seemed to be a complaint about him coming home late, and she might have deliberately locked the door from the inside. Shuo walked in and didn't hold it against Bai Chenying. He even took the initiative to explain to Bai Chenying, "I was strolling around Zhongshan Road for a while today. There was a bit of traffic on the way back from the island, so I got back a little late. You don't need to explain to me. We're getting a divorce in half a month. Where you go, how late you come back, and who you date are none of my business. But if there's a next time, I won't open the door for you, and you'll have a good excuse to stay at someone else's house." Bai Chenying was very dissatisfied with Shuo's explanation. Shuo wasn't good-tempered. He just often couldn't be bothered to argue with people. Bai Chenying's attitude now left him feeling very confused. He was already annoyed by being locked out, and now that he's been walking in, he's being sarcastic and unreasonable. Seeing Bai Chenying emphasize the fact that the two of them were divorced, Shuo simply went along with her words, "Even if you are dating someone, it will be after our divorce. If you feel uncomfortable with me living here, you can come over tomorrow, and we'll get a divorce right away." Shuo was so angry that he did indeed consider getting a divorce immediately. If living under someone else's roof really means enduring her constant tantrums and locking him out, he might as well live under a bridge. "What?" Bai Chenying suddenly turned around and looked at Shuo with disbelief. Does he really want to divorce her so quickly? When Shuo saw Bai Chenying turn around and meet her gaze, he felt a little uneasy, but he was still unwilling to compromise and continued, "Don't worry. Even if we get divorced, I won't bother you or appear in your sight to bother you." Bai Chenying was so angry that her breathing became rapid. Shuo and Su Ran went on a date alone today and came home late, which made her feel very uncomfortable. And now he keeps saying he wants to divorce her immediately? She felt like she was about to explode with anger. His eyes also began to redden slightly. "If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes, and I'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with you tomorrow." After finishing his conversation with Bai Chenying, Shuo lost interest in giving her anything to eat. He then turned to go back inside to pack his things. Little did he know that just as he passed by Bai Chenying, she suddenly grabbed Shuo's arm, brought it to her mouth, and bit down without saying a word. "Hiss!" Shuo gasped in pain. Bai Chenying was really going all out this time. Her face was all red. Shuo was in so much pain that he was sweating profusely and was so angry that he wanted to push her away. But when he saw the girl biting him so hard, her eyes were already red, and she was obviously about to cry. Shuo was startled and felt inexplicably guilty, so he didn't raise his hand to push her away. First, he saw that the other person was about to cry, so he couldn't make a move. Second, he was carrying something in his other hand, which he had bought with his sister Shu's money, and couldn't just throw it away. Fortunately, Bai Chenying realized her inappropriate behavior after biting for a while, and immediately let go of his hand, leaving 2 rows of deep teeth marks. A brief silence fell over the air. Even the big dumpling that rushed over stopped, holding onto one of its little front legs, and stared in astonishment with its neck stretched out and eyes wide open. When a person is angry, finding an outlet for their anger will immediately dissipate their rage. Bai Chenying was so angry that her face turned red, but now that she has calmed down, she sees the deep teeth marks on Shuo's arm and is incredulous at her own behavior. She is so embarrassed that her face turns red again. She felt guilty and didn't know why she had acted that way. Whether they divorced or not, she didn't have the right to interfere with Shuo's relationship with other women. But seeing him with Su Ran and hearing him keep saying he wanted a divorce made her very angry and sad. Bai Chenying looked up, her eyes still glistening with tears. She moved her lips, unsure whether to apologize or say something. Li Shuo was bitten for no reason, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't angry. But when he looked up, he saw the girl in front of him who looked like she had been bullied terribly, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Afraid of making Bai Chenying cry, Li Shuo swallowed the words of reprimand that were on the tip of his tongue and tried to speak to her gently. All right, now that you've finished biting, don't be angry anymore, right? Anyway, she must have bitten him because he made her angry, and she should have calmed down by now. Bai Chenying nodded immediately, then quickly shook her head, realizing something was wrong. She had calmed down, but she didn't bite Li Shuo on purpose. Li Shuo rubbed his aching arm. Seeing that the other person's mood had calmed down a bit, he felt it was still necessary to talk to Bai Chenying. So he solemnly reminded her, next time, if you are dissatisfied with me, just say so. What you did constitutes domestic violence. Bai Chenying looked like a child who had done something wrong. She lowered her head and nodded. The next moment, as if she had realized something, she immediately raised her fair arm and leaned close to Li Shuo. Otherwise you can bite back. She felt so guilty that she decided to let Li Shuo bite back, so that the two of them would be even. Li Shuo. His gaze fell on the girl's arm, which she was leaning towards with great sincerity. Her skin was very white and delicate, so delicate that you could even faintly see the tiny blood vessels under the skin. Go ahead and bite me. Bai Chenying put her arm to Li Shuo's mouth, her eyes brimming with tears, waiting for him to bite back. Li Shuo. Chapter 31. She wanted to refute it, but was powerless to do so. Looking at the girl in front of him who had a touch of naivety, Li Shuo's last bit of anger vanished instantly, and he smiled helplessly. The tense atmosphere from a few minutes ago has completely eased. Fine, I already said this is domestic violence, so I can't bite you. Li Shuo's anger subsided, and he finally felt like picking up the things he had packed back. He said to Bai Chenying, I packed these for you from the food street. Do you want some? When Li Shuo came in, Bai Chenying saw what he was carrying, but she was angry at the time and didn't know that Li Shuo had brought it for her. Her gaze fell on what Li Shuo was holding, and her heart stirred slightly. However, the thought that he had bought it for her while on a date with Su Ran at the snack street made her feel extremely uncomfortable. You don't need to think about bringing me anything next time you go on a date. It's an ordinary sentence, but it's full of sour grapes. Even Bai Chenying herself noticed something was wrong. Why does she feel like she's jealous? No, how could she possibly be jealous? Li Shuo was stunned for a moment before he realized that Bai Chenying had seen him with Su Ran today. That's why I got so angry with him. Is this a food street? He didn't see Bai Chenying at the time either. Regardless of whether it was true or not, Li Shuo felt it was necessary to clarify. Now Bai Chenying is his wife, and they are on the same marriage certificate. I didn't go on a date with anyone today. My friend Suyu invited me. I only found out his sister was there when I got there. His sister misunderstood me again. I just explained it to her, and then the two of us ate something at the food street. Li Shuo explained to Bai Chenying with some difficulty, and his words sounded very sincere. Upon hearing this, Bai Chenying's expression softened instantly. Then, thinking that Li Shuo was explaining so much because he thought she was jealous, she immediately turned her head away guiltily and said against her will, I didn't ask you to explain to me. Li Shuo. Have to. Let's just assume he was bitten by a puppy for no reason today. So do you want to eat these things? Li Shuo asked again. Because she needs to maintain her figure, Bai Chenying never eats late-night snacks. Especially since it's already late at night. But today, seeing that Li Shuo had gone to great lengths to pack it for her, and also because she was in a good mood, she didn't refuse and took the things from him. Thanks. After thanking him, she picked up the rather heavy food in her hand and immediately asked him, would you like to eat some with me? I can't eat this much by myself. Li Shuo was reluctant to waste it. After all, it was bought with his sister Li Shu's money. Okay, give me that stuff. Some of it tastes better if you heat it up in the microwave. Bai Chenying felt embarrassed to let the wounded soldier heat up her food, so she took the food to the kitchen herself. I'll just go heat up. Li Shuo's arm was indeed a little sore, so he didn't insist. After all, it was just putting things in the microwave. Li Shuo bought several kinds of things today, including a box of the very popular Shaching stinky tofu. He originally thought Bai Chenying might not like eating this smelly food, but he didn't expect that the first thing this girl chose when she started eating was stinky tofu. After taking only one bite, Bai Chenying frowned slightly and asked Li Shuo in surprise, why isn't there any vinegar in this? Stinky tofu without vinegar has no soul. Li Shuo was a little surprised. Oh, I didn't let the boss have it. Do you get jealous easily? Just as Bai Chenying was about to answer, she saw the teeth marks on Li Shua's arm and, as a reflex, immediately shook her head. She doesn't like being jealous. Li Shua was a little puzzled. Do you want some vinegar? If so, I'll go to the kitchen and get it for you. As for the vinegar, yes. So you like being jealous, Li Shua said casually, then got up and went to the kitchen to get some vinegar. Bai Chenying. The next morning, Bai Chenying got up and went out for a run. I had a late-night snack last night, so I need to exercise more today to maintain my figure. Bai Chenying has always been very strict about managing her figure. Yesterday was an exception. Li Shua got up very early as usual. Aside from the teeth marks on his arm that hadn't faded yet, he had completely forgotten about the unpleasantness between the young couple yesterday. Even after preparing breakfast for the couple, he deliberately placed a bottle of vinegar next to Bai Chenying's sauerkraut noodle bowl. Since she likes to eat it, I'll just put a bottle in there for her from now on. Soon, Bai Chenying returned home after her run and saw that breakfast had already been prepared on the table, so she went to the dining room. At the dining table, besides a bowl of steaming hot sauerkraut noodles, there was also an extra bottle of vinegar at her table. Li Shua had just brought out his bowl of pickled cabbage noodles when he saw Bai Chenying. He greeted her. Have breakfast first. We're having noodles today. You like vinegar, so I put an extra bottle next to you. Add as much as you want. Bai Chenying. Li Shua spoke very seriously, but she still felt guilty listening to him. I even wanted to refute it, but I was powerless to do so. Even the obvious teeth marks on Li Shua's arm. Or perhaps she genuinely likes noodles with vinegar. Instead, it was the Yuanzi, whose little feet were lying on the table, who was looking at the unique black bottle next to her mother's noodle bowl, her round face clearly showing dissatisfaction. How awful. Why did the two-legged creature prepare a toy for Mom that looks like it could easily be pushed over the table and fall, but not for her? Under the Yuanzi's mournful gaze, the young couple finished their breakfast together. Li Shua discovered that Bai Chenying was genuinely prone to jealousy. It was just a bowl of noodles, but I added about half a bottle of vinegar. This girl is really not afraid of sourness. It's a little past 8 o'clock. Li Shua was organizing the refrigerator in the kitchen, removing expired or spoiled vegetables so that Bai Chenying could take the trash downstairs later. Bai Chenying had finished tidying up and came to the living room. She saw that Li Shua's phone, which was on the coffee table, was vibrating. She picked it up and saw that it was a call from an unknown number. She immediately took her phone to the kitchen. Li Shua, phone call. Li Shua had just finished cleaning and was washing his hands when Bai Chenying handed him the phone. He quickly dried his hands on the towel and took the phone. Seeing the phone number, I was a little puzzled. Why would an unknown number call him, especially one from Haicheng? If Bai Chenying weren't around, Li Shua, a socially awkward person, would definitely hang up immediately on this unfamiliar number. Since they've already brought it to him, it doesn't seem right to just smother it in front of him. Li Shua could only answer the phone, thinking that if it was just a sales call, he would hang up immediately. The call connected, and a strong, elderly woman's voice came through. Hello? Xiao Shuo? This is your grandma. I'll be arriving in Luqing this afternoon. I just called your mom and heard from your mom that you're married now. Where are you staying? I'll come see you as soon as I arrive. Chapter 32. Pitiful, yet adorable. Li Shua was surprised. He never expected that his grandmother, who had never contacted him as her grandson for more than 10 years, would take the initiative to call him today. I'd like to take the initiative to visit him. After handing the phone to Li Shua, Bai Chenying turned and walked out of the kitchen. Li Shua glanced at her retreating figure and then replied to the person on the phone. It's not convenient for me here. You should go back to my dad's place first. He and Bai Chenying are getting a divorce, and he won't take a single penny of her property after the divorce. He and his father wouldn't take advantage of others, but Fang Lanying and this grandmother he didn't know well might be different. Who knows? When they get divorced, he might demand half of Bai Chenying's assets and come to Bai Chenying to cause trouble. He currently has no intention of letting the Li family know his specific address here. Okay, Grandma understands. I'll go see your dad then. The other person agreed quite readily, seemingly not caring much about where they would meet Li Shua. She was very determined to see Li Shua. Before hanging up the phone, she solemnly told Li Shua, Xiao Shuo, you must come. Grandma hasn't seen you for many years. There wasn't much longing in his tone. It was more like the commanding air of an elder. Li Shua felt somewhat unhappy and didn't really want to go, but since the other party was his grandmother, and his father Li Shuejuan might get scolded if he went, he agreed. Okay, I'll go over tonight. He has to write during the day and doesn't have much time to spend with them. He goes back to meet them briefly in the evening to avoid giving them any reason to nag about his father. After finishing the call, Li Shua realized that Bai Chenying hadn't left. She had gone back to the kitchen and was quietly watching him. Only after seeing him put his phone down did I take the initiative to ask him, "Who wants to come to our house?" Just now, when Li Shuo said that it was inconvenient for him to go to his father's place, I roughly deduced that a relative was coming to visit, and that he also knew that Li Shuo was married, so they must be a close relative. Li Shuo didn't seem very happy either, so the other party wasn't a good relative. Li Shuo put his phone in his pocket. "Yeah, my grandma and the others came over. They said they wanted to come and see us." In fact, the other party didn't mention his granddaughter-in-law at all, which clearly shows that they didn't respect his wife. I wouldn't call his cell phone unless I needed to contact him for something. "Since it's your grandma coming over, I'll leave work early tonight and go to your house with you," Bai Chenying said. She is now Li Shuo's wife. Whether the elders want to see her or not is irrelevant. However, it would be disrespectful for her not to go with them after they have come all this way. Bai Chenying's upbringing has taught her how to behave. Li Shuo was surprised that she would take the initiative to suggest going with him. Worried that Bai Chenying might not be able to manage her work schedule, he asked her, "Won't leaving get off work early affect your work?" He didn't know exactly what Bai Chenying's job was, but he sensed that she was very busy and didn't want to hold her back. Of course, he also hoped that Bai Chenying could go with him. Even if the other party didn't value this granddaughter-in-law, at least once they were there would be no reason to criticize his father for finding such an insensible daughter-in-law. "Don't worry about that. I can arrange it." Bai Chenying is always focused and serious when working. She almost never makes mistakes while filming, and the finished product and duration of her scenes are several times longer than those of other celebrities. Even if she finishes early today, her efficiency will still far surpass that of other top-tier actors of the same level, so there shouldn't be any problem. Upon hearing this, Li Shuo sincerely expressed his gratitude to the other party. "Thank you." When Bai Chenying saw the smile on Li Shuo's face, the corners of her lips lifted almost imperceptibly, but as if she was afraid that Li Shuo would notice that she was smiling, she quickly straightened her face. "Don't mention it. You'll be meeting my parents again sometime. I'm so eager to meet your parents and be a sensible wife for you. Also that you'll cooperate with me like this in the future." Bai Chenying was afraid that Li Shuo would overthink things, so she took the initiative to cover it up to explain. Li Shuo had just felt a little heartwarming, but these cold words made him feel quite uncomfortable. But then I thought about it again, and it's true. The two of them are married, but they don't have any feelings for each other. Do you really expect the girl to kindly put aside her work and accompany him to meet his parents? Speaking of meeting the parents, Li Shuo remembered that he hadn't met Bai Chenying's parents yet, so he took the initiative to ask, "By the way, Chenying, when will your parents have time? Look, our marriage is almost halfway over, and we're going to get a divorce in about 10 days. Bai Chenying's words to distance herself from the situation were smooth, but now that Li Shuo was going along with her and bringing up the word divorce again, she found it grating. She pursed her lips, then suddenly looked up and stared directly at Li Shuo. "Do you really want a divorce? You bring it up so many times a day." As she finished speaking, her pretty face tightened. Li Shuo was taken aback, not expecting Bai Chenying to suddenly ask this question. He felt a little uneasy under the other person's gaze and didn't know what kind of answer they wanted to hear, so he thought for a moment and said, "I didn't." Although Bai Chenying is usually like a walking glacier, when he needs her help, like today when he went to see his grandmother, she can offer to accompany him without him even having to ask, which is truly admirable. Li Shuo felt his answer wasn't clear enough, so he added, "I'm just afraid that when we get divorced, I won't have met your parents yet." Bai Chenying's expression softened when Li Shuo denied it. "If you're not in a hurry, you can wait. Wait until my parents meet you, then we can talk about divorce. It doesn't have to be a month before we get divorced. 2 months, 3 months, or even longer is fine." The suggestion to extend the marriage made the proud woman a little embarrassed. She subconsciously lowered her voice, and her cheeks flushed slightly. The girl lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her oval face, flushed with a slight blush, possessed a breathtaking beauty. Li Shuo stared blankly for a moment until Bai Chenying felt uncomfortable under his gaze and glared at him with her beautiful eyes, which brought him back to his senses. Cough. Li Shuo coughed tactically. "Well, I have no objection to that either." He had already gotten to know Bai Chenying well, so it wouldn't hurt to continue living together a little longer. It would also give him a chance to repay Bai Chenying's favor. Then it's settled. Bai Chenying's mood brightened, and she glanced at the time. "I have to go out." I was just about to leave, but Li Shuo was on the phone talking to him, which took up a lot of time. "Now I have to go out right away." Li Shuo responded, and was about to tell her to drive carefully when he saw the trash in the kitchen and immediately called out to her, "Wait. What's wrong?" Li Shuo picked up the trash and walked up to her. You're going downstairs. Could you please help me throw this away? Miss Bai had actually only done the task of throwing out the trash a few times. Before Li Shuo moved in, her family always hired a part-time housekeeper to clean their house every day and take away the trash. Li Shuo handed her the trash bag. She looked a little confused, hesitated for a moment, and then reached out to take it. Okay. Be careful on the road. Bai Chenying carried a bag of trash out the door, but once she got into the elevator, she realized that she had always gone straight to the parking lot, where there were no trash cans. Picking up the trash bag her husband had given her, she pursed her lips and finally pressed the button for the first floor of the elevator. He's already assigned her tasks, so why bring them back? There's only one fixed spot for the community's trash cans, and walking there and back would take too much time. She'll probably be late today. Bai Chenying is almost never late, but she might have to make an exception today because of the small task her husband assigned her. Li Shuo returned to his room and only then remembered this matter. Bai Chenying has a car, but she goes out differently from him. She goes straight to the parking lot. As if possessed, Li Shuo immediately ran to the bay window and went downstairs to look. I saw his wife carrying a bag of trash to the designated trash can downstairs. She threw the trash in and then hurriedly turned and ran back, probably rushing to take the elevator to the parking garage to go to work. They look rather pitiful, yet strangely adorable. It's rare to see her so anxious. However, the fact that Bai Chenying Group has grown to such a large size suggests that it must have very high standards for its employees. If she's late today, will she lose her full attendance bonus or her bonus? Although it's a small glacier, it's ultimately just a job for ordinary workers. Li Shuo suddenly felt a little guilty. I should have gone downstairs to throw out the trash. Chapter 33. Hurry up and fly over to see your daughter and son-in-law. Li Shuo naturally had no idea that the entertainment company under the Bai Chenying Group was opened by his brother-in-law specifically for his sister, Bai Chenying. Bai Chenying is a very busy man, managing several subsidiaries of the Bai Chenying Group, and rarely comes to this company in Luqing in person. Now his sister Bai Chenying is the boss of this company. Even if she is late every day, no one in the company dares to say a word. On the contrary, Bai Chenying never sought special treatment and was never late for work. Even though I was delayed quite a bit today, I still rushed to the company. I never expected that when I arrived at the company, the building would be filled with pink balloons and a striking poster would be strung between two drones. It read, "Mugu, I love you. Marry me and be my wife." Yi Xian stood next to a row of sports cars by the roadside, the cars filled with bright red roses. Upon seeing Bai Chenying appear at the company, he immediately pulled out his gold-plated megaphone. From north to south, "Mugu is the most beautiful. Mugu, I'm here again. Today I brought you 9,999 red roses and 9,999 pink balloons. Will you accept my confession today?" Bai Chenying. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Xian's sports car door was open and he could run away at any moment, she would have rushed over and smashed him into a pancake. Huawan was standing on the first floor of the company watching the commotion when she saw Bai Chenying and immediately ran out. Ningning, he turned the entrance to our company into a love-themed plaza. Bai Chenying's face darkened. She didn't even glance at the confession scene that the eldest young master of the Yi family had arranged for her. She just said coldly, "Tell the bodyguards to shoot down these balloons and kick that guy out. If you can't do that, you don't need to come to work tomorrow." After explaining things to Huawan, Bai Chenying went into the company and took out her phone to call her mother. "Oh, sweetie, you finally have time to call your mom? Mom, you'd better call this guy surnamed Yi back right now, or don't come looking for me if he gets crippled." There was a moment of silence on the other end, then a sob started, as if she was crying very sadly. "Ningning, Mom didn't want this either, but the only son of the Li family is coming back. You know you two are engaged, and your dad doesn't get along with the eldest son of the Li family, so how could we possibly marry you off? Anyway, you have no feelings for the only son. This Xian is nice, he has a lively personality. Get to know him better, maybe you'll like his type. Hua Ningning, it's really not that Mommy forced you, so please don't blame Mommy." Bai Chenying's face remained expressionless as she said, "Mom, you don't need to act anymore, and you don't need to worry about marrying me off." The person on the other end immediately stopped, overjoyed. Baby, you agree? You agree to marry Xiaoxian? I knew it. This kid is clever and mischievous. He definitely. No, I'm not marrying him. I'm already married, Bai Chenying said directly. A scream came from the other end of the phone, followed by a moment of silence, before an incredulous question came. What? You're getting married? You're lying to Mom, right? If you don't believe me, you can fly over to Xiamen and take a look. Bai Chenying just wants her mother to get rid of Yi Xian as soon as possible. His daily visits are affecting her mood, and she doesn't want Li Shuo to see him and misunderstand her. I definitely don't believe it. You brat, you can't even get married without a boyfriend. You might as well tell me you have a girlfriend. That would be more believable. Although that's what Bai's mother said, she was still a little flustered. She was really afraid that her precious daughter would just marry any man to avoid their pressure to get married. She continued, never mind. I'm planning to go to Luqing in the next few days anyway. I'll settle in and come see you in a couple of days. Bai Chenying immediately corrected. It's about me and your son-in-law. He was asking me yesterday when I could meet my parents-in-law. Mother Bai Chenying was busy going to work, so after informing her mother, she ended the call. On the phone, Bai's mother repeatedly said she didn't believe it. Not long after the call ended, Yi Xian, who was waiting outside her company, received a call a few minutes later. He immediately drove away with his men, suspending his plan to pursue his wife that day. Bai Chenying was also surprised. After all, if she really got married, and the Bai family still agreed to let the eldest son of the Yi family come and pursue her, wouldn't that be like playing a joke on the Yi family? So Yi Xian probably won't show up again until her mother comes to confirm her marriage, giving her some peace and quiet. Huawan thought Bai Chenying would be in a bad mood today. After all, she caught her husband on a date with another woman yesterday, and she left work with a dark expression on her face. This morning I was harassed again by a blind date arranged by my parents. To her surprise, Bai Chenying seemed to be in a very good mood today. Even her condition on set was better than last night. Huawan still remembers that the last scene last night was supposed to be a sweet interaction between the male and female leads, but unexpectedly Bai Chenying couldn't get into character. She kept a straight face and was so cold that she almost froze the entire crew into ice sculptures. It was a little after 4 p.m. After filming the last scene of the day, Huawan spent the whole day preparing herself mentally. When Bai Chenying came out of the nanny van after changing her clothes, before she could even ask about her and Li Shuo the night before, Bai Chenying grabbed her car keys and was about to leave. Hey, Ningning, where are you going? Bai Chenying said during the day that she wanted to finish work early today, but I haven't told her what she's going to do after work. Grandma Li Shuo is back. I have to go to his house today, Bai Chenying answered truthfully. Huawan looked surprised. Huh? So Li Shuo already made up with you last night? Bai Chenying's pretty face flushed slightly. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not angry. Why is he trying to coax me? Before Huawan could gossip any further, he got into the car, said, I'm leaving, and sped away, leaving his bewildered best friend in the wind. What? She was clearly appeased. Although Bai Chenying stubbornly denied it yesterday, Huawan was so jealous that she was shivering all night and had no idea that Bai Chenying was angry. She was actually in a good mood today and even finished work early to accompany Li Shuo to meet his parents, which she really couldn't understand. What method did Li Shuo use to so quickly appease this jealous girl? Huawan was completely baffled. Before Bai Chenying even arrived at her apartment building, she called Li Shuo in advance. Upon receiving the call, Li Shuo immediately went downstairs, walked out of the residential area, and got into Bai Chenying's car. I don't know what your grandma likes, so is it okay if I just bought some fruit this time? As soon as the car started, Bai Chenying asked Li Shuo a question. If Bai Chenying didn't know about Li Shuo's family situation, she would have undoubtedly brought a large gold bracelet when she visited the old man. Knowing that the grandmother was not nice to Li Shuo, she thought that buying some fruit would be enough. This time, Li Shuo's thoughts were aligned with his wife's. Sure, since you've already met my parents, this trip is just a formality. We can just buy some fruit. On the way to Li Shuo's house today, the two of them chatted for a bit every now and then. Time seems to be passing much faster than before. They soon arrived at the entrance of Li Shuo's residential compound. Just like last time, they parked the car on the side of the road and got out one after the other. Li Shuo took the initiative to carry the fruit and let Bai Chenying walk on his left. This is an old neighborhood with very complicated traffic. With Bai Chenying by his side, he subconsciously considered her safety. Bai Chenying noticed this subtle movement, and the corners of her mouth curved up, but she quickly suppressed her smile when Li Shuo's gaze shifted to her. Just then, she saw a Porsche parked on the side of the road with a license plate marked High XX, and asked Li Shuo, "Didn't you say your grandma and the others came from Haicheng? This isn't their car, is it?" Bai Chenying knew that this car cost at least 2 million. If that was true, then Uncle Li Shuo's family was indeed not poor. Li Shuo glanced around the Porsche, and indeed it was the first time he had seen this car parked at the entrance of the residential area. He said, "I think so. They should be here by now. Didn't your mom say that your grandma's family didn't want to contact you? The fact that they came to find you this time might not be good news. Bai Chenying warned Li Shuo first. She sensed that Li Shuo's relatives were not good people, and she was afraid he would suffer. Yes, I know. Li Shuo glanced at the girl beside him, feeling a little moved. Knowing full well that his relatives were no good, she still went along with him. Even a real wife might not be able to do what she did. Actually, this little glacier is really quite nice. At least when her husband is busy, she really goes to help. As the couple entered the residential compound, the old lady called Li Shuo's phone. Hey, Li Shuo, why aren't you here yet? Aren't you in Lucheng? You knew we were coming. So why didn't you come and wait for us? You're such a rascal. We've arrived. My wife and I are already inside the community. We'll be right in. Okay, then hurry up and come up. Wu Zuixiang ignored the wife Li Shuo mentioned and urged him on. She didn't even care about the girl that Li Shuo could marry and completely ignored this granddaughter-in-law. Chapter 34. These people want her husband's kidney. The couple went upstairs, rang the doorbell a few times, and Fang Lanying came over to open the door. You've arrived. She spoke in a lukewarm tone and led the two into the house. But it was clear that she was in a bad mood today. Li Shuojuan hadn't finished get off work yet, so Li Shuo and Bai Chenying went to the living room and immediately met the two elderly people and the middle-aged woman sitting on the sofa. When the two elderly people saw Li Shuo, their expressions were not very good. They didn't even look at Li Shuo and his wife directly, clearly displeased that the two had arrived so late. They were also unhappy that they had come all this way, and even though they had told their daughter-in-law Fang Lanying in advance, they hadn't even prepared a meal for them, leaving the whole family to go hungry. The two elders were extremely displeased with the trip to the Li family. On the contrary, Wan Finlan, who was dressed smartly and took very good care of herself, took the initiative to stand up and greet Li Shuo and Bai Chenying. Xiao Shuo, Ning, you're here. Come and sit down. When Wan Finlan's gaze fell on Bai Chenying, a look of amazement flashed in his eyes. She had just briefly inquired about Li Shuo's wife's information and name from Fang Lanying, and assumed she was an ordinary girl, perhaps even with some kind of defect. I never expected that Li Shuo's wife would be so beautiful. Not only her face, but also the aura she exudes is no less than that of their daughters who have been raised in luxury since childhood. Based on her looks and temperament alone, she would be more than a match for either of her two sons. It's just a pity that her family background, education, and other aspects were not good enough for her two sons. After all, if she really had good other qualities, she definitely wouldn't have married someone like Li Shuo. Even so, Wan Finlan still felt a little uncomfortable seeing that Li Shuo had married such a beautiful wife. Bai Chenying simply followed beside Li Shuo, nodding faintly to Wan Finlan, appearing somewhat aloof. She didn't want to play the innocent little rabbit in front of this group of people today. Fang Lanying is not to be liked. The other three also seem to have ill intentions. They're definitely trying to bribe Li Shuo. There's no need to give them a friendly look. Everyone sat down. Because of the large gold bracelet on her wrist, Fang Lanying offered to pour Bai Chenying and Li Shuo a cup of tea. Wu Zuixiang and Li Guofu, who hadn't had a drop of water for several hours since entering the room, were practically bulging their eyes out. Fang Lanying pretended not to see it. Several people came over and told her that their youngest son, Li Cheng, was dying, so they came to gnaw on Li Shuo's kidneys. She was so angry at the shamelessness of the Li family that she laughed. The whole family was rich and powerful, but they never cared about Li Shuo and Li Shuojuan, leaving them to live a hard life in Lucheng without ever helping them out. Oh, now that we're short of kidneys, we finally remembered we have this son and grandson. Not to mention Li Shuojuan. Even Fang Lanying is going to get rich from the Li family. From the moment Wan Finlan arrived at her sister-in-law's house, she had been treated coldly and given the cold shoulder. However, she was someone who had seen a lot in life, so she didn't argue with Fang Lanying, a village woman. After a few words of casual conversation, she brought up Li Chengsai's illness. She finally looked at Li Shuo directly and said, Shuo, actually, your aunt and grandma came here this time not only because we haven't seen you and your dad for so long, but also because your uncle is sick and we encountered some difficulties, so we took the liberty of coming to bother you. Li Shuo was slightly surprised and asked, how can our family help you? Li Chengsai's family is now very wealthy in Haicheng. Even if he gets seriously ill, it's not his place to borrow money from his father, right? The car they drove must have cost at least 2 million. If they were really broke, they wouldn't be driving such a nice car. At this point, the old lady, who was very unhappy, finally spoke up. Your uncle is seriously ill and it will cost a lot of money. We can't count on your family for that. We will pay for it ourselves. Since we can't pay, and you are your uncle's nephew, you can donate a kidney. Li Shuo. Bai Chenying's beautiful eyes widened. She knew that Li Shua's grandparents were not good people, but she didn't expect that their first request would be for Li Shua's kidney. Grandpa Li, who had remained silent until now, also spoke out for his son's kidney. Your grandma is right. Your grandma and I took care of you when you were little, and your dad didn't have much money back then. We two old folks never asked him for any money. Now that your uncle is in trouble, it's only right that you donate a kidney. Close relatives should take care of and help each other. Upon hearing the two elderly people's words, Bai Chenying's face instantly tightened, and her usual aloof aura emanated from her, making the temperature in the entire room seem to drop by several degrees. These people want her husband's kidney. Wan Finland sensed something was wrong and immediately pulled out several thick stacks of cash from her Chanel bag, pushed them in front of Bai Chenying, and said, Ning Ning, here is 30,000 yuan. This is for Shuo's nutrition expenses. After he donates his kidney to his uncle, we will help take care of his living expenses. This will also ease the pressure on you. Wan Finland originally only planned to give 10,000 yuan, but seeing that Li Shua's wife's expression was not good and she didn't seem as easy to bully as he had imagined, he simply gave her an extra 20,000 yuan and made another promise. As for what happens after the kidney donation, the Li family would never allow Li Shuo to have the opportunity to rely on them for life. Li Shuo was originally unable to take care of himself. It wouldn't matter if he lost one kidney or had one more. His family couldn't possibly be a sucker and support him for the rest of his life. The old lady and the old man felt a pang of heartache as they watched their daughter-in-law push out the money. However, looking at Li Shua's wife's cold face, he didn't dare to utter a word. The two elderly people have a wealth of life experience. Don't be fooled by Li Shua's wife's seemingly gentle and quiet demeanor. When she gets angry, probably no one can control her. Bai Chenying didn't even glance at the money on the table. She merely gave the Li family of three a cold look and said to Wan Finland, Aunt Li, if you want Li Shuo to donate a kidney, shouldn't you at least ask for his opinion with sincerity? What are you giving me money for? Bai Chenying's attitude wasn't exactly rude. In fact, it could be described as extremely well-mannered. Yet, it made the entire Li family feel that she was not to be trifled with, and that she was fiercely protective of her own, especially Li Shuo. Wan Finland hadn't expected his wife to be so difficult to deal with. His face turned a little awkward, and he forced a smile as he looked at Li Shuo. Xiao Shuo, you really found a good wife. I thought she was the one in charge in your family. So, what do you say about donating a kidney? Wan Finland really didn't take Li Shuo seriously just now. Now, however, he had no choice but to force a smile and continue to seek Li Shuo's opinion. There was nothing he could do. His cold-hearted wife was always on his side. Li Shuo was drinking tea with his head down when he heard this. He looked up at Wan Finland and replied, Aunt, Uncle isn't my father. What does his life or death have to do with me? Chapter 35 The glacier is warm today. Even Li Shuo, who is socially awkward, was amused by the original owner's relatives. For more than 10 years, Li Shuejuan has been struggling to support his family on his own, without ever asking a single question. Now that uncle is sick and needs a kidney donation, the whole family finally remembered him and rushed over to ask him to donate a kidney. Li Chengkai has 2 sons and a daughter. Aren't several kidneys enough? People are eyeing his kidneys. What a pipe dream. Saying they'll take care of him in the future is foolish enough to take out a kidney and give it to them. Given the Li family's nature, they might just turn their backs on them. How could Li Shuo possibly feed kidneys to these heartless bastards? Li Shuo's casual remark infuriated Li Guofu and his wife, as well as Wan Finland, causing their faces to turn red and then pale. Listen to this. Is this even human language? Li Chengkai is Li Shuo's uncle. What an ingrate. Wu Zuixiang, with her fiery temper, was the first to slam her hand on the table. You brat, you're just as heartless as your father. The guy lying in the hospital right now is your uncle. Li Guofu was so angry that his blood pressure soared. Oh my, you brat. I wasted my time raising you when you were a kid. I wasted a whole year of your life. Seeing the 2 elderly people so upset by Li Shuo and his wife, Feng Leining almost burst out laughing. She quietly refilled the couple's tea. Shit. Wan Finland's expression wasn't good either, but she was still patient and played the sympathy card with Li Shuo. Xiao Shuo, if you don't consider how your grandparents took care of you back then, think about your uncle too. He's your dad's brother after all. If he dies, your dad will be heartbroken. If I donate a kidney, my dad will definitely be even more heartbroken, Li Shuo replied noncommittally. If Li Shuejuan really agreed, there would be no need for the group to make such a big fuss to come looking for him. Wan Finland. Li Guofu was so angry that he blew on his beard and was about to start reminiscing about taking care of Li Shuo when he was a child. A bank card was pushed onto the coffee table in front of him. Grandpa, there is 100,000 in here. The password is 6 zeros. Consider it as your child support and hard work for raising Li Shuo for a year. Don't try to use the fact that you raised him for a year to blackmail our Li Shuo. I still remember that you two locked him in a cage for a year. Bai Chenying said coldly. With this 100,000 yuan, she not only silenced old Master Li, but also prevented him from morally blackmailing Li Shuo. This also lets Wan Finland know that Bai Chenying is not short of money and would not give away her husband's kidney for a few tens of thousands of yuan. When Bai Chenying took out this bank card, the effect was immediate. The three members of the Li family immediately shut their mouths, which they had just opened. What should they say now? They said 100,000 yuan wasn't enough to repay the debt of supporting Li Shuo for a year? How could that be? In fact, they had spent less than 200 yuan on Li Shuo in a year. With this 100,000 yuan investment, Li Guofu and his wife had no reason to cause any more trouble. Wan Finland's expression was even more embarrassed. She originally thought that spending 30,000 yuan to buy one of Li Shuo's kidneys was very generous. Li Shuo's wife just gave him 100,000 yuan, treating it as a year's worth of upbringing expenses for Li Shuo when he was a child. If this ratio holds true, she'd probably be willing to pay over 1 million for one of Li Shuo's kidneys. Wan Finland can't tell whether Bai Chenying, a working-class woman, would take out all her savings to slap her in the face. Anyway, her face was indeed burning from the beating, and she could see the attitude of Li Shuo's family. Li Shuo and his wife, along with his father and even Fong Lanying, disagreed with donating this kidney. Li Shuo was also stunned by his wife's move. Looking at Xiao Bingchuan beside him, he felt a warm feeling in his heart. This was the first time he hadn't felt cold looking at her icy face. Just as the atmosphere in the room was tense, Li Shuejuan returned home from get-off work. Upon entering, they saw Li Guofu and his wife, along with Wan Finland, walking into the house with dark expressions. What are you doing here? When Wu Zuexiang saw her honest and unassuming son enter the door, she seemed to have finally found an outlet for her anger and immediately stood up and scolded him. What are you doing here? Coming to see your ungrateful family. I've wasted all the time raising you. Li Guofu finally regained his confidence and stood up. Li Shuejuan, this is the son you raised. You two have really disappointed us. Li Shuejuan has never dared to disobey his wife since he was a child, and he has always been submissive. Now that the old couple has been wronged by their daughter-in-law, grandson and granddaughter-in-law, they naturally want to take it out on Li Shuejuan and regain their face. The two of them never expected that this time they had completely crossed Li Shuejuan's bottom line. Even when faced with his aggressive parents, Li Shuejuan did not back down. He walked directly up to them, his face flushed, and said, I told you, I can't agree to Xiaoshua donating a kidney. No matter what you say about me being unfilial, it's useless. Perhaps it was because he was too angry, or perhaps it was the first time he had ever disobeyed his parents like this, but Li Shuejuan's body was trembling. He is heartbroken now. For more than 10 or 20 years, they never asked him about his son or his grandson. Now that they need Li Shuo's kidney, the whole family rushed to his door to pressure him and Li Shuo. Perhaps the rumors circulating in the village are true. He really was picked up by Li Guofu and his wife. Li Shuejuan's tough attitude left Li Guofu and his wife at a loss, both stunned. Wan Finland was the first to stand up and ease the tension. All right, we're all family. Since Shuejuan and Li Shuo are unwilling, we won't force them. After Wan Finland finished speaking, he put the tens of thousands of yuan in cash on the table back into his bag, gave Li Shuo's family a fairly generous smile, and immediately said goodbye to the two elderly people and left. Li Guofu and his wife were indeed startled by Li Shuejuan today. They only came downstairs cursing after leaving the house. Wu Zuexiang stood downstairs in the residential area and cursed for about 10 minutes, berating her eldest son and grandson for being so insensible and failing to help their uncle in his time of need before leaving. She wasn't saying this to Li Shuejuan's family, of course. She was saying it to the neighbors in the community, so that others would gossip about Li Shuejuan's family behind their backs. As soon as Li Guofu and his wife left, Li Shuejuan seemed to have been hollowed out and sat on the sofa in silence for a long time. Only after the shouting and cursing outside stopped did he look up at Fong Lanying. Why didn't you tell me they were coming? Fong Lanying brought him a cup of tea. Did I tell you they wouldn't come? They might even prevent you from going to work and lose your perfect attendance bonus for the month. Li Shuejuan had no time to argue with Fong Lanying anymore. So he turned to Bai Chenying and said apologetically, Ningning, I'm so sorry. I've made you laugh at our family again. Where are you laughing at us? Aren't we all of one mind? Didn't we ask Li Shuo to donate a kidney to his uncle? Bai Chenying changed her icy demeanor in front of her father-in-law, leaving Fong Lanying, who was standing to the side, stunned. It was only today that she realized that Li Shuo's wife was not as simple as she had previously imagined. Li Shuo's lips curled up slightly as he reached out and picked up the bank card from the table, handing it to Bai Chenying. He wanted to thank Bai Chenying, but he felt it would make them seem too distant in front of his father, so he boldly looked her in the eye and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Bai Chenying understood immediately and was even a little unaccustomed to Li Shuo's sincere gaze. She took the bank card with her delicate hand and put it back in her pocket, her pretty face slightly flushed. By the way, I ordered takeout. It's almost here. You go get it. When she came over earlier and saw that Fong Lanying hadn't cooked, she overheard the Li family talking about it and casually asked the manager of the Bai family hotel to prepare some food for her and send it over via WeChat. Li Shuo was a little surprised, and only after saying, did he realize what he meant. Okay, I'll go get it right away. I saw Bai Chenying playing on her phone for a while, and I didn't expect that she had quietly ordered takeout. Li Shuejuan had just noticed that the atmosphere between his son and daughter-in-law was a little awkward, and he was very pleased. Seeing his son get up by himself, he immediately said to his son, "Your mother and I will go get it. You stay at home with Ningning." He was a little embarrassed, since his daughter-in-law and son had come all this way, and his daughter-in-law had to order takeout. It's really unfair to his daughter-in-law to come to his house for takeout. At the same time, at the entrance of the residential compound, several men carrying expensive insulated food containers got out of a high-end business bin bearing the logo of the Dill Hotel, as if they were waiting for someone. As Li Guofu and his group walked out of the residential area, Wu Zuixiang immediately noticed the business vehicle from the Dill Hotel and whispered, "Isn't this the car from that chain hotel under the Baisha Group? What are they doing?" Wu Zuixiang didn't know much about these five-star hotels, but she did know about Di Lu, since her beloved grandson worked for the Baisha Group. This hotel belongs to the Baisha Group. His grandson even said that the company provides some kind of benefits, and that we can enjoy special treatment when we eat at this hotel in the future. Juan Finland led the two elderly people into the car, glanced at the van, and said, "It must be someone ordering food delivery. I didn't expect that someone in this neighborhood could afford to order food from the Dill Hotel. Only VIP guests are eligible to order food delivered to their restaurant. Even then, reservations need to be made several days in advance, and sometimes it's not even possible to secure a reservation." Juan Finland never expected that a hidden tycoon would live in this old and dilapidated neighborhood. Chapter 36. Is she drunk? Not long after Li Guofu and his group drove away, among the group of people waiting at the entrance of the residential area, one of the young men, who looked capable and shrewd, glanced at the message on his phone, immediately put the phone back in his pocket, told the people next to him to put the insulated box next to the green belt, and told them to get in the car and drive away quickly. After the business vehicle from the Dill Hotel drove away, the man took out a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Miss is so low-key. She ordered food from her own hotel and was worried about being too high profile. Sun Yunxing muttered something to himself, put the handkerchief back in his pocket, and resumed his usual capable demeanor, standing ramrod straight, waiting for the young lady to come and get the food. He was one of the few people in Luqing who knew Bai Chenying's true identity, and was an important core member of the Dill Hotel under the Baisha Group. Normally, he wouldn't need to come personally to order food for VIPs, but when the young lady orders, he has to deliver it to her door in person. I just don't quite understand why the young lady would have a meal with people in such a dilapidated neighborhood. It's probably a reward for his employees. Sun Yunxing thought so. When Bai Chenying came out to pick up the food, she naturally felt embarrassed to ask Li Shuejuan, who had been busy all day, to come out and get it. After going downstairs with Li Shuo, he sent a text message to Sun Yunxing, and the two walked together toward the entrance of the residential area. Li Shuo was thinking about what Bai Chenying had done for him today, so he slowed down and called out when he was almost at the gate of the residential area, "Chenying." Bai Chenying put her hands behind her back and looked back at him. The warm yellow light shone on her, making her look exceptionally beautiful and charming. Li Shuo's heart skipped a beat again before he could say, "Thank you for today." Bai Chenying frowned slightly. Li Shuo's distant attitude made her feel a little uncomfortable. He stared at Li Shuo for a while, but didn't say anything. He just turned his head and said, "Why are you being so polite? I just can't stand how your grandparents bully people. Let's go, the takeout is already at the door." After saying that, he quickened his pace and walked towards the entrance of the residential area. Li Shuo noticed that Bai Chenying seemed to be in a bad mood, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. Seeing his wife walk away, he didn't have time to think about it and chased after her. Chenying, slow down, slow down. The ground in the community is uneven. Don't fall. When the two arrived at the entrance of the residential area, Li Shuo was stunned to see Sun Yunsheng, dressed in a smart suit, and several high-end insulated boxes. Is this the takeout she was talking about? It's so different from what he imagined. Sun Yunsheng was stunned to see that the young lady had brought a man with her. Fortunately, he had developed exceptional adaptability and quickly realized what was happening, taking the initiative to greet the two of them. Hello, sir, Ms. Bai. This is the meal Ms. Bai ordered using a coupon at our hotel. Would you like me to deliver it to your door? Bai Chenying glanced at Sun Yunsheng, praising his acting skills, and said, There's not much stuff, we can bring it in ourselves. As expected of someone trained by her third brother, her ability to handle situations and her acting skills are both quite good. The company leaders gave me an internal coupon. It not only gave me a discount, but also delivered it to my door. I was just worried I wouldn't have a chance to use it, and today is the perfect day to use it. Bai Chenying explained briefly to Li Shuo before going to hand over the takeout to Sun Yunsheng. Li Shuo was initially confused. Now that they heard what the two said, their doubts were dispelled. Together with Bai Chenying, they took the insulated box from Sun Yunsheng and walked back to the community. As the two figures disappeared into the residential area, Sun Yunsheng's brows furrowed into a deep frown. Who is this man? Not only did the young lady not lay a hand on him when they were within a meter of each other, but she even offered him food? However, whoever it is, it certainly can't be the young lady's boyfriend or partner. As far as he knew, his daughter had no interest in men. Today, we might just be visiting and offering our condolences to employees in the company who are experiencing difficulties at home. This reason is more reasonable. Sun Yunsheng thought so. Li Shuo and Bai Chenying brought the takeout home. When the food was laid out, the abundance and high quality of the takeout left Fang Lanying and Li Shuojuan stunned. Garlic baby lobster, kung pao shrimp balls, braised beef with radish, stir-fried crab with ginger and scallions, stir-fried okra with bacon. The dishes on the table were even more lavish than those for Li Shuo's family during the Chinese New Year. Seeing the expressions on the two elderly people's faces, Bai Chenying explained in time that the company had given out vouchers, and there wasn't much money on the table. If it were any other company, Li Shuojuan and his wife wouldn't believe it, but Bai Shi Group's explanation makes perfect sense. These large companies not only frequently issue shopping cards and vouchers, but also provide employees with gyms and beauty salons. The treatment they receive is beyond the imagination of ordinary people like them. This is also why Fang Lanying has always focused on cultivating her son Li Hao, hoping that one day Li Hao can prove himself. If he can get into a big company like Bai Shi Group, she will be proud of him no matter where she goes, whether in her hometown or in her neighborhood. Bai Chenying was able to obtain a voucher for the Dill Hotel, so she must hold a certain position. Fang Lanying wanted to say a few flattering words with a smile, but seeing that Bai Chenying didn't seem to want to pay attention to her, she didn't bother to make a fool of herself. It's also very uncomfortable. How could such an outstanding girl like Bai Chenying have to marry that scoundrel Li Shuo? Li Shuojuan, on the contrary, was genuinely happy, having temporarily put the unpleasant matters of the Li family to the back of his mind. He got up and poured sweet wine into Bai Chenying's glass. Ning, this wine smells delicious, you should have some too. This wine is indeed fragrant. It's a sweet wine, a botrytized wine, specially prepared by Sun Yunsheng for Bai Chenying. This is her favorite sweet wine, and she can't help but drink some every time she goes to her own hotel. It's just sometimes I can't control myself once I start drinking. The aroma of the wine tempted her, but she was worried about losing her composure in front of Li Shuo and the elders if she drank too much, so she had to refuse. Dad, I'm not drinking anymore. I have to drive. Bai Chenying stared intently at the wine in her glass and refused to speak. Not to mention Li Shuojuan. Even Li Shuo could tell from her eyes that she really wanted to drink the wine in her glass. Li Shuojuan thought to himself that it was probably a rare occasion for his daughter-in-law to eat at the Dill Hotel, and that an ordinary person definitely couldn't afford such a meal without a coupon. He couldn't bear to let his daughter-in-law waste this opportunity, so he said to Bai Chenying, It's okay. After you drink it, you can call a designated driver. Yes, a designated driver. Anyway, his daughter-in-law is with his son, so he doesn't need to worry about any danger even if she gets drunk. It's a rare occasion for him to drink this kind of wine. Li Shuo was hesitating whether to persuade her to drink or not, but the person next to him was instantly persuaded by Li Shuojuan and readily picked up his glass. Then Dad,
Let me toast you first. Li Shuo. Okay, Dad will have a drink with you too, but just one drink is fine. I don't usually drink alcohol. Li Shuejuan said with a smile. It's not that he can't drink it, but he's reluctant to drink too much of this good stuff. He'll definitely give more to his son and daughter-in-law. Xiao Shuo, Laning, come on, let's have a drink together. At Li Shuejuan's invitation, the whole family clinked glasses in a lively atmosphere. Bai Chenying initially controlled herself, taking only a small sip, but then she drank several cups in quick succession, her face soon turning red. A bad feeling welled up in Li Shuo's heart. Is this girl really drunk tonight? Chapter 37, She teased me. Just as Li Shuo had predicted, Bai Chenying was indeed drunk today. It's also because Bai Chenying's alcohol tolerance is really too low. Everyone at the table didn't feel much after drinking, but this girl started to get dizzy. Since Li Shuo moved out, perhaps out of fear of his return, Fang Lanying has filled the room with clutter, making it uninhabitable. Unable to stay overnight at home and lacking a driver's license, he had to call a designated driver to come and help Bai Chenying downstairs. On the way back, Bai Chenying still retained some of her senses. She distanced herself from Li Shuo, sat to the side with her arms crossed, and stared at Li Shuo. She couldn't let Li Shuo take advantage of her during this opportunity. But as she looked at him, all she could see was his ridiculously handsome face. He has well-defined features, handsome face, and deep, expressive eyes. Her cheeks flushed, and her beautiful eyes misted over. After watching for a while, she clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction. Even if Bai Chenying had any dissatisfaction, in Li Shuo's eyes, her appearance was not aloof at all, but rather cute, making him want to tease her immediately. He suppressed the impulse in his heart, looked at her seriously, and asked, "What's wrong? What did he do to displease the girl?" Suddenly, he started smacking his lips. Upon hearing this, Bai Chenying suddenly moved closer to Li Shuo, tilting her head up to look at his face. She was indeed very dissatisfied. How come this man is so handsome? She was so beautiful that even though she was afraid he would take advantage of her, looking at her made her want to pounce on him. How awful. Bai Chenying's body was unsteady and swaying as if she had no bones. Li Shuo was afraid she would fall, so he subconsciously reached out to support her arm. However, he was not used to her taking the initiative to get close to him. After all, this girl was really drunk. He held her up with both hands to prevent her from falling into his arms. The girl's stunning beauty up close and her dreamy eyes made him unsure where to look. The scent of alcohol emanating from her breath made him almost drunk as well. Li Shuo felt his face getting hot. It was obvious that the girl was on guard against him just now. There's no reason to expect someone to pounce on you while you're trying to defend yourself. He maintained his last shred of rationality, and before he could control his male instincts and pull her into his arms, he tried to push her back to her seat. Little did she know that this act of resistance aroused Bai Chenying's rebellious psychology. As Li Shuo pushed the man back to his seat, she narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly and laboriously raised her delicate hand to give his cheek a hard pat. Li Shuo froze, his eyes widening as he looked at the girl opposite him. The spot where the girl's delicate fingertips had touched him began to burn, the heat spreading to his ears. What's going on here? Was he being flirted with by a girl? Li Shuo's face instantly turned red. Bai Chenying felt she had accomplished something great and proudly raised her chin. Rebellious, triumphant. Li Shuo. He looked at the smug girl on the side and really wanted to reach out and grab her. He's a man. How could he let a girl flirt with him? But considering that Bai Chenying was drunk and that he was socially awkward and wouldn't do anything outrageous for the time being, he could only admit defeat, push Bai Chenying back to her seat, and cross his arms to distance himself from her. That's really infuriating. He didn't take advantage of her while she was drunk and aroused his desire. The girl, however, turned around and touched his face. Li Shuo didn't feel like he was being taken advantage of. He just felt very uncomfortable being teased as a man. He was frustrated because she was drunk and he couldn't flirt with her back. Bai Chenying, being sensible, rebelliously teased her husband before leaning against the car door and falling asleep. As the car moved, his head slammed against the car door with a thud. Li Shuo. Finally, Bai Chenying slept with her head on Li Shuo's lap. In Xiangfu residential area, Fang Lanying had already taken a shower and gone to bed, while Li Shuejuan was still sitting by the bed, looking at the machining drawings in his hand by the light of the typhoon lamp. If it weren't for the fact that I was supporting Li Chengsai's university education back then, he would have graduated from university and would have been working in the electrical engineering field. Perhaps he started his own company during the machining boom more than 20 years ago. I recently met a classmate who said he wanted to collaborate with Engineer J to take on some orders, which would be very profitable. Unfortunately, Engineer J has very strict requirements, and many machining centers can't even produce samples. Li Shuejuan has been obsessed with this field since college, and he is even able to produce samples of these things with great confidence. If he had startup capital and could set up a processing center, he was confident he could take on these orders. His classmate revealed that if Jay could produce these things, the annual processing fee would be at least tens of millions. Li Shuejuan was really itching to get involved. Unfortunately, this processing center requires at least 500,000 to 600,000 yuan in initial investment, and he doesn't even have 500 yuan on him right now. Li Qingsai's family is wealthy. Even if they hadn't fallen out before, now that they have, it's even less likely they'll lend him money. Fang Lanying saw Li Shuejuan looking at his blueprints again and sat up impatiently. Don't get any funny ideas, just focus on driving your bus. The most important thing right now is to raise Li Hao and Li Shu, those two college students. When Li Shuejuan was about to buy this house, he almost invested in a machine processing factory. At that time, Fang Lanying naturally wouldn't allow him to take risks with the money he had saved for buying a house. She bought the house and told Li Shuejuan to focus on driving his bus. Although most of those who invested in the processing center later became wealthy, it was too late for her to regret it. Now that the market is saturated, she will not allow Li Shuejuan to have any crooked thoughts or take any risks. It is best for him to work honestly and raise his children. Li Shuejuan knew he had no right to think about these things now, so he just sighed and put the blueprints back in the drawer. Yes, he still has two college students, Li Hao and Li Shu, to support. How can he afford to take on the risks of doing business? Forget about startup capital. If they fail, no one will be able to support Li Hao and Li Shu's university education. He should just stick to driving the bus. At the hotel, Li Guofu and his family have settled down. The elderly couple remained deeply troubled by the Li family's refusal to donate a kidney today. Since settling into the hotel, Wu Zuixiang has been on a video call with Li Qingsai's family for over an hour and also scolded Li Shuo and his son for over an hour. These two ungrateful wretches are unwilling to donate a kidney to Chengkai now, and we can't just kidnap them. Are we just going to let it go like this? Wu Zuixiang said indignantly to her two grandsons and son in the video. Li Chengkai frowned, looking a little anxious. That won't do. One kidney really isn't enough for me. What if the other one has a problem someday? Mom and Dad, you should try to persuade Li Shuejuan and his son again. If that doesn't work, give them more money. Wan Finland immediately interrupted Li Chengkai. The Li family's attitude is very tough, and persuasion is useless. I think we still have to use some tougher methods. Wu Zuixiang knew her daughter-in-law was cunning, and her eyes lit up. Finland, what do you want to do? Any means are acceptable as long as Li Shuo can go to Haiqing to donate a kidney. Wan Finland smiled slightly, seemingly elegant, but her eyes revealed malice. It's very simple. Li Shuejuan and his daughter-in-law don't want Li Shuo to donate a kidney because they both have jobs and are confident in their abilities. What if Li Shuejuan and Li Shuo's wives both lose their jobs? Upon hearing Wan Finland's words, the Li family members instantly understood. Yes, if Li Shuejuan and Li Shuo's wife both lost their jobs and income, Li Shuejuan would have to support two college students, and Li Shuo's wife would have to support her husband, who couldn't take care of himself. Under immense pressure to survive, they would naturally compromise if they offered some benefits. Li Chengkai finally smiled. Finland has the best ideas. I have a lot of connections in Xiamen. It won't be difficult to get rid of Li Shuejuan's job as a bus driver. He must be over 50 years old this year. On the other end of the video, Li Shizong, the second son of the Li family, also spoke up. Didn't Mom just say that Li Shuo's wife works at a branch of Bai Shi Group? Huanwan's boyfriend has a good relationship with the second young master of the Bai family. Getting rid of a small employee in a branch is just a matter of a word. They didn't know the names of many of the young masters in the Bai family, since with their family's wealth and connections, it would be difficult for them to get involved with the Bai family. Fortunately, Li Huan's current boyfriend has a good relationship with the second young master of the Bai family. With just a few exaggerated words, it would be easy to get rid of Li Shuo's wife's job. Li Shizong's words were met with unanimous approval from the entire Li family. If Li Shuo's family refuses to donate a kidney, then their only hope is to be cut off, leaving them with nowhere to turn. Chapter 38, She's Addicted. It took Li Shuo considerable effort to bring his drunken wife home while maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor and then toss her onto her bed in her room. Fortunately, Bai Chenying wasn't drinking real alcohol. Even when she was drunk, she smelled of sweet wine, unlike someone who was truly drunk and reeked of alcohol. Li Shuo tossed the girl onto the bed, took a few breaths of fresh air to clear his head, and then covered Bai Chenying with a blanket. He couldn't help but glance at the girl's beautiful, rosy-cheeked sleeping face one last time before leaving immediately. It has to be said that Bai Chenying, when drunk, is incredibly alluring to a man. She'd be worth the death penalty in 3 years. Fortunately, he has social anxiety and disdains taking advantage of others. Otherwise, he might have done something really outrageous. The first thing Li Shuo did upon returning to his room was to take a cold shower to relieve his pent-up desire. From now on, when I'm with Bai Chenying, I will never let her drink alcohol again. I can't let her drink if I'm not with her. The next day, Bai Chenying woke up in bed and, recalling what happened last night, immediately checked her clothes. She breathed a sigh of relief only after confirming that Li Shuo hadn't taken advantage of her yesterday. Fortunately, the man was sensible and didn't do anything perverted to her while she was drunk. She usually only dares to drink when she's with Hua Wan, but yesterday was an exception. Anyway, she can't get drunk in front of anyone other than Hua Wan next time, not even Li Shuo. Even if Li Shuo didn't take advantage of her while she was drunk, Bai Chenying still felt guilty, wondering if she would lose control and pounce on him while drunk. She remembered some fragments of what happened yesterday, especially the fact that she touched Li Shuo's face. Later, this guy seemed to get angry and kept his distance. Looking back, Bai Chenying felt more amused than annoyed by her outrageous behavior. Especially when she thought of Li Shuo's embarrassed and angry expression after being teased, she always felt a strange sensation in her heart. This has never happened with any other man before. After taking a shower, I changed into clean clothes. When I stepped out of the room, breakfast was already laid out on the table. This morning, when they ate dumplings, Li Shuo didn't forget to put a bottle of vinegar on her seat. When he saw Bai Chenying come out, he simply greeted her and then sat down to eat breakfast. Having been teased by her yesterday, he felt a bit awkward facing Bai Chenying today, given his social anxiety. I wonder if this girl has blacked out. Ideally, I would have a complete memory loss. Throughout the entire breakfast process today, Li Shuo didn't say a single word to Bai Chenying. After breakfast, Bai Chenying took the initiative to clear the dishes and went to the kitchen. Seeing that Li Shuo didn't talk to her, Bai Chenying suddenly asked, "Li Shuo, are you still bothered by me touching your face last night?" Li Shuo stood in front of the sink, his back instantly stiffening. He hadn't expected Bai Chenying to suddenly ask that question. Doesn't this girl feel embarrassed? Anyway, he was very embarrassed. Bai Chenying was initially quite embarrassed, but whenever she saw Li Shuo's innocent expression, she couldn't help but want to tease him. Noticing the man's stiff back, Bai Chenying couldn't help but ask again, "If I had kissed you instead of touching your face yesterday, would you have never spoken to me again?" Li Shuo straightened his back even more, and his ears turned red, much to his dismay. He didn't know what would have happened if Bai Chenying had kissed him yesterday, but now he regrets not touching Bai Chenying back on the spot yesterday to give her a hard time, so that she would have the audacity to come and bring it up today. Does his social anxiety and personality make Bai Chenying think he's easy to tease? Bai Chenying really discovered a whole new world in Li Shuo, and she became a little addicted. Now that Li Shuo's ears were red, she pursed her lips slightly and turned to pick up the kitchen trash before Li Shuo could turn to look at her. "Alright, it's getting late. I should go to work." You could tell from her relatively light-hearted tone that Miss Bai was in a good mood today. Li Shuo, standing in front of the sink, was in a very bad mood. It's all because of this damn social anxiety. Don't let him catch her again. If Bai Chenying dares to provoke him again, he will definitely give her a hard time. Next time for sure. I think it's possible. After Bai Chenying left the house. After cleaning up in the kitchen, Li Shuo returned to his room and immediately called Suyu. "Suyu, when are you free today? Let's go out for a chat," Li Shuo invited seriously to the person on the phone. He decided that he couldn't keep hiding at home and avoiding social interaction. He had to go out and exercise. Even his new wife started teasing him because of his social anxiety. He needs to practice so that next time Bai Chenying provokes him without realizing the gravity of the situation, he can immediately retaliate. As a man, how could he allow himself to be teased by a girl like this time and time again? It made him lose face. Faced with Li Shuo's unprecedented invitation, Suyu was flattered and surprised. "What? Did I hear that right? Old Shuo, you actually took the initiative to ask me out." He hesitated for a moment, then hesitated again, "But I haven't been free these past few days. I told you before that there's some news about the missing son of the Li family. He's in Wanqing. My flight is this afternoon. Or should I have Su Ran come and keep you company?" Li Shuo felt a refractory pain in a certain spot on his arm and immediately refused. "No. If you're busy, then forget it." The last time he went out with Su Ran, he was bitten when he came back. Although Bai Chenying didn't admit that she minded his contact with women during his marriage, he still had to be careful. By the way, isn't your sister in Wancheng? Do you want me to bring her something for you this time? Suyu had heard Li Shuo mention this sister a few times. It seemed she was studying at a university in Wancheng. Li Shuo wanted to give Suyu something to deliver to Li Shu, but unfortunately, he hadn't received his royalties yet, so he declined Suyu's offer. After a few words of conversation, Suyu had to get busy, so Li Shuo didn't bother him any further. Unable to schedule an appointment with Suyu, Li Shuo decided to finish today's update and new book first, and then go for a walk downstairs alone in the afternoon to meet more people and improve his social anxiety. His income and updates for the novel Do Di are now stable, currently earning about 600 yuan a day, but it won't generate much higher profits in the short term. Having experienced what happened to the Li family, Li Shuo felt it was necessary to quickly raise some money for unforeseen circumstances. Wu Zuixiang was cursing as she left. Wan Finlan was clearly a woman who hid a knife behind her smile. He had to be prepared for any eventuality. If you want to make money quickly, you still have to rely on short stories. The creation cycle is short, and if they become popular, you can sell the film and television rights. In Li Shuo's memory, in his previous life, there was a novel about cracking down on organized crime that was adapted into a TV series. It became incredibly popular, and even the art of war that appeared in the series sold out. The male protagonist's identity as a fishmonger has also been used as a meme by netizens. This TV series was also quite excellent. After watching the entire series, he went on to read the original novel several times. If he were to write short stories about urban themes now, this would be the most suitable one. This book has only 230,000 words in total and can be written in less than a month. If the market response is good, I might be able to sell the copyright soon and earn hundreds of thousands of yuan in copyright fees. Let's get right to it. Li Shuo sat in front of his computer and finished writing today's update for Do Di, then officially began writing his new book, The Fishmonger. At the same time, people come and go at the entrance of the Shaman Antong Bus Company building. Li Shuejuan, however, stood rooted to the spot, holding the termination notice in his hand, unable to come to his senses for a long time. Today, the traffic management department conducted a surprise inspection and found that the 52-year-old man was 2 years over the legal age for driving a bus. According to regulations, he was no longer allowed to drive a bus, so the company dismissed him directly. This resignation came so suddenly. Stepping out of the company building, Li Shuejuan seemed to have aged several years in just over 10 minutes, feeling dizzy and lightheaded. He also has to support Li Hao and Li Shu through university, and the family's mortgage is not yet paid off. He has so many heavy burdens on his shoulders. Now that he has suddenly lost his job, where can he find a job with such a high salary at his age? Li Shuejuan seemed to have all his strength drained away, squatting on the cold stone steps with his brows furrowed tightly. Time always flies when you're busy. When Li Shuo wrote the first 6,000 words of his novel, The Fishmonger, and sent them to the editor's email address, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Considering that in addition to writing books, I also need to improve my social anxiety. Before giving up and making excuses not to go out, Li Shuo finished submitting the manuscript, packed his things, and went out. Right now, it's the time when nannies or older women in the neighborhood are taking their children out for a walk. As soon as Li Shuo came downstairs, he headed straight for the children's playground in the community. To improve social anxiety, the best approach is to go where there are more people. Several times along the way, he wanted to give up, but when he thought of Bai Chenying's unbridled teasing of him today, he gritted his teeth and continued forward. Just as Li Shuo arrived at the path leading to the children's playground in the residential area, a middle-aged woman dressed in a Gucci suit, carrying a Chanel bag, and exuding elegance came into his sight. Chapter 39, They've come to arrest her daughter and fake son-in-law. Li Shuo didn't actually recognize any big brands, but this middle-aged woman's temperament was simply too outstanding. She exuded a unique elegance that was impossible to ignore. This woman was not only very beautiful and dignified, but even though she was wearing sunglasses, she looked somewhat familiar. The woman's gaze met Li Shuo's behind her sunglasses, and she quickly turned and walked towards him. Approaching Li Shuo, she gently removed her sunglasses, smiled warmly, and asked, "Hello, do you know which direction Building A is in?" Even though she is elegant and classy, she is still just an elegant person with no sense of direction. Xiejingji came to see her beloved daughter. Unfortunately, my precious daughter flies around all year round and has set up a small home in almost every city. She is terrible with directions, and she wanders around all of my daughter's many residential communities and villas. Today, she lost her sense of direction in this Tengyuan community and has been wandering around for quite a while. As the woman approached, Li Shuo instinctively wanted to back away, but remembering that the purpose of this trip was to improve his social anxiety, he didn't refuse and could only say somewhat awkwardly, "Hello, ma'am. I am a resident of Building A in this community. I can take you there if you need." Li Shuo's expression was somewhat unnatural when he answered. He's a socially awkward person and rarely does such kind things. In the past, I would just point someone in a direction and leave quickly to avoid interacting with them too much. Xie Jingji also noticed Li Shuo's unnatural expression, which aroused her vigilance. This young man seemed reliable at first glance, but something fell off as soon as he opened his mouth. Although Xie Jingji is over 50 years old, she pays great attention to maintaining her appearance and looks only in her 30s. When she was out and about, young men would often try to seduce her. Li Shuo's current enthusiastic yet unnatural attitude made her unconsciously feel a sense of defensiveness. She even began to suspect that the young man had simply taken advantage of her saying he was in Building A when she mentioned going there, and was actually thinking. Xie Jingji did not imagine the terrible things that followed. Xie Jingji didn't respond for a long time. Li Shuo looked a little embarrassed and immediately said, "Well, ma'am, if you're worried, I'll show you a way. You can go that way yourself. Go this way, turn left at the second intersection, there's an open space after a while, then walk to the right, go down the platform stairs, and turn right into." Li Shuo spent about a minute telling Xie Jingji about their destination. "Madam, this is the way to go, do you understand?" Xie Jingji. After a moment of silence, Xie Jingji finally couldn't help but say to him, "Young man, I'm sorry, I have a really bad sense of direction. Could you please show me the way?" She couldn't care less about anything else now. At worst, she would wait for the young man to take her to the bottom of Building A, give him a gift as a reward, and confirm that it was Building A before going in herself. She could have easily asked her daughter to come and pick her up. She was only here for a surprise inspection and didn't want her daughter to know she was there. The unfilial daughter kept saying on the phone that she had found her a son-in-law and that they had gotten married. Xie Jingji knows her daughter all too well. This brat has probably arranged a temporary husband like in those TV dramas or novels, just waiting for her to come over so she can be fooled. So Xie Jingji didn't inform her daughter in advance before coming here. Instead, she decided to come directly so that her daughter wouldn't have time to find her temporary husband, thus exposing her lie and making her obediently go back to listen to the arrangements for marriage. Li Shuo was naturally very reluctant to personally lead the way and spend more than 10 minutes alone with this older woman. However, whenever he considered giving up, he would think of the provocations he had received from Bai Chenying yesterday and today. Considering that helping to lead the way would indeed be a good exercise for those with social anxiety, Li Shuo finally gritted his teeth and agreed. "Okay, then, I'll take you to the bottom of Building A, and you can go in by yourself." Li Shuo's words completely dispelled Xie Jingji's concerns, and she was overjoyed to hear him call her sister. "Thank you. You don't need to call me sister. I'm old enough to be your mother," Xie Jingji said with a gentle smile. "Ah, well, I really didn't realize you looked so young," Li Shuo said somewhat awkwardly, as he led Xie Jingji toward Building A. The journey, which took about 10 minutes, was easier than Li Shuo had imagined. The main thing is that this woman doesn't seem as unapproachable as she appears at first glance. She has a very easygoing personality. He was also very well-mannered, and Li Shuo quite enjoyed communicating with him, although he mostly just gave simple answers to Xie Jingji's questions along the way. Xie Jingji had a lot of experience and had met many more people. In just over 10 minutes, she had a pretty good grasp of Li Shuo's personality. "I used to think that the child had some indescribable thoughts about her, but now it seems that the child is just a bit introverted. It was really in his way that he offered to show her the way today. Xiao Shuo, thank you so much for today. Annie has a small gift for you. See if you like it." Xie Jingji never liked owing favors, and she genuinely liked this young man. When they arrived at Building A, she took out an unopened bottle of Chanel perfume from her bag and handed it to Li Shuo. "This is one I haven't opened yet. You should have a girlfriend by now, so take it and give it to her." This is a small bottle of Encounter that she brought for her daughter, costing only about 500 yuan. "Anyway, this girl isn't short of perfume, so I'll give it to this young man next door in the same building as a gift today." When Li Shuo saw the perfume Xie Jingji offered him, he immediately straightened up and refused, saying, "Sister, no, aunt, I can't accept this. It's too expensive. These designer perfumes cost at least several $100s. He was just leading the way, they're too expensive." Xie Jingji didn't give Li Shuo a chance to refuse. She directly stuffed the perfume into his hand, said goodbye to him elegantly, and left. She's found building a now. All she has to do is go to her daughter's room and grab what's there. She wanted to see how this rebellious daughter would team up with some scoundrel she'd brought along to deceive her superiors and subordinates. Li Shuo stood there for a long time, holding the perfume in his hand. It wasn't until Xie Jinglan entered the elevator that she decided to go back and put the perfume away. He wasn't the type to keep pestering people to return gifts just because he felt embarrassed to accept them. For him, simply pestering others is extremely difficult. Upon arriving at the elevator, Li Shuo pressed the elevator button and was somewhat surprised to see the elevator stopped on the 7th floor. What a coincidence! This woman's relative is his neighbor on the same floor. Li Shuo was quite reluctant to meet and greet the other person again, but then he thought that the other person must have gone upstairs and gone inside, so he wouldn't run into them when he went upstairs. The elevator quickly arrived at the 1st floor. Li Shuo stepped into the elevator, pressed the button for the 7th floor, and the elevator began to ascend. Chapter 40. Bringing a beautiful older sister home? Xie Jingji arrived at her daughter's room and rang the doorbell a few times, but no one came to open the door. After searching through the dozen or so sets of keys in my bag, I realized that my daughter hadn't given me the keys to the apartment yet. She'd only given me an elevator card. Unable to get in for the time being, she didn't just stand at the door waiting, but instead sat down on the sofa on the balcony near the elevator. Her daughter's apartment must be quite expensive. There's a sofa and coffee table at the entrance of the 2 elevator per unit building, so you can sit there and enjoy the sea view while waiting for someone. Although she couldn't get into her daughter's house today, she was in a good mood. I had previously heard Bai Chenying mention that her husband is currently unemployed and should be at home. I've been ringing the doorbell for so long, and there's still no response. What does that prove? It proves that there's no one at home, and that her precious daughter was indeed lying to her. They certainly didn't expect her to suddenly show up at their door. They hadn't even had time to call her temporary son-in-law over yet. She'll just sit here and wait for her daughter to come back, expose her lies, and drag her back to Kyoto for an arranged marriage. Bite. My wandering thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the elevator doors opening. Xie Jingji subconsciously straightened her back and turned her head toward the elevator entrance with a dignified and elegant demeanor. The person returning at this time should be a member of the neighboring household. Bai Chenying is currently filming, so she definitely won't be back this early. Out of politeness and good manners, Xie Jingji's first reaction was to greet her neighbor in a friendly manner. However, when she saw the figure walking out of the elevator, the gentle smile on her face froze instantly. How could it be that young man from before? She instantly became alert, wondering if the other person really had ulterior motives towards her. She had just arrived when this young man followed right behind her. It's hard not to make her overthink. As Li Shuo stepped out of the elevator, he was stunned to see Xie Jingji sitting on the balcony. He had assumed Xie Jingji had already gone into her relative's house, but he was surprised to find her still sitting outside. Shouldn't he take the initiative to say hello? But since he hadn't mentally prepared himself to run into the other person again, Li Shuo didn't know how to greet them naturally for the moment, and stood awkwardly at the elevator door. Xie Jingji, being more experienced in dealing with people, smiled, and stood up despite harboring some doubts, greeting Li Shuo generously. Xiao Shuo, what a coincidence, you also live on the 7th floor. It might just be a coincidence that this young man really does live on the 7th floor. After all, these 7 people include not only her daughter, but also another family. The main thing is that this young man doesn't look like a bad person at all. Upon hearing this, Li Shuo smiled awkwardly but politely. Yes, sister, what a coincidence. Are you a relative who isn't home? Li Shuo asked somewhat awkwardly. Yes, I'll wait here. I should be back soon. Regardless of whether the young man was sincere or not, Xie Jingji would never go into the house with him alone. Born a woman, and a beautiful one at that, Xie Jingji has always been very wary. Okay, then I'll go home first. Li Shuo smiled and walked from the elevator towards his front door. As Xie Jingji's eyes widened, he took out his key and opened the door to the room. He opened the door, holding the lingering scent of Chanel perfume in his hand. After hesitating for a moment, he turned to Xie Jingji and politely invited, Sister, why don't you come to my house for a glass of water first? They've given him such an expensive gift, and now that they can't come into his house, it's really impolite of him not to invite them in. Xie Jingji's mouth was slightly open. Hearing Li Shuo's invitation, she came back to her senses and nodded. She realized that this young man was most likely the son-in-law she had come to find that day. What a coincidence. Her daughter can't possibly get married. It wasn't until she went inside with Li Shuo and saw her daughter's cat and the familiar surroundings that Xie Jingji finally realized that Li Shuo was Bai Chenying's husband. She really is married. In just a few minutes, beneath Xie Jingji's calm exterior, an inner storm had passed. Having confirmed Li Shuo's identity, Xie Jingji did not rush to reveal her own. She sat on the sofa, politely accepted the tea from Li Shuo, thanked him, and then chatted with him as usual. Xiao Shuo, do you live with your girlfriend? No, she's not my girlfriend. We're already married, Li Shuo replied solemnly. He doesn't care what others think of him, but cohabitation before marriage might be a sensitive topic for girls, so he needs to clarify that. Xie Jingji was not in a good mood at the moment. This young man is not bad, but he is quite different from the son-in-law she and Lao Bai had imagined. Xie Jingji originally wanted to find a son-in-law who was well-known and of equal social standing to the Bai family, so that at least her daughter wouldn't suffer in the future. It's really hard to accept that my daughter just randomly married a man. After much thought, she still couldn't believe that her daughter would marry him so casually, so she started asking Li Shuo about his family situation. Li Shuo answered a few questions, but he felt that Xie Jingji's questions touched on a lot of his privacy, which gave him a strange feeling. After chatting briefly with Xie Jingji, he made up an excuse to go to the kitchen to cook. Xie Jingji sat in the living room for a while, then followed Li Shuo to the kitchen door without any formality. Xiao Shuo, do you cook often? You seem so skilled at it. Li Shuo wondered why her family hadn't come back to take her away yet, but he could only politely reply, well, I usually do the cooking at home. Young girls these days are quite picky about food. My daughter is a very picky eater and hard to please, Xie Jingji said casually, holding a water glass. Li Shuo took the shrimp paste out of the refrigerator to thaw and replied, that's true. My girlfriend doesn't like to eat meat, especially pork. No matter if it's steamed, fried, stir-fried, or boiled, even if you make a minced meat and eggplant dish, she can pick out the minced meat separately. When Li Shuo mentioned Bai Chenying, a smile unconsciously appeared on his lips, and he suddenly relaxed a lot. He continued, but she does like to be jealous. She can put half a bottle of vinegar in a bowl of noodles. Even he himself didn't realize that he started talking more when he mentioned his wife. After Li Shuo finished speaking, Xie Jingji's scrutinizing gaze softened, and her expression became somewhat complicated. This child is really good. She remembered her daughter's preferences and even prepared different kinds of meat for Ningning. She's very thoughtful. Although Li Shuo's family background was far inferior to that of the Bai family, they were completely mismatched. But if you were to look for those rich young men, they would all have grown up in luxury. They might genuinely like Ningning, but it would be very difficult to find someone who would care so much about her preferences. The child felt familiar and even kind of close to her at first glance. Perhaps it was destined by heaven, and that she was part of the Bai family. Anyway, it's better than marrying into the Li family. It's not that the Bai family and the Li family have a bad relationship, but rather that her husband, Lao Bai, and Li Jingsong have been vying for supremacy for so many years, like two sworn enemies. Neither of them wants to get married now, saying they don't think much of each other. Xie Jingji began to woo Li Shuo and tried to accept him as her son-in-law. She stopped asking questions and offered to help in the kitchen. Li Shuo couldn't possibly let his guest work with him in the kitchen, so he declined her offer of hospitality and instead arranged for her to sit in the living room. At the same time, I was also wondering if this woman's family wouldn't be coming back today. Bai Chenying will be back soon. If she sees him bringing a beautiful older sister home, will she bite his arm again? Chapter 41 Brother Bai's Call. Bai Chenying finished work early today, but there was a last-minute problem with the props department for a scene she was supposed to film tonight, so it had to be postponed. She declined Hua Wan's suggestion to go to the movies together and went home early. Before 6:30, Bai Chenying arrived at the door and went inside. At that moment, Li Shuo had just brought the stewed soup to the table. Xie Jingji was worried that her son-in-law might accidentally get burned, so she moved the pot holder slightly as she walked to the dining table. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, both of them instinctively looked towards the entrance. Li Shuo immediately straightened up, thinking that he was doomed today. He didn't expect Bai Chenying to get off work so early, and he hadn't even had a chance to take this lady back to her apartment next door. Even if the neighbor next door hasn't come back, it's fine to let her wait at the door by herself. Having been bitten before, Li Shuo is now very afraid that Bai Chenying will misunderstand again. Not only do they bite him, but after they bite him, they act like they've been bullied terribly, and he still has to comfort them. In just a few seconds, Li Shuo's mind raced, already thinking about how to explain things to Bai Chenying. Bai Chenying changed into slippers in the entryway and walked into the living room. She noticed two figures by the dining table, looked up, and immediately saw Li Shuo and Xie Jingji at the table. Even with her usually excellent mental fortitude, this sudden turn of events left her frozen in place. Why is her mother here? Seeing that Bai Chenying seemed very surprised, Li Shuo thought she had misunderstood again. He had just opened his mouth to explain when Bai Chenying spoke first. Mom, what brings you here? Li Shuo. What? Did he hear that right? Bai Chenying was calling out to the woman next to him, calling her mom. This person is his mother-in-law. Didn't you ask me to come and see you and Xiao Shuo? Xie Jingji said, then looked at the stunned Li Shuo and smiled apologetically and gently. Xiao Shuo, I'm really sorry. Mom didn't recognize you at first. Later, I just wanted to get to know you better, and I was afraid you would be reserved, so I didn't rush to reveal my identity. Li Shuo snapped out of his astonishment, a little embarrassed, and immediately became reserved. No, it's all right. I didn't know it was you. I was really rude just now. This is terrible. He had imagined countless scenarios of meeting his future in-laws these past few days, but he never expected to meet his mother-in-law in this way. Having just gotten to know Xie Jingji a little better, and now knowing who her mother-in-law is, every cell in Li Shuo's body, down to the hair, started to feel uneasy. Seeing that her son-in-law was not in a good mood, Xie Jingji smiled and said, Xiao Shuo, don't be nervous. I'm not the kind of difficult mother-in-law. I'm very open-minded. As long as you two are sincere in your relationship, Mom won't stop you. Mom, you didn't even tell me you were coming. I could have told Li Shuo. Your sudden arrival must have startled him. Bai Chenying knew Li Shuo's situation. He was quite autistic. He was definitely nervous when his mother suddenly showed up. Xie Jingji was both amused and exasperated. They had only been married for a little over a month, and her daughter was already siding with her husband. All right, Mom's behavior was indeed inappropriate this time. Next time, I'll inform you and Xiao Shuo before coming over. Xie Jingji is indeed a very open-minded mother. She doesn't put on airs like an elder in front of her beloved daughter, and she doesn't stubbornly refuse to admit her mistakes even when they are inappropriate. Li Shuo thought his mother-in-law had a very good temper and manners, so he quickly said, It's all right. I don't mind at all. It's just that I neglected you today. No, if it weren't for you, Xiao Shuo, I might still be wandering around the park right now. The family of three chatted for a while before sitting down to have dinner together. Xie Jingji praised her son-in-law's cooking skills, and from being a little reluctant at first, she now found Li Shuo more and more pleasing to the eye. Besides her optimistic and open-minded attitude, she also felt that Li Shuo was indeed a rare and good son-in-law. He is handsome with good genes, has an introverted and calm personality, and seems to dote on Chenying. She feels at ease leaving her daughter with him. We need to work on the daughter's father, the old man, and her 5 older brothers. These people have always doted on their only little princess, and now that she's suddenly married, even a well-matched young man would probably be upset for a while, let alone Xiao Shuo, who comes from an ordinary family and suddenly appeared. After dinner, Xie Jingji said goodbye and left after a short while. She wasn't particularly free either. Many social engagements at home required her, Mrs. Bai, to attend. Even after her eldest son gave birth to her grandson, she didn't have a moment to herself. I only managed to squeeze in some time today to try and catch someone, and since I didn't manage to catch anyone, I can only go back first and find an opportunity to tell my family about my daughter's wedding. Night. Bai Chenying asked Li Shuo in the living room about his meeting with his mother-in-law that day, and roughly guessed her mother's intentions. They came to find out if she was really married. Fortunately, although she and Li Shuo were getting married, their marital relationship was maintained quite naturally, and her mother did not notice anything amiss. Li Shuo was still worried about his performance in front of his mother-in-law today. After telling Bai Chenying about their meeting, he asked her seriously, Chenying, is your mother satisfied with me? Bai Chenying behaved perfectly in front of his parents, while Li Shuo felt that he hadn't performed very well today. He kept calling her sister when he didn't know her identity, but when he found out she was his mother-in-law, he was left with only embarrassment. Bai Chenying felt that her mother was definitely satisfied, but seeing how nervous Li Shuo was, she couldn't help but want to tease him. She said in a serious tone, Everything else is fine, but from the time you found out her identity until she left, you didn't change your address to Mom. Were you embarrassed? Li Shuo was ruthlessly exposed, and his neck instantly stiffened again. He has social anxiety, so it really takes him a lot of time to mentally prepare himself to call someone Mom. His mother-in-law suddenly showed up, and he couldn't bring himself to call her that even though he tried several times today. Indeed, I really need to work on improving this social anxiety problem. Seeing Li Shuo's reaction, Bai Chenying wanted to laugh, but she quickly composed herself as if afraid that Li Shuo would notice her laughter. She then teased her husband in a serious tone. It's okay. I know you're just embarrassed. I understand. After all, you can't talk to me for a whole morning just because I touched your face. Li Shuo, is this ever going to end? He really wanted to say, then try touching it again. But the words just wouldn't come out. It seems I still haven't been exercising enough. If you don't have anything else to say, I'm going back to my room. Li Shuo could only choose to temporarily skip the topic and avoid spending time with his wife, whom he disliked but couldn't do anything about. It's obvious that this girl is addicted to teasing him. He couldn't come up with a rebuttal. Bai Chenying stared at Li Shuo for a while before nodding gently. Okay, it's all right. You can go back now. As Li Shuo returned to his room and closed the door, the sound of the door closing was louder than usual. As she gently stroked Yuanzi's body with her jade-like hand, the corners of her lips couldn't help but turn up slightly. TSK, just one sentence, and this guy is shy again. She's so easily amused. While petting her cat in the living room, Bai Chenying received a phone call from her second brother, Bai Sheng. Bai Chenying initially thought the other party had learned about her marriage from Xie Jingji and was calling to inquire about the situation. Unexpectedly, Bai Sheng's first words were something she hadn't anticipated. Ninger, what's going on with you and Luqing? How come someone is telling me that you're married and that you and your new husband are ignoring your uncle who's on the verge of death and refusing to help him? Moreover, the other party didn't know that Bai Chenying was his sister and even wanted his help to get Bai Chenying removed from her job at Bai Shi Group. Bai Sheng wasn't there to question his sister. He just thought the news was outrageous. He wouldn't believe a single word of this information about Bai Chenying. There's absolutely no way he'd say his sister would get married. There's no reason why an older brother shouldn't know when his younger sister gets married. Moreover, he knows his sister too well. It's uncertain whether she'll even like men now, let alone marry one. Second brother, these reports are not very true. I know, Bai Sheng said noncommittally. Even a fool would never believe that his sister, Bai Chenying, would ever get married. Bai Chenying continued. The only thing that's real is the marriage. A simple sentence, like a thunderclap, suddenly resounded above Bai Sheng's head. Chapter 42 wants a divorce. It took Bai Sheng a long time to accept that his sister Bai Chenying was really married. Of course, based on his understanding of his sister, this marriage was very likely just a facade to appease his parents and maintain a superficial relationship. However, his brother-in-law's family situation was quite complicated, and even though it was a temporary arrangement, he was very dissatisfied with it. If you want to find a husband to appease your family, why didn't you tell me first? I have plenty of outstanding young men around me. It wouldn't be a problem to find a suitable one for you. Bai Sheng studied architectural engineering and management. He now runs several large real estate companies, and many of his business partners are outstanding young talents who have followed in their father's footsteps. He really didn't expect his sister to suddenly get married to a complete stranger. I think my husband is a good person, so don't worry about me. But you should tell your friends to be careful in choosing their friends. Li Shuo and I have never done anything unethical or immoral. Bai Chenying felt that this matter was most likely due to her second brother's friend making the wrong friends and getting involved with someone in the Li family. She disagreed with Li Shuo donating a kidney, and knowing that she worked at Bai Shi Group, she tried to use her connections to get rid of her job and cut off her future. The other party just doesn't know that this second young master of the Bai family is her own second brother, someone who is on her side. Of course, I know my friend has made a bad choice of friends. He has already realized it himself. He just wants to know the whole story. I also think it's outrageous, so I came to ask you and tell me what happened. Bai Sheng wanted to see how these people dared to set their sights on his sister and even try to use him, the second young master of the Bai family, as a pawn. In just a few minutes, Bai Chenying briefly recounted to Bai Sheng what had happened to Li Shuo's family in the past few days. Bai Sheng knew the whole story and his tone lowered. I understand. You don't need to worry about this. Let me handle it. To actually slander his sister like this, the Li family really thinks life is too easy. Bai Chenying certainly believed in her second brother's methods. From childhood to adulthood, this second brother had always been the one who loved her the most. How painful is it? Even if she really did something wrong, Bai Sheng would stand by her side without hesitation and support her. The reason he called to ask a few questions this time is probably because he thinks the news of her marriage is too outrageous. Li Shuo, who was in the room, was completely unaware of what was happening and had no intention of sleeping. He continued to sit in front of the computer and type. He has just received a reply from the editor. His novel, The Fishmonger, has been successfully published. He had another book in his hands, especially short stories that could make money quickly, which filled him with energy. He didn't want to sleep at all. All he wanted to do was write and make money. These days, updating more than 10,000 words a day has greatly improved Li Shuo's typing speed. In addition, he was very familiar with the plot of the novel, and in just over 3 hours, Li Shuo wrote a manuscript of 11,000 words. Around 2 a.m., he successfully published the article about the fishmonger, which cost more than 17,000 yuan, on the platform. His author account has now accumulated a number of regular readers. Not long after the novel was released, some readers who had just finished following the updates of Do Di came to visit, their desires unfulfilled. Most of these readers prefer fantasy themes, so they were somewhat disappointed to find that the site was categorized as an urban crime crackdown. Lu is a bit immature. He writes fantasy novels quite well, so why is he switching to this new genre? The title itself doesn't sound very appealing. A fishmonger? What's so interesting about writing about a fishmonger? Same as above, I ran over excitedly, saw this category, and ugh, I've already taken my pants off, and this is what I get. What's so interesting about urban crime fighting? I want to see dual cultivation. The kind where they're not wearing clothes. You know. Alright. Since we're already here, let's add it to our bookshelf and see. If it doesn't work out, we'll just urge Lu to quit in the new chapter and hurry up and update more Do Di. I second that proposal. 10 or 20 minutes later, a stream of readers began appearing below the latest chapter of The Fishmonger. Instead of telling him to cut it, everyone started urging him to update. Holy crap, this is exciting. Why do I have a feeling that Xiangzi is going to turn bad? It's too short. It feels like an Xin unintentionally became Xiangzi's protector. It seems like today it's Xiangzi, and next it'll be Changge. Gao Qiqiang is no ordinary person. This is too short. Lu, hurry up and update. This book is really addictive. The characters and plot are so captivating. Donkey from the production team. Hurry up and write more updates. The influx of readers formed a challenge team and frantically urged for more updates. Meanwhile, the donkey from the production team they were talking about was already fast asleep in bed, completely unaware of the frenzied feedback from readers of the new book. Xiangfu Garden. The Li family, which is not at peace, still hasn't turned off the lights. Li Shuejuan's sudden unemployment threw Fang Lanying into a panic. Not long after Li Shuejuan got home today, they had a big fight, and the couple is still awake. At the beginning of this year, I gave your boss a gift worth over 1,000 yuan, and he promised to let you work for another 2 years. It's only May and you've already lost your job. What are Li Hao and Li Shu supposed to do now? Fang Lanying doesn't need to go out to work and is full of energy. Even though she had been arguing with Li Shuejuan for several hours, she is still very energetic late at night. She knelt on the bed, and getting angry at the man sitting beside her, she grabbed a pillow and threw it at Li Shuejuan. Say something. You've lost your job. What will happen to Li Hao and Li Shu? Even if Li Shu can drop out of school and get married, Li Hao still has 2 years of classes to complete. He still wants to take the postgraduate entrance exam, but you've lost your job. How can he take it? Li Shuejuan, you're really useless. You can't even support your own son. How could I have been so blind to follow you? Fang Lanying burst into tears of grievance as soon as she started talking about it. She has regretted it almost every day over the years, regretting following Li Shuejuan. Especially after seeing Finland these past 2 days. The two are about the same age, but one Finland looks more than 10 years younger than her. She must go to beauty salons every day to take care of herself. Her clothes are also impeccable, all designer brands. The jewelry on her hands, neck and ears must be worth at least 100,000 yuan. As for her, she had endured so much hardship with Li Shuejuan for so many years, and she had to be frugal with her food, clothing, and daily necessities. She looks relatively young and elegant for her age, but with her ordinary clothes and attire, she looks like an ordinary middle-aged woman. She's already suffered so much, but her husband still can't afford to support their son and has lost his job. She was so upset today that she couldn't sleep. The more she looked at Li Shuejuan, the angrier she became, and she regretted marrying such a useless man. I really want to divorce him right away. Fang Lanying's decision wasn't made in the heat of the moment. She had genuinely considered divorce. A while ago, she heard from her relatives back home that the man she dated before she got married had become very successful. She got pregnant out of wedlock and gave birth to his son. He used to have deep feelings for her. If she went back, they might reconcile, and her life would be much better than if she stayed with Li Shuejuan. Li Shuejuan seemed to have realized that Fang Lanying might be considering divorce again. He still wanted to give his children a complete family. Driven by his survival instinct, he immediately went to Fang Lanying's bedside. Lanying, I can find a new job soon. The electrical industry is in high demand right now. I can draw blueprints and program. I can find a job as a machining center engineer. Fong Lanying thought Li Shuejuan was dreaming. She looked at him with disdain and scoffed. Do you think being a machining center engineer is so easy? You can't even pass the education hurdle. They require at least a junior college degree. What kind of company would hire you if you dropped out in your second year of college? Chapter 43, Li Shua's Counterattack. Must read. When people get busy, they feel like there aren't enough hours in a day. Li Shua had only written 100,000 words of his short story, and more than a week had already passed. These days, he writes more than 20,000 words a day. Apart from eating, sleeping, and occasionally going out to improve his social anxiety, he spends almost all his time sitting in front of the computer writing. The reason Li Shua is working so hard to update is not only because he wants to make money quickly, but also largely because the short story has received exceptionally enthusiastic feedback from readers. How enthusiastic was it? With new chapters updated every day for less than an hour, the number of readers urging for more updates exceeds 10,000, and its popularity has already soared into the top 10 of the urban popularity chart. The seemingly ordinary book title and its explosive popularity made it stand out on the bestseller list, which also gave him extra motivation. After returning from his evening walk after dinner, he sat in front of the computer and typed for several hours as usual. He really loves writing. If he didn't need to go out to improve his social anxiety, he could sit in front of the computer all day. Of course, despite going out every day these days, his social anxiety problem hasn't improved much. However, moving around more won't do him any harm. He really shouldn't sit in front of the computer all day, as it's bad for his health in the long run. Around 8 p.m., Li Shua was still typing on his keyboard when he suddenly received a message from his editor on Tencent's Penguin account. Hello, I have some good news for you. Several film and television companies' editors-in-chief are very interested in adapting your short story and are currently in contact and negotiations. The largest one is Bailu Film and Television Company. If you cooperate with them and the cooperation contract is signed, Bailu Film and Television Company will probably bring in Bai Muge, who we often work with, to play the female lead. With a wonderful plot and the support of a popular female star, this novel will definitely become even more popular. Day is an editor who doesn't talk much. This is the first time he has sent such a long message to Li Shua at once, especially late at night, which shows how excited the other party is. Li Shua was naturally happy to see that a film and television company wanted to adapt his novel into a television series. However, when Day mentioned which popular female celebrities Bailu Film and Television Company would be looking for, he frowned. In his opinion, none of the female celebrities who became famous by associating themselves with internet traffic had any decent acting skills. Especially this Bai Muge, according to Su Yu, is only 24 or 25 years old, and not many of her works are good. Li Shua thinks that she is mainly good-looking. If a popular actress with no acting skills were to actually play the role of a fishmonger in this novel, it could easily backfire and negatively impact the novel's future revenue. You can help me with the adaptation of this novel, but I don't want to cast popular female stars. I can charge a lower adaptation fee, and you can retain some of my rights during the adaptation process so that I can offer my opinions and participate in the adaptation. This novel is truly excellent, and Li Shua doesn't want to ruin it by carelessly selling it to others just to make money. He was a very seasoned book lover. In his previous life, many of his favorite novels were adapted into TV series by casting some pretty young actors and actresses, resulting in terrible outcomes and causing him a lot of distress. The person on the other end remained silent for a long time before sending a message. You're the first man I've ever seen who dislikes Bai Muge, laughing and crying. However, I can't refute what you said. I personally think Bai Muge has a very good acting skill, and the dramas she makes are very popular. However, the ratings and audience feedback are quite disappointing. Perhaps her studio is not good at choosing scripts. I will communicate your request to the editor-in-chief and the others. However, according to your request, the copyright fee may be reduced significantly. Originally, I estimated that I could get 700,000 yuan in copyright fees, but now it will be capped at 400,000 to 500,000 yuan. You should be prepared. Li Shua didn't hesitate for long and quickly replied with a thank you. The copyright fee of 4 or 500,000 for a short story is enough for him at present. Anyway, he has more than just the fishmonger's story in his head. As a seasoned novel enthusiast, his mental inventory is astonishingly large. Of course, writing novels won't be his only path in the future. Once I've earned money from writing books, I'll go on to study music theory. He's socially awkward and doesn't dare to sing on stage, but he can write songs behind the scenes. The entertainment industry in this world is so scarce. Li Shua has already paved the first path, and what awaits him next is a broad and prosperous road. Even if he stays at home every day, given time, he will have the opportunity to live a life free from worries about food and drink through his own efforts. After finishing his chat with the editor, Li Shuo typed over 1,000 more words. Then, a phone call came in on his cell phone. It was from his grandmother, Wu Zuixiang. Li Shuo didn't want to answer the phone at first, but considering that the other party was an elder, he had no choice but to accept the call. I had barely finished exchanging greetings when Wu Zuixiang's angry shout came from the other end of the line. Is your wife home? If she is, tell her to come over and answer the phone. Wu Zuixiang was furious. She didn't know what methods Li Shuo's wife had used. The day after Li Huan complained to her boyfriend, he wanted to break up with her. Li Huan tried to keep him for several days and even had to cut her wrists and go to the hospital before she could barely keep him. Before she could even rejoice at keeping her grandson-in-law, her second grandson, Li Shizong, was fired by the Bai group. It was the second young master of the Bai family who personally gave the order. The Li family reacted quickly, realizing that Bai Chenying might have used some methods, and immediately called to question her. We're all family. Bai Chenying's actions were absolutely ruthless. Even if Bai Chenying is at home now, Li Shuo will not let her come over to talk to Wu Zuixiang on the phone. He replied coldly, she's still working overtime at the company. Tell me what's wrong. What happened? Don't you know? I don't know what tricks your good wife used to make Huan's boyfriend break up with her, and even make Shizong lose his job. I bet she seduced the second young master of the Bai family just because of her pretty face. You useless brat. You can't even keep your own wife. When Bai Chenying married Li Shuo, Li's family never thought her family background was superior. Now that the young master of the Bai family has dismissed Li Shizong from his job, Wu Zuixiang and Wan Finland both believe that she must have used her beauty to seduce the second young master of the Bai family, which is why the second young master turned against her. After all, Bai Chenying's looks were indeed the most beautiful they had ever seen. It would be too easy for her to seduce a man, even one in a high position. Upon hearing Wu Zuixiang's words, Li Shuo's face tightened almost instantly. He said in a deep voice to the person on the phone, don't use your filthy thoughts to speculate about her. Your thoughts are dirty and filthy, but she wouldn't. She's not the same kind of person as you. Li Shizong losing his job is your own fault. After Li Shuo finished cursing, he hung up the phone and immediately blocked Wu Zuixiang's number. Although he didn't know what Bai Chenying had done to make Li Shizong lose his job, he believed she couldn't have done anything to seduce anyone. He was still very angry after hanging up the phone, so he put down his phone and planned to go out for a drink to calm down. When he turned around, he saw that the door had been pushed open and a girl was standing at the door staring at him. There was surprise in her beautiful eyes, and when she looked at him, her gaze was filled with amazement. Li Shuo's attention was focused on the phone, and he hadn't noticed that Bai Chenying had come into his room after arriving home. He paused for a moment, then his tense expression immediately relaxed. You are off work. Yeah, I took care of some things on Zhongshan Road today, and I brought you some snacks on the way. I was filming on Zhongshan Road today, and I packed some up to bring back for him after work. I never expected to have such an unexpected surprise as soon as I entered the house. Was this guy really defending her just now? Was that a call from your grandparents? Bai Chenying asked as she entered the room. Seeing the other person approach, Li Shuo immediately stepped forward, took the items, thanked them, and asked, did they cause you any trouble? Li Shuo felt that Bai Chenying wouldn't bother with them for no reason. There was only one possibility. The Li family had struck first. They did cause me some trouble, deliberately smearing me and you, trying to get me fired. Luckily, my boss values and understands me as an employee, and he has a good relationship with General Manager Bai at the head office, so he taught the Li family a lesson. Bai Sheng called her today and told her that in addition to telling his friends about the Li family, he also found out that a junior member of the Li family worked at Bai Group and fired that person that same day. Decisive and efficient, that was indeed her second brother's style. Of course, she didn't expect that Li Shuo would get angry with the Li family for her sake today without knowing the whole story. She was a little stunned just now. He seemed more handsome than ever before. Li Shuo felt a little embarrassed and also felt that Bai Chenying had to face this trouble because of him. So he said apologetically, I'm sorry to have troubled you. Bai Chenying did not deny it, but raised her delicate eyebrows slightly, snorted, and said arrogantly, it's good that you know. See if there's anything you need me to do. Just call me anytime in the future. Li Shuo hoped he could do something to help Bai Chenying and ease his guilt. The affairs of the Li family must have caused her a lot of trouble. Upon hearing this, Bai Chenying tilted her head and began to examine him. What can this guy do for her? She doesn't need anything. After staring at Li Shuo for a while, Looking at his sincere and earnest handsome face, she was suddenly moved and teased him in a serious tone. Okay, then let me touch your face again now. Even though it looked so good, she wanted to touch it. But she knew Li Shuo wouldn't dare. Li Shuo, what are these requirements? It's obvious they're making fun of him again. He was also quite pathetic. Even though he knew Bai Chenying was teasing him, his ears still gradually started to burn. My face flushed. How about it? This request isn't too difficult for you, is it? Bai Chenying teased her innocent husband with a cool expression. Li Shuo was speechless after being teased by his wife, and even glared at Chenying in anger. That's too much. Just because he's socially awkward, you keep making fun of him in front of him, right? Seeing that Li Shuo's ears had indeed turned red, and even his face seemed to be reacting, Bai Chenying couldn't stop herself. She raised her fair chin and said, "Didn't you say you could grant my request? Why are you unwilling as soon as I make one?" Her beautiful eyes held a blatant provocation, and Li Shuo could no longer bear it. Before his old face could burn from her teasing, he looked at the excessively beautiful face in front of him that made him so angry, and raised his hand to gently stroke her fair cheek. Immediately afterwards, to Bai Chenying's wide-eyed dismay, she was pinched on the cheek as punishment. His tone was threatening as he said in a deep voice, "If you flirt with me again, I won't be polite." These were the words he had been keeping to himself for days. Bai Chenying never expected that Li Shuo would dare to touch her face. Her beautiful eyes widened as she looked at him in disbelief. Before she could retaliate, she met the man's meaningful gaze. Realizing something was wrong, she averted her gaze like a startled deer, taking 2 steps back. Her cheek, touched by Li Shuo's fingertips, began to burn, the heat spreading. Just a moment ago, Miss Bai was as aloof as an iceberg, teasing her husband, but now she's blushing. Dear readers, this chapter has 3,300 words. It's also the first time our brother Shuo has stood up for himself in front of his wife. Applause. Heartsuit. If any of you skipped to this chapter because of the table title, remember to go back and read the previous chapters. It's so satisfying to see brother Shuo stand up for himself now, after being bullied so badly. Chapter 44. Bai Chenying, the author of The Fishmonger, doesn't know what's good for him? Bai Chenying never expected Li Shuo to be so bold today. This was the first time in her life that someone had pinched her face. She didn't even care about hitting the person. She glared at Li Shuo with a red face, then turned around and almost clumsily went back to her room, slamming the door shut. Li Shuo. Then, he couldn't help but laugh again. He now understood that this girl was all bark and no bite. If he were to really act like a rogue, he'd probably be even worse than him. But at least I felt relieved today. The pent-up emotions I've been feeling these past few days have finally been released. At least from now on, Bai Chenying should not dare to tease him so easily anymore. He raised his hand and made a pinching gesture on his cheek, as if he wanted to continue. The experience of pinching Xiao Bingchuan's face, both in terms of touch and sight, was unprecedented. He would love to do it again if given the chance. However, it's probably gone. He gave her a hard time today, and she'll definitely behave herself from now on. Bai Chenying locked herself in her bedroom and sat in front of her dressing table, lost in thought. She looked at herself in the mirror. Even though several minutes had passed, the person in the mirror still had a flushed face and a shy look in her eyes, a state she had never experienced before in her life. Her slender fingertips caressed her cheek, brushing over the spot where Li Shuo had touched her face, a completely different sensation from when Li Shuo touched her face. When Li Shuo touched her face, her heart skipped a beat, and she even forgot to reciprocate. If it were any other man, she would have already given him a discount before he even reached out. Perhaps she thought Li Shuo was too innocent to do anything out of line, so she lowered her guard, giving him an opportunity to take advantage of her. While feeling embarrassed and angry, Bai Chenying quickly found a reason for not beating up Li Shuo back then. However, her heart was really uncooperative. Even though Li Shuo had just touched her face, it was still beating so fast it wouldn't stop. The blush on her face lingered for a long time. This made Bai Chenying very unhappy. She wouldn't allow herself to be so flustered just because her face was pinched, like a little girl trying to stay calm. It wasn't until Hua Wan sent a message that her attention was diverted. Ning, I almost forgot. The editor-in-chief of Bailu Film and Television contacted me this afternoon, saying that he saw a very good anti-gangster novel and that you would be perfect to play Mengyu, one of the female leads. I'll send you the link so you can take a look. If you are satisfied after reading it, Editor-in-Chief Liu will do his best to acquire the rights to this short story and let you play the female lead. Below the message is a link to a novel website. Bai Chenying was just worried about not being able to find anything to distract her. Although I wasn't particularly interested in scripts about cracking down on organized crime, I still sat down on the beanbag chair, opened the novel link, and decided to check out the plot first. Learn about the content while diverting your attention. She couldn't let Li Shua's affairs disturb her peace of mind. She just didn't expect that once she opened the novel tonight, she wouldn't be able to close it. The next day, Bai Chenying woke up late for the first time ever. I didn't come out of the room until 8:30, and I still had dark circles under my eyes. Li Shua had just set down the bowls and chopsticks when he saw the little national treasure, Bing Chuan, walk to the table and frowned. "Didn't you sleep well last night?" He was just struggling with how to start a conversation with Bai Chenying today without feeling awkward, since he had done something like that yesterday, and Bai Chenying was definitely angry. Seeing that the other person didn't seem to have slept well, I instinctively asked them. Bai Chenying hadn't slept much. The plot of the anti-gangster novel she read yesterday was so captivating that even she, with her strong self-control, lost control and stayed up until after 6 in the morning. I didn't sleep well. Her voice still carried an unusual languor. She pulled out a dining chair, sat down, paused, and looked up at Li Shua, emphasizing, "Don't overthink it. I didn't lose sleep because of what you did yesterday." She's not a shy little girl, so how could she not sleep all night just because her husband touched her face? The proud and aloof Miss Bai had already automatically ignored the reason why she had opened the novel in the first place. Li Shua didn't press the matter further, because the more he talked about it, the more embarrassed he became. The two of them tacitly avoided mentioning what happened the previous night. Having learned her lesson yesterday, Bai Chenying no longer dared to tease Li Shua, and was noticeably more well-behaved today. She didn't intend to hold Li Shua accountable for what happened last night. She had touched Li Shua's face before, and Li Shua touched it back yesterday, so the two of them are even now. Breakfast was eaten fairly peacefully. Bai Chenying went to the film set. Upon seeing Hua Wan, he immediately instructed her, "Wan, I read that novel yesterday. I really like the plot and the characters. I guess a lot of film and television companies are eyeing it. Tell the editor at Bailu Company to make sure they get the role. I don't want to play Meng Yu. I want to play the eldest sister-in-law." Bai Chenying really loves the role of the eldest sister-in-law in the drama. She is also confident that she can handle the role and will personally take the stage to perform it. Despite being a top-tier celebrity with a large fan base, she doesn't have many notable works to her name after so many years in the industry. The main reason is that most of the scripts on the market feature naive and innocent female leads, and sometimes even she herself can't stand the stupid plots in the films. Bai Chenying was very confident about the script alone. She believed that if the novel was filmed well, the response would be amazing. Who knows? She might be able to shed the label of traffic star with this novel and successfully embark on the path of a serious actress. This was the first time Hua Wan had ever seen Bai Chenying value a script so much, so she immediately called Bailu Film and Television. She didn't look too good after hanging up the phone. Ning, the editor-in-chief at Bailu, said that there's no problem getting the novel's copyright, but the author has made it clear that he doesn't want you to play the female lead. Editor-in-chief Liu thinks this author is too ungrateful and has decided not to buy the copyright. Bai Chenying was sitting in front of the dressing table waiting for the makeup artist to do her makeup, surrounded by a circle of assistants and staff. Even though Hua Wan tried to keep her voice down, several employees still overheard her, and they were all surprised. Did they hear me right? How could an author possibly look down on Bai Chenying, the currently wildly popular national goddess? Even Bai Chenying herself was slightly stunned, blinking her eyes in confusion. This was the first time she had ever heard of someone being unwilling to cooperate with her. Normally, directors and stars are vying to work with her, but she's selective about who she works with. Bai Chenying was a little hurt, and her rebellious spirit was also aroused by the author of this fishmonger's story. She decisively said, "Tell editor-in-chief Liu that we must get the copyright for this novel. As for the female lead role, I will personally communicate with the author." This is her chance to shed the label of a traffic star. So how could she easily give up playing the lead role? Unexpectedly, she was disliked by the author of the novel, who was a fishmonger. Last night, I thought his novel was very interesting, so I gave him a small tip. I specifically looked up the author's information and found that it was a pen name I had never heard of before. He was obviously a newcomer. Hua Lu writing novels is fine, but his pen name is really mediocre. Bai Chenying thought to herself, what do you mean? Chapter 45 Arranging for Li Shirtsong to join the Li Shi group. Li Shua took some time to make a few phone calls to Li Shuejuan. The other party was on the phone the whole time. He originally wanted to ask if the Li family had done anything detrimental to Li Shuejuan, but after calling several times in half an hour, the line was always busy. Li Shuo could only put this matter aside for the time being and go on to write today's update. Last night, the novel Fishmonger received a donation of over 1,000 yuan from a new reader. Li Shuo decided to add 2 extra chapters tonight as a way of expressing his gratitude. On the other side, Li Shuejuan was still on the phone. Wu Zuixiang was blocked by Li Shuo and couldn't find Bai Chenying's contact information, so she called Li Shuejuan after finishing breakfast and cursed him for almost an hour. I wanted to call you yesterday to tell you about your good son, but your dad and I were so angry with that brat Li Shuo that our blood pressure was so high that we were dizzy and couldn't call you. How did you raise your son? And how did you find your daughter-in-law? They all treat family members like enemies. Shirtsong was fired in a high-profile manner by the second young master of the Bai family. Now, none of the companies in Haicheng that have cooperation with the Bai family want him. Isn't this pushing Shirtsong to the brink and ruining his future? And Li Huan, she's still in the hospital. She cut such a big gash on her hand to keep her boyfriend. Your daughter-in-law is a real viper. She can't marry into a wealthy family herself, so she comes here to ruin Li Huan's relationship. Wu Zuixiang kept cursing and swearing. Li Shuejuan had roughly understood the ins and outs of the matter. It's unclear what method his daughter-in-law, Bai Chenying, used to get Li Shirtsong to lose his job, but Li Huan was also affected. Li Shuejuan naturally believed that his innocent and harmless daughter-in-law would never provoke the Li family. It's not hard to tell from Wu Zuixiang's words that the Li family must have been the first to have ulterior motives and wanted to make things difficult for Bai Chenying. Fortunately, Bai Chenying's father or she herself was valued by the boss, so the Li family failed to succeed and instead suffered the consequences, losing Li Shirtsong's job. Thinking about it, Li Shuejuan couldn't help but think of his sudden unemployment, and a chill ran down his spine. He listened to the person on the other end of the phone cursing for a long time before speaking in a deep voice. You probably didn't just say a few bad things about Chenying and the others to others. My dismissal is also related to you, isn't it? Wu Zuixiang was speechless for a moment because she didn't expect Li Shuejuan to say something like that. After a moment of silence, she said in a venting tone, So what if it is? Who told you and your son to be so ungrateful, not even willing to donate a kidney? Besides, can your bus driver job, which only pays a few thousand yuan a month, compare to Shirtsong's annual salary of millions? Can it bring more wealth to the Li family like Li Huan did when she married into a wealthy family? No. Li Shuejuan gritted his teeth, almost squeezing out the words. I only earn a few thousand yuan a month driving a bus, but that's our family's only source of income. I don't understand how you could do such a terrible thing to your own son. Li Shuejuan said, a sad smile on his face. Maybe it's really like what's being said in the village. I, Li Shuejuan, am really an adopted son you picked up from the trash can. In your eyes, I'm not even as good as a dog. Li Shuejuan didn't fly into a hysterical rage. After saying that, he hung up the phone before the person on the other end could speak and added Wu Zuixiang to his blacklist. From today onwards, let's pretend that Li Shuejuan has no parents, and he won't act like a dutiful son. After enduring humiliation for over 50 years, Li Shuejuan can no longer tolerate it. After hanging up the phone, Li Shuejuan put his phone in his pocket, then rode his electric bike into the scorching sun to continue his job search at the company he had his eye on the day before. This company is hiring programmers. He doesn't meet the educational requirements, but his programming skills are no worse than those of someone with a bachelor's degree, so he plans to give it a try. The phone in his pocket vibrated again a moment later, but Li Shuejuan ignored it. It's obvious without even thinking that Wu Zuifan must have changed her number to call and yell at him. He didn't want to waste another minute on the Li family. In the VIP ward of Haicheng, Wu Zuixiang used Wan Finland's phone to call Li Shuejuan several times, but no one answered. She was so angry that her blood pressure soared and she felt dizzy. It was Wan Finland who stepped forward in time to help her up. Mom, if he doesn't answer, don't call anymore. Don't get upset and hurt yourself. Li Cheng, lying on the hospital bed, frowned and said with a hint of resentment, Mom, can't you change your temper? When you try to communicate with them like this, they don't listen and you just get angry at yourself. Now my kidney is ruined. What's even more distressing is that his son, Li Shirtsong, lost his secure job, and his daughter was hospitalized after attempting suicide by cutting her wrists because of Li Shuejuan's family affairs. Who would have thought that Li Shuejuan, who always seemed like a pushover, would find such a troublesome daughter-in-law? Although Wan Finland and the others said that there was a high probability that Li Shuo's wife had an ambiguous relationship with the young master of Bai Group. Li Chenkai was also very upset, feeling that everything was going wrong, and now he couldn't stand his mother who was always getting angry. He felt that if it weren't for Wu Zuixiang, Li Shua's family would probably have come here for a kidney transplant long ago. At the very least, Li Shizong won't lose his job. It's still Finnish people who are best at comforting others. After calming Wu Zuixiang down, he immediately said to the two of them, "Shenkai, Mom, don't worry. Li Shuejuan still has to support 2 college students and his whole family. Bai Chenying is young and beautiful, but he is not. He is also old and has no education. How can he find a job that pays 7 or 8,000 a month and can support his family? We'll just wait and see how long he can keep up his stubbornness." Wan Finland didn't believe that Bai Chenying, having hooked up with the second young master of the Bai family, would be willing to support her husband and the entire Li family. Who knows, they might send him back to the Li family in a while. For the sake of the 2 college students' future, Li Shuejuan has no choice but to send Li Shua here to exchange his kidney for money, even if he doesn't want to. Li Cheng and Wu Zuixiang quickly understood Wan Finland's meaning, and their expressions softened considerably. By the way, what about Shizong's job? None of Bai Shi Group's partners want him now. Wu Zuixiang was worried about her eldest grandson's job again. Wan Finland smiled faintly. "Mom, there's really no need to worry too much about this. Besides the Bai Shi Group, there's also the equally powerful Li Shi Group in Haicheng, isn't there? Although the boss is in the Li Shi Group in Kyoto, with his current power and connections, it wouldn't be difficult for him to arrange a position for Shizong in the Li Shi Group's branch in Haicheng. I heard from the boss that the 2 bosses from the Li family and the Bai family are at odds with each other in private. Companies that are on good terms with the Bai family don't dare to hire Shizong, but the Li family will definitely get him. In recent years, the Li family has been showing signs of surpassing the Bai family. You don't need to worry, Shizong's future is still very bright." After Wan Finland said those words, the atmosphere in the ward quickly became much more cheerful. Wu Zuixiang finally showed a satisfied smile. "If we put Shizong in the Li Shi Group, Li Shua's wife won't be able to get her hands on the Li Shi Group. What's the use of hooking up with the second young master of the Bai family? She still can't threaten our Shi Kong." Chapter 46 Bai Muge arranges to meet Hua Lu to secure a role. Li Shuejuan's job search did not go as smoothly as he had imagined. He went to 2 companies, and the HR people at both companies didn't ask him anything else but his education and programming experience. His lack of a college degree and 0 work experience led to his rejection by the company. One of the companies was only willing to offer him a security guard job. They only get 2 days off per month, work 3 shifts of 8 hours a day, and only earn 2,800 a month. Li Shuejuan could not possibly take this job. His monthly mortgage payment was already 2,000 yuan. The combined tuition fees for Li Shu and Li Hao amounted to 2,700 yuan, bringing their total expenses to 4,700 yuan. Adding in Fong Laniang's and his living expenses, a monthly salary of 2,800 yuan is completely insufficient. Even when he was driving the 8,000 bus, he was struggling to make ends meet. Even when they get sick, they don't dare to go to the hospital, and most of the time they just tough it out. 4:30 p.m. Li Shuejuan arrived at a construction site, intending to find a temporary job carrying bricks. He didn't have high requirements. He just needed to be strong. Fearing that he would be delayed too long by the construction site manager and wouldn't be able to go back for dinner on time, he took out his phone and called Fong Laniang before going in to look for work. "Laning, I might be back late today. You can cook first and eat. Don't wait for me." His face quickly darkened, clearly surprised. "What? You're going back to visit your family? For how long?" "Oh dear. Why are you asking so many questions? I'm just going back to see my aunt. She hasn't been feeling well lately, but she'll be back soon," Fong Laniang said impatiently. "Then I'll go back with you. Why are you in such a hurry?" Li Shuejuan turned and walked out of the construction site. Fong Laniang had a very good relationship with her aunt, and as Fong Laniang's husband, he should go with her. "What are you going back with me for? Are you going to tell your relatives back home that you're unemployed? You might not be ashamed, but I am." The sound of a door closing and keys being pulled out came from the phone. "I'll talk to you now. There's no signal in the stairwell. I contacted an acquaintance in town. He's driving back to his hometown, and I'll hitch a ride with him. I'll call you when I get there." After Fong Laniang finished speaking, she hung up the phone without waiting for Li Shuejuan's response. Li Shuejuan. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he noticed that Fong Laniang's attitude towards him had changed drastically since he lost his job. Perhaps she was worried because he was unemployed and concerned that his 2 children wouldn't have enough money for living expenses and tuition. After standing at the construction site entrance for a while, Li Shuejuan put his phone in his pocket, adjusted his mindset, forced a passable smile, and stepped into the construction site. "I work as a bricklayer to earn money to support my family and children. 6 o'clock in the evening. After typing the last word, Li Shuo finished writing for the day, stood up, and stretched to relax. Just as I was about to leave my computer to cook, my QQ phone beeped with its familiar beep-beep sound. The message was sent by editor Day. Boss Walu, your novel's partner has been secured, Bailu Film and Television Company. They offered more than 200,000 yuan more than other companies, and they are also willing to retain your rights to participate in the film and television adaptation of your work, as per your request. The total copyright fee is 650,000 yuan. The electronic contract should be compiled and sent to your email by tomorrow morning. Remember to check and fill it out then. Below this message were 3 worshipping emojis. Li Shuo also discovered for the first time that Day used emoticons when chatting with people. He thought his editor was always very serious and proper. However, what excited him even more was the copyright fee of 650,000 yuan. For the first time, Li Shuo replied to Day's message as quickly as possible and sincerely thanked him. Just when I thought the chat was over, Day sent another message. Boss, there's one more thing. Yes, please go ahead. Bailu Film still hopes to invite Bai Muge to play the female lead. Bai Muge herself has also read your work, Hualu, and she has expressed that she is very interested in the role of the eldest sister-in-law and hopes to talk to you in person. Upon seeing the words, talk face to face, Li Shuo felt an overwhelming sense of resistance, both physically and mentally. He also doesn't want popular celebrities to participate in his works, and directly refused. To be honest, I don't want popular celebrities to participate in my works. I only consider actors with strong acting skills. I won't consider Bai Muge either. I'm very grateful for her liking. Li Shuo refused very quickly. He would definitely not go to see Bai Muge. He's socially awkward. Kyoto. In front of the computer desk in the studio apartment, a tall, slightly overweight man with fair skin and black-rimmed glasses stood with his mouth slightly agape, clearly shocked. Bai Muge is a goddess recognized by almost all men in Asia. For many men, including him, getting close to her even once in their lives is as difficult as climbing to heaven. Yet this big shot from Lu repeatedly rejected her, even turning down a rare opportunity to meet her. That composure. Even Sun Wukong's magic staff couldn't stabilize it this well. This is a very rare opportunity. Many people would find it incredibly difficult to even meet her. Are you sure you don't want to meet her? Even if you're not satisfied after meeting her, you can still decide whether or not to let her act, Dave said again. He didn't want Li Shuo to miss this once-in-a-lifetime moment of glory. Maybe Li Shuo can help him get an autograph then. Li Shuo replied quickly. I won't use her, so there's no need to meet her. The other party is a beautiful and famous female celebrity, while he is a socially awkward person of the highest caliber. Even if they met, he would be the only one so embarrassed that he would dig out a whole forbidden city with his toes. Not to mention rejecting her to her face. Dave practically wanted to kneel down before Li Shuo. After a long pause, she replied with a sour, okay, then sent Li Shuo a meme. I'm standing on a high lemon mountain, and went to contact the editor-in-chief of Bailu Film and Television. Even he, the editor-in-chief of Tomato Reading, wasn't qualified to contact Bai Muge. Hualu surprisingly refused Bai Shun's invitation to dinner. Day is feeling very conflicted right now. Li Shuo thought the conversation was over, so he left his computer to make dinner. Not long after he left, on Tencent's Penguin account, Day, who was incredibly jealous, sent Li Shuo another message. Boss, Bai Muge wants to add your QQ number personally. What do you say? Do you agree or not? 1 minute later, big shot? Did you see that? Bai Muge is still waiting for your reply. 5 minutes later, master? 20 minutes later, are you still there? Bai Muge is waiting for your reply. She's in a hurry. Half an hour later, Day. Li Shuo was busy in the kitchen and didn't stop, so he didn't have time to look at his phone or computer. Before 7 o'clock, a fairly lavish dinner was served. Bai Chenying got off work early today and arrived home just a few minutes before dinner. Li Shuo placed the soup on the table and saw his wife enter the room. You're off work so early today? Bai Chenying didn't seem to be in a good mood. She changed her shoes and strode into the living room with her long legs. I had an appointment with a client tonight to discuss business, but the client didn't want to, so I came back first. She had assumed that if Egret Company bought the fishmonger's copyright at a high price, the author of Fire Music would back down and meet with her to discuss the matter. But to her surprise, this guy rejected her advances and refused to meet her. This was the first time in her life that she had been rejected when she asked someone out, and she finally experienced what it felt like to be rejected, which was not a good feeling. Even so, in order to win the role of the eldest sister-in-law, she took a step back and did something she would never normally do. She took the initiative to ask Huolu for her QQ number. They're not replying anymore. Seeing that Bai Chenying was in a bad mood, Shuo realized that she was so upset because the client had stood her up. Feeling a bit sorry for her, he unusually comforted her, saying, "It's a problem with the client's judgment that he didn't agree to cooperate with you. You don't need to keep feeling upset about this. It seems that even an elite like her doesn't have a smooth career path. This is the helplessness of working people." Chapter 47 Glacier Defense Breakthrough. Even with her husband's comforting words, Bai Chenying ate her meal absent-mindedly. This was the first time Bai Muge had ever been so ignored by someone. Not only did he take the initiative to ask the other person to meet, but he also suggested adding the other person as a friend. If it were someone else, they would probably already be having dinner with her at a hotel and have finalized the cooperation agreement. Now this person has rejected her invitation, and even her friend request has gone unanswered for almost an hour. This was the first time Shuo had seen Bai Chenying like this, and he thought that she might have encountered a significant problem. I wanted to comfort her again several times. However, being a socially awkward person, he was completely inept at work-related matters and didn't bother her. After dinner, he told Bai Chenying to go back to her room and rest, and that he would wash the dishes in the kitchen by himself today. Bai Chenying really wasn't in the mood to help with housework today. She and Shuo cleared the dishes into the kitchen, wiped the table clean, and then went back to her room to wait for Huoli's reply. She never expected that within a month, she would feel severely neglected by Shuo and another person. She could understand Shuo's autism. What's the story behind the author of this fire music? The young couple and their cat didn't have many dishes, so Shuo finished cleaning up in just a few minutes. He carried the Yuanzi back to his room and saw a message from his editor, Day, saying that Bai Muge wanted to add him as a friend. Since he didn't plan to collaborate with any popular female celebrities, Shuo felt there was no need to contact them too much. If they turned out to be domineering and unreasonable, he would have to spend a lot of effort dealing with them. Just by asking him to dinner 1 minute and adding him as a friend the next, she could make him feel her domineering nature. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Shuo, who was socially awkward, naturally refused Bai Muge's request outright. In the master bedroom, when Bai Chenying saw the message from editor-in-chief Liu, her clear eyes revealed her displeasure, and she tightened her pretty face. This Huolu is even more arrogant than a big shot. She's practically become a ninja turtle, having to be humble and patient. She won't even add a single friend as a friend. I'm so annoyed. Bai Chenying was clearly not used to this feeling of being seriously ignored. After all, she had hardly ever experienced it since she was a child, and today she experienced it thoroughly. The author is despicable, but she also really loves the novel The Fishmonger, so her feelings are very complicated. She desperately wanted to kill the fishmonger, the heartless author, but she also wanted to try harder to get the role of the older sister-in-law. With mixed feelings, she clicked on the fishmonger's novel and discovered that the author had updated 7 chapters today. Bai Chenying caught up to the latest chapter yesterday, but the author is still stuck at a crucial moment. With the plot on her mind, she temporarily put aside the author who annoyed her and opened the latest chapter. She spent nearly half an hour carefully reading the new chapter, and the exciting plot kept her hooked. She kept exclaiming in her heart that it was too good. Especially seeing that Huolu updated 2 extra chapters today was because of her 1,000 yuan reward at midnight, which made her add extra chapters. Bai Chenying's lips finally curved into a smile, and she casually tipped 500 yuan, leaving a comment in the comment section for the first time ever, something she never did online. The author just needs to maintain quality updates. No need for extra chapters as thanks. I think this novel will be adapted into a film and television series soon, and I suggest the author invite Bai Muge to play the role of the eldest sister-in-law. Once Bai Chenying posted her comment under the pseudonym Shuo, the topic of the popular characters Big Sister-in-Law and Bai Muge quickly sparked a heated discussion among readers in the comments section. Shuo's suggestion is great. I think it would be really interesting to see Muge's wife play the eldest sister-in-law. Of course, sister-in-law should find a beautiful female celebrity to play the role. I think it's a good idea. If we can really get Bai Muge to participate, with her popularity, this novel is bound to be a huge hit. I second that proposal. Bai Muge is the goddess in the hearts of Asian men, with almost no scandals or negative press. Among the current crop of top actresses, readers unanimously agree that Bai Muge is the most suitable actress for the role of the eldest sister-in-law in this novel. The comment from the top-ranked user, Shuo, gained immense popularity, and Shuo quickly noticed it. Upon seeing that it was from the top-ranked user, he immediately replied, Thank you for the gift, Shuo. This novel was just confirmed today to be adapted into a TV series with Bailu Film and Television Company. As for the role of the eldest sister-in-law in the series, I don't plan to let Bai Muge play it. I won't cast any popular stars in the adaptations of my works. I will probably choose some actors with ordinary fame but great strength to play the roles. For popular celebrities like Bai Muge, probably half of their fans aren't drawn to their acting skills. High popularity doesn't necessarily mean they're excellent. Excellent actors let their work speak for itself. Li Shuo was aware of Bai Chenying's influence, so he didn't say anything too harsh, but it still caused a stir in the comments section. In particular, the entertainment industry in this world is underdeveloped, and the audience and readers are not as far-sighted as the readers in the parallel world regarding the adaptation of film and television dramas. What's going on? Did I hear that right? Huolu isn't going to hire any popular celebrities for this book? Aren't they worried about it not getting any readers? This is too reckless. Even if they can't afford to hire Mu Ji's wife, they shouldn't just abandon the show and not hire any popular stars. How can they possibly boost the show's popularity with a bunch of unknown actors? Others have stumbling blocks on their road to success, but Huolu is different. He trips himself up. I'm starting to worry about the quality of the fishmonger's TV drama. He's practically courting death. Huolu, it doesn't matter. I'll handle the funeral myself. Shuo Xian. Author Huolu, your decision will waste a good work. Bai Muge has acting skills. What's wrong with her? Seeing the top-ranked reader and the comments and teasing from other readers, Li Shuo remained unmoved. He reiterated that he would not invite Bai Muge and a host of popular celebrities to participate in the novel's review section, and then stopped posting in the comments section. He knew his decision would certainly cause dissatisfaction among many readers, but the current state of the film and television industry was not much different from that of the parallel world, and might even be worse, so it needed to be properly rectified. He deliberately avoids casting popular celebrities and pretty boys in his works. Exit the novel's back end. Li Shuo then discovered that he had received an email from Bailu Films in his inbox. It turned out to be a copyright cooperation agreement. This company is incredibly efficient. They've already prepared the cooperation agreement shortly after deciding to cooperate. Li Shuo immediately accepted the request and began filling out the contract. He estimated that it would take less than a week for the contract to be sent over and reviewed. The copyright fee of 650,000 yuan will be credited to your account. At this time, sitting on the bed, Bai Chenying stared intently at the messages Huolu had left in the comments section, clearly displeased. If reality allowed it, she really wanted to go online and ask this author why he wouldn't give her a chance to show her skills, and then beat him up. She sat cross-legged, her slender fingers lightly tapping the screen, and for the first time ever, she did something both spiteful and childish, posting an emotionally charged comment. I'm abandoning this book. Goodbye. After being rejected by Huolu time and time again, Xiao Bingchuan is now a little defensive. The sudden abandonment of the book by Huolu's top author, Shuo Xian, immediately caused a stir among readers in the comments section. However, she did not see the author Huolu reappear. Bai Chenying. I'm so annoyed. This writer is a scoundrel. She was so angry she felt like she was going to grind her teeth to powder. Completely unaware that he was about to drive his wife mad, Li Shuo had already filled out the contract and sent it to Bailu Company's email address. He checked the time. It was a little past 9 o'clock at night. Taking advantage of the time he still had, he picked up his phone and immediately called Li Shuo to ask about his recent situation. The line was busy all morning, but it should be quiet now. Chapter 48: The Secret Between Father and Son. After talking to Li Shuo on the phone for a while, Li Shuo learned that Li Shuo had been fired from the company. Before he moved out, Fang Lanying had mentioned Li Shuo's job, saying that it was impossible for him to be dismissed so quickly under normal circumstances. Although he was 2 years over the age limit, the company leaders gave Li Shuo special consideration and did not fire him. Li Shuo didn't need to think too much to guess what was going on. This must be the work of Li Qingsai's family. He also had ulterior motives regarding Bai Chenying's job. Li Qingsai's family wanted to cut off their escape route, and when they were driven to the brink, they would naturally take the initiative to deliver their kidneys. Li Qingsai's family didn't expect that even if their wishful thinking succeeded, and Bai Chenying and Li Shuo lost their source of income, Li Shuo's side could immediately maintain their livelihood. His novels have already begun to bear fruit. Hearing the tired tone on the other end of the phone, Li Shuo frowned slightly. Dad, what kind of work are you doing now? If he really wasn't working, his voice wouldn't sound so tired and weak. He figured Li Shuo must have found a new job, probably a physically demanding one. Upon hearing this, Li Shuejuan pretended to be relaxed and said, I found a job carrying bricks on a construction site. It pays 250 yuan a day, and I get paid once a week. I worked half a day this afternoon, and it feels okay. He sat on the sofa, his hands, worn out from years of use, gently rubbing his lower back, his forced smile revealing his exhaustion. Li Shua's tone turned serious. Dad, don't put all the burden on yourself. Mom can also find a job now. Li Shua believes that couples should work together and share household responsibilities. He has now moved out of the house, and Fang Lanying still sits at home every day without looking for a job, putting all the pressure on her father. Even if the other party is his own mother, he would still feel that Fang Lanying's actions were wrong. Li Shuejuan gently patted his lower back and said, You know perfectly well that your mother has a bad temper. She's prone to conflicts with people when she goes out to work. She's never worked since she married me. She doesn't know anything, and no one would want her if she went out to work. She does have some skills, such as helping out at restaurants or cleaning at hotels. She's too proud to do that. Li Shuejuan didn't expect Fang Lanying to contribute to the family income. He was already grateful if she could avoid arguing and having conflicts with him. Fang Lanying doesn't care about her husband, but Li Shua, as his son, must care about his father. He was silent for a moment, then said to Li Shuejuan, Dad, I wrote a short story on the website a while ago, and I just finished negotiating the contract with the film and television company. I estimate that the money will be in my account within a week. You don't need to do that job on the construction site anymore. Li Shuejuan paused in his pounding of his lower back, and after a long while, he finally spoke. What? A novel? A movie? Li Shua's words were a bit hard for him to process for a while. My autistic son has learned to write novels, and is even going to act in TV shows? Li Shuejuan even felt a sense of unreality, as if he were dreaming. Li Shua was very patient and spent a few minutes explaining the matter to Li Shuejuan again in a way that Li Shuejuan could understand best. My God, how much money would you make if this were made into a TV series? The copyright fees must be tens of thousands, right? Li Shuejuan understood, and his tone revealed excitement, joy, and even more relief. His son has finally found a skill to support himself. Even if he doesn't earn much money, it doesn't matter. At least he doesn't have to worry about his son going hungry. Li Shua didn't intend to tell Li Shuejuan all his income. He kept it a secret and told him, the copyright fees for the novels are quite high. The film and television company that signed my novel values it very much and offered a price that is more than 100,000 yuan higher than the copyright fees for ordinary novels. The total copyright fee is 500,000 yuan. What? 500,000? Li Shuejuan almost exclaimed in shock. He never imagined that his son, who had a problem supporting himself, would be so capable. 500,000 is no small sum. Li Shua appeared much calmer and said, So I suggest you don't go to work on the construction site, Dad. I can already support you on my end. After a pause, he continued, Or you could see if there's any business you'd like to start, and I'll invest all my money in you. He vaguely remembered that Fang Lanying had argued with Li Shuejuan because he seemed to be thinking about starting a processing company. Don't worry about me, keep the money. I can handle my own problems, Li Shuejuan said decisively. This 500,000 yuan was hard-earned by my son. He doesn't understand writing novels, so his income is probably unstable. This novel might just be a stroke of good luck. My son might still need 500,000 yuan to make a living in the future, so I can't put the burden of life on my daughter-in-law alone. He can't accept this money. Dad, you don't need to worry about these things. I have a novel that's doing well and can support Chenying and me. If you want to start a business, consider this 500,000 yuan as my filial piety to you. Li Shua genuinely hoped that Li Shuejuan could go into business and not have to work for someone else and be at the mercy of others. Even an elite like Bai Chenying can have her mood affected by a client, let alone Li Shuejuan. If we lose money, 500,000 is not a small amount. Li Shuejuan did indeed have the idea of starting a business and had always wanted to do a project. However, life had worn him down, and even if he had the opportunity, he would hesitate. In the end, Li Shua told him that he could earn 300 yuan a day from his novel and persuaded him for almost half an hour before he finally made up his mind. Since his son is willing to support him, he can also take a bold step and open a processing center. If we can really cooperate with Jay, we can make at least 10 million in profit a year. When that happens, we won't have to worry about supporting our children anymore, and Fang Lanying will argue with him less. Then I'll go to another city in the next few days to meet with my classmate and ask him about the order. Li Shuejuan originally planned to work at his old classmate's company in another city if he couldn't stay in Xiamen any longer. Now he has the opportunity to open his own machining center, and he has the skills. His classmates have orders, but can't find partners with strong technical skills, so he can't let this opportunity pass him by. Okay, it's settled then. Li Shuo thought of Fong Lanying, and then instructed Li Shuejuan. Dad, don't tell Mom about me making money by writing novels, and don't tell her about you opening a processing center. If Fong Lanying finds out, she'll probably come looking for all sorts of excuses to ask him for money, and Li Shuejuan will have no money left. She could easily take all 500,000 yuan. Li Shuejuan certainly understood Fong Lanying's temperament better than Li Shuo. Hearing his son's instructions, he nodded and said, "Okay, this is a secret between us two." He was also afraid that if Fong Lanying found out, she would interfere and obstruct him again, just like she did more than 20 years ago. So he decided to keep quiet, start the company, and tell her when he made money. Chapter 49, Where Are You Putting Your Hands? The father and son talked on the phone for more than an hour. Before ending the call, feeling as if in a dream, Li Shuejuan asked Li Shuo for his pen name as the author, wanting to personally verify the authenticity of his son making money from writing books. Li Shuo didn't hide anything. After hanging up the phone, he sent Li Shuejuan both his pen name and the novel's title. After finishing his work, Li Shuo glanced at the time and saw that it was already 10:30 p.m. He then prepared to take a shower and rest. He went to the balcony to collect the clothes first. The balcony of this house is very large. In addition to the living area, there is also a leisure area on the balcony, where there is a beanbag chair and many cacti. During the day, Li Shuo would occasionally hold the Yuanzi and sit on the beanbag chair to bask in the sun together. When he arrived at the balcony, he discovered that Bai Chenying was not asleep, but was sitting on the sofa on the balcony, seemingly deep in thought. Even though she was as aloof as usual, Li Shuo could tell at a glance that she was still in a bad mood. I guess it's because of that customer who stood me up today. Perhaps this project is very important to Bai Chenying. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so down today. It's already 10:30, go back to sleep early. Li Shuo walked to the sofa and took the initiative to remind them. De Yuanzi, who had followed, had already jumped onto the sofa and rubbed its head against Bai Chenying's arm, its big eyes scrutinizing its owner's expression. It could also tell that its owner was very unhappy today. Upon hearing this, Bai Chenying finally put down the phone she had been holding, raised her hand to stroke De Yuanzi's head, and replied to Li Shuo, "I know, I'll go back to sleep later." She was indeed in a very bad mood. The author of the fishmonger story was unwilling to let her play a role, which clearly indicated a rejection of her acting skills and abilities, and an unwillingness to give her this opportunity. This was hard for her to accept all of a sudden, as she had always been the center of attention and felt proud. Despite her parents' objections, Bai Chenying chose to enter the film and television industry to pursue her dream of becoming an actress, determined to prove to them that she could definitely become the best actress. But it must be admitted that she has come this far as an actress who only has fame, but no real works. A large part of the reason she became popular, besides her universally acknowledged good looks, is the support of her solid family background and connections. Without all of this, she would never have achieved her current fame based solely on her acting skills. Huolu rejected her because he saw through this. She admitted that Huolu was a very good author, but it was hard for her to accept being rejected by him all of a sudden, and she was especially sad today. Feeling down, I just wanted to go out on the balcony for a while and get some fresh air. Li Shuo was about to leave, but seeing the girl on the sofa with her head down in disappointment, he comforted her and said, "Don't be upset. The client who stood you up won't even know if you're upset, and it's just affecting your mood." He never expected that a seemingly uncomplaining female elite would have such a vulnerable moment. Bai Chenying was just sad at first, but Li Shuo's sudden comfort made her feel inexplicably wronged. She opened her mouth to say proudly that she didn't, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. She was just sad before, but when Li Shuo came over to comfort her, she felt wronged instead. I even felt an urge to release all the emotions that had accumulated throughout the day. Seeing that Bai Chenying did not respond, Li Shuo stood there somewhat at a loss. "How about I make you some late-night snack? Maybe it'll cheer you up?" Li Shuo's tone was concerned, and his voice was much gentler than usual. He tried very hard to coax his wife. Even if the two of them might divorce soon, he will try his best to fulfill his responsibilities as a husband. Bai Chenying was now even more unable to hold back, and the grievances she was trying to suppress were growing infinitely larger. Her nose tingled slightly. She looked up at Li Shuo, wanting to tell him to leave, but when she met his concerned gaze, her heart softened, and her cold, aggressive eyes softened. "Li Shuo, oh." She hesitated for a moment, then said, Why don't you sit with me for a while? Huh? Li Shuo instinctively wanted to back away, as he was not used to Bai Chening's sudden request. You don't want to? Bai Chening's eyes were a little red. No. Li Shuo was afraid that she would burst into tears at any moment, so he immediately sat down next to her. He had just sat down when his heart started racing, unaccustomed to being so close to Bai Chenying. Before he could calm down, the person next to him had already moved closer, and she rested her head on his shoulder. Let me lean on it for a while, Bai Chenying said calmly. She had been very sad, and now that Li Shuo had come to comfort her, she suddenly wanted to lean on him. Although she herself thought the request was outrageous, leaning on his shoulder felt like she had someone to receive her grievances, and she did feel a little better. Upon close contact, a delicate fragrance wafted over him, and Li Shuo instantly straightened up, stiffly replying to Bai Chenying with a good. Bai Chenying felt someone's body gradually stiffen, and was quickly drawn to him, even feeling a little like laughing. Are you embarrassed again? She asked directly. Li Shuo felt his heart skip a beat when he realized he'd been seen through. A look of embarrassment crossed his face. He realized he shouldn't be teased like that in front of his wife, so he immediately retorted, No. Bai Chenying was completely amused, but she just pursed her lips and remained silent. She's clearly nervous, but she's still being stubborn. Li Shuo observed the girl's reaction and, even though she didn't say anything, she sensed a great provocation. After struggling for a while, his right hand, which had been quite helpless, seemed to be trying to prove that he wasn't embarrassed, and he put his arm around Bai Chenying's shoulder. Li Shuo's sudden action startled Bai Chenying, who immediately jumped away. You bastard, where are you putting your hands? She was both ashamed and angry, and scolded him in a coquettish voice. Li Shuo is also particularly firm on the issue of male dignity. I said I wasn't embarrassed, but you didn't believe me. Bai Chenying. She looked at the man, wanting to be angry but unable to, glared at him fiercely for a while, and then snorted, Bastard. He cursed once, then strode away quickly with his long legs. She felt a little embarrassed if she stayed any longer. Who would have thought this guy would dare to hug her? Li Shuo watched the girl's retreating figure and let out a breath. Although it was a bit awkward, it allowed her to vent her emotions, so she shouldn't be as upset as before. Which bastard is so ungrateful? Li Shuo couldn't help but curse inwardly when he thought of the culprit who had made Bai Chenying so upset. Bai Chenying is clearly a hard-working person, and he believes she can definitely do a good job. This must have been a serious misjudgment on their part, resulting in the loss of such an excellent partner. Back in her room, Bai Chenying had long since put the things that had upset her out of her mind. She leaned against the door, recalling the feeling of being embraced by Li Shuo just now. His shoulders were broad, and when he put his arm around her, it seemed to give her boundless warmth and security. A blush crept onto her fair face. She bit her lip lightly, her brows furrowed with shyness and annoyance, and her delicate hand covered her wildly beating heart. She felt like something was off. Chapter 50. Miss Bai and the nation's brother-in-law are not going well. The next day, neither of them mentioned what happened the night before, but the atmosphere between them changed subtly. After finishing her breakfast, Bai Chenying went to the kitchen to take out the trash, said goodbye to Li Shuo, and prepared to leave. She had just changed her shoes when Li Shuo came over with an umbrella and reminded her, It's going to rain today. Take an umbrella with you. Bai Chenying rarely carries an umbrella when she goes out, because her car can go directly to the film set parking lot, and she doesn't need to prepare these things herself. Her assistants and bodyguards will prepare them for her. When she saw the umbrella Li Shuo offered her, she hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not refuse and took the umbrella, saying, Okay. Carrying the umbrella her husband gave her, Miss Bai was in a very good mood despite it being a cloudy day. Arrived on the film set, Huawan noticed that Bai Chenying had brought her own umbrella and asked in confusion, Ningning, why did you bring your own umbrella? The assistants would have prepared these for you. Bai Chenying handed the umbrella to Huawan. This was given to me by Li Shuo. He said it would rain today and told me to take an umbrella with me when I go out. Huawan, why does it feel like I've been fed a mouthful of dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection? After setting the umbrella aside, Huawan immediately grabbed the breakfast that had been delivered from the hotel. Ningning, have you had breakfast yet? I ordered breakfast. Bai Chenying had already started reading today's script and had no interest in the breakfast. I've already eaten. I'm not like you. I have a family now and don't need to eat breakfast outside. Huawan spread her hands and said, Never mind. I'm full. Bai Chenying turned her head to look at her. What did you eat? Huawan, what else can we eat? Dog food. Aren't the two of them always ready to get divorced? Why does she feel that something's off about Miss Bai and the nation's brother-in-law? Bailu Films was very efficient. They transferred the copyright fee to Li Shua's bank account by 10 a.m. However, it wasn't the 650,000 he had expected, but 560,000. It was his first time writing a novel, and he only then realized that novel royalties were subject to taxation. His copyright fee of 650,000 yuan needs to be taxed at 14%, so he only gets 560,000 yuan. Losing 90,000 yuan is not a big problem for Li Shuo. Even if he gave Li Shuejuan 510,000 yuan, he would still have 50,000 yuan left. In a few days, the manuscript fee for another book will also be due soon, which will be more than enough. Upon receiving the payment, Li Shuo immediately transferred 3,000 yuan to Li Shu. Considering she might be in class, I didn't call to disturb her, and after tidying up, I went out. He needs to go home to check on Li Shuejuan's current situation and discuss his company business. When I got home, Li Shuejuan was still preparing lunch, which consisted of some leftover vegetables and noodles from home. You brat, why didn't you tell me you were coming? Li Shuejuan immediately took out a piece of cured meat from the refrigerator. I live alone now, and I'm going out this afternoon. I didn't buy any groceries, so I'm adding some cured meat in. We're having noodles today. Where did Mom go? Li Shuo asked in confusion, wondering if Fong Lanying had finally come to her senses and was now going to work to help support the family. She went back to see her great aunt and said the situation was a bit serious and she wouldn't be back for a while, Li Shuejuan said. Didn't she never want to care before? Now she's so concerned. Li Shuo wasn't interested in Fong Lanying's affairs, so he said casually before going into the kitchen to help wash the vegetables. He continued, by the way, Dad, my royalties have arrived. 500,000 yuan. Don't tell Mom. He washed the few vegetables he had and asked, do you have any living expenses right now? If not, I'll transfer some money to you first. No need. I've already spoken to your mother. She'll transfer some money to me first. She has some savings in her account, so it won't be a problem to use it to cover the household expenses temporarily. Li Shuejuan refused. He felt really embarrassed to keep taking money from his son. Li Shuo asked, when did you tell her to transfer the money? I talked to her about it last night, but she's probably busy and hasn't replied to my message yet. After wiping his hands, Li Shuo took out his phone and transferred 5,000 yuan directly to Li Shuejuan's WeChat account. Dad, you're leaving today, and you don't know when she'll reply. I'm transferring some money to you now, otherwise you won't have money to buy souvenirs when you visit people in Ganqing. Li Shuo was mainly worried that his father, Li Shuejuan, would go hungry. He felt that Fong Lanying was unlikely to transfer money to Li Shuejuan. No one goes from evening until now without touching their phone. They just don't want to bother with it. Li Shuejuan was moved and did not refuse his son's kindness, so he agreed. He never imagined that his son would become so reliable one day. The father and son had lunch at home. After Li Shuo took Li Shuejuan to the train station, he returned to his and Bai Chenying's small home. Only then did I have time to open the novel's back end and read the reader's comments. The two most popular comments in the comment section were both posted last night by the top-ranked user, Shuo. One suggestion was to ask him to cast Bai Muge as Yen Deseo. The other one was a clearly exasperated, I'm abandoning the book, goodbye. Looks like this Shuo Xin is a fan of that female celebrity. Li Shuo muttered. He's the top donor. After all, I gave him 500 points for the new chapter last night. Li Shuo felt a little embarrassed for driving away the top fan, so he replied in the comments section of the post where the book was abandoned. I'm really sorry. I hope it didn't affect your mood. He sincerely apologized to the other party. We can't just abandon our principles and actually use popular celebrities just to be number one on the list. He's not that kind of person. On the film set, Bai Chenying was surrounded by several makeup artists and assistants who were touching up her makeup. Taking advantage of her free time, she picked up her phone and subconsciously opened the Tomato Novel app to see if the fishmonger had updated any chapters. When the software opened, she realized that she had already abandoned the book. If I were to secretly follow the book now, wouldn't it be incredibly embarrassing if that treacherous author found out? Bai Chenying was about to quit when she saw the message 99+ in the background and curiously opened it to take a look. I just saw a very conspicuous reply from author Huolu among a group of readers, and he actually apologized to her. She has long since moved on from yesterday's setback and is no longer fixated on playing the role of the fishmonger in the novel. She will prove herself with her abilities and make Huolu look at her with new eyes. However, since the author has apologized to her, she'll reluctantly add it back to her bookshelf and continue reading. They secretly followed him. At the same time, on the high-speed train to Ganzhou, Once inside the carriage, he found his seat, took out his phone, and saw the WeChat message Fong Lanying had sent him. Why are you going to another city instead of working properly? The money I have is for Li Hao and Li Shu to use in the future. I don't have money to transfer to you, so don't think about running around. Just work hard on the construction site. They provide meals there. I won't transfer living expenses to you. If you run out of money, go to your son and daughter-in-law. They have money. After reading the message on WeChat, Li Shuejuan's face darkened. He put his phone back in his pocket and did not reply to Fong Lanying. He wasn't in the mood, and now no matter what he said or did, Fong Lanying would find a reason to scold him, so he might as well say nothing. At this moment, a woman dressed in an elegant cheongsam and with graceful demeanor came to the seat opposite Li Shuejuan. Beneath the knee-length skirt, a slender calf wrapped in gauze was quite noticeable. After confirming her seat, the woman picked up her suitcase and tried to put her belongings on the luggage rack. Unfortunately, the suitcase was quite heavy, and due to my leg injury, I couldn't lift it twice. Seeing this, Li Shuejuan did not hesitate and immediately got up from his seat, took the suitcase from the woman's hand, and helped her put it on the luggage rack. Upon seeing this, the latter smiled gratefully, her expression radiating intellectual beauty, and said, "Thank you, sir." Chapter 51. You might just be old Master Li's golden grandson. Li Shuejuan had only offered a small favor, and when the other party thanked him, he simply returned a faint smile and politely replied, "You're welcome." Fong Lanying has always been very strict about his interactions with women, especially when you're newly married. Because of his outstanding appearance and his role as a bus driver, he comes into contact with many women. Fong Lanying is afraid that he will cheat on her, so she often checks his phone. When the two of them go out together, she gets angry if he talks to a woman. Since he got older, he didn't have much money, so Fong Lanying stopped taking care of him as much. Li Shuejuan has always adhered to the habit of not having too much contact with women. Regardless of the current state of their relationship, he firmly believes that fidelity is essential in marriage. Xie Jingshu was an observant person. Seeing Li Shuejuan's distant response, she didn't say anything more to him. She smiled, nodded, and sat down in the seat opposite him. As the high-speed train started moving, the things outside the window began to fly by rapidly. Li Shuejuan, however, was not in the mood to enjoy this rare moment of respite. He was thinking about Fong Lanying and was not in a good mood. When he was working, he gave all his salary to Fong Lanying. "I'm currently unemployed and have no money, and she refuses to transfer any living expenses to me." This chilled him to the bone. What Li Shuejuan didn't know was, Fong Lanying, who was visiting relatives in her hometown, has already gone to visit her son in the neighboring town. In the rather luxurious villa in town, Fong Lanying sat in the living room, flipping through a photo album. Today she wore light makeup and a plaid dress. She wasn't exactly young and beautiful, but having always lived a life of luxury, when she dressed up, her good looks and figure could be described as still quite charming. It's not that she doesn't like dressing up, it's just that she doesn't like dressing up for Li Shuejuan to see. A slightly overweight middle-aged man sat opposite her, skillfully preparing tea for her. Fong Lanying looked through the photos of her son from childhood to adulthood, her eyes reddening slightly. She looked at the man and said, "You've raised Bowen very well." In the blink of an eye, he's graduated from university and started his own company. After Wu Wenfeng became wealthy, Fong Lanying kept an eye on him. She knew that he had not only raised his son but also remained unmarried and single, probably because he still couldn't forget the relationship they had when they were young. This is also why she felt confident enough to come over while Wu Wenfeng was on vacation at home. She couldn't count on Li Shuejuan. How many months could he possibly work on a construction site with that kind of physique? She didn't want to live a hard life with Li Shuejuan anymore. Anyway, her relationship with Li Shuejuan had long been worn down by all the trivial matters. If she could reconcile with Wu Wenfeng while she still had a chance, she wouldn't have to suffer for the rest of her life. She had heard that Wu Wenfeng was now a businessman who earned several million a year. They also mentioned that a highly profitable machining project is underway, and if successful, it could bring in at least 10 million a year. How could she not be tempted? If she comes back and tries to reconcile with Wu Wenfeng, the first thing she'll do upon returning to Xiamen is divorce Li Shuejuan. Wu Wenfeng was a businessman who had been through many trials and tribulations for many years, and he could see through Fong Lanying's thoughts at a glance. Although he has achieved some success now and could find a young and beautiful woman, he's been working hard all these years, but it's a pity that by the time he achieved something. Wu Wenfeng collected his thoughts, refilled Fong Lanying's teacup, smiled, and said, "If you hadn't given birth to him, I wouldn't have such an outstanding son. You must be doing well now. I heard your husband has settled down in Xiamen. Mentioning Li Shuejuan made Fang Lanying angry. She sighed and said, don't talk about him. He was fired from his company a while ago and doesn't have a stable job now. After I visit my aunt, I'll have to find a job too. Wu Wenfeng raised an eyebrow and put down his teacup. How can that be? What kind of man is he if he can't even support a family and his own woman? That's just how he is. Even when we settled down in Luqing, it was my family and I who paid for the house. Otherwise, my children and I would probably be living a life of hardship right now, Fang Lanying said, adding fuel to the fire when she saw that Wu Wenfeng had reacted. Of course, she did contribute money, though not much, and she has kept it in mind ever since. Fang Lanying felt that Li Shuejuan was useless. He asked her to subsidize more than 10,000 yuan for buying a house, but when her younger brother got married and needed to buy a house, he couldn't even come up with 100,000 yuan to subsidize him. Her brother is still not on good terms with her because of this incident, and he feels that she deliberately didn't help. When she brought up the past, she felt wronged from the bottom of her heart. She continued, back then, I gave birth to Bowen for you, and then you got into trouble and went to jail. My parents didn't agree to let me wait for you to come out, so I could only give Bowen to his grandmother. As Fang Lanying finished speaking, she glanced at Wu Wenfeng with mixed emotions and burst into tears. She wasn't wrong. When she was young, she did have a child out of wedlock with Wu Wenfeng, which made it impossible for her to find a man with a good family background. She could only marry Li Shuejuan. After all, they were former lovers. When Wu Wenfeng saw Fang Lanying crying, his brows furrowed, and he quickly sat down beside her to comfort her. Okay, it's my fault. It was a little after 6 in the evening. Li Shuo has completed his task for the day, updating the chapters of both novels. Then, I started to miss Bai Chenying a little. To be precise, I wanted to know if her work was progressing smoothly. If there's no progress, will she be in a bad mood when she comes back today? Although the two were only temporarily married, Bai Chenying had already fulfilled her duties as a good wife. Li Shuo also wanted to do his best as a husband. He will try to coax his wife when she is unhappy. He just didn't have much experience and didn't know how to make Bai Chenying happy. Just then, a phone call came through on his cell phone. Not many people know Li Shuo's phone number. Apart from his grandparents who have been blocked, a few family members, his wife, and his only friend at present, Suyu. It is his only friend. The call was from Suyu. Li Shuo was very reluctant to answer the phone and communicate with people, but he couldn't hang up on them, so he had to answer the phone. Old Shuo, I'm back. Do you have time to meet up? It's been so long since I've seen you. Suyu was a social butterfly. The first thing he did on the phone was to ask Li Shuo to meet him. Let's do it another day. It's too late today. Li Shuo remembered that the other party had gone to Wansheng to look for the son of some wealthy family, and asked, how's your matter going? Have you found the person? Suyu took this matter very seriously, and if he found it, he would definitely congratulate him immediately. The latter sighed. Oh, don't even mention it. Although we both went missing when we were a little over a year old, the birthmarks on our bodies are different. Old Master Li's son had a heart-shaped birthmark near his armpit, but this person didn't. Suyu even rushed to compare DNA data, but in the end, it was all for nothing. He was still forced to give up his dream of becoming a writer and go back to inherit the family fortune and business. He continued to sigh. If only you were Grandpa Li's descendant, my parents would definitely not force me to go back and inherit the family fortune if I could just latch onto you. Li Shuo. Please, I'm only 26. The person you're talking about has been missing for decades. Even if you're fantasizing, you should at least find someone more reasonable. Suyu remained non-committal. My fantasy isn't unreasonable. You see, if Grandpa Li's son gets married, his child might be the same age as you, and you'd be Grandpa Li's great-grandson. Suyu continued mysteriously. In that case, maybe you'll have a chance to be with Mu Ge. He stopped mid-sentence, realizing this was a secret about his goddess Mu Ge. Secondly, it's true that the Li family and the Bai family have a marriage agreement, but it's hard to imagine that Li Shuo would be involved. It's impossible that any random friend he makes is actually the wealthy he's looking for. This is something even novels wouldn't dare to write. Suyu was just joking. He immediately changed the subject. Okay, let's not talk about this. I need to go and comfort my mom later. She's been in a bad mood these past few days. When the topic of comforting people came up, Li Shuo immediately became interested. How are you going to comfort Annie? Chapter 52. Buying a gift for his wife. He ran into a shady guy. It's very simple. Just buy her a bag or some jewelry. Women are easy to please. No matter their age or how bad their mood is, a pretty gift will make them happy immediately. After Suyu finished speaking, he asked with a hint of doubt, what's wrong, Lao Shuo? Are you curious about this because you've met a girl you like? Li Shuo was unsure how long his marriage with Bai Chenying would last and immediately denied it. No, I was just asking casually. After finishing the call, Li Shuo pondered for a moment in front of the computer and finally came up with an idea. When Bai Chenying went to meet his parents, she bought Fong Laniying a gold bracelet. His mother-in-law's visit last time was so sudden that he didn't reciprocate the gift. Who knows when we'll meet again? Bai Chenying has been in a bad mood these past few days, and Suyu said that receiving a gift would cheer her up, so he might as well buy her a gold bracelet. Having made his decision, Li Shuo saw that it was still early, so he tidied up and went out. On the film set, Bai Chenying was taking advantage of a free moment to catch up on the latest chapters of Hua Li's novel. Hua Wan tidied her clothes and touched up her makeup. Suddenly, a gasp of surprise came from the staff working nearby. Oh my, Xiaojing, your boyfriend is so great. This jade bracelet looks expensive. It must cost at least 7 or 8,000, right? A female colleague from the props team said enviously to the girl next to her. Several female staff members nearby also cast envious glances and immediately joined in the praise. The girl, who had attracted everyone's attention, smiled and said, "It's nothing special. Whenever I'm a little unhappy, even without telling him, he'll secretly buy me some gifts. I receive a ton of them every year." Bai Chenying was reading a novel when she heard this. She turned her head to look at the group of people, and her gaze fell on the female staff member's hand. Bai Muge was known for her aloof and icy demeanor on set, exuding an aura of power. When the others sensed her gaze, they immediately nodded and fell silent, quickly getting back to their tasks, thinking that their loud chatting might have affected Bai Muge's state. Only Hua Wan, who was standing next to Bai Chenying, noticed that her gaze was clearly focused on Xiao Jing's hand. "What's wrong? Are you jealous because your partner gave you a gift, and you didn't?" Hua Wani teased softly in a voice only the two of them could hear. She always felt that since getting married, this little glacier was like a 1,000-year-old iron tree starting to bloom, and was probably about to be melted and moved by her brother-in-law, the nation's best friend. Bai Chenying glanced at Hua Wan with her beautiful eyes and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? We're not really dating." After saying that, he couldn't help but glance at Xiao Jing's hand again. Hua Wan thought to herself, you're just being stubborn. Hua Wan didn't have much contact with Li Shuo, but judging from his direct rejection of the rich heiress's advances, it proves that he's not a scumbag. He even prepares an umbrella for his wife on rainy days, and cooks her a variety of meals every day. It's a pity he doesn't seem to know how to make money, otherwise he would be a perfect man. But this man can't even support himself and has to rely on Ningning. So why is this girl still showing signs of being attracted to him? What exactly happened between the two of them in private? Hua Wan was very curious, but Bai Chenying was being very stubborn and wouldn't say anything. Li Shuo wasn't familiar with Luqing. After all, he had only recently transmigrated there. So this time, we went directly to the shopping mall that Bai Chenying had taken him to before. After a long period of mental preparation, we entered the same gold shop. The customers in the jewelry store had a deep impression of him. He and Bai Chenying were the most good-looking couple in the store's history. Even though the woman was wearing a mask, judging from Li Shuo's appearance, his wife must be quite beautiful. So as soon as Li Shuo entered, he was warmly greeted by several saleswomen in the jewelry store. "Mr. Li, who are you buying a gift for this time? Didn't you bring your wife with you?" The saleswoman handed Li Shuo a cup of hot water and asked with a smile. I couldn't help but stare at his face a few more times. This man was just too handsome. And she's incredibly gentle. If the Empress were willing, it wouldn't be impossible for them. Feeling a little uncomfortable under the intense gazes, Li Shuo quickly picked up his water glass, took a sip to ease the awkwardness, and then said, I'm buying this for my wife, a gold bracelet. Do you have any recommendations?" Wow. No wonder Mr. Li and his wife have such a good relationship. He really dotes on his wife. I really envy Mrs. Li, sir. We have several bracelets that I think would suit Mrs. Li very well. Let me show them to you. The salesperson responsible for serving Li Shuo immediately ran to pick out a bracelet for him. At the next counter, a handsome man with short, neat hair turned his gaze to him. She stared at Li Shuo for a few seconds, then took the initiative to go up to him and start a conversation. "Hello, my name is Yi Xian. May I ask you for advice on how to win over a woman?" Yi Xian, with his charming demeanor, extended his hand to Li Shuo. He actually came here to pick out a gift for Bai Chenying. His previous high-profile pursuit seemed to have angered her, and even his future mother-in-law called to tell him to stop pursuing her. Yi Xian is not someone who gives up so easily. I was thinking of buying a small gift for Bai Chenying to ease the tension between us. Judging from the reactions of these staff members, This guy seems to know how to please his wife. Being a typical office worker, he naturally came over immediately. If he could ask him for some tips, he might be able to make Bai Chenying happy. Li Shuo was taken aback by Yi Xian's sudden appearance, then smiled somewhat awkwardly and shook hands with him. Hello, my name is Li Shuo. I'm actually not very good at coaxing people. He just wanted this idiot to leave as soon as possible. He didn't want to discuss how to win a girl's heart with another man in public. First, he genuinely doesn't know how. Secondly, how could he possibly discuss this matter in public? Yi Xian didn't believe him. Instead, he moved closer to Li Shuo and whispered under the saleswoman's complicated gaze. Brother, really, please help me. I'm trying to woo a girl. I've tried everything, from confessing my love in the chat to sending her a Ferrari, flowers, and balloons, but nothing works. Can you tell me how you won over your wife? Yi Xian was very worried about this matter. When these rich second-generation guys pursue girls, they basically just throw money at them and buy them things. Unfortunately, Bai Chenying wasn't an ordinary girl, so his trick didn't work. Although Li Shuo was handsome, his clothes were ordinary. He was curious to hear how people with ordinary backgrounds pursued women, thinking that it might be helpful. Upon hearing this, Li Shuo was surprised by Yi Xian's methods of pursuing girls and looked at him with a troubled expression. He didn't pursue Bai Chenying. Even his wedding was arranged by Bai Chenying, who dragged him to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Yi Xian thought that Li Shuo's methods were too special to talk about, so he moved closer to him and said, "It's okay. Just share it with me quietly." He pricked up his ear. What method could possibly make this guy so mysterious? He must listen and learn from this. Li Shuo couldn't shake off this social bully, so he could only frown slightly and tell him the truth. I didn't pursue my wife. She dragged me into the Civil Affairs Bureau, and we got our marriage certificate. Yi Xian. Chapter 53. Young Master Ye's repeated heart-wrenching strike. This is the first time in over 20 years that young Master Yi, who has been pampered since childhood, has suffered such a serious injury. He did everything he could confessing his love in the public chat with his Ferrari sports car, but he didn't even get a single smile from Bai Chenying. This guy is something else. He didn't do anything, and yet the girl dragged him to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get their marriage certificate. Is it because his wife is ugly? Is your wife pretty? Yi Xian asked tentatively, still maintaining a skeptical attitude. Before Li Shuo could speak, the saleswoman who had already walked over with a tray of sparkling bracelets said directly, "Beautiful. Very beautiful. Your looks and temperament are a match made in heaven with Mr. Li." After saying that, she placed the tray in front of Li Shuo. "Mr. Li, these styles are more popular with girls your wife's age, such as the Imperial Concubine Bangle, the 3 Lives 3 Worlds Bangle, and the Flat Bangle, which are most popular with young female customers." Upon hearing this, Li Shuo glanced at the 7 or 8 bracelets on the plate and realized that these styles were indeed quite different from the ones he had accompanied Bai Chenying to choose for Fong Lanying. Perhaps in order to cater to the aesthetics of young women, they pay more attention to the design of the styles. In particular, a solid flat bangle with delicate patterns caught his attention. The saleswoman, adept at reading people, noticed Li Shuo's gaze and smiled as she picked up the bracelet that he was looking at. "Sir, you have excellent taste. This bracelet is our newest design, with small engravings of ancient bronze coins on it. It also has hollowed-out abacus beads on this side. The design is unique and beautiful, and it also symbolizes bringing wealth and good fortune." Li Shuo reached out and took the bracelet, looking it over. He thought it would look beautiful on Bai Chenying's wrist. She's been having some work troubles lately, and wearing this bracelet is not only pretty, but it also has a good meaning. "How much is this?" Li Shuo asked. 30,000 yuan, sir. You're a regular customer, so we'll give you a 5% discount, making it 28,500 yuan. As expected, things that look good aren't cheap. This bracelet is putting some pressure on Li Shuo right now. After glancing at the other bracelets on the plate, Li Shuo felt that none of them were as suitable for Bai Chenying as this one. Without further hesitation, he handed the bracelet to the salesperson. "This is it. Please wrap it up for me. It's a bit pricey, but it suits her perfectly." Now, besides giving subsidies to Li Shuejuan, he has about 40,000 to 50,000 yuan in spare cash, so buying a 30,000 yuan bracelet wouldn't be too much of a burden. "Okay." The saleswoman smiled and took the bracelet to pack it up. Yi Xian, who was standing nearby, immediately spoke up. "Miss, get me the same one too." Since the salesperson said this guy's wife was very beautiful, and this guy was able to get her to take him directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau, it proves that he must have some extraordinary qualities. Now that Li Shuo has picked out a gift for his wife, he's also picking one out for Bai Chenying. The saleswoman, however, hesitated and refused him. "Excuse me, sir, We only have one of these random bracelets. Would you like to choose a similar style? Yi Xian immediately nudged Li Shua's arm. Brother, can you pick one out for me? He trusted Li Shua's judgment. After all, this is the kind of man who can get women to automatically drag him to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get their marriage certificates. I don't know how to choose. Li Shua frowned slightly. Seeing the other person's enthusiastic gaze, he hesitated for a moment, but finally said, Okay, I can help you choose, but I can't guarantee whether she will like it or not. Yi Xian smiled handsomely. It's okay. Anyway, she never liked any of the ones I picked. Maybe she'll like the one you picked for me this time. Li Shua thought for a while, then asked Yi Xian earnestly, So what exactly did you give her, and what is her personality like? If you're going to help, then help properly. Listen to the woman's personality and preferences. Young girls might prefer something more floral, but someone like Bai Chenying probably wouldn't like overly complicated designs. Her room is decorated very simply. Yi Xian didn't intend to hide his pursuit of Bai Chenying from Li Shua, since he wanted to learn more from him. He leaned closer to Li Shua and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, You might know the person I'm pursuing. I'm the one who confessed his love on the Luching public screen a while ago, gave him a Ferrari, and confessed with balloons. Li Shuo received the information conveyed by Yi Xian and quickly formed an impression. He hardly ever reads entertainment news in this world, but Sue had told him a while ago that a super-rich second-generation heir from Kyoto was pursuing the big star Bai Muge. It's all about confessing your love in the public chat and giving away a Ferrari. Judging from what Yi Xian just said, could he be that rich second generation? Yi Xian felt Li Shua's rather shocked gaze, reached up and swept his hair back, smiled handsomely, and said frankly, That's right, it's me. He leaned closer to Li Shua and said in a low but confident voice, Don't worry, I'm not like those fanatics. We've been childhood sweethearts, and even my future mother-in-law supports me in boldly pursuing her. Yi Xian said this with a hint of boasting. He's not like ordinary fans. He's a suitor who's a perfect match for Bai Chenying. I don't know why, but my mother-in-law called him several times recently, telling him to stop pursuing her. It's possible that being too high-profile angered Bai Chenying. Li Shua was indeed very surprised. I went out to buy a gift for my wife and unexpectedly ran into a super-rich second generation. However, he wasn't envious of this rich second generation who could pursue Bai Muge. He's not a fan of Bai Muge. He is now a married man. He thought about it carefully before saying to Yi Xian, As the saying goes, a good woman is afraid of a persistent man. If you really like her, you really shouldn't give up. I heard she smashed her Ferrari and threw it in the junkyard. That means expensive things are useless. You should pick out a simple and pretty bracelet for her. Yi Xian originally thought that Li Shua would look at him with envy after his shock, but to his surprise, Li Shua did not do as he expected. Instead, Li Shua comforted him with a hint of sympathy and offered his advice. He felt a little heartbroken. This man, who seemed quite ordinary except for being handsome, could repeatedly cause him heartache. Despite his heartbreak, Yi Xian ultimately took Li Shua's advice and chose a simple, yet beautiful bracelet. After packing everything up, Li Shua didn't forget to encourage him before leaving. Keep going. I hope to see good news about you on the news someday. Then I'll take your good wishes. Yi Xian said with a smile. By the way, Brother Shuo, let's exchange contact information. I might have a lot to ask you for advice on my journey to win over my wife. Yi Xian is a super-rich second-generation heir, and he usually doesn't have much to talk about with people from ordinary families. But today he found that he got along quite well with Li Shua, and he felt that he could become good friends with Li Shua. Li Shua originally wanted to refuse, but then he thought that having more friends could help him overcome his social anxiety. If Li Shua hadn't met Bai Chenying and been teased by her repeatedly, he wouldn't have planned to change anything. Now, in order to stand up to his wife, he must step out of his comfort zone, make more friends, and get some experience. Without much hesitation, Li Shua exchanged contact information with Yi Xian and promised to help him with his pursuit of a wife. Although he didn't have much experience either. Chapter 54 Her husband's taste is naturally excellent. After exchanging contact information, Yi Xian learned that Li Shua hadn't driven over, so he got into his flashy red Ferrari convertible and enthusiastically drove Li Shua home. From the moment Li Shua got into the car with Yi Xian until they returned to the entrance of Tanyuan community under the gaze of everyone, the half-hour felt like an eternity. If he had known that Yi Xian drove such a flashy convertible, he definitely wouldn't have agreed to ride in his car. Yi Xian, however, felt great. He parked the car at the entrance of Tanyuan residential area and winked at Li Shua in a flirtatious manner. Brother Shuo, isn't it great to be the center of attention? Next time I'll take you for a drive during the day. That'll feel even better. Li Shuo. Thank you. I won't bother you again in the future. He delivered it very well this time. He'll never ride in Yixian's car again. Even if you're trying to overcome social anxiety, sitting in this flashy Ferrari and attracting attention isn't the way to do it. Heaven knows how many times he'd wanted to jump out of the car today. Yixian felt that Li Shuo might be being a bit too polite, so he smiled and told him not to stand on ceremony with him. The two then said goodbye and left. After the car drove out of Tangyuan community, he suddenly remembered that Bai Chenying also lived in Weiyuan Bay, but he didn't know her exact address. Otherwise, he would have given her the gift that Li Shuo had helped him pick out tonight. When Li Shuo arrived at his apartment building, before he even got into the elevator, he received a call from Li Shu. Brother, you wouldn't agree to donate a kidney to uncle, would you? Li Shu had heard Fong Lanying mention the Li Chengkai family's attempt to force Li Shuo to donate a kidney, and had also urged Li Shuo on WeChat not to do so. Now that Li Shuo has suddenly transferred money to her, it's hard for her not to overthink things. No, this is what I earned. You can take it and use it without worry, Li Shuo explained as he stepped into the elevator. How do you make money? You can go to work now. Li Shu asked in surprise. No, I just write novels at home and earn some royalties. I kept a lot for myself and transferred 3,000 to you. Don't do any part-time jobs anymore. Focus on your studies. My royalties can support your living expenses. Li Shu was surprised to learn that Li Shuo had earned royalties from writing novels, and immediately refused Li Shuo's offer. No, brother, don't transfer any more money to me. In the future, when you get your salary, transfer some to your wife, and keep the rest for yourself. Don't transfer it to me. She was afraid that she would affect the harmony between Li Shuo and his sister-in-law's family, and Li Shuo's life had only just begun to improve. She can take care of herself. Li Shuo felt somewhat helpless. This girl was just too sensible. He arrived at Li Shu's doorstep and spent several minutes and some effort persuading him to focus on his studies, promising to repay the money after graduation when he started earning money. Only then did Li Shu agree. Before ending the call, Li Shu wanted to ask Li Shuo the name of the novel. Considering that he had written Battle Emperor, with multiple female protagonists and some details even more detailed than the original work, Li Shuo, who was socially awkward, blushed and refused his sister's request. He felt that if he told her, and she actually went to see it, he would be in real trouble. It was already 10:30 when I finished the call. When Li Shuo got home, he found that Bai Chenying had already left work. She was half lying on the living room sofa, applying a face mask. She was wearing an elegant knee-length nightgown, her long legs crossed on the sofa, her feet beautifully shaped, and her pretty toes full and pink. When Li Shuo entered the living room, driven by his male instincts, his gaze unconsciously focused on the long, slender legs and delicate pink feet beneath the hem of her skirt. His heart skipped a beat, and sensing something was amiss, he immediately looked away. Bai Chenying noticed Li Shuo as soon as he entered the room. She was initially a little annoyed that he was coming home so late, but when she saw him look away from her and stand there looking helpless and innocent, she was amused by him. She sat up, tucked her feet under a nearby cushion, and asked, "Where have you been? Why are you back so late?" "I went out for a walk." Li Shuo walked up to Bai Chenying and handed her the tote bag. "I bought you a little gift, see if you like it." Bai Chenying was clearly surprised when she saw the gift Li Shuo handed her. Her face, which was covered with a face mask, was momentarily dazed before she realized what was happening and reached out to take it. "Why did you suddenly decide to buy me a gift?" she muttered. Then, remembering something, looked at him inquisitively. "Where did you get the money?" This packaging box clearly indicates that it was purchased from a jewelry store. This guy has trouble even eating. How come he has money to buy her this kind of gift today? When it came to making money, Li Shuo became a little embarrassed, as he was afraid Bai Chenying would ask him what he had written. He was even more afraid that the girl would see his harem of Do D and the detailed erotic content there, which would make him die on the spot. He could only vaguely say, "I just write articles. The royalties this month are pretty good. I made tens of thousands of yuan." He didn't give Bai Chenying a chance to ask further questions and immediately told her, "Open it and see if you like it." Bai Chenying was genuinely taken aback by Li Shuo's unexpected gift. Upon hearing Li Shuo's words, she went to open the gift box with a strange feeling. As the apple of the Bai family's eye, she had received countless gifts since childhood. But this time, holding the gift from Li Shuo, she felt a subtle feeling she had never experienced before. Smack! She opened the box and immediately saw the bracelet inside. Her beautiful eyes lit up slightly. She used to think that gold bracelets were tacky, but now, perhaps because she looked at them more closely, And because the gold color was similar to rose gold and the design was unique, she inexplicably found herself liking them very much. Li Shuo stood to the side, feeling very uneasy. He didn't know why he was nervous, and he wanted to observe his wife's facial expression, but unfortunately, she had a face mask on. Bai Chenying slightly pursed her lips and slipped the bracelet onto her fair wrist, looking elegant and beautiful, a sight to behold. This was the first time she had ever liked a piece of jewelry so much. She gently turned her beautiful, slender wrist and looked up at him. It's as if it's asking, is it pretty? Li Shuo understood and immediately nodded. It looks good. It really looks good. It's not that he's particularly good at picking things, but Bai Chenying's hands can make even a straw rope look high-end. Thank you. Bai Chenying thanked Li Shuo, but felt the atmosphere between them was a little awkward. Not knowing what to do, she stood up from the sofa and said, well, I'll go remove my face mask. Good night. Good. Li Shuo responded, and Bai Chenying strode back to her room with her long, slender legs. He watched his wife's departing figure, his expression somewhat complicated. Does this girl actually like this bracelet or not? How could I not like it? Bai Chenying went back to her room, washed her face, and stood in front of the bathroom mirror. She couldn't help but look at the bracelet on her hand. Looking left and right, a smile unconsciously appeared on her usually tense face, like the first melting of snow, shimmering and captivating. This bracelet is much prettier than the one on Xiao Jing's wrist. Her husband has excellent taste, of course. The next day, Li Shuo, the discerning husband, got up very early. Just as Yi Xian finished preparing breakfast for the young couple, he called. Yi Xian was naturally there to find out if his wife liked the bracelet Li Shuo had given her, and he also said that he was going to wait for Bai Muge at the entrance of her company today to deliver it to her. I'm not too sure either, but I feel like she likes it. Li Shuo put the bowl and chopsticks on the table, and seeing Bai Chenying come over, he said to Yi Xian, okay, good luck. I'm going to eat breakfast. After Li Shuo hung up the phone, Bai Chenying casually asked, who were you talking to so early? Li Shuo poured Bai Chenying a glass of milk and handed it to her. He didn't hide anything and said, I met a friend at the jewelry store yesterday. He's pursuing a girl. Bai Chenying took the milk. And then? What does it have to do with Li Shuo if other people are pursuing girls? Does this guy think he can give them advice? The girl he's pursuing is no ordinary girl. She thinks I can help him, Li Shuo said truthfully. What do girls do? Do you need to help come up with ideas? Bai Chenying continued to ask. He couldn't help but think to himself. Asking Li Shuo for advice on how to woo girls is less useful than just picking up a stone and asking the heavens. He blushes just from being touched on the face, and he can even help people pursue girls. That's absolutely hilarious. It was common knowledge that Yi Xian was pursuing Bai Muge, so Li Shuo naturally wouldn't hide it from his wife, saying, the girl he's pursuing is a very popular female celebrity. You should know her too. Her name is Bai Muge. Bai Chenying was drinking milk when Li Shuo said this. Her beautiful eyes widened, and she almost spat out her milk. Chapter 55 Who tipped off Bai Muge? Fortunately, Bai Chenying had a strong mental fortitude and didn't actually spit out a mouthful of milk. Seeing her surprised expression, Li Shuo assumed she was shocked that he had met a friend who was a fan of the big star Bai Muge. He continued, this guy is also a rich second generation. He said he and Bai Muge grew up together, and he's pursuing her now with the consent of Bai Muge's parents. Bai Chenying frowned slightly, quickly realizing who Li Shuo was referring to, and immediately corrected him. What do you mean by childhood sweethearts? I heard that Bai Muge doesn't have any childhood sweethearts. It's just his own idea that they are. Li Shuo had assumed his wife wouldn't be a fan of celebrities, so he was quite surprised to hear her say this. You're a fan of Bai Muge too? No. I've just heard people talk about Bai Muge, this suitor. He's very shameless. I don't think Bai Muge would like him. You should advise him not to waste his time on something impossible. Bai Chenying began to warn her husband not to meddle in other people's business and help others pursue his wife. Li Shuo laughed and said, this is all between Yi Xian and the big star. He's so persistent, I can't interfere. Moreover, this rich second generation is a prospective son-in-law who has been approved by Bai Muge's mother. Since he has passed the parents' test, perhaps his persistent pursuit can really move Bai Muge. Su Yu often mentioned it to him, saying that Bai Muge never had a male companion and would even lay a hand on men. If her family didn't help her find suitable suitors and encourage them to pursue Bai Muge, this girl probably wouldn't be able to find a partner for several more years. Bai Chenying felt really bad about this breakfast. In particular, Li Shuo seemed to really approve of Yi Xian pursuing his wife. However, considering that Li Shuo didn't know her identity and that she was wearing a gold bracelet, She didn't say anything more to Li Shuo. I went out after breakfast. Arrived at the company. Bai Chenying did not enter through the front door, but through the back door. A group of bodyguards and assistants escorted Bai Chenying upstairs. Huawan had been staring at Yi Xian downstairs at the company building. When she saw Bai Chenying come upstairs, she was quite surprised. She ran up to her and asked, "What's going on? Did you use connections?" She originally intended to remind Bai Chenying, but undeniably, she also wanted to watch the show and see what kind of trouble young Master Yi would cause today. Unexpectedly, Bai Chenying seemed to have known in advance that young Master Yi was coming today and actually came into the company through the back door. Bai Chenying walked to the company's floor-to-ceiling window, glanced at Yi Xian at the building entrance, and said, "Because someone reminded me. I knew he was coming." She doesn't go directly to the company every day. Sometimes she goes to the film set. Yi Xian always manages to predict when she'll come to the company. There must be a spy inside. This guy was tacitly allowed by the Bai family to pursue her, so even if she investigated and found out he was a spy, it wouldn't make a difference. Fortunately, Li Shuo reminded her today, which saved her a lot of trouble. Huawan was surprised to find that Bai Chenying had an intelligence gatherer besides herself. She exclaimed in surprise, feeling that her position was in danger, and asked, "Who is it? Who else has better information than me?" She had no idea when the eldest young master of the Yi family would arrive. So how did Bai Chenying's newly hired intelligence gatherer know? How could Bai Chenying possibly admit that this person was her husband? After all, they were helping Yi Xian pursue his wife. She felt ashamed just saying it out loud. He casually mentioned a name that Huawan didn't recognize to quickly move on from the matter, then went into his office to handle company affairs and look at the script. Her older brother, Bai Chenying, rarely comes to the company. Apart from matters that can be handled by company executives, there are some things that she still needs to come in person to review and approve. She doesn't have any scenes to film this morning, so she can stay at the company all morning and go directly to the film set this afternoon. Huawan was in charge of accepting dramas and business deals. After Bai Chenying entered the office, she quickly went in with the documents. When Bai Chenying started looking through the documents, Huawan was quite surprised to find that Bai Chenying was wearing a beautiful bracelet on her wrist today. You should know that, except for galas and when dressing for international events, Bai Chenying never wears any jewelry. Did the sun rise in the west today? Ning, what luxury brand bracelet is that on your wrist? I've never seen it before. Is it a new product? Huawan asked curiously, wondering if some luxury brand had bypassed her as an agent and contacted Bai Chenying directly to give her the new product. Bai Chenying has never lacked fashion resources, and her ability to drive sales is top-notch. Any jewelry she wears will definitely set off a new trend in the fashion world within a week. Bai Chenying paused slightly as she flipped through the documents, turned her wrist, looked at Huawan, and said, "This isn't a gift from some luxury brand. Li Shuo specially went to buy it for me yesterday." Huawan. Well, this is an unexpected dose of dog food, a Chinese slang term for public displays of affection. After swallowing a mouthful of dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing a couple's public display of affection, Huawan felt a surge of envy and then began to press Bai Chenying about Li Shuo's ways of making money. Bai Chenying was a little dazed by the surprise her husband gave her last night. "This morning, I heard again that my husband was going to help someone else pursue her. I didn't really ask Li Shuo what kind of article he wrote. I decided to ask him properly when I got home." Meanwhile, Yi Xian, the eldest son of the Yi family, waited for a long time at Bai Chenying's company before receiving a call from an informant who said that Bai Chenying had already gone to her office through the back door that day. After hanging up the phone, Yi Xian stood in front of the company building, his handsome face full of black lines. Every time he came to pursue his wife, he always made sure to catch her off guard and intercept her halfway. Why did Bai Chenying seem to know his whereabouts in advance today, and even went to work through the back door? Yi Xian glanced around suspiciously, then stroked his chin, thinking, could it be that Bai Chenying also planted spies around me? But I haven't noticed any suspicious people these past few days. He was going to come here today to confess his feelings, and he had already told Li Shuo and another good friend about it. That guy is still abroad and won't be back in China until this afternoon. He's the only son of the Li family. Although the other party was betrothed to Bai Chenying since childhood, the two had never been in contact, and for certain reasons, they would not stop Yi Xian from pursuing Bai Chenying. It's even less likely that Li Shuo will be involved. He was just an ordinary person, except for being a little handsome, and there was no way he would have had any chance to come into contact with the famous Bai Muge. That might really just be a coincidence. Yi Xian sighed, holding the flowers, and prepared to ask the building's security guard to deliver the flowers and gifts to him. The security guards avoided him like the plague, fearing they would lose their jobs for running errands for him. Without facial recognition, he couldn't enter the office building. He stood downstairs for a while, then had no choice but to leave with the flowers and gifts in his arms. Before starting the bright red Ferrari, Yi Xian made a phone call to Li Shuo. Old Shuo, we couldn't deliver the gift today. Bai Muge used connections to get it. What should we do? Yi Xian asked, frustrated. I don't know. Maybe your friend tipped her off, Li Shuo replied, while the sound of typing continued. He's typing. You bet I'm starting to suspect you leaked the information, Yi Xian joked. Li Shuo was both amused and exasperated. Do you think it could be me? He doesn't even have Bai Muge's contact information, so how could he possibly leak any information? Chapter 56 Handing Over Wages. After chatting for a while, Yi Xian asked Li Shuo to come out and hang out together. Li Shuo felt extremely embarrassed at the thought of being the center of attention when going out with Yi Xian, and politely declined the other party's request, saying that he was busy with other things. Yi Xian has a good personality, but he's too arrogant. Avoid going out together if possible. He also needs to speed up the completion of his novel The Fishmonger in the next few days and start working on the next one. Short stories that can be published are just so appealing. Once the rights to his next novel are sold, he'll enroll in a music class to learn about music theory, write songs, and compose music for others, and pursue a more diverse career path. Everything is going smoothly for Li Shuo. Li Shuejuan, who was also busy with his career, managed to meet his old classmate without any problems. This old classmate owns a machining company, not a large one, with more than 30 pieces of equipment and managing 40 to 50 workers. In the past few months, he has received an order from a J-type engineer. The demand is huge, but the product is very difficult to produce. It requires an investment of several 100,000 yuan to add a machining center and a programmer who can debug the product. He has no problem investing hundreds of thousands more to open a processing center. It's just that the difficulty of this product has stumped him and many other business owners in the same industry. I took the blueprints everywhere to find programmers to debug them, but after several months, not a single programmer could debug a perfect sample. Even if it's managed to be debugged, the yield rate is too low. J uses the best materials, and wasting 100 or so grams of material would result in a loss of at least 200 or 300, so the yield rate requirement is very high. Chen Jingyan wanted to earn this money, but he couldn't. After several months, he was really frustrated. When Li Shuejuan came over today, he seemed a little distracted while entertaining his old classmate. It wasn't until Li Shuejuan mentioned that he had come to see him for this very reason that he immediately perked up, feeling quite surprised. What? You want to open a machining center and take over this order I have? He must have heard right. Li Shuejuan hasn't been driving buses all his life. He only worked in this field when he was young, and he even dropped out of school to study it. It seems they've underestimated Jay's products. When it comes to machining, Li Shuejuan is like a different person. He confidently tells Chen Jingyan, although I haven't been in this industry for a long time, I study it whenever I have free time. I've been studying the blueprints for your product for quite a while, and I'm very confident that I can debug it. To be on the safe side, Li Shuejuan continued, if you give me a week, I'll try it out on your domestic machine and get a sample out. To produce this product, it would be better to use imported equipment, which would result in a higher yield rate. However, Li Shuejuan is not 100% confident that he can make it. It would be best to test a sample on a domestic machine first. Giving Chen Jingyan a clear understanding will give him more confidence in opening the processing center. Chen Jingyan was almost about to give up on this order, but now Li Shuejuan actually said he could do it. Although he felt the chances were slim, he thought about it for a while and agreed. If Li Shuejuan can produce it, and is willing to take the risk of investing hundreds of thousands to open a processing center, it would be good for him to take orders with zero risk, produce for Li Shuejuan, and then lie in the middle and make a profit. However, this is contingent on Li Shuejuan actually being able to make it. Men are decisive and efficient when it comes to these important matters. The two men sat in the office for a short while before Chen Jingyan took Li Shuejuan to the production workshop and lent him the best domestically produced equipment in the company, allowing him to work freely with it. Li Shuejuan finally got his hands on the equipment he had been longing for. He couldn't hide his excitement. After looking at the blueprints for a while, he quickly started debugging the equipment. Of course, even seasoned programmers who have been deeply involved in this industry for a long time need a lot of time to figure out such a difficult product. It's impossible for Li Shuejuan to be transferred out in just 1 or 2 days. It will take at least a week. The next week, both Li Shuo and his son Li Shuejuan are currently very busy. Li Shuo has perfectly concluded his novel, The Fishmonger, and the monthly royalties for his novel Battle Emperor have also been delivered, amounting to 15,000 yuan. This is just the initial royalties during the novel's serialization. Later on, the monthly royalties can reach at least 6 figures. If I write a few more short stories, I should be able to buy my own small villa in Xiamen very soon. Today, the day after Li Shuo finished writing his novel, The Fishmonger, he had already written the beginning of his new book. This novel mainly tells the story of a bizarre, recurring explosion and death experience on a bus. It is a suspense novel that blends the elements of infinite flow, confined space, and puzzle solving. A bus exploded on a cross-river bridge while it was in motion. The bus was burned beyond recognition, and the scene was a complete mess. It was thought that all the people on the train had perished, but unexpectedly, 2 people came back to life and survived. One of these 2 people is a rational, cowardly, and even somewhat selfish game architect. One is a kind, reserved, and morally upright junior student at Jiaxing Normal University. When this novel was adapted into a TV series, it became extremely popular, even causing panic about pressure cookers and buses. Li Shuo thought it was worth writing about and seeing how popular it would be. At 5 p.m., Li Shuo sent the beginning of his novel to his editor's email, then picked up his phone. It was time to transfer money to his wife. He quickly withdrew the 15,000 yuan in royalties, transferred 10,000 yuan to Bai Chenying, and left a message. I've received another royalties. This is for you. I'll keep some for myself, so please accept it, smile. Tangyuan community is considered a mid to high-end community, and the cheapest rent here is no less than 3,000. Adding in his living expenses and other miscellaneous costs, 5,000 would be enough at most. Transferring 5,000 yuan would be fine, but considering that Bai Chenying is now his wife, he feels it's necessary to hand over more. Although he didn't know when they would get divorced, Li Shuo actually quite enjoyed the life of an ordinary couple while they were still married. When Li Shuo transferred money to Bai Chenying's WeChat account, she was still filming. It wasn't until filming ended at 5:30 that I picked up my phone and saw Li Shuo's money transfer. In Bai Chenying's private lounge, Huawan had already arranged for the Dill Hotel to deliver the food. After placing the food on the table, she noticed Bai Chenying staring intently at her phone and asked her, "What's wrong? Why are you so engrossed in looking at your phone?" Bai Chenying tapped the screen lightly and accepted the salary her husband had handed over. "It's nothing major. It's just that Li Shuo got his salary and handed over more than 10,000 yuan to me." Huawan was stunned. Goodness, another unexpected dose of dog food. Li Shuo is quite something. In less than a month, he not only bought his wife a bracelet, but also handed over 10,000 yuan of his salary in one go. He's definitely a wife-doting maniac. My brother-in-law is quite sensible. Huawan suddenly felt a little jealous, but she was still hungry. After praising Bai Chenying, she said, "Let's eat first." Bai Chenying stood up from her seat and declined, saying, "I won't eat out. Someone at home is cooking. I don't have any filming tonight, so I'll eat at home." Having eaten so much of Li Shuo's cooking, she really doesn't like eating out anymore. Huawan, I'm looking for a boyfriend online. It's urgent. They need to know how to cook. Xiangfu residential area. Fang Lanying returned home after visiting her family for more than a week. When she arrived, she found that the house seemed to have been uninhabited for many days, and her flowers had all withered. She hurriedly called Li Shuejuan. After several attempts, Li Shuejuan finally answered. As soon as he said hello, Fang Lanying launched into a tirade of abuse. "Li Shuejuan, where have you been? All the flowers I kept on the balcony have withered and died. I'm out of town." Before Li Shuejuan could even speak, Fang Lanying immediately interrupted him. "You really went to another city, so you've been playing around for the past week or so? Do you really think you can find a good job just by going to another city? Why did you leave a perfectly good construction site to go to another city? You don't have to worry about Li Hao and Li Shu's living expenses next month, do you? I've never seen such an irresponsible man as you." Fang Lanying is now 100% certain that Wu Wenfeng will accept her after her divorce from Li Shuejuan, giving her a way out, and she is now even more unscrupulous. Li Shuejuan was at a crucial moment when he was debugging the product. When he answered the phone, Fang Lanying started yelling at him. Coupled with his wife's neglect over the past week, he was furious. "I'm very busy right now. Don't be unreasonable with me." "Fine. What important thing could make you neglect your own children? You even killed the flowers I've been growing for years, and you yelled at me when I asked you a few questions. You're not a real man. We might as well get a divorce." Fang Lanying said angrily. She knew Li Shuejuan was soft-hearted and would definitely not dare to divorce her. She'll definitely compromise immediately when she says she wants a divorce. This trick never fails to work. Unbeknownst to her, Li Shuejuan was focused on a crucial juncture in his career. Now, Fang Lanying was interrupting him on the phone and continuing to berate him, which angered him. He retorted angrily, "Fine, then let's get a divorce." After saying that, he hung up the phone to Fang Lanying's astonishment. Fang Lanying. Chapter 57 contains some rather unserious content. Although Wu Wenfeng had given her assurances, Fang Lanying was still somewhat reluctant to actually get a divorce. She had long been used to Li Shuejuan's complete obedience, and they had lived together for so many years. Even if she had the thought of divorce, she didn't dare to be completely decisive. She only meant to scare Li Shuejuan today, but she never expected that he would actually agree to it. Fang Lanying was initially taken aback, but after realizing what was happening, a surge of anger rose in her heart, and she immediately made several more phone calls to Li Shuejuan. This man has really gone too far. He actually dared to ask her for a divorce. He doesn't even look at his own situation. He has no money, he's old, in his 40s or 50s, and he still has to work for others and put up with their attitudes. What right does he have to get angry with her and talk about divorce? Fang Lanying made several calls in a row, but Li Shuejuan didn't answer, clearly because he had put his phone on silent mode. She was like a furious lioness, so angry she felt like she was about to explode but couldn't find an outlet for her anger, her chest heaving. In that instant, I made up my mind. Li Shuejuan, remember what you did today. If I don't divorce you when you come back, I'm not a Fang. Not only did she demand a divorce, but she also insisted that Li Shuejuan leave with nothing, and that Li Hao and Li Shu, her children, must also stay with her. Not a single one could be given to Li Shuejuan, especially Li Shu, my daughter, whom I raised with great difficulty. If she finds a wealthy husband, she can receive a generous dowry and help Li Hao in the future. It's impossible for Li Shuejuan and Li Shuo to benefit from it. Fang Lanying felt relieved after greeting everyone like that. She wished Li Shuejuan would appear by her side right now, no matter how much he regretted it. Even if he knelt down and begged, she would never change her mind. She's determined to get a divorce. Meanwhile, Li Shuejuan was thousands of miles away. They are now fully engaged in product testing, with only the final step remaining, and their eyes are brimming with excitement. He now has only one goal: get the product working, secure this order, and seize this opportunity to turn things around. If he misses this opportunity again, he may never have another chance to turn his life around. 7 p.m. Li Shuo had just finished preparing dinner. Actually, he initially only cooked for himself, but Bai Chenying suddenly sent a WeChat message saying she would be coming back for dinner today, so he cooked more and also made a soup. He put the bowls and chopsticks down, and while waiting for Bai Chenying to return, he moved the pot hose that he had moved to the balcony to sunbathe during the day into the house. These pot hose plants haven't seen the sun since he moved them here, but after being put out to bask in the sun today, they seem to be more vibrant than before. He returned to the entryway and placed the pot hose back on the platform above the shoe cabinet. At that moment, the door was opened from the outside. As soon as Bai Chenying entered the door, she came face to face with Li Shuo in the entryway. "You're back." Li Shuo greeted his wife awkwardly when she looked at him. It was so sudden, he hadn't even mentally prepared himself. Bai Chenying only glanced at him, responded softly, and went inside. She took off her light coat, smelled the aroma of food, and looked towards the restaurant. A little distracted, she subconsciously handed the coat to Li Shuo. These are physical habits and memories accumulated over a long period of time. She spends most of her time on set, and her assistant usually takes her clothes or things from her hands as soon as she reaches out. When Li Shuo saw Bai Chenying's actions, he was first stunned, then understood, hesitated for a moment, and still took his wife's sheer coat in his hands. The coat had a faint fragrance. It was only when Li Shuo reached out and took the coat from her that Bai Chenying realized that the person next to her wasn't her assistant, but her husband. Since she had already handed it to Li Shuo, she didn't say anything more. She strode into the house and naturally changed the subject. "Dinner looks delicious tonight. You're in for a treat." Li Shuo hung up his wife's thin shirt, followed her upstairs, and said, "I cooked a few dishes and stewed American ginseng and black chicken soup. Since you don't like meat, drink more soup." "No, you can't drink too much soup at night, or you'll gain weight." Bai Chenying walked to the dining table and seriously rejected Li Shuo's suggestion. She needs to maintain her figure, and eating at this time is already quite late. Drinking more soup would easily lead to weight gain. Li Shuo didn't insist and readily agreed. "Okay, then I'll drink more." He's not a girl, so he's not afraid of gaining weight. If Bai Chenying won't drink it, then he'll take care of this pot of chicken soup today. Bai Chenying watched the man deftly prepare a bowl of chicken soup and move the entire pot closer to himself. After a moment of silence, he said, "Never mind, I'll have a little." Seeing Li Shuo so readily move the pot over, she suddenly felt a little unhappy and insisted on drinking a bowl. Li Shuo felt that this girl was a bit fickle, so he didn't say much, simply responded, and moved the soup a little over. The young couple began to eat dinner. De Yuanzi also got a chicken leg, and she ate until her eyes were squinted, very satisfied. Bai Chenying finished a bowl of soup and found that it tasted really good. Although she wanted to drink more, she didn't get any more because she needed to control her figure. She has always had excellent self-control. Sitting across from her was a quiet, reserved person. Bai Chenying wasn't one to initiate conversations, so she picked up her phone to read Hua Li's novel. She's been quite busy these past few days. She hasn't even watched the finale of the fishmonger's story yet. She picked up her phone and then remembered that her husband, who was sitting across from her, was also an author, and she needed to ask him about the details today. She put down her phone and asked Li Shuo, "By the way, Li Shuo, what article did you write, and on which platform?" "I bought her a bracelet this month and handed over 10,000 yuan of my salary. Her articles should be doing well, right?" Li Shuo had been afraid that Bai Chenying would ask him about this matter these past few days, and when she asked it out of the blue, he almost choked on his soup. "I'm not at liberty to say about that." He couldn't possibly reveal his true identity to Bai Chenying. Just thinking about this girl reading his erotic harem novels made his old face burn with embarrassment. Bai Chenying noticed Li Shuo's reaction and asked probingly, "You wouldn't write anything inappropriate, would you?" Li Shuo was already feeling a bit guilty, and Bai Chenying's question made him even more flustered. He wanted to deny it, but there were indeed some rather unserious things written in Dodi. The world is so lacking in entertainment, so he just casually wrote a few slightly erotic scenes, which excited the old perverts in the comment section. Li Shuo would never reveal his pen name to Bai Chenying. Bai Chenying noticed that Li Shuo's earlobes were turning red again, and she immediately understood what was going on. Her gaze towards Li Shuo had changed. "I never expected this guy, who seems so innocent, to write things that even he himself is embarrassed to reveal. If it were any other man, she would definitely think he was too despicable for writing such lewd nonsense. But when I see that the man across from me, who blushes at the slightest teasing, is writing about things between men and women, I find it somewhat amusing." Perhaps he was too embarrassed to reveal his pen name to her after only writing about holding hands and kissing her. Knowing that Li Shuo had a severe case of autism, Bai Chenying didn't force him to talk about it. Seeing Li Shuo's troubled expression, she said, "Never mind, I won't force you if you don't want to talk about it." She changed the subject and asked Li Shuo, "By the way, do you know the author Hua Li?" Li Shuo had just breathed a sigh of relief when, upon hearing this, his scalp tingled. "Huh?" Chapter 58. Look how sweet it is. This author has a very good novel called The Fishmonger. You can check it out and learn from it when you have time, Bai Chenying suggested. As for the other book, Dodi, she hasn't had time to read it yet. Novels written by the same author should all be of good quality. We'll chase after The Fishmonger first, then we'll see. "Oh, okay, I'll study it when I have time." Li Shuo breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that Bai Chenying was simply recommending her novel to him so he could study it. It seems they haven't read his novel, Battle Emperor. The novel is on the Tomato reading app. It's called Fishmonger. You should read it and learn from it. This kind of serious novel almost never has those kinds of plots. The author writes it very well, and it's even been published. As Bai Chenying spoke, she gave Li Shuo a meaningful look. "I really didn't expect that. This guy actually wrote that kind of stuff." Li Shuo noticed his wife's gaze. Although she didn't say it, he could guess what she was thinking. He's just socially awkward. That doesn't mean he has no feelings about men and women. Why can't I write anymore? He also wrote very fluently. After dinner, Bai Chenying was in charge of clearing the table and dishes, while Li Shuo was in charge of washing the dishes. De Yuanzi was responsible for sitting at the kitchen doorway, licking her feet and washing her face. After the young couple finished cleaning up the house, Bai Chenying suggested that they go downstairs for a walk to digest their food. Since she ate dinner late, it was essential to go downstairs for a walk to burn off some calories, as she has always been very strict with her figure. As for Li Shuo, as her husband, he cannot slack off either. He even cooked a whole pot of soup by himself tonight. Li Shuo certainly didn't want to go downstairs. However, he had nothing to do at home, and thinking that he still needed to improve his social anxiety, he simply agreed and went downstairs with Bai Chenying. Before going downstairs, Bai Chenying made sure to put on a mask. Li Shuo had already gotten used to it. Actually, he really wanted to wear it so he wouldn't have to greet people he barely knew. However, The idea of going downstairs to exercise one's social anxiety was quickly dismissed. There are quite a few people in the neighborhood at this time. Most of the people there are grandparents taking their grandchildren out for a stroll. This was the first time Li Shuo had come down with Bai Chenying. Bai Chenying was a cold and taciturn person. Li Shuo was even less likely to speak to Bai Chenying. The two maintained a certain distance as they strolled along the path in the community park. About 10 minutes later, Li Shuo ran into an older woman on a path in the park. He had been seeing her frequently these past few days, and the woman had become quite familiar with him, treating him like an old friend. Upon seeing Li Shuo and Bai Chenying, he naturally came over to greet them while holding his grandson. "Hey young man, good evening. It's great to see you again. Is this your girlfriend?" Upon hearing this, Li Shuo smiled awkwardly and said, "Ah, she is my wife." Sure enough, I ran into a neighbor I barely knew. This is terrible. For Bai Chenying, this woman was not her in-law, so she didn't need to leave a good impression as a daughter-in-law. She originally just wanted to nod and say hello and leave, but when she nodded, she made eye contact with the chubby granddaughter in the woman's arms. The little guy's eyes are the purest and most innocent. Upon seeing the beautiful older sister, her big, round eyes lit up slightly, and she opened her little mouth to smile, revealing a few tiny baby teeth. Her innocent and radiant smile was impossible to ignore. Even Bai Chenying couldn't help but take another look. I thought to myself that this little thing was rather cute. The aunt caught Bai Chenying's signal and immediately handed her granddaughter to Bai Chenying. "Come here, little sister, do you want a hug?" Our Tian likes to be hugged by pretty big sisters. Bai Chenying was taken aback when the little one was handed to her. She wanted to refuse, but seeing the little guy's expectant expression, she finally reached out, responded, and carefully hugged the little one into her arms. "Sweetie, that's a very nice name." She awkwardly and clumsily tried to coax the baby. When the little guy heard his name, he grinned and giggled, revealing a bright smile. His few little baby teeth were incredibly cute. Bai Chenying pursed her lips slightly, thinking that the little one, who was only a few months old, was indeed very cute. Li Shuo stood to the side, wanting to reach out and tease the child, but feeling too embarrassed. He could only stand there and watch his wife play with someone else's child, a smile on her face. Seeing this, the auntie smiled and said, "Young man, look how much your wife loves the baby. You should also try harder and have one soon." Li Shuo's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a slightly embarrassed expression. "Ah, okay. He and Bai Chenying were a temporary couple. Let's see where we can cheer each other on." Bai Chenying was much more natural than the socially awkward Li Shuo. She handed the little guy back to him and said, "We will try our best." After saying that, looking at the man beside her who had become reserved, she said in a serious tone, "It's just that my husband is a little shy. He blushes even if you touch his face. If you ask him to do anything else, he'd be so embarrassed he'd want to disappear into the ground." How could Li Shuo, a grown man, tolerate his wife speaking of him like that in front of others? He immediately retorted, "I would never do that." He was just not familiar with Bai Chenying, and they weren't really husband and wife. Otherwise, if he really got to know her as his wife, he wouldn't be shy at all, and he could keep her in bed for 3 days straight. "Haha. Girl, stop teasing your boyfriend, or he won't be able to sleep tonight." The older woman was an experienced driver. She drove without batting an eye. The seemingly strong but actually weak-willed Bai Chenying was different. She was a beat slow to understand what the aunt meant, and her pretty face flushed red. Before the older woman could see through her little weakness, she quickly said to her, "Okay, auntie, we're leaving now." Li Shuo suddenly felt a bit fond of this mouth double, smiled and nodded at her, then turned and left with Bai Chenying. After the two walked away, the aunt noticed that they were keeping more than a meter apart. She couldn't stand it anymore and loudly reminded them, "Hey, what's going on? If you're going to walk together, at least hold hands. This young couple is acting like complete strangers." Li Shuo still resented Bai Chenying for telling others about his shyness. Hearing the aunt's words, he was afraid that the next thing she would say would be something like, "Young man, are you really shy?" After hesitating for a moment, he finally mustered up his courage and reached out, also with a hint of revenge. When Xiao Qingtong Bai Chenying was startled by the aunt's words and stared blankly at him, he reached out and grabbed her hand. The delicate and smooth touch made his heart tremble. Bai Chenying felt the warm, large hand enveloping her, and her body immediately stiffened. She immediately turned her face to the side and glared at Li Shuo. "You filthy bastard. Who allowed him to hold her hand?" Bai Chenying has beautiful eyes, but she also exudes a powerful aura when she glares at people. Normally, Li Shuo would have backed down after being glared at like that. It's different now. If he really lets go, wouldn't that prove to outsiders that he's really incapable? He doesn't even dare to hold his own wife's hand. This is Li Shuo's bottom line and dignity as a man. Not only did he not back down, but he also gritted his teeth, glanced back at Bai Chenying, tightened his grip on her hand, and pretended to be calm as he pulled her forward. If you're not socially anxious, he could immediately retort, didn't you say I was shy? Bai Chenying. That bastard. Asshole. She was so angry she wanted to give the man a good judo throw right then and there and teach him a lesson. But strangely enough, her heart rate seems a bit off right now. It looks like it's beating very fast. Thump thump. This is very wrong. Miss Bai started to panic. Even in her panic, Bai Chenying refused to back down. She quickly regained her composure, narrowed her beautiful eyes, and pulled Li Shuo close to her. The two instantly pressed tightly together, looking inseparable. Li Shuo was surprised by Bai Chenying's actions when, the next moment, a sharp pain shot through the tender flesh of his waist. Hiss! He gasped and looked down, only to see a cunning little hand, using the body as cover, pinching his waist. After pinching it, it still showed no sign of letting go. Bai Chenying, you let go of me. Li Shuo felt a strong sense of crisis and tried to let go of Bai Chenying's hand and push the woman away, but she retreated instead and grabbed his hand tightly. Her originally soft and boneless arm domineeringly and skillfully clamped his wrist to prevent him from pulling away. Wait, aren't we holding hands nicely? Why are you letting go? Li Shuo. Once he has money, he won't study music first. He must learn martial arts first. The older woman watched the young couple walk away, so affectionate and inseparable, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Have a look. How sweet. The young couple were busy competing with each other on whether or not they were capable of something. Yi Xian, who is single. Now, however, they can only live in a newly purchased 500 square meter luxury villa. Lonely, solitary, and handsome. He called Li Shuo twice, but the other party didn't answer, so he could only open WeChat and video call his friend Li Che, who had just returned to China. Chapter 59, The Real Fiancé. The Li family and the Yi family are business rivals. Yi Xian is still pursuing Bai Chenying, Li Che's so-called fiancé. Logically speaking, Yi Xian, the eldest son of the Yi family, and Li Che, the only son of the Li family, should be irreconcilable enemies. Coincidentally, the two studied abroad together over the years, got to know each other, and found they were kindred spirits, so they became good friends. As for Yi Xian's pursuit of Bai Chenying, Li Che was not only not angry, but even secretly agreed with it behind the back of old Master Li. Because of a painful experience he had with Bai Chenying when he was a child, which left him with psychological trauma, he now runs away whenever he sees Bai Chenying, let alone marry her. Old Che, you've arrived in Kyoto, haven't you? I should have come to welcome you here in person, but as you know, I'm busy pursuing my wife right now. I'll come see you later, or you can come to me. Li Che strongly approved of Yi Xian's pursuit of Bai Chenying. Although Bai Chenying is universally acknowledged as beautiful, Li Che doesn't have the guts or the fortune to marry her. He could win over any woman in the world with his deep affection, but he wasn't confident about Bai Chenying. She might even sever the only male heir of his Li family. Li Che looked at his sunny and handsome face in the video, fiddled with his hair, and said to Yi Xian, "It's okay, don't worry about pursuing it. If it really works out, I'll come to sweep your grave on Qingming Festival." Yi Xian, what are you saying? By the way, didn't you say you met a guy who's good at pursuing women? How was it? Did you learn anything from him? Li Che asked. Yi Xian sighed. Don't even mention it. I called him earlier, but he didn't answer. He's probably busy with his wife. That won't do. Here's what we'll do. I'll sneak over to Luqing in a while and work with this expert to come up with a plan for you so you can get what you want as soon as possible. Li Che said enthusiastically. He didn't want to either. If Yi Xian fails, as the only son of the Li family, he will have to marry Miss Bai as agreed. Before he was 7 years old, Li Che's dream was indeed to marry Bai Chenying. After that day when he was 7 years old, Bai Chenying was his nightmare. Therefore, we must come as soon as possible to help Yi Xian quickly die. No, to help him ascend to paradise as soon as possible, and we must also urge that wife-chasing expert to help Yi Xian complete his mission together. Another thing is that I've heard the girls in Shaman are also very attractive. I must go and take a look. Seeing Li Che's enthusiasm, Yi Xian laughed. Chenying is your fiancée in name only. Don't you feel uncomfortable helping me pursue her? Li Che disagreed. Not necessarily. The original agreement between the old man and the old man of the Bai family was that the eldest grandson of the Li family would marry the daughter of the Bai family. If my lost uncle has already married and had children, then I will not be considered the eldest grandson of the Li family. If there is a marriage agreement, it will be attributed to my cousin. Yi Xian stroked his chin and said seriously, then I really need to work harder. What if your uncle finds someone and you have a cousin who comes to compete with me? With a marriage contract on your side, my chances of winning will be even smaller. Yes. Wait for me to come over. I'll join forces with that wife-chasing expert and make sure you get your wish fulfilled soon. Li Che said righteously and sternly. Even though he had a cousin, he couldn't bear to see his cousin go to die for Bai Chenying. As the saying goes, better to die a friend than a poor monk. Since Yi Xian wouldn't listen to his advice and insisted on pursuing Bai Chenying, he felt obligated to help his friend. His funeral will be a grand affair. Before we knew it, it was the afternoon of the next day. Ganqing. Li Xuejuan has successfully developed the product after a week of debugging, and the finished product rate has reached 85% on domestically produced machines. It should be noted that the stability and other aspects of domestically produced machines are relatively inferior, and a normal programming technician may not be able to successfully develop a program on a domestically produced machine. Li Xuejuan not only successfully developed the finished product, but also achieved a very high yield rate. If imported equipment were used, the yield rate would probably be over 99.8%. Such a high yield rate perfectly meets Jay's requirements and even exceeds the expectation of 0.7. Even if other technicians manage to debug this product, Li Xuejuan's team still has the advantage. Chun Jingyan's attitude towards Li Xuejuan has undergone a complete change. He is now much more enthusiastic and doesn't even dare to raise his voice when he speaks. This is not only his old classmate, but now he's also his god of wealth. Old Li, I'll send out the samples this afternoon. Jay will definitely be able to get them. The first batch of orders will be the number of sets I told you. Your processing fees will generate at least 10 million in net profit per year. In the office, Chun Jingyan brought out the best tea to serve Li Xuejuan and said to him with a smile. As for his own profit as a middleman, he didn't say. In any case, the annual profit is more than the annual processing fee of his company's more than 40 domestically produced machines. That's why everyone's eyeing this piece of fat. It's very difficult, and the processing fees are just too high. Li Xuejuan tried to calm his excited emotions, thought about it carefully for a while, and said to Chun Jingyan, I still need to go back to rent a venue and check the equipment. It will take at least a month to prepare. If you're looking for equipment, come to me. I've been in this business for so many years, I know all the equipment companies. Take a look at whichever one you like, and I'll take you to see it today. Chun Jingyan acted swiftly and decisively, and his attitude was also very positive. How could he not be proactive? Right now, only Li Xuejuan can fulfill Jay's orders. If he's not proactive and other competitors snatch them away, he'll have nowhere to turn to complain. Li Xuejuan had the same idea. He knew which brand of equipment was good, but he had to find contact information for these companies on his own. With Chun Jingyan acting as a go-between, things would be much simpler. The two hit it off immediately and went to the equipment company that afternoon to check out the equipment. Li Xuejuan had rehearsed his entrepreneurial dream 1,000 times in his mind. When he was running around looking at equipment at the equipment company, he was even more familiar with the prices and performance of these equipment than Chun Jingyan, who had been in the industry for many years. He signed a contract with the equipment company he was most satisfied with that same day, ordering 3 imported pieces of equipment, and was just waiting to return to Xiamen to complete the loan procedures and pay the money. These imported equipment aren't cheap either. A domestically produced phone can be bought for around 100,000 to 200,000 yuan. Imported units cost at least 500,000 yuan each, so 3 units would cost 1.5 million yuan, requiring a down payment of 450,000 yuan. Li Shuo gave him 500,000 yuan in startup capital. After paying the down payment, he would still have 50,000 yuan left, which would be just enough to rent a place and buy tools. Chun Jingyan was quite surprised that Li Xuejuan was able to come up with 500,000 yuan to start a business at once. At 8 p.m., I took Li Xuejuan to the train station. Before parting, I couldn't help but exclaim, Old Li, you're amazing. You've raised several children all these years, and even saved 500,000 yuan to start a business. Li Xuejuan said with considerable pride, No, how could I have earned this 500,000 yuan? It was my eldest son who earned it. Chun Jingyan was quite surprised. Your eldest son has autism? All of Li Xuejuan's old classmates knew that his eldest son had a very serious case of autism and had been spending money on treatment. That's why he admired Li Xuejuan for being able to save so much money. But now he's saying that the money was earned by Li Xuejuan's eldest son. What's going on? Yes, it was given to me by my eldest son, Li Shuo. He's recovered from autism and is now very good at making money, Li Shuejuan said with a smile. Finally, Li Shuejuan left amidst Chen Jingyan's envious gaze. He never imagined that one day he could proudly tell others that his son, Li Shuo, was healthy and had made a lot of money. This actually makes him happier and more excited than doing business. Now that he has his son's support, he can't afford to hold his son back. After just one trip to Guangzhou, Li Shuejuan seemed like a completely different person, radiant with health and vitality. Chapter 60, we must find something for this guy to do. Li Shuo's novel Circular Bus was accepted for publication. He spent 2 days saving up 20,000 words of the manuscript. The signing was completed this afternoon and posted on the website. With his wildly popular serialized novel Do Di and the recently viral anti-gangster film Fishmonger, Li Shuo has become a dark horse among online novel authors on Zhangxi this year, accumulating a considerable following. As soon as the novel Circular Bus was published, a large number of readers who were still enjoying reading The Fishmonger flocked to it. Everyone thought Li Shuo would continue writing a high-quality novel about cracking down on organized crime, but when they saw the title Circular Bus, they were dumbfounded. This Huo Lu has changed his style again. Wasn't he good at writing about anti-gangsters and fantasy? How come he wrote about public transportation? Yeah, what's so interesting about buses? To be honest, the title itself sounds kind of boring. Exactly. With Vulcan's driving skills being so good, writing about this bus is less impressive than writing about a censored Han train. Holy crap, the person upstairs is definitely a pervert. Huo Lu is a respectable author. How could he let him write this kind of stuff? Where are his morals? Where is his bottom line? Where is the author's address? I'm going over there right now to supervise him writing for the person upstairs, It was obvious that the readers who came were not interested in the unremarkable title of Li Shuo's new book, and they started reading off topic in the very first sentence. Of course, most readers will still patiently read the beginning even if they skim through it. Since Li Shuo has already posted it, at least take a quick look at the beginning before trying to persuade him to continue writing about the anti-gang campaign. The amazing thing is, half an hour after the novel was published, a familiar scene appeared in the comment section of the latest chapter. That's it? What happened? It's too short. Also, I clearly avoided street racers and tanker trucks. I thought if there wouldn't be a car accident, there wouldn't be an explosion. How come it still exploded? Unbelievable. Outrageous +1. So it wasn't an explosion caused by the bus colliding with the tanker truck? Did the bus spontaneously combust? Ugh, this is the first time I've ever seen such a mind-bending plot. My head is so itchy. I feel like it's going to grow a brain. Author, please get up an update. Please add one more update request. Request for more updates +2. Please call 10086 to request an update. In the comments section, readers were thoroughly engrossed and began urging for more updates in various creative ways. Having already completed his tasks for the day, Li Shuo had prepared a sumptuous meal and had dinner with his wife, Bai Chenying. After dinner, Bai Chenying sat on the balcony, holding a large dumpling, and chased after Huo Li's new novel, The Circular Bus. Li Shuo spent some time on the balcony watering and fertilizing the cacti and succulents his wife was growing. Time passed slowly and silently. A gentle summer breeze blew by, causing a strand of Bai Chenying's hair to brush against her cheek. She was engrossed in her book, her beautiful eyes fixed on her phone screen. Her slender, white fingers tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, drawing Li Shuo's attention. Bathed in the warm orange light, her stunningly beautiful face was like a lotus emerging from clear water, untouched by dust, breathtakingly beautiful. He was stunned. He thought his wife was as beautiful as a painting, and that just looking at her would be a pleasure. Bai Chenying was so engrossed in reading the novel that she didn't notice Li Shuo's gaze briefly lingering on her. When she reached the climax of the story, her beautiful eyes widened, her fingers gently sliding down her body, and a look of unsatisfied desire appeared on her pretty face. That's it, that's all. It's so short, Bai Chenying muttered in dissatisfaction. This is a term she recently learned in the comments section of Huo Lu novels, short. At first, I found these 2 words to be utterly unbearable and filthy, but every time I finish reading a new chapter of Huo Li's novel, I feel like I haven't had enough, and these words always pop into my head. Over time, they learn to be bad. Li Shuo didn't quite catch what his wife was muttering. He put the succulent, which he had just cleaned of its withered leaves, back on the shelf, looked at her, and asked, "What did you say?" How could Bai Chenying possibly use such words in front of her husband? I didn't say anything. I just finished reading Huo Li's new book and thought it was good. The novel's opening was stunning, whetting her appetite, but its only drawback was that it was too short. She put down her phone, placed the large dumpling aside, walked to Li Shua's side, picked up the succulent he had just cleaned, examined it in her hands, and said to him, "This author's new book has changed its style again. I just finished reading the beginning. It's suspenseful and mystery-solving, and the plot is very tight. I guess it will be another bestseller." She turned her head to look at Li Shuo. "Can you write this type of story?" "Ah, yes, I will," Li Shuo replied somewhat awkwardly. "He is the author of this book, and he will definitely write it." "Then keep up the good work and read more of Hua Li's novels," Bai Chenying encouraged and advised. Li Shuo, "Okay." The young couple had barely exchanged a few words when Li Shuo's phone, which was lying to the side, rang. It was Yi Xian calling. He walked to the side and answered the phone. "Old Shuo, these past 2 days, every time I go to Bai Mugei's company, she goes straight through the back door. I suspect she has planted a listening device or a spy around me. What should I do next?" Upon hearing this, Li Shuo pondered for a moment and said, "You should continue to go every day. As long as she goes to the company, go to the company gate every day to wait for her and give her a gift. It doesn't matter if you can't get close to her. Over time, she'll get used to seeing you every day. If you suddenly stop going one day, she'll feel uneasy and start paying attention to you and your every move. Then you'll be close to success." In his previous life, Li Shuo was pursued and won over by his girlfriend in college with the same relentless pursuit. Although they had only been dating for a short time before graduating and separating, he still remembered the process and methods his girlfriend used to pursue him, and naturally passed them on to Yi Xian without reservation. Yi Xian, who was on the other end of the phone, was stunned. He felt that he had made the right choice in hiring Li Shuo as his wife-chasing consultant. "Old Shuo, you're really something. Once I succeed, I'll have you officiate at my wedding with Mu Ge." Li Shuo immediately refused. "No need, no need. Just invite me to your wedding banquet later." Attending weddings was his last resort. Presiding over a wedding was like torture for him. Bai Chenying, who was holding succulents behind her, had a black line on her face. He teaches others how to woo his wife, and he does it so well, it's unbelievable. "Are you still going to a wedding banquet? Drink that damn thing." Li Shuo is so enthusiastic about teaching people how to woo his wife that he even sends people to her company entrance to cause trouble every day. Bai Chenying felt it necessary to completely dispel the Yi family young master's idea and find Li Shuo some serious work to do. Young master Yi calmed down for a while, and then continued, partly because of Li Shuo, but more so because the Bai family's attitude wasn't firm enough. In short, most of the Bai family members were unaware that she was married, and their attitude towards rejecting Yi Xian was not firm. Bai Chenying decided to immediately inform her father and brothers about her marriage, so that they could personally dissuade the young master of the Yi family from having any ideas about it. Find Li Shuo something else to do, and let him get to know his father-in-law, mother-in-law, and several of his brothers-in-law. That way, he won't be so bored that he'd spend all his time helping people woo their wives. Ugh, just thinking about it makes me want to give up. Bai Chenying is a woman of action. She sat cross-legged on the sofa and opened WeChat. Calling each family member individually was too much trouble, so she decided to notify them directly in the family group chat. She found the Bai family group chat and sent out several 200 yuan red envelopes. 10 minutes passed, and the entire family group chat was silent. Bai Chenying. She pondered for a moment, then edited another message and sent it out. "I'm out of money." Within 30 seconds of the message being sent, a member responded. "Boss, what? Out of money? Wait a minute, I'll transfer you 1 million for spending money first." Third brother, "Huh? Little sister's broke?" Third brother will transfer you 500,000 right away. Fifth brother transferred 600,000. Fourth brother, transfer 9,000 yuan. Second brother, "I recently negotiated a project that isn't very profitable, so I'll transfer you 1.2 million. Within just a minute or two, Bai Chenying received several money transfers on her phone. She didn't look at the pocket money her brothers had transferred to her, and said to everyone, "Actually, I have something to tell you." "What's up? Want a new script? Just say the word. I'll arrange it for you." Now, my younger sister is practically begging for scripts to work with her, so it's probably not about filming speculation. What exactly is it that's causing such a stir? The Bai brothers were each in their respective offices, holding their phones and waiting for their younger sister to speak. Bai Chenying exhaled, slowly typed a message on her phone, and sent it to the group. "It is indeed a very important matter. I just wanted to inform you today that I am getting married. I will bring my boyfriend, Li Shuo, into the room later." "Boss, what?" Third brother, "Are you kidding me?" Fifth brother, It must be a joke. Even Bai Chening's father, Bai Tang, who had always maintained a cool and aloof demeanor, was so surprised by Bai Chening's message that he sent an angry emoji. What's the meaning? The next moment, a call labeled Dad was dialed into Bai Chening's phone. When Li Shuo heard Bai Chening's phone ring, he turned his head to look at it. Seeing that she answered the call, he walked to a corner of the balcony. He didn't want to disturb his wife while she was on the phone, and he also thought about how to end the call with Yixian, completely unaware of the impending massive battleground. Chapter 61. My father-in-law is in a bad mood. Bai Tang was unusually serious with his daughter on the phone today, and said in a low voice to Bai Chenying, "You brat. You can't joke with your family like this. Marriage is not a child's play." Bai Tang believed his daughter must be joking. It was impossible for her to get married so hastily, let alone in a sudden, whirlwind marriage. However, the immediate phone call proved that he was somewhat guilty. "Now I just want to hear my daughter admitted herself that she was just joking. Dad, I'm serious. I'm not joking with you." Bai Chenying shattered her father's last hope, glanced at the man in the corner of the balcony, and continued, "He's right next to me. If you don't believe me, I can have him come over and talk to you on the phone." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a chilling voice. "Tell him to come over." Li Shuo had just made an excuse to end the call with Yixian and thought he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yixian kept calling him Coach Li on the phone, which made him a little embarrassed. Just then, his wife's voice came from behind him, "Li Shuo." His tone seemed gentler than usual, which he found strangely odd, so he turned to look at his wife. "Oh, what's wrong?" Bai Chenying turned on the speakerphone and said to him, "My dad called. He doesn't believe we're married. He wants to confirm with you in person." Li Shuo was stunned. "What?" "Old man, his father-in-law wants to talk to him." It was so sudden, he hadn't even mentally prepared himself. What was he supposed to say? In just a second or two, Li Shuo's body stiffened. Bai Chenying slightly straightened her pretty face. "Come here. Didn't you just give me a whole set of tips on how to woo your wife? Now that there's something important to do, they start dawdling." Li Shuo. Under his wife's gaze, Li Shuo had no choice but to bite the bullet, walk up to her, and take the phone from her hand. He held the phone to his ear and remained silent for more than 10 seconds until he felt a familiar touch on the tender flesh of his waist. Li Shuo turned his head to look at Bai Chenying and reached out his free hand to try to push away the hand on his waist. LOL, it's impossible to push it away. He made up his mind to learn martial arts in the future, and with his neck stiffened, he called out to the person on the phone, "Dad." After struggling to utter the word Dad, there was no response. After a few seconds of silence, Li Shuo remembered to add, "I am Chenying's husband, Li Shuo." On the other end of the phone, there was only silent shock and heartbreak. Immediately following was a muffled thud, the sound of a forceful slam on the table, which sent chills down Li Shuo's spine. It seems his father-in-law has a bad temper. If it weren't for the requirement for a large family head to maintain manners and composure, Bai Tang would be cursing right now. His daughter was kidnapped by this complete stranger without a word. He had never heard of this Li Shuo before. Among all the people in the world with the surname Li, the only one that Bai Tang took seriously was that old bastard Li Jingsong and his family, and he didn't get along with the Li family. How did this brat Li Shuo manage to kidnap his daughter? Even smashing the desk to pieces wouldn't vent his overwhelming rage. Bai Tang's old face turned red with anger. After a long while, he finally suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "I am Ningning's father." He still maintained his composure and asked, "When did you get the marriage certificate?" Li Shuo noticed his father-in-law's mood, glanced at his wife beside him, and replied with a forced smile, "It's been more than a month." His father-in-law seems to be quite bothered by his daughter's whirlwind marriage to him, and he'll probably be difficult to deal with. Li Shuo has a big head. It's been over a month, and he still hasn't come to see our parents? Mr. Bai's tone revealed his displeasure. He felt that this son-in-law was very impolite. They've been married for over a month, and he hasn't even come over to meet his father-in-law and mother-in-law yet? Li Shuo originally wanted to, but Bai Chenying said she didn't have time and was unwilling. He couldn't really shift the blame onto his wife, having been unfairly blamed, so he took the initiative to admit his mistake, saying, "I'm sorry, it was my oversight. I've been dealing with some things lately." Bai Chenying originally wanted to teach Li Shuo a small lesson so he would stop thinking about helping others pursue his wife all the time. But to everyone's surprise, when faced with his father's questioning, Li Shuo unhesitatingly took all the blame and anger onto him. Looking at the tall and reliable figure of the man in front of her, she felt a slight stirring in her heart, and a strange flutter began to emerge. After Li Shuo finished answering the question, he was bracing himself for his father-in-law's wrath when a fair, delicate hand came closer. As her delicate hand covered his, Li Shuo's heart skipped a beat. He was stunned for only a second before Bai Chenying easily took his phone back. She took the phone, stepped aside, and immediately defended her husband. Dad, I was busy with work, so I told him not to come see you for now. Mom already knows. Bai Chenying was initially angry, but upon hearing his daughter's voice, his previously bulging chest deflated considerably, replaced by surprise and annoyance. You and your mother are really something. How could you be so careless about something so important? Bai Chenying has always doted on his daughter, and she married someone without a word more than a month ago, only remembering to inform him today. That is, a daughter. If it were my sons, I would have broken their legs. Bai Chenying has always been pampered by her family and is not afraid of her father's temper. She said to him, "Anyway, we are already married and living together, so please don't be angry anymore. I will add him to the family group later so that he can get to know you." Li Shuo, who had just followed her and was standing behind her listening to the situation. This is terrible. He's not ready to join any family group chat yet. Bai Chenying's family members probably aren't many. He hadn't even had a chance to find out about Bai Chenying's family members yet. Too much of that, and he'll really be driven crazy. Just then, Bai Chenying added, "By the way, second brother already knows. Eldest brother, third brother, fourth brother, and fifth brother must be anxious too. I won't say any more, Dad. I'll add Li Shuo to the group first, and you can take turns asking him any questions you have." Li Shuo. Bai Chenying controls the entire Bai group, and his mental fortitude is unmatched by ordinary people. Within a few words from his daughter, he had calmed down and replied calmly, "Okay. Calm down and think about it carefully, and you'll realize that this girl has most likely found a fake husband." He knew his daughter's personality all too well. 小时候，李家那个独苗苗成天追着他跑，说要娶她做老婆，没几天就被揍掉了7颗牙齿，还把老鼠往人家裤裆里塞，吓得尿了裤子晕过去。She's never had much contact with men growing up, so this sudden marriage is probably because her family has been pressuring her to find a partner and get married, and she just pulled some random guy out of nowhere to appease them. The reason for this sudden announcement is probably because they were annoyed by that kid from the Yi family. Lately, that child seems to be pursuing her quite frequently. The Yi family's child is also a fast runner who doesn't suffer losses, so the girl can't beat him up. Therefore, she can only call and use the fake husband to shut them up. Thinking about it this way, Bai Chenying felt much better now. His daughter has always been indifferent to men, and with all her skills, he's not afraid that she'll suffer at the hands of this sham married brat. Meanwhile, Miss Bai, who was not interested in men, finished her call with her father and did not notice that Li Shuo was standing right behind her. As soon as she turned around, she accidentally bumped into his arms and immediately jumped away upon contact. "What are you doing?" Bai Chenying pulled away and immediately glared at her husband with her beautiful eyes. Li Shuo was feeling down about dealing with his brothers-in-law, and seeing Bai Chenying looking at him as if she had been taken advantage of, he frowned and said, "Didn't you bump into me yourself? Why are you asking me why?" He didn't do anything. Bai Chenying. It seems she really did run into it herself. The girl's face showed a charmingly naive expression. She didn't say anything more, and walked away from the balcony with her long legs. Before leaving, she reminded Li Shuo, "I'll add you to the family group later, so you can greet my family and get to know them." Li Shuo. Okay. Chapter 62 Conflict Erupts. Not long after Bai Chenying returned to her room, she pulled Li Shuo into the family group chat. Including Li Shuo, there are only 9 members, Bai Chenying's parents and her brothers. Li Shuo had heard Bai Chenying mention her grandfather before, and the two seemed to have a good relationship, so it was surprising that he wasn't in the group chat. Bai Chenying has already returned to her room, so Li Shuo doesn't feel comfortable asking her questions. He joined the group chat, quickly changed his name card to his real name, and took the initiative to greet everyone in the group. After a brief silence following the message being sent, the eldest brother, Bai Chenying, was the first to respond. "Hello, I'm Ningning's older brother. When do you have time? Let's arrange a time to meet." As soon as Bai Chenying appeared, his other brothers-in-law followed suit. "Yes, let's arrange a time to meet. I'll go too. I hope you can find some time as soon as possible so we can talk in person. I'll also adjust my attendance schedule, and I hope you can spare some time to cooperate with the investigation." The fourth brother retracted a message. "I'll also adjust my work schedule a bit, and I hope to meet you so I can get to know you better, smile. I'm available anytime, let's all meet up. Yes, let's tentatively set the meeting place at your 2 little homes, so that the whole family can get together." Even though the messages from his brothers-in-law were polite, Li Shuo could tell that they were up to no good. The day they actually met was the real battleground for him. But this was something he, as Bai Chenying's husband, had to do. She had accompanied him to meet his parents so well, he certainly couldn't back down. After a great internal struggle, he reluctantly postponed the meeting with his unfriendly father-in-law and brothers-in-law, which he hoped would never happen again, to 4 days later. If Mom, Dad, and brother-in-law have time, could we meet this Sunday? As soon as Li Shuo sent out this message, he received positive responses and agreement from several of his brothers-in-law. They are all very busy, and the only time they can be free is on Saturdays and Sundays. Meanwhile, the aloof father-in-law, Bai Chenying, had barely sent any messages since Li Shuo joined the group. After agreeing on a meeting time, he only gave a cool okay sign. Bai Chenying also made the same gesture at almost the same time. Li Shuo finally understood who his wife inherited her aloof and icy personality from. The carnage was finally over. Li Shuo couldn't even imagine the massive carnage that would happen 4 days later. He rubbed his temples and went back to his room. Back in his room, when he saw Yixian calling to ask for advice on pursuing his wife, he wasn't in the mood to reply. He's in no mood to help anyone pursue a girl right now. For something as important as meeting the parents, he had to write a draft in advance and prepare food to entertain them. Very busy. The young couple's home has returned to tranquility. Xiangfu Garden. Li Shuejuan, who had rushed back home covered in dust, had been standing at the door for more than half an hour, his chest filled with pent-up anger. If he hadn't been worried about the door, and if he weren't the type to take his anger out on things, he would have kicked the door open. Fang Leining locked the door from the inside. She wouldn't answer his phone or reply to his messages. He knocked for a long time before she responded and refused to come and open the door for him. There were neighbors living across the hall, and Li Shuejuan didn't want to make too much noise. Being locked out by his wife late at night wasn't something a man could be proud of. Fang Leining opened the door. Let me in to talk. What do you want to say? Li Shuejuan tried his best to control his emotions and spoke to the people in the room. Fang Leining, if you don't open the door, I'll take the 300 yuan I have left and go to a hotel. Li Shuejuan waited a few minutes, then spoke in a low voice. This sentence finally had an effect. No sooner had the words left his lips than the door was flung open from the inside. Fang Leining stood in the middle of the door, showing no intention of letting Li Shuejuan in, and simply held out her hand. Money. Li Shuejuan had been standing at the door for almost an hour, seething with anger, when he finally pushed the door open to go inside. Fang Leining immediately blocked his way with her body and pushed him out the door with great effort. I told you to pay the money, not to come in. Get out. She's been furious these past few days. She thought that Li Shuejuan would rush back to beg her to forgive him as soon as she brought up the divorce, but she didn't expect to wait for 2 days. I just want to find an excuse to vent my anger on Li Shuejuan. Li Shuejuan had always spoiled Fang Leining, treating her like his own woman. However, Fang Leining had recently become increasingly unreasonable, making him feel no affection for her as a husband and wife. First, they forced his son to go to their home. After he lost his job, they found ways to cause trouble every day. Even when they were broke, they refused to give him a single penny. He rushed back from out of town, but they didn't even offer a word of greeting, and they locked him at the door for almost an hour, not letting him in. Li Shuejuan was completely disillusioned with this woman and had lost all his former good temper and patience. Before Fang Leining could push him out the door, he reached out and shoved her away, shouting angrily, Fang Leining, haven't you fucking made enough trouble yet? Li Shuejuan pushed the unprepared woman to the ground with great force, even though he was trying to control his strength. Fang Leining plopped down on the ground, looking at Li Shuejuan in astonishment. You're going to hit me? You, a grown man, are going to hit me. Li Shuejuan suppressed his instinct to help her up, ignored her, went into the house, closed the door, and changed his shoes. Fang Leining had thought that Li Shuejuan would coax and indulge her as before after she made a fuss since he came back. But now she simply couldn't accept Li Shuejuan's indifference. She got up from the ground, walked up to Li Shuejuan, and slapped him across the face. Li Shuejuan, I want a divorce. The more Li Shuejuan seemed indifferent, the more she wanted to provoke him with the threat of divorce, hoping he would kneel down and beg for her forgiveness. Li Shuejuan stood there, his face aching, but his heart aching even more. This is his wife. She was mean and cruel, always relying on her status as his wife to trample on and hurt him time and time again, making him feel cold and unable to feel any warmth from her. Despite the burning sensation on his face, Li Shuejuan did not soften as Fong Lanying had expected. He maintained his composure and did not slap her back. Instead, he calmly asked, "Are you sure you want a divorce?" Before he got home, even though he had said some hurtful things in anger that day, he intended to maintain this precarious marriage and pretend that nothing had happened. Now, Li Shuejuan doesn't want to do that anymore. Since she's determined to get a divorce, he'll give her freedom. Fong Lanying hesitated when Li Shuejuan asked her that question, and a sudden panic gripped her. Her domineering temper made her unwilling to lower herself to speak softly to Li Shuejuan, and she was also furious that this man dared to actually consider divorce. She gritted her teeth and said, "Yes, divorce. I, Fong Lanying, can remarry after leaving you. A useless man like you will never find a woman again. She has Wu Wenfeng as a better option. Li Shuejuan has nothing. What's the point of being tough in front of her?" Li Shuejuan didn't argue or become hysterical. He was already heartbroken. He looked at Fong Lanying and calmly said, "All right, then so be it. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau together tomorrow." Fong Lanying was furious. "Fine, I'll go." Chapter 63, She Kidnapped Me. The next morning, Fong Lanying and Li Shuejuan went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to complete the divorce procedures. Li Shuejuan had no interest in fighting Fong Lanying for the property or custody of the children. Li Shuo is now able to support himself. Li Hao and Li Shu are already adults, so they only need to pay tuition and living expenses jointly as a couple, without needing to determine who should receive them. Fong Lanying wanted a house, and Li Shuejuan gave it to her without hesitation. Now he just wants to get rid of these shackles and give Fong Lanying her freedom. Fong Lanying was still angry and was even more decisive than Li Shuejuan. At 10:30 a.m., the two people walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Fong Lanying walked to the electric scooter and asked coldly, "After the divorce, that house will be mine. When are you moving out?" Li Shuejuan looked back at her and said, "At least not now. We are in a cooling-off period now. The house is still in my name. I will be able to get the divorce certificate and officially divorce in a month. I will move out then. If nothing unexpected happens, his company will have already started operating by then, so he won't need to look for a place to live outside. He can just live at the company premises." Fong Lanying, however, thought that Li Shuejuan wanted to use this month-long cooling-off period to keep her. Putting on her safety helmet, she resolutely said, "Then I'll move to my brother's place for a month today." She wouldn't give Li Shuejuan a chance to keep her. Li Shuejuan didn't say anything, remained silent for a while, then nodded. "Okay, see when you have time tomorrow. Remember to come with me to sign in." This is a policy that the Civil Affairs Department just introduced last year. In order to stabilize the divorce rate, both spouses must come together to sign in every working day for 1 month after applying for divorce to confirm their intention to divorce. You can be absent from work for 3 working days a month. If you are absent for more than 3 days, your divorce application will be rejected. "I'm available anytime, just don't try to back out of it and not come with me," Fong Lanying said coldly. "I won't." Before Li Shuejuan could finish speaking, she resolutely rode away on her electric bike. Only after her figure disappeared into the distance did Li Shuejuan walk to his old electric scooter and get on. After a silence of about 10 minutes, he finally took out his phone from his pocket and called his son, Li Shuo. He doesn't have much time to worry about divorce now, nor will he tell his children about it and make them worry. He needs to go through the loan procedures in the next few days, make the payment to the equipment company to finalize the equipment order, and also visit the sites of several companies recommended to him by Chenying. Before going to Gansheng, he hadn't decided whether to do it or not, and told Li Shuo not to transfer the money yet. Now that he's decided to do it, he really has to talk to his son about it. Li Shuejuan never expected that one day he would actually be able to start his own business, and the person who supported him was not his wife, but his eldest son Li Shuo, who had once made him worry. Thinking about this, he suddenly felt that his life wasn't such a failure after all. At least they didn't give up and raised such a capable son. When Li Shuo received his father's call, he acted decisively and immediately went to a bank near the neighborhood to transfer 510,000 yuan to him. Li Shuejuan didn't ask him to come and help, so Li Shuo didn't offer to either. Firstly, his understanding of the world is not as good as Li Shuejuan's, so he can't be of much help. Secondly, this is his father's own business. Since the other party hasn't spoken up, it proves that he can. Li Shuo wasn't a business genius, and he knew nothing about the line of business Li Shuejuan was going to enter, so he couldn't really be of any help. He has a clear understanding of himself. He is suited to staying at home writing articles, and maybe even writing songs in the future, but he is very unlikely to get involved in business. His current task is to write more articles to support himself and see if he can invest in his father, Li Shuejuan. If his father makes money by starting a company, he can be considered a rich second generation. Even if you couldn't transmigrate into the body of a rich second generation, it's still pretty good to try your best to become one yourself. After transferring the money, I returned home. Li Shuo was soon surrounded by anxiety about meeting his parents and his brothers-in-law, so he hurriedly went to his room to continue writing and saving up his manuscript. He hadn't slept well all night since they decided on the meeting time yesterday. This kind of thing would be nerve-wracking for anyone with a normal personality, let alone for Li Shuo, who is a socially anxious person. He was incredibly nervous. The father-in-law seemed very unhappy about his sudden marriage to his beloved daughter. The older men seemed to have ill intentions. Apart from his mother-in-law, whom he had only met once and who seemed easy to get along with, the rest of the family made him very nervous. I can't even get into the zone when I'm writing. Li Shuo sat in front of the computer for most of the day. He only wrote 5 words. Chapter 133. It's not that I didn't write anything, but I wasn't in the right state of mind. I would write a paragraph and then delete it, write another paragraph and then delete it again, and it just didn't feel right. It was a little after 2 p.m. Li Shuo, who hadn't even typed a single word yet, sat in front of the computer looking utterly lost. In the past, he would have already finished more than 20,000 updates by this time. Not only did I fail to write over 20,000 words of update today, but I also failed to write any of my saved drafts. He sat in front of the computer, rubbed his temples, and felt that things couldn't go on like this. Don't let meeting your father-in-law and brother-in-law affect your mindset and cause you to stop updating altogether. At this moment, the phone on the table rang. It was Yixin calling. Old Shuo, why don't you come out and grab a refreshing iced drink? It's so hot today, Yixin said warmly as soon as the call connected. He stood outside Bai Chenying's company all morning today, and he's practically turned into a handsome dried-up human jerky. I can't take it anymore. All I want to do now is go to an air-conditioned room, cool off, and drink a few buckets of chilled alcoholic beverages. Yixin felt that he was the rich second generation who had the hardest time pursuing his wife. There's nothing he can do about it. The girl he's pursuing is no ordinary girl. Li Shuo wasn't in much better shape either. He was worried about the chaotic scene that was going to happen in a few days, and he was also worried about not being able to write anything. He frowned and said to Yixin, I don't have time. My father-in-law called yesterday. He and my brother-in-law are coming in a few days. I need to make preparations. Was your bad mood last night because of this? Yixin asked in surprise. When I contacted Li Shuo last night, I found that he seemed to be in a bad mood. I thought it was because it was too late and I had disturbed him and his wife while they were making love. I wouldn't say I'm in a bad mood. I'm just a little nervous. I've never met my father-in-law and my wife's brothers before. This is the first time, Li Shuo said. He felt he also needed to ask his friends for help and proactively share his worries. Upon hearing this, Yixin exclaimed in surprise, My God, you haven't met your father-in-law's family yet. No. Yixin was utterly impressed. You've already stolen your father-in-law's daughter before even meeting his parents. You truly are my wife-chasing mentor. Unlike him, if it weren't for Uncle Bai's unwillingness to marry into Li Jinsong's family and his good relationship with the Yi family, he would send things to his uncle and aunt from time to time while he was abroad. So how could he have the opportunity to pursue Bai Chenying? Li Shuo is really something else. He managed to steal his father-in-law's daughter away without saying a word. Li Shuo was silent for a moment on the phone before correcting Yixin. To be precise, she tricked me, not the other way around. He went on a blind date and ended up being taken to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a marriage certificate. Yixin, who had just spent hours under the scorching sun outside the company building trying to win over his wife, but failed, was speechless. We can't talk today. I don't know what kind of goddess wife you have. She doesn't want you to take her away and just follows you. It's so hard for me. The weather outside is 37 degrees Celsius, and I'm as passionate as fire, but I can't melt her cold heart. Yixin sighed bitterly. Li Shuo. Chapter 64, A Real Couple. After chatting with the funny and flamboyant Yixin for a while, Li Shuo felt much better. After making the call, I realized that there were some alcoholic beverages in the refrigerator at home. He doesn't need to cool off. I recently saw an author in a group say that he was very efficient at writing when he was slightly tipsy. Since he couldn't type much anyway, Li Shuo decided to try anything, even drinking some alcohol, to see if he could write something while slightly tipsy. I can't write anything, so I really have to stop updating today. I'll let the readers know when the time comes that I'm meeting my father-in-law and brothers-in-law. They should understand. He went to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and began to select items. When he moved in, there were some drinks and alcoholic beverages in the refrigerator that he didn't recognize. Most of them have foreign names, and he has never taken them out to drink. However, now that we're paying Bai Chenying's living expenses, we can drink a bottle of these potentially more expensive drinks occasionally, without feeling guilty. In Li Shua's eyes, his wife was at most an elite white-collar worker, and the drinks she drank would be a bit more expensive, but not exorbitantly so. He can afford it. I picked out a bottle of beer called Schwarzbach from the refrigerator, grabbed a glass from the cupboard, and went back to my room. This is the largest bottle in the refrigerator, and it doesn't look as fancy as the other bottles. It's probably the cheapest one. Back in his room, Li Shuo sat at his computer desk, poured a small half glass of liquor into his glass, and the sweet aroma of the liquor wafted out. Pick it up and take a bite. This wine has a unique flavor. On the palate, it has a smoky and nutty taste, and upon closer tasting, there is also a hint of raisin. Li Shuo doesn't like drinking these kinds of beer, but this one is better and stronger than any beer he's ever had. After drinking a small glass of wine, a burning sensation came from my stomach, and my tense nerves began to relax. Li Shuo felt much more relaxed, but he wasn't drunk, so he stopped drinking. Once he was slightly tipsy, he immediately started writing. The results also exceeded his expectations. When your mind is relaxed, your brain speed increases, and your hand speed naturally follows suit. After writing for an hour, Li Shuo was surprised to find that his typing speed had indeed increased a lot, from his previous best speed of more than 3,000 words per hour to now being able to write 4,000 words per hour. This is the number of words that some authors with less talent and slower thinking speed, like Fanjua, can only write in a day. After downing a small glass of wine, Li Shuo felt as if he had opened the door to a new world. While frantically typing away, I made sure to have a drink every 2 hours, keeping myself in a slightly tipsy state. He would sit in front of the computer for 4 or 5 hours at a time. In order to finish the manuscript, I even forgot to cook dinner. It was a little after 7 p.m. When Bai Chenying got home from get-off work, the living room lights were not on. She turned on the light and saw that Li Shua's shoes were still on the shoe rack, confirming that he hadn't run off to fool around and hadn't come home yet. The tense expression on her pretty face relaxed. Arriving at Li Shua's room, she gently pushed open the half-closed door and peeked in. She saw the man sitting in front of the computer, engrossed in typing. From her angle, she could see Li Shua's handsome and serious profile, and his typing speed was frighteningly fast. She clicked her tongue in amazement, thinking to herself that this quiet guy, who didn't like to talk, could type so fast. It's outrageous that someone can earn tens of thousands of yuan a month from writing articles. Bai Chenying did not interrupt Li Shuo as he typed. Just as the big round cat, lying on the bay window, noticed its owner, it raised its head high, and the door to the room was gently closed. She went to the kitchen, made sure Li Shuo hadn't eaten dinner yet, then put on a floral apron and started making dinner. As the eldest daughter of the Bai family, Bai Chenying is not truly someone who never lifts a finger. From a young age, in addition to learning music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, I also attended many extracurricular classes such as cooking and baking. Before she married Li Shuo, she would cook some delicious food in her spare time. Of course, Bai Chenying prioritizes the appearance and aesthetics of the dishes, so the taste is definitely not as good as Li Shuo's. She had already eaten on set today. This meal was prepared for Li Shuo. She's eaten so many meals with Li Shuo since they got married. He didn't have time today, but she was in the mood, so she decided to cook one. Next time, I'll ask the Dill Hotel to deliver the food directly to my door. Put the rice in the pot. Pick out the ingredients you need for dinner from the refrigerator. The washing, chopping, and preparation of ingredients were carried out in an orderly manner. She is always decisive and efficient, and this applies to the kitchen as well. Less than an hour. The beautifully presented Shanghai bok choy, garlic prawns, fried pork chops, and a bowl of delicious tomato and shrimp soup were served. After taking off her apron and applying some hand cream in her room, Bai Chenying rubbed her hands, walked to Li Shuo's room door, and knocked. Let's go out for dinner. Li Shuo had just successfully published the article that he had spent more than 5 hours writing when he heard the sound coming from outside the door. He was stunned for a moment before belatedly realizing what was happening. Okay. He responded with a sound of agreement, but then felt a sense of unreality. Bai Chenying not only got home, but also invited him to dinner. Li Shuo got up with a puzzled look in his eyes. I realized I was a bit top-heavy. I drank a large glass an hour ago, and it's obvious that it hasn't been metabolized yet. Fortunately, he doesn't get drunk easily and his face doesn't flush. Even if my head is still a little foggy, going out for a normal meal shouldn't be a problem. With slightly unsteady steps, Li Shuo walked out of the room. Upon arriving at the restaurant, he was stunned to see a table full of food. So his wife can cook? And it was done so beautifully. Bai Chenying had just brought out 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen and placed them on the table. She was standing quite close to Li Shuo when she smelled a hint of alcohol. She looked at him in surprise and asked, "Have you been drinking?" I couldn't type anything, so I drank some." He picked up the bowl on the table, filled it with half a bowl of rice, and handed it to Bai Chenying. "I didn't know you would be back for dinner tonight, and I didn't expect you to cook." Bai Chenying took the bowl of rice and understood why Li Shuo was still writing so late today. She didn't mention that she had already eaten dinner. She sat down opposite him and said, "I'm not some pampered rich girl who never lifts a finger. It's normal for me to know how to cook." She was, of course, a pampered young lady who knew how to do housework. As for this meal, if she didn't eat with him, it would feel like it was specially made for Li Shuo, which would be a bit strange. You have to eat something even if you don't want to. The young couple always ate in silence. This was the first time Li Shuo had eaten his wife's cooking. Although the taste wasn't as good as his own, the appearance was very appetizing. He ate 2 large bowls of food at that dinner. After dinner, he insisted on going to the kitchen to wash the dishes with me. He felt embarrassed to ask Bai Chenying to cook and wash dishes. In the kitchen, the young couple stood in front of the sink, one of them washing their hair once, and the other washing it a second time. Bai Chenying put on her floral apron and gloves and was washing the first batch of dishes. At the same time, she said to Li Shuo, "We could have bought a dishwasher, but I think the dishes washed by the dishwasher are definitely not as good as those washed by hand." She's a bit of a clean freak and thinks that machine-washed dishes are never as clean as hand-washed ones. Upon hearing this, Li Shuo turned his head to look at his wife. From his angle, he could see Bai Chenying's high, straight nose under her long eyelashes, as well as her moist lips. Her extremely beautiful face made people unconsciously feel distant from her. The thin apron she wore added a touch of everyday life to her, and Li Shuo inexplicably felt that the two of them were much closer. It's like the two people really are a married couple. Bai Chenying kept her head down, but she could still feel the man beside her watching her. She calmly looked back and asked, "What's wrong?" Perhaps emboldened by the alcohol, Li Shuo boldly and frankly replied for the first time, "I feel like we really are a couple now, and you really are my wife." Bai Chenying was used to Li Shuo not saying anything bold, so she was taken aback by his sudden remark. Her pretty face flushed slightly. She turned her head, handed him the bowl covered in bubbles, and whispered, "You're dreaming. I'm not going to be your wife." Miss Bai's haughty remark instantly widened the distance between the two. It also woke Li Shuo up. He snapped out of his daze, took the bowl, and smiled somewhat awkwardly. "Yeah, it's just a charade. We might get a divorce after I meet your parents." Everything now seems like a dream, but he almost took it for reality. Li Shuo pronounced the word divorce very smoothly, and Bai Chenying could tell that he didn't seem to care about it, as if he could divorce her at any time. She didn't know why, but even though she had said she wouldn't be Li Shuo's real wife, seeing how indifferent Li Shuo seemed to be, she felt really bad. They even felt angry. She didn't want to talk anymore. Bai Chenying suddenly fell silent. Li Shuo, somewhat bewildered, took the bowl from her hands and asked, "What's wrong?" She glanced at the man in front of her, and a strange resentment welled up in her heart, making her so irritable that she had no desire to wash the dishes with him anymore. She deftly took off her gloves and put them aside, glanced at him with her beautiful eyes, and then turned and left. As I walked past Li Shuo, I couldn't resist reaching out and pinching his waist. "Oh!" Li Shuo gasped in pain, letting out a cry, and looked at the girl who had pinched him and stormed off in a huff. What's wrong now? What did he do to offend her? Chapter 65. This is domestic violence. After washing the dishes in the kitchen, Li Shuo returned to his room. They could roughly figure out why Bai Chenying was angry. It must be that he didn't know how to phrase things properly, saying she really seemed like his wife, which upset her. Indeed, his idea was too presumptuous. He's socially awkward, doesn't have many friends, and is terrible at socializing. Bai Chenying, on the other hand, is an elite in society. Whether in work or in life, the two are in two different circles, and it is impossible for them to have any interaction. Just like last time when she encountered difficulties at work, he was unable to offer her any substantial help. He really had a wild idea today. "No, I've been having a bit of a brain fart lately. Sometimes I even think that it wouldn't be bad for the two of us to live like this, but the girl doesn't want to. We will definitely keep our distance from now on." Back in his room, Li Shuo drank another glass of wine before lying down on the bed and falling fast asleep. On the contrary, Bai Chenying had some insomnia. "I always feel bitter inside. It's past 11 o'clock. She went to the kitchen. I opened the freezer door, ready to grab a drink and have a small sip. Her beautiful eyes swept over the liquor shelves in the freezer, and she pulled out a drink, muttering under her breath with dissatisfaction. She really knows how to pick things, giving me the most expensive one to drink. This is a limited edition worldwide. There are only 22 bottles in total. She hadn't been able to bring herself to drink the bottle she got, and before she even had a chance to taste it, Li Shuo took it and drank it. Bai Chenying was so angry she wanted to grind her teeth, but she couldn't do anything about Li Shuo. We can't just barge into his room, grab him, beat him up, and make him vomit. The next 2 days, the young couple had clearly grown distant from each other. Most of the time, Li Shuo would take the initiative to keep his distance from Bai Chenying, no longer showing too much closeness to avoid making her angry. Bai Chenying was also sulking. Seeing Li Shuo distance himself from her, she comforted herself while feeling very depressed. The young couple's marriage seems to be in serious trouble. In the blink of an eye, the day arrived when Li Shuo met his father-in-law's family. In the past 2 days, he has drunk several bottles of wine from the refrigerator and saved up a lot of manuscripts. I don't need to write anything today or tomorrow, so I can properly entertain my parents-in-law. Although he might have to divorce Bai Chenying after meeting his father-in-law, he would try his best to satisfy his father-in-law's family. Bai Chenying is also taking a day off today. The couple went to the supermarket early in the morning to buy a bunch of groceries and drinks to bring home and start preparing lunch. Li Shuo's father-in-law and his family will arrive at noon, so he needs to prepare lunch in advance and treat them well. In the kitchen, the couple were both wearing aprons. Li Shuo was preparing soup, while Bai Chenying was washing vegetables. The scene looked friendly, but the atmosphere was cold. Li Shuo always kept a distance of 1 meter from Bai Chenying. If she inadvertently got a little closer, he would immediately move away. Bai Chenying washed the green beans clean, carried them to Li Shuo's side, and before he could distance himself from her, she turned to look at him and called out to him in a slightly domineering tone, "Stop." Li Shuo was about to get some ginger to chop when he heard this, so he stopped and looked at her. "What's wrong?" Bai Chenying placed the green beans next to his cutting board and said, "My parents and brother came here this time because they don't believe in our marital relationship and are here to investigate. We can act like a normal couple for now. You don't need to deliberately keep your distance from me." She started to regret it the day after she told Li Shuo she wouldn't be his wife. These past 2 days, Li Shuo has been keeping his distance from her, which has made her feel depressed. Upon hearing this, Li Shuo thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay, then let's act like a normal married couple for now." He paused, then added, "I'll keep my distance from you after your parents leave." Last time, he said that the two of them looked like a real married couple, and she pinched him. Let's clarify things now, to avoid being pinched again. However, as soon as Li Shuo finished speaking, he noticed the unfriendly gaze of the girl next to him. Before he could react, the girl had already reached out to his waist with practiced ease. "Ahis!" Li Shuo cried out in pain as his tender waist was pinched again, his expression twisted with resentment as he looked at her. "Bai Chenying, what did I do to offend you again? Why do you pinch people so easily? This is domestic violence. I just don't like the look of you, and I want to pinch you," Bai Chenying replied coldly. "Li Shuo, I'm so annoyed. If he pinches again next time, he'll pinch back." The two had a minor disagreement. In the time that followed, they tacitly closed the distance between each other. Time passes. It was already 11:30 in the blink of an eye. Li Shuo had almost finished preparing the cold dishes, main dishes, and soups. Now he was just waiting for his father-in-law's family to arrive so he could start cooking and eating. Amidst his busy schedule, Li Shuo was incredibly nervous. She even burned her fingers while cooking soup. He was really afraid he wouldn't be able to handle the judgment from his father-in-law and brothers-in-law today. Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang outside. The young couple in the kitchen were both taken aback. Bai Chenying stopped what she was doing and quickly wiped her hands on a towel. Mom and Dad should have arrived by now. After saying that, she walked out of the kitchen, and noticing that Li Shuo didn't seem to have followed, she turned back to look at him. "Come on." Li Shuo put down the kitchen knife in his hand and forced a stiff smile. "Okay." He then followed his wife out of the kitchen. Bai Chenying could see that Li Shuo was nervous, so she walked ahead of him, went to the door, and opened it herself. Click. The door opened. Bai Yingtang and Xie Jingji stood at the very front. As soon as he opened the door, Bai Yingtang's gaze shifted from his daughter to Li Shuo behind her, his face tense. His sharp eyes scrutinized Li Shuo from head to toe, and then from toe to head. Wow, this is the brat who kidnapped his daughter and got married without a word. Bai Yingtang felt an inexplicable dislike as soon as he saw Li Shuo's face. and his face tightened up. Following behind him and Xie Jingji were Bai Chening's sons and her older brothers, all of whom were distinguished and had their eyes fixed on their brother-in-law, Li Shuo. Especially the tallest, most upright man in the crowd, with a resolute face and bronze skin. Even without aggression in his gaze, Li Shuo could still feel the other person scrutinizing him. Standing in front of him feels like you can see right through him. Sure enough, the father-in-law's family had no good intentions. Li Shuo inwardly groaned, but he still braced himself and prepared to greet them. However, before he could speak, two shouts rang out at the same time. "Hey bro, what's with that long face? Aren't you afraid of scaring people?" Bai Chenying and Xie Jingji spoke up almost simultaneously. Li Shuo was taken aback and quickly spoke up to ease the atmosphere. "He's not dead. He's not dead, Dad, Mom. Brother-in-law, please come in and sit down. He didn't die. He's still managing to hold on." Upon hearing the reprimand, Bai Chenying and his son's expressions immediately softened. Bai Chenying stood behind his wife, finally managing to force an awkward smile. "Okay, let's go inside and talk." Under their sister's gaze, the brothers quickly looked away, each smiling suavely and nodding to Li Shuo in greeting. The moment the two women spoke, the demeanor of the Bai family men changed drastically. Chapter 66 Family Status. After the Bai family entered the house, the once quiet little home has become much more lively today. The sofas were all occupied. After sitting down, at Xie Jingji and Bai Chening's prompting, the men took the initiative to introduce themselves to Li Shuo. Before coming here, the family had a brief conversation with Bai Chenying. Her new husband has autism and doesn't know her true identity or that she's an actress. The two of them are just an ordinary young couple now. They almost unanimously guessed that Bai Chenying was probably just looking for an ordinary person to marry in a flash to appease her family, and they planned to cooperate well to avoid any unforeseen complications later. When introducing themselves, they all said that they were just ordinary office workers. Only the fourth brother is different. He works at the police station, and it is said that he is just an ordinary grassroots police officer. After listening to everyone's comments, Li Shuo also took the initiative to briefly introduce his situation to his father-in-law's family. Little did they know that the family had already thoroughly investigated their backgrounds before they arrived. Even the fact that Li Shuo's uncle's family was forcing Li Shuo to donate a kidney was something they learned from the second brother, Bai Chenying. So most people were just going through the motions, but the fourth brother, because of his profession, had a slightly different tone when he talked to Li Shuo. "Aren't you autistic?" "I don't think you have a very severe case of autism," asked the fourth brother, Bai Chenying. "At most, you're just introverted, which is very different from autism." Li Shuo felt a chill run down his spine as he noticed the scrutinizing gaze, but he remained relatively calm and replied, "Things have improved a lot since I got together with Chenying." "Well, can you tell me how you two met?" Bai Chenying continued to press. Bai Chenying had just gone to get water, and Li Shuo, unable to find a savior, had no choice but to bite the bullet and bring out the story he had made up for Li Shuejuan. "I went to the hospital for a checkup and happened to find a notebook that belonged to Chenying. Then I contacted her, and that's how we met." Which hospital was it? And do you remember the exact time?" Bai Chenying pressed on. "That's how you investigate cases. You can't give criminals time to think or make excuses. The main approach is a surprise interrogation." "Fourth brother, what are you doing? This is your brother-in-law, not a criminal being interrogated. Take back your act." Bai Chenying walked over, put the kettle on the table, glanced at Bai Chenying, and sat down next to Li Shuo. She turned to him and said, "Don't pay any attention to him. He's just going through the motions." Xie Jingji also glanced at his fourth son with displeasure. "You brat, you have more questions than your father." Although she still wanted to hear about how her son-in-law and daughter met, her son-in-law seemed very reserved, and asking too many questions would only make her daughter angry. After being criticized by his mother and sister, Bai Chenying realized that his behavior was indeed inappropriate. So he immediately restrained himself and said to Li Shuo with a smile, "Sorry, it was just my professional habit kicking in." Li Shuo could only smile and say, "He's not dead, he's not dead." He had been mentally prepared that today wouldn't be easy. The investigation was interrupted. Li Shuo stood up. "Dad, Mom, brothers-in-law, the food at home is almost ready. I'll go to the kitchen now to cook the rest of the dishes, and then we can eat." "I'll go too." Bai Chenying also got up. Upon hearing this, the second son, Bai Chenying, raised an eyebrow and immediately asked, "Don't you have any servants at home? Do you cook for yourselves?" Is his sister's hand used for washing clothes and cooking? Besides, as his sister's husband, even if he's a fake husband, it would be beneath him to spend all his time in the kitchen. The Bai family isn't short of money. They can afford to hire a few servants. Upon hearing Bai Chenying's words, Li Shuo, who had just stood up, looked at him mechanically, sensing something strange. Hire a maid. Does this mean that white-collar workers in companies hire maids to serve them at home? Xie Jingji reacted the fastest, immediately scolding the second son. You brat, you haven't even been elected CEO yet, and Ningning's salary is only 20 or 30,000 a month. How come you're already talking like that? Hiring servants? What kind of conditions do you have to afford servants? She turned to look at Li Shuo and smiled gently. Shuo, don't listen to your brother-in-law. Ningning's salary and circumstances aren't enough to hire a maid. The second son only cares about his sister and doesn't care about his current role as an ordinary office worker. If he continues like this, won't his public image collapse? Bai Chenying glared at her second brother, who had almost ruined his image. Yeah, I still have a mortgage to pay off, so I can't afford to hire anyone. It's fine to cook for myself. Bai Chenying still insisted that he didn't want his sister and temporary brother-in-law to cook for themselves, saying, It's okay. I have a high salary. I'll hire them. I can afford to hire 1 or 2 maids. He could afford to hire not just 1 or 2, but 100 or 2. The prerequisite is that the younger sister needs to be given a different manner. There's a project coming up in Xiamen soon, and I'll be building a separate estate for her sister. Everyone. Although Li Shuo was only Bai Chenying's temporary husband, he was unwilling to live off his brother-in-law. Knowing that the other party was concerned about his sister, he said, Thank you for your kindness, brother, but now that Chenying is married to me, I will not let her live a hard life. I will try my best to keep her out of the kitchen. I will consider hiring a maid when things are better. The premise is that he hadn't divorced Bai Chenying at that time. Xie Jingji was speechless at her second brother's domineering and spoiled attitude towards his sister. She decided to find him a wife to keep this old bachelor in check. Otherwise, he would always interfere in her sister's married life. She stood up and smiled at Li Shuo. Yes, Xiao Shuo would never let Ningning suffer. Last time I came, it was Xiao Shuo who cooked for Ningning in the kitchen. He was even more attentive than I am as her mother. Knowing that Ningning doesn't like pork, he didn't put any pork in her food. Come on, Ningning, Xiao Shuo, Mom will join you. It's more fun to cook together as a family, Xie Jingji called to Li Shuo and his wife as they headed to the kitchen. When Bai Ingtang saw his wife go to the kitchen, he immediately got up from the sofa. He hesitated for a second or two between pampering his wife and the fact that the Bai family boss would lose face by going into the kitchen. He then decisively chose to pamper his wife. Jingji, don't do it, I'll do it. Yes, Mom, little sister, you don't need to worry about things in the kitchen, we'll take care of it. Several doting fathers also got up one after another and rushed to the kitchen to help, trying their best to prevent their mother from fighting with their sister. Even Bai Chenying, the second son who felt it was beneath him to cook, went in with a dark expression to help. Who told him to feel sorry for his younger sister? The Bai family has a lot of experience in cooking. Bai Ingtang learned this skill specifically when he was pursuing Xie Jingji. Xie Jingji forced her sons to attend cooking classes, teaching them that they must learn to cook before they could find wives. Although only the eldest brother, Bai Chenying, has found a wife, their marital relationship is still not harmonious. Today's lunch went fairly well. Under the intimidation of his mother-in-law Xie Jingji and wife Bai Chenying, Li Shuo found today's chaotic situation much easier than he had imagined. He only understood things after meeting his father-in-law's family. Although his father-in-law and brothers-in-law were not very friendly to him, this family doted on either his wife or his sister, and his mother-in-law and wife held extremely high positions in the family. Since both of them were standing on his side, the chaotic scene wasn't particularly terrifying. Aside from spoiling their wives and sisters without any limits, the men in the Bai family are all cunning and scheming at other times. During their conversation, they took the opportunity to observe the way Bai Chenying and Li Shuo, the young couple, interacted. Although they seem very close, they always keep their distance, which makes them seem like an abnormal couple. Having seen through the two men's pretense, the men were relieved but didn't expose them. Since neither Bai Ingtang nor his daughter Bai Chenying wanted to marry the only son of the Li family, and Bai Chenying, the son of the Yi family, didn't like him, they cooperated and continued to let the young couple maintain their fake marriage relationship. Anyway, my sister's daughter is not interested in men and is skilled in martial arts, so she will definitely not suffer if she gets along with Li Shuo. On the contrary, Xie Jingji genuinely approves of her daughter's relationship with Li Shuo. She always felt that one day, the two of them would fall in love with each other and be head over heels in love. Perhaps her aloof little glacier daughter is the first to fall for him. The Bai family is also very busy. After finishing their meal and chatting for less than an afternoon, they gradually said goodbye and left. Everyone had social engagements over the weekend, and Bai Chenying also had an unexpected task. At 4:30 p.m., Shuo saw his father-in-law and mother-in-law off, thinking to himself that this family had it tough. They all seem to have achieved great success, but they still have to struggle to make a living. That's what working class is all about. The couple returned to the house, and their once lively home suddenly became quiet. After arriving in the living room with Bai Chenying, Shuo hesitated whether to ask Bai Chenying about the divorce, since he had already met her parents. Before he could even speak, he saw the girl next to him sit down on the sofa, hunched over, clutching her stomach with both hands, looking very uncomfortable. Seeing this, Shuo squatted down in front of her and asked anxiously, "Did you eat something bad?" Bai Chenying was in so much pain that she was almost sweating profusely, and she was a little embarrassed to say anything. She raised her eyes and met Shuo's anxious gaze. Her heart warmed, and she frowned before saying, "No, it's just that time of the month." Shuo, flustered by concern, asked anxiously, "Who's here? What's coming?" Bai Chenying's pretty face flushed slightly. "It's that one. You big idiot." Chapter 67. Can I eat you up? After being glared at angrily by his wife, Shuo belatedly realized that she must have started her period. He really had no experience with this. Even when he had been in a relationship, his girlfriends never had cramps during their periods. If Shuo hadn't heard her mention that her roommate suffered from severe menstrual cramps that made it impossible for her to walk, he definitely wouldn't have understood Bai Chenying's meaning today. He squatted down beside her, seeing that Bai Chenying's face was turning pale, looking helpless and anxious. "Then, what can I do now to help you?" Bai Chenying turned her head away, stubbornly refusing. "No need. When she gets her period, she doesn't feel like she's that fragile and needs someone to take care of her." Seeing the girl's furrowed brows and weak appearance, Shuo couldn't help but feel at ease. He shifted his legs and looked up at her. He wanted to say that he could take care of her, but the words just wouldn't come out. Bai Chenying noticed Shuo's gaze following her, glanced at him, and met his sincere and anxious eyes, a strange feeling welling up in her heart. Normally, when she talks to Shuo, he almost never dares to look her in the eye, but now he's much bolder, which shows that he really cares about her. She finally gave in, dropped her pretense in front of him, and stopped pretending. She said to him, "Then go buy me some medicine and some brown sugar." She rarely ate raw or cold food in the past few months. After all, it was winter. "I haven't had such severe menstrual cramps for several months, and I don't have any medication at home." Shuo immediately stood up. "Okay, I'll go buy it right away." He was in such a hurry that he forgot to change his shoes before rushing out the door. Bai Chenying was in quite a bit of pain, but seeing how worried Shuo was about her, she felt warm inside and also found him a little cute, so she unconsciously pursed her lips. "He's a bit slow. It doesn't make people feel annoyed." Shuo acted very quickly. "In just over 10 minutes, I went to the convenience store and pharmacy at the entrance of the community and bought a bunch of medicine and brown sugar. After boiling water and feeding Bai Chenying her medicine, I also made her a cup of brown sugar water." On the sofa, Bai Chenying held a cup of brown sugar water and took small sips of it under Shuo's watchful gaze. Her previously furrowed brows had relaxed, and her pale face had become rosy, but she still looked somewhat frail and pitiful. Shuo never expected that this usually aloof and icy female elite would have such a vulnerable moment. Watching Bai Chenying finish the sugar water in her cup, he reached out to take it from her and handed her the hot water bottle, saying, "Your arrival is so sudden. Your parents just left, and you're here right away." Bai Chenying glanced at him and took the hot water bottle. "I've been here for a while." She was just putting on a brave face. Most of the family's attention was on Shuo, so she acted relatively naturally. "Oh, so it didn't hurt before? I didn't see any reaction from you," Shuo said. Bai Chenying placed the hot water bottle on her lower abdomen and casually said, "You have to bear the pain, otherwise your parents will definitely not leave once they find out. Wouldn't you feel even more uncomfortable if there were other people at home all the time?" Upon hearing this, both of them paused slightly, then looked at each other at the same time. Bai Chenying began to feel guilty. Shuo was also surprised. He didn't expect Bai Chenying to consider his feelings and endure the pain so that her family wouldn't notice. He has never told anyone that he has social anxiety, which is a very difficult thing for someone with social anxiety like him. In her previous life, she even returned to her village to escape social interaction. Bai Chenying's consideration for him today touched him. However, when the proud Miss Bai noticed Shuo's intense gaze, she immediately defended herself, saying, "I was just thinking that if Mom and Dad stay too long, You might become increasingly uncomfortable, revealing our relationship or embarrassing yourself in front of them, which would cause me trouble. Li Shuo. Oh. Fortunately, Li Shuo had gotten used to Bai Chenying's occasional cold showers. He responded calmly, gave her a blanket so she could rest on the sofa and make it easier for him to take care of her. After all, he couldn't just come and go from her room. She's lived here for so long, and she's only been inside once, when she was drunk. Dinner is ready to go tonight. There was too much food at lunch, so we can just heat it up and eat. Considering Bai Chenying's situation, Li Shuo moved the dinner to the living room and finished eating on the coffee table in front of the sofa. After dinner, Li Shuo saw that Bai Chenying seemed to be in much better condition, so he decided to ask about the divorce. I have already met Bai Chenying's parents. We agreed that we would get a divorce after meeting her parents. He's not the type to cling to Bai Chenying shamelessly. In addition, Bai Chenying had angrily stated a few days ago that making her his wife was just a pipe dream. Li Shuo also wanted to prove that he wouldn't pester her, so he took the initiative to ask, "When do you plan to get a divorce?" Bai Chenying had just taken a sip of brown sugar water when she heard this, and suddenly the brown sugar water in her mouth no longer tasted sweet or warm. She didn't rush to answer Li Shuo's question. She slowly swallowed the sugar water and said, "Not so fast. My parents and brother haven't completely believed me yet. We can't get a divorce." She knew the men in the Bai family all too well. They were all cunning and scheming. This time, they left without making things difficult for Li Shuo, probably because they saw through the fake marriage between the two. Of course, it doesn't matter if she can't fool him, since she and Li Shuo are on the same marriage certificate anyway, and the Bai family men can't do anything about it. Li Shuo became nervous. Does that mean I didn't perform well, and they saw through me? Even if that wasn't the whole story, Bai Chenying nodded without hesitation. That's right. It's because you're always thinking about divorce and keeping your distance from me, not acting like a married couple at all. That's how you were seen through. Every time you get close, it's like you're going to eat me up. Do you think I'm going to eat you up? The two were already seated close together, and as Bai Chenying spoke, she turned her head to look at Li Shuo. The close-up beauty and the intoxicating fragrance made his heart skip a beat again. Even when a pretty girl is angry, she still looks exceptionally beautiful. His gaze lingered briefly on her moist lips, his Adam's apple bobbing involuntarily. Realizing something was amiss, he immediately looked away, turning his face away from her, and said, "Then let's not separate for now." What she said was outrageous. This girl is so pretty. Doesn't she ever think that if she gets this close to a man, he might want to eat her? Li Shuo is a normal man. They also acknowledge that Bai Chenying is very beautiful. He will have his own ideas. Every time an idea pops into my head, I immediately lose my composure. Bai Chenying was in a bad mood and didn't notice Li Shuo's unusual behavior. Instead, when she saw him turn his face away, she thought he was very unhappy that he couldn't get a divorce quickly. Under the influence of menstrual hormones, his anger was amplified, and he remained silent. Bai Chenying remained silent. Li Shuo assumed that he hadn't behaved well enough or been affectionate enough, which was why they hadn't been able to divorce, so she got angry. He thought for a moment and said to her, "Then if your parents and brother come over in the future, I'll get closer to you." After saying that, he emphasized again, "But you can't pinch me all the time." He was truly traumatized by this girl. Sometimes, if he gets too close, he's afraid she'll mind and reach out to pinch him. "I wouldn't bother pinching you if you didn't make me angry." Bai Chenying got up from the sofa with a hot water bottle in her arms, said this with a hint of resentment, and walked towards her room. Li Shuo, forget it. Reasoning with women is useless. Next time, I'll just take action to fight back. Otherwise, if she develops this habit, wouldn't she be abusing him every day? Chapter 68. Questioning his orientation to his face. At night, Bai Chenying lay in bed, perhaps affected by menstrual hormones, hugging a pillow, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. She rolled over in bed again, hugged the pillow in her arms tightly, and frowned slightly. She was still bothered by Li Shuo's constant talk of divorce and his indifferent attitude. I initially thought the other person was a fanatical Saisine fan. Now it seems that he is not only not a Saisine fan, but even after spending more than a month with her, he can walk away at any time and doesn't care about her at all. He didn't care whether she wanted to be his real wife or not. Even when she refused on the spot, he didn't show any anger. I just saw my father-in-law and mother-in-law off in the afternoon, and that evening I started asking her about the divorce. She's so beautiful, doesn't he want to fall in love with her? His physique is amazing, but he never thought about anything else. Oh dear, what's going on in your head? Bai Chenying realized that something was wrong with her. He immediately raised his hand and patted his forehead to stop himself from overthinking. Men are the worst kind of people. She should be happy that Li Shuo is so sensible. Once her parents stop pressuring her to get married, or once the only son of the Li family gets married, she'll dump this guy. That way, there will be no lingering attachment. As for why he could so readily propose a divorce, perhaps it's because, like her previous blind date, he doesn't like women. So it's not that she's not attractive enough, it's that he has a problem with his sexual orientation. After calming herself down, Bai Chenying finally relaxed a bit, hugged her pillow tightly, and drifted off to sleep in a sullen mood. Fang Lanying, who has been staying at her younger brother's house for several days, is also feeling very depressed tonight. To be precise, she had been depressed for many days. In the bedroom, on the already small bed, Fang Lanying listened to her mother's deafening snoring and tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Because the bed was too small, she didn't notice and rolled off, almost falling to her death. She's starting to regret moving in with her brother. Although this apartment has 4 bedrooms and 1 living room, there are no extra rooms. Besides her younger brother and sister-in-law's master bedroom, her 2 children, who are still in high school, each have their own room. Now she can only sleep in one room with her mother. Not only does she not sleep well at night, but she also has to help with housework during the day and tutor the children after school, otherwise her sister-in-law will give her a hard time. Her sister-in-law is a very domineering woman, and the whole family has to watch their step and speak according to her wishes. Fang Lanying is really not happy living in this house now. What's even more upsetting is that 3 days have passed, and Li Shuejuan hasn't shown the slightest intention of trying to keep her. I've only contacted her twice in the past few days, just to inform her that she needs to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to sign in. I don't need to go on Saturdays and Sundays, and I haven't even received a text message. This man is truly heartless. Fang Lanying was both angry and aggrieved, and her hatred for Li Shuejuan only grew stronger. She felt that Li Shuejuan was too heartless. Even if she files for divorce, if he comes back and begs for her forgiveness, she might consider forgiving him this time. Now, not only are they not coming over, but they're also leaving her at her brother's house, making her live a life of subservience. She was furious. I've made up my mind that I must never forgive Li Shuejuan. After the 2 of them get divorced, she will immediately remarry and go find Wu Wenfeng to make him furious. The next day, Bai Chenying's menstrual cramps were relieved, as if she had been given a second chance at life. After getting up, I quickly washed up and got ready. When they arrived at the restaurant, Li Shuo had already prepared breakfast. On her seat was a cup of steaming brown sugar water. You should be feeling better today, right? Li Shuo asked as he approached the dining table, adding, drink this cup of brown sugar water later to warm your stomach. I'm almost fully recovered. Bai Chenying pulled out a chair, sat down, and held the warm cup of brown sugar water. Thank you for yesterday. Li Shuo placed a poached egg in the large bowl of glutinous rice balls next to him, smiled, and said, you're welcome, and the young couple began to eat their breakfast. Bai Chenying had only eaten half of her breakfast when she recalled the thoughts she had before going to bed the previous night. Does the man across from her at the dinner table really have a problem with his sexual orientation? After that, whenever Li Shuo ate, he could always sense that the person across the table seemed to be staring at him. But when he looked over, Bai Chenying was eating normally again. Unable to find any evidence, he couldn't very well ask her why she was staring at him. So he could only pick up his phone and pretend to read a novel to block her view from across the table. Bai Chenying. After the meal, the young couple went to the kitchen together. Li Shuo, considering that Bai Chenying was still on her period, refused to let her come over to wash the dishes with him. Seeing that she had put down the bowl, he stood in front of the sink and said, I'll take care of the rest. Don't touch cold water for the next few days. Bai Chenying didn't insist and obediently withdrew her hand, but couldn't resist her curiosity and turned to look at him. Li Shuo. He put the bowl in the sink and looked back in response. I have a question for you. Bai Chenying asked with a serious expression, are you also not sexually active? Just like her previous blind date, she only likes men. Li Shuo. Something's not right. What's wrong with him? He's perfectly normal. Why would you suddenly ask that? Li Shuo stopped what he was doing and asked in surprise. Bai Chenying tilted her head back, her beautiful eyes fixed on him, and instead of answering, she asked, so you really like men? Li Shuo. For once, he didn't avoid her gaze and looked at her, asking, how did you know I like men? Even with such a question, Li Shuo got goosebumps. He respects gay men, but that doesn't mean he can accept being seen as gay by others. He's very straightforward. Li Shuo's current reaction seemed to Bai Chenying as if she had seen through him and was furious. She raised her chin and snorted, saying, I'm always very good at judging people. Li Shuo. He clenched his teeth, looking at the girl who seemed to know everything, his gaze lingering on her moist lips. Given the distance between them, he could easily kiss her by simply bending down slightly, proving that his sexual orientation is normal. But this is almost impossible for Li Shuo, who suffers from social anxiety. He gritted his teeth until they broke, but he couldn't take that step to prove himself with action. She could only weakly reply, "You've got it wrong, I'm not." Then he turned around, his face stiff, and continued washing the dishes without saying a word. "I'm so angry. He doesn't seem like a gay man at all." "Don't worry, I won't discriminate against you." Bai Chenying said something lightly, then walked to the trash can, picked up the trash, and left the kitchen. She now felt that everything made sense. It wasn't that she wasn't attractive enough, it was that this guy really liked men. Li Shuo felt utterly humiliated. I glanced again at the figure that had already walked out of the kitchen and wanted to boldly ask, "If you don't believe me, come and try it." I just can't bring myself to say it. So annoying. Li Shuo was depressed early in the morning because of something his wife said. She even started imagining 100 ways to effectively refute and prove herself the next time she brought up the topic. Li Shuo was pondering how to prove to his wife that he was straight. At the same time, Xiamen Gaoqi Airport. A very tall young man strolled out of the airport terminal, his charming eyes crinkling with laughter. He said to the person on the phone, "Old Yi, I've arrived in Luqing. When do you have time? Let's get together with your wife-chasing expert and a few of us." Li Che was very curious about this man who was so good at pursuing his wife. Besides helping Yi Xian win back his wife, I also wanted to get to know this powerful figure. Let's see who has the better skills in pursuing girls, him or this strong man. After all, he's the kind of guy who can get a girl to register her marriage with him without her parents' knowledge. Chapter 69, advising her not to get a divorce. Li Shuo was writing at home today, but he seemed a bit distracted. His typing speed was clearly affected by Bai Chenying. As a straight man, he was misunderstood by his wife regarding his sexual orientation. Fortunately, I had an extra day's worth of drafts saved up the day before yesterday, so even if I can't write much, completing today's update shouldn't be a problem. It was a little after 3 p.m. Li Shuo had just finished writing a manuscript of over 10,000 words when a phone call came to his cell phone. It was Yi Xian, a social terrorist, who called. Over the phone, Yi Xian said that his good friend Li Che had come to Luqing and he wanted to get to know him. He asked Li Shuo if he was free to go out for dinner that evening to meet him. For Li Shuo, being with Yi Xian, a social terrorist, was extremely uncomfortable. This guy is so high profile that he attracts everyone's attention wherever he goes, both in terms of appearance and her ridiculously cheerful personality. And the friend who became his best buddy must be just as good at socializing. If he were to actually meet with the two of them, wouldn't that be like hell on earth for him? However, he quickly changed his mind. If someone has Yi Xian's personality, he would definitely be able to prove himself on the spot with his actions when his partner questions his orientation. In order to salvage his straight man image in Bai Chenying's eyes, Li Shuo felt he had to spend more time with social butterflies like Yi Xian and his friends to improve himself. Then, under Yi Xian's sincere and enthusiastic persuasion over the phone, and driven by Li Shuo's determination to quickly overcome his social anxiety and regain his dignity as a straight man, he agreed to Yi Xian's request. "Finally got you to come out. Let's meet at the Dill Hotel in Tongan. I'm a super VIP at this hotel, so I'll reserve a table full of good food and drinks. The three of us will have a great time tonight." Yi Xian had only recently returned to China, and most of his friends were either abroad or in Beijing. Otherwise, given his personality, he would have gathered at least a dozen or 20 friends today. "Okay, I'll get back to work now and come over when I'm done." Li Shuo replied somewhat awkwardly. He couldn't bring himself to smile at the thought of meeting two social terrorists. Yi Xian said warmly, "You don't need to go by yourself. Li Che and I will pick you up at the entrance of your community at 6:30 p.m. Good. At the same time, at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Li Shuejuan and Fang Lanying, a married couple, finished signing for their divorce today and immediately went their separate ways. Li Shuejuan sat on the electric scooter and twisted the throttle several times before the very old scooter slowly started moving. He rode his bike away from the parking lot, and when he passed Fang Lanying's parking space, he didn't say a word to her. He's rushing to the company's site to plan the equipment placement area, as the equipment needs to be delivered first thing tomorrow morning. Although the raw materials are prepared by the workers themselves, some knives and tools are still needed, which he needs to purchase. If Fang Lanying doesn't file for divorce and agrees to let him invest in the company without confiscating his money, perhaps she can help share these burdens. Now that Fang Lanying is unwilling to live with him and divorce him, He is also afraid that if Fong Lanying finds out that he has money, she will not divorce him and will confiscate it, or interfere with his next plan and prevent him from investing money to start a company. Having learned from past mistakes, Li Shuejuan did not reveal his plans to start a company to Fong Lanying. Now, as long as his son is willing to support him, he can persevere to the end. Fong Lanying deliberately slowed down her movements, struggling to fasten the hood of a safety helmet, thinking that Li Shuejuan would come over and say something to her. Unexpectedly, the man simply rode away on his bike. You didn't cherish the opportunity one gave you, so don't regret it later. She angrily fastened her helmet and waited until Li Shuejuan was far away before riding away on her electric bike. At first, I didn't realize what was happening and instinctively walked towards Shangfu community. She only realized halfway there that she was staying at her younger brother's house, so she had to turn the car around and go to the market to buy groceries. Today, Fong Lanying's nephew has a cold and is at home. Her sister-in-law, Lu Meiwan, is worried about him and has taken leave to stay home with Fong's mother to take care of him. When Fong Lanying came out, her mother gave her a task, to buy some vegetables, and specifically instructed her to buy a small hen and weigh a few pounds of live shrimp. Exhausted and heartbroken, Fong Lanying emerged from the market, drenched in sweat. The money she has now is all saved from the wages that Li Shuejuan handed over to her, through frugal living. These young hens and seafood are things we rarely buy to eat normally. Now that she's staying at her younger brother's house, she has to buy all the groceries for the family's 3 meals a day, and every meal has to be big with meat and fish. She also has to cook when she goes back home. Fong Lanying was heartbroken. I spend over 100 yuan a day and I still have to work as a nanny. Never mind, it'll only be a month. After a month, she can get a divorce from Li Shuejuan. Fong Lanying returned to her younger brother's house, and before she had even sat down on the sofa for a few minutes, Lu Meiwan came out of her son's study. Seeing her sitting there playing, Lu Meijuan's expression turned a little unpleasant. She said, "Sister-in-law, Mom is so busy today, why don't you help with the house cleaning?" Fong Lanying had just sat down for a while when Lu Meiwan came over and called her to get up and do chores. Fong Lanying was furious and her temper flared up. She said with a stern face, "I'm just here to stay for a while, not to be a maid or servant. You're my mother's daughter-in-law, why don't you feel sorry for her? Mop the floor, do the laundry, and cook for yourself." Fong Lanying's retort immediately darkened Lu Meijuan's face. She glared at her but said nothing and went straight to the kitchen to find her mother-in-law. Soon, Fong's mother rushed into the living room, giving Fong Lanying a disapproving look. "Lanying, what are you doing? Meiwan is already in a bad mood because the child is sick, and you're still criticizing her. You're a mother of 2 college students, and you're still so insensible." After scolding Fong Lanying loudly for a few moments, Fong's mother sat down next to her and whispered, "You're living under someone else's roof now, so don't lose your temper so easily. If she tells your brother, how will you live in this house?" Fong Lanying felt extremely wronged and wiped away her tears. "Do you think I want to put up with all this in your house? It's because my divorce from Li Shuejuan isn't finalized yet." Fong's mother asked with a serious expression, "Li Shuejuan really didn't come to comfort you?" She originally thought the two of them were just having a little tiff, but this time it escalated a bit, and Li Shuejuan would panic and come to take her daughter back in the next few days. "Even if he tries to coax me, I won't change my mind. He's old, doesn't have a stable job, and is useless. Why should I stay with him? Oh, are you silly? Even if he doesn't have a job, Li Shu will support him after she graduates. I feel that girl is closer to Li Shuejuan. Li Shuo is the same. Didn't he say he found a very capable wife? You have such a good life. Why are you making a fuss about getting a divorce?" Fong's mother advised. "She's getting old and has no money. If Fong Lanying really gets divorced, even if the house goes to her, she'll still have a mortgage to pay. Fong Lanying isn't the type to work hard. Lu Meiwan is worried that she'll rely on her younger brother's family after the divorce, so she's been looking very unwell these past few days, saying that if Fong Lanying really gets divorced, she won't allow her husband to take care of her." Fong's mother still wanted to persuade Fong Lanying not to get a divorce. Fong Lanying is now in a dilemma, but she feels that Wu Wenfeng is there to protect her, so she remains stubborn. "Mom, you don't need to persuade me. After I divorce Li Shuejuan, I can find someone better. Wu Wenfeng is not married yet. I saw him when I went back to my hometown last time." Having been through similar experiences, Fong's mother immediately understood Fong Lanying's meaning, and instead of being pleased, she was worried. "What can I say to you? Have you ever thought about what would happen if you really divorced Li Shuejuan and Wu Wenfeng didn't give you any guarantees? What if he goes back on his word? Who will you rely on then?" Fan Lanying was momentarily speechless at her mother's question. Yes, if Wu Wenfeng changes his mind. She still has a mortgage to pay and living expenses for her 2 children to cover. Where will she get the money? Chapter 70 immediately prove it to her with actions. Around 6 p.m., Li Shuo finished updating the manuscript, tidied up briefly, and went out. After waiting for a few minutes at the entrance of the residential area, a yellow Lamborghini pulled up in front of him. The man in the driver's seat took off his sunglasses, revealing a smug smile. Good evening, Coach Li. Li Shuo. Good evening. Do you want to ride in my car, or Li Chase? He'll be there soon. Yi Xian asked with a smile. The few sports cars in his garage are all 2-seaters, so since 3 people can't fit in one car, the 2 of them each drove one over. Upon hearing this, Li Shuo's gaze lingered on the eye-catching gold sports car for a moment before he subconsciously looked at the car approaching from behind Yi Xian's car. Yi Xian's car is too flashy, otherwise I would ride in it. Oh, the one behind is an even more flamboyant bright red convertible. The person in the bright red sports car saw the renowned Li Shuo and waved enthusiastically, saying, Hey, Coach Li, come sit in my car. Li Shuo. He smiled somewhat awkwardly, greeted the other person, and then got into Yi Xian's sports car. Since I'm going to crash on any of them anyway, I might as well crash next to someone I know. So, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Li Shuo dug his toes into the ground for more than 10 kilometers before finally arriving at his destination. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, Yi Xian and Li Che handed the keys to the parking attendant, and the 3 of them walked into the hotel lobby together. It was on the way to the private room that Li Shuo officially met and got to know Li Che. Li Che is handsome, with his peach blossom eyes always squinting when he smiles, and his personality is cheerful to the point of being absurd. They had only known each other for a few minutes when he said, Coach Li, I feel like we have a strong connection. I feel close to you, and we even share the same surname, Li. We must have been family 500 years ago. Li Shuo forced a smile and said, I think so too. He wasn't just being polite. Although the other person's outrageously cheerful personality made him a little uncomfortable, he inexplicably felt close to him. He felt that he might get along with this Li Che, perhaps because they both had the same surname, and the other party didn't have any of the airs of a rich second generation. The 3 of them entered the private room, where a table full of exquisite dishes was served. After taking their seats, Yi Xian dismissed the remaining waiters, picked up a decanter, poured expensive wine into Li Shuo and Li Che's glasses, and then poured himself a glass. This is another signature dry red wine from Di Lu Hotel besides Sauternes, Chamber in Grand Cru. It is exclusively available at Di Lu Hotel worldwide and tastes very good. Of course, it also has a lot of staying power. After Yi Xian gave a brief introduction, the 3 of them stood up, clinked glasses, and each drank the wine in their glasses in one gulp. Li Shuo had drunk red wine a few times in his previous life, but this was the first time he had drunk such an expensive red wine. After taking a small sip of the wine, he found it to be sweet and delicious, much better than anything he had tasted before. From the start of the dinner, Yi Xian and Li Che, 2 chatterboxes, kept talking non-stop, forcibly dragging Li Shuo into discussing Yi Xian's pursuit of his wife. Li Shuo was worried that Bai Chenying misunderstood his sexual orientation and he had no way to prove it. After being repeatedly questioned by the 2, he drank a glass of wine and frankly said, As I said, I don't have much experience. It was my girlfriend who dragged me to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The idea I shared with Yi Xian was the same tactic my ex-girlfriend used when she was pursuing me. I've never pursued a girl before. Yi Xian. Li Che. These 2 super rich second-generation kids are now inexplicably feeling a bit down. That's because you're so capable. Look at me and Yi Xian. If we were just ordinary people like you, even if we're not bad-looking, any girl with a bit of beauty would never drag us to the marriage registry. Li Che saw things clearly and said bluntly. Unable to resist his curiosity about Li Shuo's wife's appearance, he asked her, Is your wife pretty? He thought Li Shuo's looks were average, since apart from being handsome, he seemed like an ordinary man. Getting him into the Civil Affairs Bureau might not be very attractive. Yi Xian immediately came over. Everyone who's seen her at the jewelry store says she's very beautiful. He looked at Li Shuo. So, Lao Shuo, when are you going to take us to meet your wife? Li Shuo and Bai Chenying are only temporarily married, and their marriage is kept secret from the public to avoid affecting her life after the divorce. He also doesn't want to bring the 2 of them to see her, so he said, Let's talk about this later. Tisk, Lao Shuo, that's not fair. Is she too beautiful, and you're hiding her from us? Yi Xian feigned displeasure. Li Che didn't say anything, thinking to himself, No matter how pretty she is, can she be as pretty as Bai Chenying? There definitely isn't one. Although he dared not marry Bai Chenying, he absolutely approved of her looks and appearance. The group ate and chatted, with Yi Xian and Li Che discussing how to pursue Bai Muge most of the time. Li Shuo would only speak up when Yi Xian asked Li Shuo for advice. His motto is that even a strong-willed woman can be deterred by a persistent suitor. If you just keep pursuing her until the time is right, and then use a strategy of playing hard to get, you'll have a 99% chance of success. Aside from answering their questions, he spent most of the rest of his time drinking, thinking that this wine wasn't as strong as the beer in Bai Chenying's refrigerator and the taste was pretty good, so he could drink more. He just didn't expect that he wouldn't feel anything while drinking the red wine, but the aftereffects would only kick in when he was almost finished. Yi Xian and Li Che were busy discussing how to win back their wives. By the time they realized it, Li Shuo, who was drunk, had already finished a bottle of red wine and passed out. The two who came to their senses. What should we do? Take Coach Li back to your villa. Li Che asked, frowning. Yi Xian shook his head. That won't do. What if my sister-in-law is strict and doesn't allow him to stay out overnight? What if I bring him home and it causes a conflict between my husband and me tomorrow? After a brief discussion, the two decided to call a taxi and take Li Shuo home together. It was a little after 9 o'clock at night. The taxi stopped at the entrance of the residential area, and Yi Xian and Li Che each carried one side of Li Shuo into the residential area. After being dizzy and disoriented for more than half an hour, Li Shuo became a little more awake. When he arrived at the elevator downstairs, he waved his hand and refused the two people's offer to take him upstairs. He then stumbled into the elevator. He had only one thought in his mind. His wife might be angry if he suddenly brought a stranger home. Yi Xian and Li Che didn't want to disturb him, so they left together after seeing Li Shuo's elevator reach the 7th floor. Li Shuo stumbled back to his front door, reached into all his pockets, and realized he hadn't brought his access card or keys with him when he left home. He leaned against the door, feeling dizzy for a while, before raising his hand to press the doorbell. Bai Chenying had already finished showering and was now holding to Yuanzi, sitting on the sofa in the living room waiting for her husband to come home late. Hearing the doorbell ring, her beautiful eyes glanced at the wall clock. It's only 9:30, not too late yet. We can open the door. She placed the large glutinous rice ball on the sofa, stood up, and walked with her long legs to the door. As soon as the door opened, she saw a man leaning against the wall with a dazed look in his eyes. Xiaomei frowned slightly and asked, "Have you been drinking?" I had a little to drink, but I'm not drunk." Li Shuo pushed open the door, trying to stand in a straight line to prove he was okay, but as soon as his body left the wall, he swayed and fell to one side. Bai Chenying gave him a disgusted look, but her body language betrayed her. Before her husband fell, she caught him, wrapped her soft arms around his back, and carried him inside. Li Shuo, when drunk, was much heavier than she had imagined. They carried the man inside, smelled the alcohol on him, and said with displeasure, "Who did you go out drinking with and got this drunk?" As soon as she finished speaking, she could faintly smell the perfume on Li Shuo's body. It's not a perfume for women, but rather a cologne favored by many upper-class men. She carried him inside, locked the door with some difficulty, and glanced at the man on her back with a complicated look in her eyes. "You went on a date with your boyfriend, right?" Li Shuo. Boyfriend. They're treating him like an abnormal man again. Even when he was drunk, Li Shuo got goosebumps when he heard those words. He suddenly stopped, turned his head to stare at her, and solemnly corrected her. "Bai Chenying, I told you, I don't like men." There is still some evidence left on Li Shuo, so Bai Chenying naturally doesn't believe it. She coldly said, "You don't need to make excuses. I won't discriminate against you. Liking men is also normal." She respects both heterosexual and heterosexual orientations. Li Shuo was so angry at his wife's misunderstanding that he almost sobered up from his drunkenness. The unpleasantness that had been building up all day finally erupted at this moment. He must prove himself immediately. He stopped, raised his heavy hand to the girl's slender waist, intending to pull her into his arms and kiss her, but his steps were too unsteady and his center of gravity was off. With a swift movement, he slammed the unsuspecting girl against the wall, his tall body following closely behind. He braced himself against the wall to prevent himself from falling, and as Bai Chenying's pupils widened, he lowered his head and kissed her slightly parted lips, completely swallowing her gasp. Bai Chenying's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she stared at the handsome face before her. The next moment, her face was as red as blood. Chapter 71. You'll only believe if you do this. Bai Chenying was both ashamed and angry, and was also quite frightened by Li Shuo. She never imagined that her first kiss, which she had kept for over 20 years, would be given away in this way. In her eyes, Li Shuo was a quiet, reserved person, and she also defined him as a gay man, specifically the submissive one. I never expected that he would actually dare to kiss her forcibly. Whether from shock or something else, her legs felt weak and she couldn't bring herself to knee Li Shuo. She could only reach out and place her hands on Li Shuo's chest, and it took her a lot of effort to push him away. Li Shuo was quite drunk. Even he felt heavy-headed. Pushed away by the person in his arms, he regained a bit of his senses and realized that the girl's eyes were already misty, and she looked like she had been bullied terribly. His heart felt like it had been gently squeezed. He frowned, his head spinning. All he could remember was that he was supposed to prove to her that he didn't like men. He leaned against the wall with one hand, his eyes involuntarily fixed on her. The girl's pretty face was flushed and pink, her long eyelashes trembling slightly with embarrassment and annoyance as she glared at him, but she looked like someone who was easy to bully. Unfortunately, he was struggling to even gain a foothold in the world, so he met her gaze and emphasized, "I told you, I don't like men. I'll do this for you to believe me." "Bastard," Bai Chenying cursed under her breath, and with a surge of strength, she clenched her hand into a fist and immediately punched Li Shuo in the stomach. "Ah!" Li Shuo cried out in pain and immediately bent over. Before he could settle accounts with Bai Chenying, the person in front of him quickly ran away, leaving only a faint fragrance on his body. Soon, there was a loud slamming sound as the door slammed shut, and then it was locked from the inside. This was the first time Bai Chenying had locked the door since Li Shuo moved into the house. She used to think that with all her skills, Li Shuo would die before he even got close, and she would naturally lose her husband or cripple him for life. Who would have thought that in just over a month, this man would touch her face and even kiss her today? Li Shuo is in excruciating pain right now, not just in his stomach, but also because his arm hit the wall when he was hugging Bai Chenying. It hurts terribly right now. Today he proved his orientation, and he was honorably wounded. Meanwhile, De Yuanzi, who had witnessed everything while squatting on the sofa, held up one paw, her round eyes wide open, her cat face filled with astonishment. It didn't understand what had happened, but it was still shocked. Li Shuo stood there for a while, hunched over, before stumbling back to his room in an S-shaped curve, under De Yuanzi's shocked gaze, making sure to close the door behind him. De Yuanzi, who had just picked up her feet and was about to jump off the sofa and follow them into the house, was speechless. Bai Chenying was completely unaware that a cat was missing from her room. After locking the door, she leaned against it, her mind filled with what had just happened. It's so unreal, it's like a dream. But the wildly beating heart in her chest and her burning face proved that she wasn't dreaming. That bastard Li Shuo actually kissed her. She reached out to rub her lips in embarrassment and annoyance, but slowed down when her fingertips touched them, recalling the feeling he had given her when he kissed her. Although it was sudden, the movements were very gentle. When their lips touched, it felt like an electric current surged through their bodies, a tingling, numb sensation. Feeling that something was wrong, Bai Chenying immediately rushed to the bathroom and splashed cold water on her face. She should be angry, so why is she reminiscing about it? Asshole! Bai Chenying cursed, as if to prove to herself that her first kiss experience was very unpleasant, and rubbed her lips hard in front of the bathroom mirror. He was drunk and stank. Li Shuo, who was already asleep. Actually, it was dry red wine, and it didn't smell bad at all. It even smells of wine. The next day, Li Shuo slept in late for the first time ever. When he woke up, it was already 9:30 in the morning. His head was still a little dizzy from the hangover. "I can't even remember how I got home yesterday. My stomach and arms hurt a bit, like I've had an injury." I don't know if he fell because he was too drunk. His body was sticky and smelled of alcohol. He went to the bathroom and took a shower, feeling quite disgusted, before he felt refreshed. Rubbing his temples, Li Shuo walked out of the room. When De Yuanzi saw him on the living room sofa, she didn't run over to rub against his feet as she used to. She only glanced at him before turning her head away and continuing to sleep, still sulking. Li Shuo. He walked to the sofa, glanced in the direction of Bai Chenying's bedroom, picked up De Yuanzi and asked, "Did your mother go out?" Big dumpling. After asking the question, Li Shuo glanced at the bag rack in the entryway where Bai Chenying had hung her bags. The bag wasn't there, but the indoor slippers were in the shoe cabinet. The thought had barely formed in his head when his gaze fell again on the entrance hall, and his arm, which had been throbbing from holding De Yuanzi, began to ache slightly. The next moment, his vanished memories suddenly began to attack him. He finally recalled everything that had happened the night before, and his body gradually stiffened. Oh no. He seemed to have kissed Bai Chenying when he was drunk yesterday. Holding the big dumpling, the pain on his body overlapped with his memories, and Li Shuo was 100% certain that he had kissed Bai Chenying. I got punched in the stomach. It's over. It's obvious that Bai Chenying is angry. A lesbian girl who only likes girls was kissed by a grown man. Anyone would be angry. Li Shuo suddenly felt terrible. He was even relieved that Bai Chenying had already left, otherwise he would be dead by now. Or they could just get beaten to death. Even though Li Shuo didn't oversleep, Bai Chenying left home very early today. On the film set, Bai Chenying held the script in her hands, seemingly engrossed in reading it. Only Hua Wan, standing beside her, knew that Miss Bai was currently lost in thought. What major event has happened? Ningning, what's wrong with you today? Hua Wan placed the breakfast she had ordered on the table and asked Bai Chenying in a puzzled tone. Bai Chenying's thoughts were pulled back, and she pretended to be nonchalant, saying, "Nothing's wrong." After saying that, he turned a page of the script in his hand. Hua Wan, so, why are you holding the script upside down? Is that how you read it? Bai Chenying. Even after Hua Wan exposed her, she remained calm and turned the script around. Who says I can't read the script backwards? Hua Wan. She pursed her lips, picked up her chopsticks, and prepared to eat breakfast. Just as she picked up a small steamed bun and put it in her mouth, Bai Chenying's gaze fell on her. Hua Wan puffed out her cheeks. What? Trying to steal food from single people. Bai Chenying put down the script. He didn't get up to make breakfast today, and I haven't eaten yet. He was so drunk yesterday, no wonder he got up early today. Upon hearing this, Hua Wan immediately placed the breakfast on the table next to Bai Chenying, her face full of curiosity and her eyes wide. You two didn't have a fight, did you? Look, Li Shuo isn't even making breakfast for his wife anymore. What else could this be but a fight? Hua Wan is already feeling incredibly jealous of Bai Chenying's constant displays of affection. She actually enjoyed seeing the two of them have a little argument. What couple doesn't argue? But she was very curious about the process of their argument. Bai Chenying's face flushed at the thought of last night. Afraid that her friends would see through her embarrassment, she straightened her pretty face and said, "He and I aren't really husband and wife. What's there to argue about?" I don't believe you. You two must have had a fight. Tell me quickly so I can have a good laugh, and then I'll help you figure out who's at fault. Hua Wan winked at Bai Chenying. Bai Chenying smiled slightly, but it was tinged with coldness. Does manager Hua feel like she has too little to do and spends all her time gossiping about other people? Although Hua Wan is Bai Chenying's agent, her boss is Bai Chenying's older brother, Bai Chenying. Bai Chenying usually handles company matters on her behalf, so Bai Chenying is also her boss. Upon hearing Bai Chenying's words, she immediately revealed a smile that was more like a grimace. Ha! How could that be? There are so many things to do, I don't have time to gossip. Chapter 72 Idiot. Li Shuo's arm hurts today, so his typing speed is much slower. By 4 p.m., the two books combined had only a little over 8,000 words. Including the remaining drafts from yesterday, I published 6,000 words for each book and left a message for the readers explaining the reason. My right hand hurts. My arm was badly bruised yesterday. I need to go buy some liniment to rub on it later. At 4:30 p.m., Li Shuo went out. I went out to buy medicine and also went back to see my father, Li Shuejuan. Fang Lanying had always been unwilling for Li Shuejuan to start his own business. Although he had told Li Shuejuan not to tell anyone, he was still a little worried and wanted to go back and check on things. Fang Lanying and Li Shuejuan are husband and wife, and they live together every day, so it would be easy for their relationship to be exposed. However, when Li Shuo returned home, he learned that Fang Lanying and his father had already filed for divorce. When he returned to the Li family home, besides his father Li Shuejuan, there was also Fang's mother Lu Hongmei, who had come to visit, and her daughter-in-law Lu Meiwan. Li Shuo briefly greeted his father and the two elders, then sat down and listened for a while. It turned out that the two men had come as intermediaries to persuade Li Shuejuan to coax Fang Lanying back. Lu Hongmei did most of the talking, while Lu Meiwan chimed in, the two of them acting like a double act. Perhaps she was thirsty from talking too much. Lu Hongmei picked up her cup and took a sip of tea. Shuejuan, don't think your mother is being harsh. Look at you, you're already so old. If you really divorce Lanying, with your circumstances. Lu Hongmei glanced at Li Shuejuan, whose clothes were tattered from head to toe, and said disdainfully, you'll never find another woman again. Lu Meiwan chimed in, brother-in-law, don't be angry with your sister. Women need to be spoiled. Look at my husband. If I say east, he won't dare to go west. That's a good man. Sis, she just has a bad temper. Why don't you just humble yourself and coax her? and you two can make up. Otherwise, you're getting on in years, and your financial situation is so bad that you don't even own a house. How are you going to find a partner in the future? Despite the barrage of questions from the two men, Li Shuejuan remained unmoved. She insisted on divorcing me herself, so I'm just granting her wish. Why would I bother her anymore? Seeing that Li Shuejuan was unyielding and that she had tried to persuade him until her mouth was dry, Lu Hongmei could only turn to Li Shuo beside her and say, Xiao Shuo, why don't you try to talk to your dad? Yes, you are his son. You can't just stand by and watch him go astray. Lu Meiwan also chimed in. Upon hearing this, Li Shuo didn't even lift his eyelids. I'm sorry, whatever choice my dad makes, I will support him. In fact, he had disliked Fong Lanying for a long time. However, since this was his elder's marriage, it wasn't appropriate for him, as their son, to interfere. He was overjoyed that the two were getting a divorce. Li Shuejuan will only get better and better off without Fong Lanying's suppression. Lu Hongmei and the other two. Seeing that she couldn't persuade the father and son, Lu Hongmei lost her patience and could only drag Lu Meiwan out, cursing and swearing. You really don't know what's good for you. I gave you a way out, but you didn't take it. Did you think our Lanying would be unwanted? Even after the divorce, she can still find someone better than you. Li Shuejuan, you'll regret this later. Lu Hongmei cursed a few times at the door and didn't want to leave until Li Shuo walked over with a sullen face, at which point she wisely left. In their minds, Li Shuo was a mentally ill person who, when his manic episodes flared up, would probably kill even his own people. He was someone they couldn't afford to mess with. Only after Lu Hongmei and the other woman left did the house become quiet. All right, Xiao Shuo, ignore them. I'm definitely getting a divorce. Li Shuejuan sat on the sofa, looking somewhat dejected yet resolute, and said, After all, it's a divorce, a family has fallen apart. He hasn't told the other two children yet, and he's still not in a good mood. Li Shuo returned to the living room, poured tea into a cup, and said, Dad, don't be too sad. I will always support you. Upon hearing this, Li Shuejuan paused for a moment, then finally smiled and said, Never mind, let's not talk about this. I'll get you some food, and after you eat, I'll take you to see the company. It's almost ready, and the equipment was already on site this morning. When the topic turns to company matters, Li Shuejuan immediately transforms into a different person. Li Shuo smiled, a rare occurrence for him. Okay. The father and son enjoyed a rare, peaceful meal. Without Fong Lanying's disapproving looks, Li Shuo had a great appetite and ate an extra bowl. 7 p.m. The father and son then arrived at the Guankou Industrial Concentration Zone in the neighboring district. Li Shuejuan's processing center is located here. The father and son walked into the company, and the neatly planned site immediately caught their eye. The venue is very large, at least 500 or 600 square meters, but the three pieces of equipment only occupy a little over 100 square meters. Several separate offices were set up next to it, and computer desks and chairs were already prepared. With limited funds right now, I'll only have 3 machines. Once the first batch of orders is completed and the payment is received, I'll buy a few more machines to increase production. In the office, Li Shuejuan explained his plan to Li Shuo and then handed him a document. Xiao Shuo, this is for you. Li Shuo took the document and glanced at it. It was a partnership agreement. The agreement stated that Li Shuejuan would be the legal representative and manage production, holding 15% of the shares, while Li Shuo would be the major shareholder, holding 85% of the shares. He glanced at the contract and looked at Li Shuejuan with great surprise. Dad, what are you doing? He never expected Li Shuejuan to give him this contract. He simply wanted his father to fulfill his dream of opening a processing center. Li Shuejuan pushed the contract his son handed back and said with a smile, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm already getting old. Even if the company is established, I'll eventually hand it over to you kids. You put in the money to start this company, which is over 500,000 yuan. Now, and in the future, you will be the major shareholder. I have enough shares to keep. When I can't continue, I'll give some to Li Shu and Li Hao. Consider it your help as their older brother. Li Shuejuan has never shown favoritism towards his children. He used to want Li Hao and Li Shu to take care of Li Shuo, but now that his eldest son is capable, he will also ask him to take care of his younger siblings. As for why he figured it out so quickly, he was afraid that something might happen to Fong Lanying in the future. Li Hao was spoiled by his mother since he was a child and listened to her a lot. I'm afraid that if we get divorced, Fong Lanying will send Li Hao over to cause trouble. First, give that shareholder to Li Shuo. He doesn't have many shares, so no matter how much trouble Fong Lanying causes, it won't make a fuss. Li Shuo could roughly guess Li Shuejuan's concerns and knew that his father had good intentions and didn't want him to suffer any losses. Li Shuejuan insisted, so he stopped refusing and accepted the contract. From now on, the company will be officially owned by his father, but the real boss behind the scenes will be his son. Li Shuo never expected that just coming to visit the company with his father would lead to him becoming a boss. After leaving the company, Li Shuo and his father, Li Shuejuan, went home separately. When Li Shuo returned to his and Bai Chening's small home, it was almost 9 o'clock. The living room lights were on, but Bai Chenying was not in the living room. The large glutinous rice ball was nowhere to be seen. They should all be in Bai Chenying's room. Li Shuo sat in the living room for almost half an hour, thinking it over and decided that he had to apologize to Bai Chenying for what happened yesterday. The two were only temporarily married. Even if he kissed her to prove he was straight, it was still offensive. It was also quite obvious that Bai Chenying was still angry. Since he was angry, he felt it was even more necessary to apologize to her. After another 10 minutes of mental preparation, Li Shuo let out a breath and, prepared to either die or get beaten up, walked to Bai Chenying's room and knocked. "Are you asleep?" He greeted her and waited a few minutes, but no one came to open the door. Just as he was wondering if Bai Chenying was asleep, he heard the sound of the door being turned to open, indicating that it had been locked from the inside. Li Shuo, he's not that scary, is he? The door was opened from the inside, leaving only a crack about half a person's width wide. Bai Chenying had already finished showering and was wearing a spaghetti-strap nightgown. Her long hair was still damp, and her skin was fair and moist. However, her pretty face was cold as she looked up at Li Shuo and asked, "What?" Li Shuo scratched his head, looked away from the girl's beautiful face, and sincerely admitted his mistake. "Tu came here to apologize." Bai Chenying raised her chin arrogantly, seemingly not taking the matter seriously at all, and said, "There's no need for that. I was the one who questioned your orientation first." After saying that magnanimously, she narrowed her beautiful eyes, her gaze dangerous. "If there's a next time, I'll break your legs." Li Shuo. He paused for a moment before quickly shaking his head. "There definitely won't be a next time. You like the same sex, and I'm sorry that my behavior yesterday must have made you very uncomfortable." Li Shuo sincerely apologized again. Bai Chenying is a lesbian. He knows perfectly well. Bai Chenying's pretty face tightened again when she heard the words, "You like the same sex," and she glared at Li Shuo angrily before slamming the door shut. So annoying. She's never admitted that she likes girls. Li Shuo. So he's still angry. He frowned, just about to turn around and leave, no longer wanting to bother Bai Chenying and cause her trouble. The door was opened from the inside again. Bai Chenying glared at him angrily. "You're not allowed to say, 'I like girls' anymore." Li Shuo was a beat slow to react, but then immediately nodded. "Okay, I promise I'll keep it a secret and never mention it again." He wouldn't have told anyone in the first place. Bai Chenying was almost brought to tears by this guy. She glared at him and angrily cursed, "You idiot." Before Li Shuo could respond, she slammed the door shut again and immediately locked it. Li Shuo. Chapter 73, The Li Family Background. Li Shuo went back to his room despite his wife calling him an idiot. He pondered what he had said wrong that had angered her. Before I could think it through, a phone call came in. Li Shuo has been calling me a lot lately. The amount of phone calls I made in a year in my previous life was equivalent to about a week's worth here. The reason is that I made some friends in the community here. The person calling now is Su Yu, whom I haven't contacted in a while. "Old Shuo, when do you have time to go out for a drink with me? I'm feeling down," Su Yu said dejectedly over the phone. "What happened?" Li Shuo immediately asked with concern. "He's not going out now. Bai Chenying doesn't seem to like him going out at night." Su Yu sighed and said, "I originally wanted to help find the lost descendant of the Li family, so that my dad could get on the Li family's good side, and then he wouldn't care about my novel writing anymore. I've been running around trying to find someone, but to no avail. Now he won't let me look anymore. He wants me to go on blind dates and marry a rich girl from a similar family background. You know I like Bai Muge, so how can I have room for another woman in my heart?" Li Shuo frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then advised, "It's no use having her in your heart. There's a 99.999% chance she won't marry you." Although Su Yu's family is considered to be millionaires, there are no shortage of billionaires among the suitors of a beautiful and famous star like Bai Muge. Generally speaking, these beautiful female celebrities end up dating wealthy men who are close to the world, so ordinary rich kids like Su Yu shouldn't even think about it. Li Shuo had never even considered that possibility. Li Shuo was right, but Su Yu felt a pang of hurt. Speaking of marrying Bai Muge, he remembered the news he heard from his father today, and changed the subject to Li Shuo, saying, I heard that the only son of the Li family has returned to the country. If the eldest son of the Li family can't be found, the entire Li family business will be inherited by this only son. Suyu was a little envious. It's not entirely because the other party has an endless fortune to inherit. More people envied him for being engaged to Bai Chenying. Although it was only a verbal agreement, the words of the Li family patriarch and the Bai family patriarch were like an imperial edict. I heard that the only son of the Li family seems to be very afraid of Bai Chenying and dares not marry her. The Li family and the Bai family are not very harmonious in private. Suyu knew very little about the two powerful families in Kyoto. He only heard bits and pieces from people in his circle. But compared to other second-generation rich kids with similar family backgrounds, he knew far too much about Bai Lijiang's family. Li Shuo had no interest in these matters and didn't continue to dampen Suyu's spirits, but simply said in agreement, this only son is truly fortunate. Suyu became more and more interested as he talked, and continued to gossip. That's right, I heard that he has 6 older sisters, each of whom is stunningly beautiful. Li Shuo was taken aback, somewhat surprised, and said, so many children? Including the only son, wouldn't you have 7? As soon as he said this, he suddenly remembered that his mother-in-law was also quite fertile, having given birth to 6 children in a row. Suyu corrected him, saying, no, these are the children of his 2 wives. Mr. Li's first wife gave birth to 3 daughters, the second and third being twins. She later passed away unexpectedly. His second wife then gave birth to the 4th daughter. The 5th and 6th daughters were also twins, all of them girls. Finally, this 7th child is the only son. Li Shuo. Then this Mr. Li is really lucky. Both of his wives gave birth to twins. That's pretty amazing. Suyu laughed. That's normal. Because Mr. Li's second wife and his ex-wife are twin sisters. With that gene, the probability of having twins is naturally higher. So he married his sister-in-law. Although Li Shuo didn't know this rich man Li, he felt like he had stumbled upon a huge piece of gossip. Meanwhile, one of the main characters being watched by Li Shuo, the only son of the Li family, was currently receiving a video call and being verbally abused by a middle-aged man on the other end of the line. You brat. You've only been back in the country a few days, and you've already run off to shaman. Are you eyeing that coffin-faced girl again? Get your ass back here right now. In the living room of the Li family's enormous manor villa, Li Jinsong, his face dark with anger, cursed. Bai Ingtang always had a stern face, and he found him very unpleasant. His daughter was undeniably beautiful, but the Li family dared not aspire to marry her. She was their only son, and if she were to marry, the Li family line would end. Dad? I didn't come here to pursue her. I came here to help Yi Xian pursue her. Li Che corrected and explained. How could he dare to marry Bai Chenying? Upon hearing this, Li Jinsong didn't laugh, but instead became angry. How could I have given birth to such an idiot like you? Ningning is your fiancée. After all, you're helping someone else pursue her. You might as well just make me angry to death. Isn't this just like cheating on yourself? Moreover, that kid from the Yi family is a business competitor of the Li family. This brat even helped him pursue Ningning, giving the Yi family the opportunity to join forces with the Bai family. How could the Li family produce such an idiot? Li Jinsong is now eager to find his long-lost brother, hoping that his brother is still alive and has several sons. This way, the Li family won't be ruined during his son Li Che's time. Putting aside other things, at least he wouldn't help a business rival pursue his own fiancée. Just thinking about it made Li Jinsong feel ashamed. Before Li Che could speak, he shouted, "Get back here right now. Come to the company and start from the bottom to get experience. Do what a young master of the Li family should do." Li Che leaned back on the sofa, raised an eyebrow and said, "Dad, I think my eldest uncle must have had a whole bunch of cousins. When they come back to the Li family in the future, the family business can be handed over to my cousins. I don't want to inherit the family business." Li Jinsong snorted coldly. "Which ear of yours heard me say that I was going to let you inherit the family business?" His eyes dimmed, and he continued, "We just don't know if your uncle is alive or dead. If he is still alive and has descendants, the Li family's huge business will definitely be inherited by his eldest son. You will learn to manage the company so that you can better guide your cousins in the future. If the Li family's business were really put in your hands, you brat, it wouldn't be enough for you to squander. I would be beaten up by the Li family's ancestors if I went down there." Li Che. Heartbreaking. True heartbreak isn't about making a scene. True heartbreak isn't about shedding tears. He grieved for a second or two, then rallied and said with relief, "All right, then I'll stay in Luqing and find my uncle and his descendants." If you're going to look for them, at least be serious. You've only been back in China for a day or two, and you've already run off to Xiamen. Are you looking for people? How can you be sure your uncle and cousin are in Xiamen? Li Jinsong cursed. He's been sending people to search for so many years, and he still doesn't know where his older brother has been transferred to. The human traffickers who kidnapped him back then had already died in an accident by the time they found him. Back then, technological investigative methods were far inferior to what they are now, and the leads basically ended with this human trafficker. Li Jinsong got a headache just thinking about it. He rubbed his temples and explained to the pretty girl next to him. Xiaoye, aren't you going to Luqing on a business trip these few days? Bring your brother back to me then. This is his fourth daughter. Although she is a daughter, she is much more capable than his son. She has now taken over the publishing business under the Li Group and is doing very well. My daughter is much less of a worry. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoye smiled slightly and nodded gently. Okay, Dad, I'll bring him back then. Chapter 74. What if I beat him up again and he wants a divorce? After the video ended, Li Jinsong looked at his gentle and quiet daughter and praised her. Xiaoye, you are so sensible. You don't make your dad worry about anything at the company. After praising him, he changed the subject and asked, You're not young anymore. Shouldn't you be thinking about finding someone? I can't sleep at night because of your marriages. Li Jinsong was very worried. His daughters were more sensible than his youngest son, but they were all workaholics and unwilling to find partners. He's worried because even his eldest daughter hasn't found a boyfriend yet. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoye smiled gently and brightly, then turned to her mother who was carrying a fruit platter and asked, Mom, don't you always tell me that Dad's snoring at night disturbs your beauty sleep? He just said that he can't sleep every day. Did you see him snoring with his eyes open? Li Jinsong. The elegant Mrs. Li was amused by her daughter, put the fruit plate on the table, and said, All right, your father is indeed very concerned about your marriages. You should think about it carefully. If you don't want to go on blind dates, then make more connections and try to find us a son-in-law on this trip to Luqing. No, Mom, I'm not in a hurry. My sisters and I have decided that we will not get married until we find Uncle. Our task now is to find Uncle. When faced with pressure to get married, Li Xiaoye and her sisters always use the idea of finding a husband by marriage as a shield. Of course, they genuinely wanted to find their uncle as soon as possible. They hoped the other person was still alive and had given them a whole bunch of cousins. In this way, the old man and the father could be relieved of their worries, and the Li family could be reunited. The atmosphere at home became somewhat somber when the topic of finding relatives was brought up. Li Jinsong lost interest in urging them to get married and waved his hand, saying, Oh well, it's up to you. His children, though all appear outstanding, are actually quite rebellious. Even holding a knife to their throats wouldn't work. 2 days later, the strange atmosphere between Li Shuo and Bai Chenying, which had arisen from a forced kiss, began to ease. In the past 2 days, Li Shuo has roughly figured out why Bai Chenying was angry and called him an idiot. Morning. The young couple were having breakfast as usual. Li Shuo even prepared hot milk for Bai Chenying. He didn't know if her period was over or not, but drinking something hot was always a good idea. Bai Chenying never had the habit of drinking hot milk. When she picked up the cup for breakfast, she noticed the abnormal temperature. She paused for a moment, but did not refuse Li Shuo's kindness. She picked it up and took 2 sips. It tasted much better than she had imagined. My mood suddenly improved a lot. Although this silent fellow is a bit silly, he is quite meticulous in many things. Besides the fact that she was treated as a lesbian, what bothered her most was that. But she couldn't just pounce on him and force a kiss like that bastard Li Shuo to prove herself, could she? That's something only a female hooligan would do. Bai Chenying took a sip of milk in a sullen voice, not even noticing that some milk had gotten on her lips. From Li Shuo's angle, it looked rather naive. He wanted to remind him, but felt it might be a little awkward to say it. I might as well wait until the girl realizes it herself and licks it clean. The main reason is that he has more important things to confirm with Bai Chenying now. Li Shuo shifted his gaze away from the girl's milky white lips, mentally preparing himself, and asked her, Chenying, do you not like girls? This was the result that Li Shuo had predicted yesterday. That's probably why Bai Chenying got angry with him. Bai Chenying was a little surprised. She didn't expect that he could react on his own without her forcibly kissing him. She paused for a moment before looking at him and asking, Why did you suddenly ask this? He even came specifically to confirm with her. I just want to know why you were angry with me that night. If I'm wrong, I'll apologize to you, Li Shuo said truthfully. Bai Chenying seems to still be bothered by this matter these past 2 days, and he wants to find out the truth. At least I know where I went wrong, so I won't step on any landmines and make her angry in the future. Bai Chenying never expected that Li Shuo would reflect on his anger for so long because of her, and that he would still remember her even after 2 days. She looked up and met the other person's sincere gaze. A slight stirring ran through her heart, as if something had flashed through her mind, but she couldn't quite grasp it. He snorted and said, "It's because you're too stupid." Li Shuo paused, a little annoyed that the girl kept calling him stupid, but her tone suggested he couldn't bring himself to be angry, so he simply ignored it and said to her, "So you don't like girls, right? When did I say I liked it?" Upon hearing this, Li Shuo confirmed that he had indeed misunderstood and immediately apologized sincerely. "Then I'm sorry, I misunderstood you before." He was misunderstood as gay by Bai Chenying, which made him depressed for 2 days. He even kissed her after drinking. He understood Bai Chenying's feelings and apologized sincerely. When her husband finally realized that she was heterosexual, Bai Chenying's mood improved completely, and she generously replied, "It's okay." Then I realized that I had also misunderstood Li Shuo's orientation. Should I apologize? But then I thought about how this guy took her first kiss to prove he was straight. That evens things out. Now that the misunderstanding between the two has been cleared up, especially since Li Shuo was still thinking about the reason she was angry for 2 days, Bai Chenying now finds Li Shuo much more agreeable. My mood is more beautiful than the sun in the sky. In no time, the milk in the glass was completely gone. Seeing that his wife had finished her milk, Li Shuo immediately asked considerately, "You've finished your milk, do you want some more?" Upon hearing this, Bai Chenying felt Li Shuo's somewhat intense gaze, and that strange flutter in her heart surged up again. She nodded calmly. Then she prepared to hand the cup to him. At this moment, Li Shuo spoke up, "There's still half a bottle in the fridge. Go put it in the microwave and heat it up and drink it all, otherwise it will expire tomorrow." Bai Chenying. Seeing Bai Chenying sitting motionless in the dining chair with an unreadable expression, Li Shuo asked again, "What's wrong?" Bai Chenying stood up. "Nothing. I'm going to pour the milk." After saying that, she pushed back the dining chair with a hint of annoyance and went to pour the milk herself. Li Shuo. Why does this girl seem to be in a bad mood again? Could it be because he made her drink milk that was about to expire? Not to mention Li Shuo, even Bai Chenying herself didn't understand why she was suddenly depressed. Logically speaking, she doesn't like to trouble others, especially men like Li Shuo with whom she only has a temporary marital relationship. He had no obligation to heat up new milk for her, but for a moment just now, he felt inexplicably lost, as if the other person had seriously neglected him. I even wanted to beat him up, or even just pinch him. But Li Shuo emphasized to her that what she did was domestic violence, and what if she beat him again and he wanted a divorce? I have to hold back. She cannot divorce Li Shuo until the only son of the Li family gets married. The reason she didn't want a divorce was because she was afraid that without Li Shuo as a shield, she would have to fulfill the marriage agreement between the Li and Bai families. As Bai Chenying heated up her milk, she also found a legitimate reason in her mind to prolong her marriage. When you're distracted, it's easy to lose focus. I didn't even notice when the microwave stopped, and the high temperature caused the milk inside to heat up. Suddenly, a tall figure loomed over her, a long arm reaching out from behind Bai Chenying, opening the microwave lid, and taking out the milk carton inside. Bai Chenying then came to her senses, turned her head, and saw the man behind her who was almost completely surrounding her. From her angle, she could see his slightly protruding Adam's apple and his clearly defined jawline. Perhaps influenced by the other person's strong masculine scent, her pretty face immediately flushed red. Li Shuo picked up the milk carton and then noticed that the two of them were indeed too close. He took a step back to create some distance and said to her, "This milk carton cannot be put in the microwave." As he finished speaking, his gaze fell on Bai Chenying's milky white lips. Looking at the girl with a hint of naivety, he finally couldn't help but remind her, You still have milk on your lips." Bai Chenying was somewhat lost in thought when Li Shuo reminded her. She then looked embarrassed and turned her head to wipe the milk off her mouth. At the same time, she thought to herself, Li Shuo should have noticed long ago. Why didn't he remind her? Hasn't that been an embarrassing moment for a long time? Bai Chenying felt embarrassed at the thought of having chatted with Li Shuo for so long with milk still on her lips. I was wearing nothing in front of him just a while ago. He even bumped his head on the way back. She had never embarrassed herself as much as she had ever done in her life, but she had never embarrassed herself in front of Li Shuo. The key point is that this guy noticed it a long time ago, but it took him so long to remind her. Seeing Bai Chenying's reaction, Li Shuo thought it would be really embarrassing to say it out loud. So he picked up the milk carton to pour her some milk and changed the subject. "I'll pour it into your cup. You drink it yourself, I'm not drinking it," Bai Chenying said, and was about to leave. As she passed Li Shuo, she felt indignant and couldn't help but reach out her hand. Ahis! Li Shuo was caught off guard when someone pinched the tender flesh on his waist. Clutching her waist, she turned around and accused. Bai Chenying, you've abused me again? I don't like the look of you. Li Shuo. He took a few big steps to catch up and pull her back, but when he walked out of the kitchen and saw his wife with her perfect figure, he stopped in his tracks. If he were to pinch back, where should he pinch? Do you also put your hands on your hips? Is this appropriate? After hesitating for only a moment, Bai Chenying grabbed her bag, changed her shoes, and left. She gave him a slightly provocative look before leaving. Li Shuo. Wait. Next time for sure. No matter where you pinch her back first. Li Shuo finished his milk in frustration and went to clean the kitchen. A phone call suddenly came in on his cell phone. It was Li Che calling. Old Shuo, do you have any other friends in Luqing besides Yixian? My sister is coming to take me back. She knows all my acquaintances in Luqing. Can I hide at your house or one of your friends' houses? Li Che asked anxiously over the phone. Chapter 75 Returning Home for the Dragon Boat Festival, Uninvited Guests. Although Li Shuo and Li Che had only met once and had a meal together, Li Shuo quite enjoyed spending time with him. She is straightforward and enthusiastic, though sometimes a bit narcissistic. She even uses the reflection of a wine bottle as a mirror to fix her hair. Therefore, Li Shuo will not refuse to help Li Che whenever he needs it, as long as it is within his capabilities. I just don't quite understand why Li Che is avoiding his sister and not going home. Li Shuo decided to ask first to find out the details. What conflict do you have with your family that makes you unwilling to go back? Li Shuo asked. Well, that's a long story. Li Che hesitated for a moment, wondering whether he should tell Li Shuo that he was the only son of the Li family in Kyoto. But then he thought again. Li Shuo seemed reliable, and he didn't know what the people around Li Shuo were like. He dared not gamble. If he makes the wrong bet, the only heir of the Li family could be cut off at any moment. When traveling, Li Che had become accustomed to hiding his identity, so he made up a reason on the spot, saying, My family has a little bit of business, and my parents are trying to drag me back to tighten screws, but I have my own ideas, and I don't want to go back now. Old Shuo, please help me this once, just this once. Let me stay at your house for a while. If it's inconvenient, I can go to your friend's house. Li Che naturally wanted to go to Li Shuo's house and see just how beautiful his sister-in-law was. Li Shuo seems reluctant to bring friends home, perhaps because his wife is very strict. If Li Shuo can't take him home, taking him to a friend's house is fine too. He wasn't familiar with Luqing, and he wasn't an ordinary person. He was the only son of the Li family, and countless wicked uncles were watching his every move. Going to Li Shuo's friend's house would be best. Even though Li Che's request was sincere, Li Shuo still hesitated. After all, this was Li Che's family matter, and he felt it wasn't appropriate for him to interfere. Old Shuo, just help me this once, for the sake of how I carried you all the way home when you were drunk last time. Just this once. If you don't help me, I will really be arrested. My dream in Luqing is not yet fulfilled, and my soul will be bound, Li Che said sadly. Besides helping Yixian, he came here mainly because he heard that the girls in Luqing are very attractive. As for finding his uncle, Li Che didn't care. The main problem is that even if he tries his best, it's useless. He was sent abroad when he was just over 10 years old, so he's not familiar with China. If we really try to find him, even his only son might disappear. Before his parents and sister find his uncle, Li Che, the only son, has only one main mission, to protect himself. Let's leave the task of finding my uncle's family to the professionals. He, who was not even familiar with the country, didn't want to think about it anymore. Li Shuo was quite hesitant at first, but after hearing Li Che say that he had not yet achieved his goal in Luqing, he realized that the other party had his own ambitions and ideas and did not want to be led by the nose by his family. After thinking about it for a while, he finally decided to help him this time. That's it for once. If there's a next time, I won't interfere. This is your own family matter. He didn't have many friends in Luqing, just Yixian, Li Che whom he had just met, and Su Yu. It's impossible for the family to bring anyone back without Bai Chenying's permission. Su Yu is a local tycoon and a kind-hearted person, so it would be better to let Li Che hide at Su Yu's house. According to Li Che, although his family only has a small business in Kyoto, they might be able to connect with Su Yu's family in business. If the two become friends, they can help each other and develop their businesses. Li Shuo continued, I have a wealthy friend in Luqing who lives on the island. I'll ask him later, and if he's okay with it, I'll have you two contact each other and you can stay at his house. Li Shuo agreed to help, and Li Che smiled and said, Okay, then I'll have to trouble you this time, Lao Shuo. For some reason, Perhaps because of Li Shua's calm and reliable personality, he actually felt that this ordinary man, who was just handsome, was as reliable as an older brother. If only the descendants of the missing uncle and his descendants were like Li Shua. After the two ended their call, Li Shua immediately called Suyu. When Suyu heard that Li Shua's friend needed help, he agreed without hesitation. Since he happened to be near where Li Che was staying, he personally drove to pick him up. Suyu only discovered after meeting Yi Xian and Li Shua that Li Shua had actually become good friends with Bai Muge's suitor, a super-rich second-generation heir, during his absence. Although they liked the same girl and were rivals in love, Suyu maintained his composure, politely greeted Yi Xian for a couple of minutes, and then left with Li Che. Although the two are rivals in love, the fact that the other person can get along with Li Shua suggests that he is probably a good person as well. However, they cannot have too much contact. The Su family is on the side of the Li family, and the Yi family is a competitor of the Li family, so he cannot get too close to the young master of the Yi family. Otherwise, it would be easy to offend the Li family. Suyu analyzed the pros and cons and decided to have less contact with Yi Xian. Little did he know that the man who came to his home to stay today was. He is the son of Li Jinsong, a rival of the Yi family, and the only son of the Li family. Who would have thought? The younger generation of two rival companies have become best friends. Under the cover of Li Shua and Suyu, Li Che managed to hide in Luqing for several days without being discovered by Li Xiaoye, who came over. Suyu's family lives on Galanjiu Island in the center of Xiamen City, which is also a well-known scenic tourist area. After staying there for a few days, Li Che became familiar with the place and began to travel and stroll around the island. I hope to have the opportunity to meet a beautiful girl from Xiamen. Today is the Dragon Boat Festival. Suyu was forced to attend a family gathering and go on a blind date. Li Che then went to the beach on the island to look at the beautiful women. Li Shua, who is married, is going to take his wife Bai Chenying home for dinner. Li Shuejuan had specifically called 2 days in advance. Around 5 p.m., the young couple arrived at Xiangfu Garden Residential Complex together. When I got home, I found that there were guests. To be precise, they were uninvited guests. Fang Lanying returned with her entire maternal family. When Li Shua and Bai Chenying returned, Fang Lanying's family didn't give them a friendly look. Living room. Lu Hongmei crossed her arms and said to Li Shuejuan, Li Shuejuan, I agree to your divorce, but Lanning hasn't worked for so many years. Where will she get the money to pay the mortgage if we suddenly get divorced? After the house goes to her, you at least have to continue paying the mortgage. You'll also have to cover the living expenses for Li Hao and Li Shu, 2 college students. Lanning hasn't been feeling well lately, so I'm afraid she won't be able to help. When she went back a few days ago, she got angrier and angrier the more she thought about it. Since they couldn't stop the two from divorcing, Fang Lanying shouldn't incur debts just because of the divorce. Fang Lanying clearly wasn't going to work, and Wu Wenfeng hadn't given them any definite answer. The Fang family was very worried that Fang Lanying would become a burden to them in the future. So the house is a must, and Li Shuejuan has to continue paying the mortgage. Otherwise, the divorce won't happen. Fang Lanying sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, not even glancing at Li Shuejuan. I've wasted most of my youth following you, Li Shuejuan. It's impossible for me to be burdened with debt after the divorce. If you agree to these conditions, we can part amicably. Fang Lanying never expected that Li Shuejuan would be so determined not to keep her. Now that Li Shuejuan won't turn back, and she, who has always had a bad temper, won't back down, then she'll get a divorce. If she really gets divorced, she will have no worries about the future. If Li Shuejuan doesn't agree to these conditions, she'd rather not get a divorce, and Li Shuejuan will still pay for the mortgage and the children's tuition. Although Lu Meiwan and her husband Fang Wenguang didn't say much, they kept serious expressions, clearly there to support Fang Lanying. Can you not support me? If Li Shuejuan and Fang Lanying divorce, Fang Lanying will be burdened with mortgage payments and child support expenses for their 2 children. Now, just because the 2 of them are getting a divorce, Fang Lanying has been staying at their house for many days. This made Lu Meiwan very unhappy. Faced with the unreasonable demands of the Fang family, Li Shuejuan also took a firm stance, slamming his teacup on the table. In the divorce, this house will go to Fang Lanying, and I will never pay her mortgage again. If she can't pay it back, she can give me the house. Chapter 76 Bai Chenying. If I drink less, I won't get drunk. After many years of marriage, Li Shuejuan did not want to take advantage of Fang Lanying, but he also could not accept her unreasonable demands. Especially since his company might not have much income in the first few months, and he might need his eldest son to help with his younger siblings' tuition fees. Where would he find the spare money to pay Fong Laniying's mortgage? Fine. Since you're unwilling to agree to these conditions, then I won't get a divorce. I'll move back tomorrow and live a good life with you. Fong Laniying deliberately emphasized the words, live a good life, making it obvious that she would cause trouble once she moved back. Li Shuejuan won't give her a way out. When she comes back, none of us will have an easy time. At this moment, Bai Chenying, who had been sitting silently next to Li Shuo, suddenly put down her teacup and turned to look at Li Shuejuan. Dad, I happen to know a lawyer. Your relationship with Aunt Fong has broken down, and she has not fulfilled her obligations to jointly raise the children and pay off debts. You can directly file for divorce. Amidst the shock in the eyes of the Fong family, Bai Chenying continued, not only can filing for divorce dissolve the marriage within a week, but your marital property will also be divided equally. Do you need me to contact a lawyer for you? She didn't want to get involved in her elders' affairs, especially their divorce. But after sitting and listening to everyone's opinions, Fong Laniying simply didn't want her father-in-law to have an easy time. Bullying Bai Chenying's father-in-law is tantamount to slapping her, Miss Bai, in the face, and Bai Chenying will not allow such a thing to happen. Upon hearing Bai Chenying's words, the Fong family was shocked and genuinely worried that Li Shuejuan would actually sue in court to split the property equally. Actually, I heard that the Xiangfu Garden area is expected to be developed in a few years. If you keep the house and wait for the development and demolition, you can get at least several million yuan in compensation and resettlement housing. If the couple divides the property equally, the house will have to be sold, and it can only be sold for a few 100,000 yuan, less than 1,000,000 yuan. Fong Laniying is unwilling to suffer this loss. The Fong family didn't want Fong Laniying to be homeless and stay in their house, and they were also quite interested in the demolition compensation, so they definitely didn't want the couple to split the property equally. They only want to take advantage of everything and are unwilling to suffer any loss. It's all because Li Shuejuan's daughter-in-law came out and meddlesome. Lu Hongmei hadn't expected Li Shuejuan's daughter-in-law to suddenly say that. She twitched her lips and immediately pointed at her, saying, You, this is a matter between elders. Why are you meddling? Fong Laniying was also furious. Relying on the fact that her family had more members, she slammed her hand on the table and said, It's none of your business, a junior, to talk about my business with Li Shuejuan. As soon as the mother and daughter finished speaking, Li Shuo, who hadn't said a word, slammed his teacup on the table with a loud bang. You have no right to talk about her. If you say another word, don't blame me for being impolite, Li Shuo said coldly. The next moment, everyone in the room was stunned. Even Li Shuo himself only realized what was happening when he noticed everyone's gaze, wondering how he could have done such a thing. He was already seething with anger, and when he saw Fong Laniying and Lu Hongmei scolding Bai Chenying, he couldn't hold back anymore. He himself feels a little embarrassed now, but he continues to maintain his imposing manner. The Fong family was clearly using their numbers to suppress his father, and as Li Shuejuan's son, he absolutely couldn't back down at this moment. Li Shuo has severe social anxiety, but when faced with major events, he can be tougher than anyone else. Bai Chenying never expected that Li Shuo had this side to him. Even she was a little frightened by his imposing manner just now, but the other party was angry precisely because of her. She looked up at the man beside her, and for a moment felt as if something inside her was melting away. Li Shuejuan was on the verge of anger, but he didn't expect his son to step forward first and actively defend his wife. His mood suddenly improved, but he didn't show it. He stood up and said to the Fong family, Today is the Dragon Boat Festival. I don't want everyone to have a bad day. If you know what's good for you, then let Fong Laniying and I finish the divorce proceedings as originally agreed. If you disagree, I will consider the suggestion Ningning gave me. Before Fong Laniying brought her family over today, Li Shuejuan did still have some lingering feelings for this marriage, and he would feel sad when he had free time. But when Fong Laniying and her family came to pressure him, he suddenly felt completely at ease. If the Fong family continues to act unreasonably, he will not show any mercy and will directly break ties with them. The Fong family came here today in a menacing manner, looking for trouble. Little did they know that none of Li Shuejuan's family members were easy to mess with. Fearing that Li Shuejuan would sue them in court, Lu Hongmei's family could only suppress their anger and leave with furious expressions. Only after that awful family left did the Li family finally find peace. Li Shuejuan felt really bad that he had asked his daughter-in-law to come and see all the troubles in his family. He apologized and said, Ningning, I'm sorry. I invited you back today to celebrate the holiday. I didn't expect the Fong family to come. He had intended to call the young couple to tell them not to come yet, but before he could make the call, they arrived home. Bai Chenying shook her head and comforted Li Shuejuan, saying, "Every family has its own problems. I also support your divorce, Dad. You will be better off without Aunt Fong." Only when speaking to her father-in-law would Miss Bai's tone be gentle. Even her husband, Li Shuo, rarely received such treatment. Li Shuejuan felt that his daughter-in-law was so gentle and sensible that he was in a great mood and finally smiled. "All right, let's not talk about these unpleasant things anymore. I've almost finished preparing the food, and we'll be eating soon." Tonight's dinner was especially lavish. Although it consisted of simple home-style dishes, each one was made with Li Shuejuan's heartfelt care. Before the meal, Li Shuejuan took 2 bottles of red wine out of the refrigerator. This was a gift from an old classmate. "I've never really drunk this before. It looks expensive, and it even came with a bottle opener. Let's drink it today since it's a holiday." When Li Shuejuan brought the red wine to the table, both Li Shuo and Bai Chenying were slightly taken aback. Both of them have unpleasant memories of drinking. Bai Chenying got drunk and flirted with Li Shuo, touching his face. Li Shuo went even further, kissing Bai Chenying directly. "Dad, I don't want to drink." ×2. The young couple refused almost simultaneously. Li Shuejuan paused slightly as he opened the bottle, glancing at the two of them with surprise. Why? Didn't his daughter-in-law and son have a great time drinking when they came over last time? Neither of them is drinking today. Bai Chenying glanced at Li Shuo warily and said, "I'm just not drinking much today." At least she was sober before drinking. If this guy got drunk and tried to take advantage of her, she could beat him up before he got close. As for being kissed last time, that was due to her carelessness. Li Shuo's thoughts were not much different from Bai Chenying's. He was also afraid that the girl would flirt with him when she was drunk. If he couldn't control himself and did something immoral, someone might die when she sobered up. He couldn't drink himself either, and he was afraid that if he got drunk, he would do something outrageous. Li Shuo gave Bai Chenying a wary look and said to Li Shuejuan, "Dad, I don't want to drink either. You drink it." Li Shuejuan noticed that the atmosphere between the young couple suddenly seemed a bit strange, but he couldn't quite put his finger on why. Seeing that neither of them would drink, he could only sigh, open the red wine, pour it into his own glass, and say, "If you two won't drink, then I'll drink it myself." Chen Jingyan wanted to solidify his relationship with Li Shuejuan, so the red wine he gave him was of the highest quality and best quality. The aroma of the wine wafted out as soon as it was poured into the glass. Bai Chenying has extremely poor self-control when it comes to alcohol. The moment she smells the aroma of alcohol, her heart starts itching. She subtly observed the name of the red wine on the table with her beautiful eyes. It was indeed a good wine, but it had a very strong after effect. Never mind. She has to hold back. "I'll have a drink with Hua one another day." Bai Chenying immediately looked away and lowered her head to eat. At this moment, Li Shuejuan had already taken 2 sips and looked at Bai Chenying and Li Shuo with considerable amazement. "Ningning, Xiao Shuo, this wine tastes good. Don't you want to try it?" The main issue is that it must be very expensive, and he feels uncomfortable drinking it alone. "I won't drink, Dad. I have some things to do when I get home tonight," Li Shuo said decisively. Seeing how determined Li Shuo was, Bai Chenying was somewhat tempted. She was worried that Li Shuo would get drunk and do something reckless. If Li Shuo didn't drink, she could have just had a little bit without any problem. Bai Chenying decided to sacrifice herself because she felt it would spoil the fun for her father-in-law to drink alone. She finally reached out her delicate hand and grasped the wine bottle. "Dad, I'll have a drink then. I don't have anything to do tonight, so I'll keep you company." After saying that, he picked up the wine bottle and poured wine into his glass. She won't get drunk as long as she doesn't drink too much. Li Shuo, this girl has zero self-control when it comes to drinking, right? Just as he was about to speak up to stop him, his father, Li Shuejuan, smiled happily. "That's great. Ningning, don't be afraid of getting drunk. I won't let Xiao Shuo drink. He'll take care of you tonight." Li Shuo. Chapter 77. This time, he was quite drunk. It turns out that Bai Chenying is both a glutton and loves to drink. After a few glasses of red wine, my face flushes faster than others. By the time Li Shuo realized something was wrong and tried to get up to stop it, his wife was already drunk and clinging to the bottle, preventing him from taking it away. She almost overturned the table in front of Li Shuejuan. Fortunately, Bai Chenying was drunk and her skills had severely deteriorated, making her unable to even stand steadily. Li Shuo confirmed that he wouldn't get beaten up if he came directly at her, so he forcefully snatched the wine bottle from Bai Chenying's hand, then scooped her up and put her on his shoulder before carrying her away. "Dad, I'll take her back first, otherwise she'll finish both bottles of wine." Li Shuejuan. Okay. He never expected his beloved daughter-in-law to be so different when she was drunk, She seemed quite quiet when she was drunk last time. Perhaps the red wine was particularly strong this time, because even he himself is now feeling his face burning. Shuo, take good care of Ningning tonight, and be careful on the road. Li Shuejuan followed his son downstairs, not forgetting to give Li Shuo some instructions. Okay, Dad, I'm leaving. Li Shuo responded with a single sentence, then carried Bai Chenying away, creating a somewhat eerie scene late at night. But he couldn't do anything about it. The girl was too drunk and making a scene, so he couldn't hold her. He could only control her by carrying her on his back. Bai Chenying's legs were bound by Li Shuo's arms, and she couldn't move, so she could only pat his back haphazardly. Damn it! Put me down. I'm not drunk. Put me down. I can walk by myself. I need to go back and get my wine, you bastard. I'm going to throw up. You're poking my stomach. Li Shuo. You should have stopped her from drinking earlier. Li Shuo resisted the urge to slap the girl's buttocks a few times to quiet her down, carried her out of the community, where a designated driver was already waiting at the entrance. He handed the car keys to the driver, and as soon as the driver got in the car, he shoved Bai Chenying into the car. I originally wanted to leave her in the back seat, but I was afraid that if I didn't keep an eye on her, she would fall out of the car door, so I had no choice but to sit in the back seat with her. Damn it, give it back to me. I want to get off the bus. I can still drink. When Bai Chenying is really drunk, she acts like a 3-year-old child. Completely abandoning his usual aloof and icy demeanor, he even tried to pry open the car door after it had already started, all in an effort to get back for a drink. Li Shuo was startled and broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly reached out and pulled her into his arms, restraining her with both arms. He then told the driver, "Please drive faster, my wife is too drunk." He was afraid that if he delayed too long, he would miss the opportunity. The designated driver had just responded. Bai Chenying immediately muttered in dissatisfaction, "Who's your wife? I'm not going to be your wife. You silent fellow. You stole my wine and didn't even heat up my milk. That's outrageous. You won't heat up my milk. You're not my husband. Let me go." Li Shuo's face was almost deformed from being pushed by his wife's delicate hands, and he still had to endure the movements of the delicate body in his arms, putting on a mask of pain. He simply assumed Bai Chenying was acting drunk and didn't have time to examine her words carefully, so he quickly chimed in. Okay, I'll heat it up for you. Be good and don't move, okay? He feels very helpless right now. If he doesn't hold her, she'll try to pry open the car door. If he does hold her, she'll wriggle around in his arms. Bai Chenying's figure was indeed amazing. Her body was even softer and more fragrant than he had imagined. He felt like he was about to lose control of his male instincts. Now I just want to use both soft and hard tactics to calm Bai Chenying down. If he ever makes Bai Chenying drink again, he's a dog. Li Shuo didn't expect that after coaxing her like that, Bai Chenying would actually behave a lot. She gave a haughty humph, then leaned against him as a backrest, crossed her arms, and mumbled, "Don't think that I can forgive you just because you say a few nice words." Li Shuo's inner thoughts. I don't ask for your forgiveness. I just hope you behave yourself. Thank goodness. The young couple were flirting in the back row. Beneath his calm expression, the designated driver was already stuffed with dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. He suddenly wanted to change jobs. Although he couldn't see the girl in the back row clearly, just by her figure and sweet voice, he was so envious he almost cried. The car finally arrived at the community parking lot. After the designated driver left, Li Shuo got out of the car. When he leaned into the car, the person inside was already holding onto the headboard with both hands. Li Shuo, get out of the car. Bai Chenying remained huddled up, saying nothing. Li Shuo. He softened his tone. Chenying, shall we go home? Bai Chenying tightened her grip on the cushion and raised her fair chin. She's not going home. Li Shuo. The two remained deadlocked for a long time, and no matter how Li Shuo tried to coax her, Bai Chenying refused to get out of the car. Finally, he had no choice but to steel himself, reach inside, forcefully pull the person over, hoist him onto his shoulder, and take him home. Bai Chenying was lifted up again, and her hands started slapping Li Shuo's back again. Ah, you bastard, what are you doing? Bai Chenying, I'm really fed up with you. If you hit me again, I'll just throw you on the ground and leave you alone. Li Shuo struggled to carry the person into the elevator, then angrily threatened him. He really shouldn't have let that girl drink. His threats were clearly ineffective, and instead provoked her rebellious nature to escalate, causing her to pinch his waist. Ah, Bai Chenying, stop. Stop. It hurts. Don't pinch me there, it hurts. Li Shuo was in pain and itchy at the same time. When the elevator reached the 7th floor, he got out of the elevator, angrily carried the person into the house, threw the person onto the sofa, and just wanted to get away from this female devil as soon as possible. Before he could straighten up, that restless hand reached out again to pinch him. Li Shuo had finally reached his limit. His composure was completely gone, and in a fit of frustration, he grabbed Bai Chening's hand and flicked her smooth forehead as she looked up at him with displeasure. Bai Chenying winced in pain, cried out, "Ouch!" and covered her head with one hand. After a moment of confusion, she mumbled at Li Shuo, "You bastard, you flicked my head. Who told you to pinch me? If you pinch me again, I'll flick you every time." Li Shuo, who was socially awkward, was about to be driven crazy by his wife. Some parts of his body are still burning. They are all her masterpieces. Bai Chenying has always been someone who responds better to gentle persuasion than force, especially when she's drunk. As soon as Li Shuo made that threat, he immediately reached out with his other hand and pinched his tender flesh hard. "Holy crap, it's Bai Chenying." Li Shuo winced in pain and immediately flicked Bai Chenying's forehead again, this time with more force than before. "Ugh, you bastard, it hurts so much. I'll strangle you." "Hiss. I'll make you cry." "Ugh, you bastard, you bastard." On the sofa, the young couple quickly started wrestling. Li Shuo had no time to think about anything else. Before he knew it, Bai Chenying pinched him, and he had to flick her back immediately. He wanted to pinch her back, but every time he reached her waist, he couldn't go any further. He felt it wasn't right to do that while she was drunk, so he could only flick her forehead. Bai Chenying was in so much pain she was almost crying, but even with tears in her eyes, she still tried to pinch him back. In her dazed mind, there was only one obsession. She couldn't cry, she had to pinch Li Shuo until he cried. The young couple started arguing and hurting each other. De Yuanzi, hiding in the corner, looked stunned with a cat-like expression. At the same time, luxury single room at Luqing Dil Hotel. Li Xiaoya sat at her computer desk and answered the phone. She reached out and closed her laptop, then said to the person on the phone, "Okay, he's at a local family's house on Galanjiu Island in Xiamen, right? Send me the address right away, and I'll go there as soon as I finish what I'm doing tomorrow." Chapter 78. The beautiful superstar got a head full of bumps from her husband's flicks. The next day, Li Shuo got up early as usual and prepared a simple breakfast. "I argued with Bai Chenying for a long time last night, and finally I couldn't stand it anymore, so I shoved her into her room to end the fight." As breakfast was served, Li Shuo hesitated whether to call Bai Chenying when the latter came out with a bright red forehead. She had changed into clean pajamas, but her skin and hair were still damp, probably from just taking a shower. She strode to the dining table with her long legs, stared at Li Shuo with her beautiful eyes, and pointed to her forehead, questioning, "Why did you flick my forehead like this?" "She drank too much yesterday and blacked out a bit. All I remember is that Li Shuo flicked my forehead because it hurts so much." After confirming in the morning that Li Shuo hadn't taken advantage of her, she went to take a shower and discovered that he had flicked her forehead, leaving it red. Bai Chenying's skin was naturally delicate and fair and somewhat sensitive. Even though Li Shuo controlled his strength, the redness on her forehead was still very noticeable. Li Shuo was suddenly questioned by his wife. Seeing the terrible state of her forehead, he felt a little regretful, but he hadn't flicked her for no reason yesterday. He is now covered in bruises, especially on the stomach. "I still feel a dull ache in many places." Li Shuo put the hot milk on her table and said to her, "It's all because you started pinching me. I'm in much worse shape than you. There's not a single good spot on my stomach now." He acted in self-defense yesterday. Bai Chenying snorted coldly, looking unconvinced. "Lift up your clothes and let me see." She had a blackout and didn't remember pinching Li Shuo, but she clearly remembered him flicking her forehead. "It really hurts." Her request left Li Shuo speechless. What girl would willingly let a man lift her clothes for her to see? That sounds really weird, doesn't it? Li Shuo plopped down in the dining chair and started eating breakfast. "I can't possibly flirt with you anyway. You've already pinched my belly full of food." Bai Chenying suddenly realized that her request was a bit off. Seeing that Li Shuo seemed shy, she teased him again in retaliation. "A grown man like you're afraid I'll take advantage of you, TSK." As soon as Bai Chenying finished speaking, Li Shuo glared at her. He couldn't argue with Bai Chenying, but he was still very angry. Bai Chenying glared back and said, "I have bumps all over my head. You have to give me an explanation. If you don't lift your clothes to show me, I'll pretend I didn't pinch you yesterday, and I'll pinch you back today." As she spoke, she stood up, looking like she was about to make a move. "She won't suffer a loss. I won't let you see it." After saying that, Li Shuo stood up and, before Bai Chenying could react, quickly flicked a spot on her forehead that wasn't red, responding to her earlier teasing. After their playful fight yesterday, Li Shuo is now much more natural and efficient when he gets physical. I won't hesitate or be too embarrassed to take action like before. Li Shuo acted quickly. Bai Chenying didn't expect this guy to dare to flick her. She cried out, "Ouch," and immediately covered her forehead. Then her face turned red with anger. "Damn it, you flicked me again." After saying that, he slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and was about to go and beat them up. Now that Bai Chenying wasn't drunk, Li Shuo wasn't going to just stand there and take a beating. Seeing Bai Chenying chasing after him, he turned and ran. This time he really didn't use much force. Knowing her skin was delicate, he subconsciously touched her even more gently. Bai Chenying could sense it, but she was even angrier that Li Shuo had flicked her forehead dozens of times yesterday, and she had no recollection of pinching Li Shuo at all. "I just want to catch Li Shuo and vent my anger." The young couple started chasing each other around the house before they even started eating breakfast. Just as the Yuanzi was about to eat her fried egg, she was stunned again. Li Shuo was not as familiar with this house as Bai Chenying was, and he had never been chased before. He was quickly intercepted by Bai Chenying, who grabbed him and pinned him down on the sofa. He was terrified of being choked, so he endured the pain in his arm and tried to turn over and escape from Bai Chenying. Now that Bai Chenying isn't drunk, it will be difficult for him to get his money back. Seeing Li Shuo struggling to break free, Bai Chenying thought to herself, "Isn't this guy afraid of breaking his bones?" If he loses focus even slightly, the grip on his hand loosens, and Li Shuo quickly turns over to run away. Bai Chenying had no intention of giving him a chance. She immediately pounced on him, straddling him and pinning his hands down so he couldn't move. As they touched, their fragrance filled the air. Li Shuo, pinned down by his wife, was momentarily distracted and even forgot to struggle. Bai Chenying only then realized the ambiguous position the two were in. Her face flushed, and she immediately withdrew. Before leaving, she didn't forget to pinch Li Shuo's waist. This brought Li Shuo back to his senses instantly, causing him to gasp in shock. Bai Chenying ran away quickly, and Li Shuo did not retaliate. In the end, he always suffers the most. It's getting late. If she arrives at the company late and gets scolded by her boss, she might come back in a bad mood, and he might have to comfort her. That's all for today. I've also decided that I must enroll in a martial arts class soon. Bai Chenying had indeed gone too far with Li Shuo's playful antics, and there wasn't enough time. She hurriedly ate a few bites of breakfast at the restaurant before changing her clothes and leaving. She didn't even have time to put on makeup. Otherwise, you'd have to cover up the mark on your forehead. Bai Chenying arrived at the company. Huawan noticed the mark on her forehead immediately and asked in surprise, "Ningning, what happened to your forehead?" Bai Chenying raised her hand and touched it, replying calmly, "I bumped into it." No, there are so many places, it doesn't look like you bumped into anything. Your skin is delicate and prone to allergies. What did you come into contact with? It doesn't seem like a simple allergy either." Huawan leaned very close, staring at Bai Chenying's forehead with suspicion and nervousness. After being stared at by Huawan for a while, and realizing that she couldn't be fooled this time, she pushed her away a little and said truthfully, "Li Shuo played it." The two girls got flicked on the forehead. Huawan should have been angry, but seeing Bai Chenying speak sullenly with several red marks on her forehead, she imagined Bai Chenying being flicked on the forehead and inexplicably wanted to laugh. She thought through all the sad things in her life and couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, did I hear that right? It was my brother-in-law playing it. What happened between you two?" This was the first time she had ever seen such a mournful expression on her usually aloof friend's face. "Because my husband bullied me." "Oh my god. That's so interesting. Bai Chenying, I've been bounced like this, and you're still laughing?" Bai Chenying's face tightened. She suddenly wanted to change her agent. Huawan covered her stomach, which ached from laughing, and waved her hand, saying, No, I just never thought that one day someone would actually flick your forehead, and it would be a man." Bai Chenying didn't seem very angry. The two of them were mostly just fooling around. This psycat is probably really going to bloom. Huawan gripped the desk with both hands and continued to ask Bai Chenying curiously, "How is your brother-in-law doing now?" Bai Chenying snorted coldly, "Not dead yet." Wow, any other man would probably be cremated by now. Huawan was very curious. "Ningning, tell me about your flirting, no, your mutual hurting process. I really want to hear it." She really wanted to know how Li Shuo flicked Bai Chenying's forehead. Who would have thought that the cold and aloof eldest daughter of the Bai family, a super popular and beautiful female star in China, would get her head full of bumps from her own husband yesterday? Ha ha ha. Huawan momentarily forgot that excessive joy can lead to sorrow. Seeing her friend and subordinate having such leisure to gossip and make fun of her, Bai Chenying immediately picked up a thick stack of documents and piled them in front of Hua Wan. Since you're so free to gossip, why don't you contribute more to the company? Get these projects done and give them to me today. Hua Wan's smile vanished instantly. I'm so annoyed. Why didn't your brother-in-law flick his wife's forehead a few more times? Meanwhile, on the other hand, there's Li Shuo, the brother-in-law. I hadn't been writing my draft in my room for long when I received calls from Li Che and Su Yu. Today is Su Yu's birthday, so I asked him if he had time to come over to Su Yu's house for a small gathering this afternoon. Li Shuo definitely didn't want to attend this kind of gathering, but it was Su Yu's birthday, and he felt it wouldn't be right not to go after being invited. After thinking about it for a while, I had no choice but to bite the bullet and agree to go to his house for a get-together that afternoon. Chapter 79 Li Shuo's true identity is revealed. There weren't many updates to Li Shuo's novel today, except for the update of Do D 10,000. He only wrote 6,000 words for the circular bus project and uploaded it. This novel has only a little over 100,000 words in total, and the last and biggest mystery is the identity of the real culprit who caused the bus explosion. He only updated 6,000 words today, just a short break to build up high expectations and leave the ending a cliffhanger, promising an even more exciting conclusion tomorrow. An author who can't cut to a single chapter is not a good author. At 4:30 p.m., Li Shuo finished his update for the day and set off for the island. It's almost 6 o'clock. As dusk fell, Li Shuo got off the bus and walked a few hundred meters from the bus stop to the pier he had arranged to meet with Su Yu and the others, the Dongdu Pier. Galanjiu Island is located in the southwest corner of Xiamen, separated from Xiamen by the Lujiang River. You need to go to the pier to take a ferry to get there. He stood by the dock railing, the sea breeze blowing, completely dispelling the daytime heat and making it very cool. Looking across the sea, Galanjiu Island resembles a dazzling gem, embraced by the azure waters. After admiring the sea view for a while, Li Shuo took out his phone to contact Su Yu. At that moment, several figures stepped out of one of the cruise ships docked at the shore and waved to him. Old Shuo, over here. Su Yu raised his hand to call out to Li Shuo, then immediately went down from the second floor of the ship to the exit, jumped off the deck, and came to the shore to meet him. Li Shuo put his phone in his pocket, then followed the direction Su Yu pointed and walked down to the dock. After meeting up with Su Yu, they boarded the ship together. Once on the ship, after meeting up with Yi Xian and Li Che, Li Shuo looked around and was surprised to find that there was no one else on board except for the staff. Old Su, where are your other friends? Are they all at your house? Upon hearing this, Su Yu put his hand on Li Shuo's shoulder and said with a smile, How can I get you out if I don't tell you it's my birthday? Li Che immediately leaned over and put his arm around Li Shuo's other shoulder, saying with considerable pride, I was the one who came up with this idea for Lao Su. See, it actually got you to come out. Li Shuo. Yi Xian, who had become several shades darker, wasn't in high spirits. Leaning against the railing of the cruise ship, he exuded a faint melancholy. He then chimed in, Since we're already here, let's go to young Master Su's house for a get-together. It's so boring staying home alone. At this moment, the ship had already started moving, leaving Li Shuo somewhat amused and exasperated. But then he thought about it again and realized that he really should go out and meet some social butterflies to improve his social anxiety. Just consider it a form of exercise. You can just ask me out next time. This is a lie. Don't do it again. Su Yu crossed his arms and said awkwardly, If we're talking about lying, Lao Shuo, you're the one who lied to me the worst. If Li Che hadn't told young Master Yi about your marriage, I wouldn't even know you were married. He always thought Li Shuo was a single guy like him. I never imagined they were already married. My wife is also very beautiful. Su Yu stroked his chin and asked curiously, I wonder what kind of girl your girlfriend is, that she could win you over. Li Shuo was a man who remained unmoved even when faced with a rich and beautiful woman like his cousin Su Ran, so he was genuinely curious about the true face of Li Shuo's wife. Yi Xian and Li Che had never met him in person. They only knew that his wife was very beautiful. Li Shuo and Bai Chenying's marriage is only temporary, and they will divorce sooner or later. They are currently in a state of secret marriage. He didn't really want to talk about his marriage and only told Su Yu. Just like me, an ordinary girl. When will you bring her out to meet us? Let's talk about it later. Maybe the next time you mention her to them, he'll be divorced. This topic didn't last long, and the group quickly moved on to other things. It takes at least 20 minutes to get from the pier to Galanjiu Island. While enjoying the beautiful scenery, it's also nice to have a chat for a while. Li Shuo was never a talkative person. Most of the time, Li Che and Su Yu did the talking. Yi Xian, who was not in high spirits, was unlike his usual flamboyant self. Surrounded by a ring of black mist, He would chat for a moment or two, and spend the rest of the time reading novels on his phone. In order to pursue Bai Chenying, he has been following Li Shuo's advice and going to the company and the film set every day. It's really hot in Xiamen right now. The sun is scorching. After a period of pursuing his wife, Bai Chenying still hadn't been moved, and he himself had gotten several shades darker. What's most upsetting is that his father called yesterday to say that the Bai family forbids him from pursuing Bai Chenying anymore. She even gave him a severe dressing down, scolding him for not seizing the opportunity and for doing something that offended his prospective father-in-law and mother-in-law. Yi Xian was very upset. He didn't know what he had done wrong that made his uncle Bai and aunt Bai, who had originally supported him, change their minds and disagree with his pursuit of Bai Chenying. If Yi Xian weren't so familiar with Shuo, he would definitely be pouring out his troubles to Li Shuo and Li Che right now. I agreed to come over today to get together, partly to distract myself and clear my head. Why? He was halfway through pursuing his future wife when her parents suddenly stopped him from doing so. Who knows? He originally planned to hold his phone and watch the Huel circular bus to distract himself. He was completely devastated when he finally caught up with the latest incomplete chapter. Just as the real culprit was about to be revealed, Huelu abruptly stopped. Li Shuo had noticed Yi Xian's lack of interest ever since he boarded the ship, and now, with Yi Xian glued to his phone and looking rather unwell, Li Shuo unusually took the initiative to inquire about his well-being. Yi Xian, what's wrong with you today? Are you in a bad mood? Li Shuo's greeting immediately drew the attention of Li Che and Shuo. Li Che knew the reason, of course, but Yi Xian didn't say it, and he didn't ask either, since Yi Xian and Shuo had only met twice and weren't very familiar with each other. He certainly wouldn't talk about these things carelessly. Shuo originally didn't want to have much contact with Yi Xian, but Li Che took the initiative to invite him over so that they could get to know each other better, so it wouldn't be good for him to refuse directly. He's been wondering these past few days which family's young master Li Che is, that he gets along so well with the super-rich second-generation Yi Xian. However, there are too many wealthy people with the surname Li in China. However, the only son of the Li family could definitely not be the one who can play with Yi Xian. After all, the two are not only rivals in love, but also business competitors. It's impossible for them to get along. The Su family is just a wealthy family in Luqing. They only receive any favors from the Li family because of Su Yu's godfather. Su Yu did not know the name of the only son of the Li family. Yi Xian was about to curse at Huelu, that lousy author, for cutting off chapters, when Li Shuo asked him about it. He put his phone in his pocket and said irritably, "He's just an author. His novels are very well written, but he always cuts off chapters to keep people in suspense. You all probably know that fishmonger who was really popular a while ago, right? He wrote this book. Now he has another short story called Circular Bus. Don't be fooled by the unremarkable title. The plot is full of twists and turns, and very exciting." Yi Xian never reads novels, but he has to admit that Hueli's novels are all very exciting, and he is now a die-hard fan of Huelu. The author is too cunning and loves to cut chapters short. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Su Yu and Li Shuo's expressions became somewhat subtle. Li Che spent several days with Su Yu and happened to learn how Li Shuo and Su Yu met. The two met through a face-to-face meeting with the author. Speaking of this topic, Li Che looked at Li Shuo curiously and asked, "By the way, Lao Shuo, Lao Su said you also write novels. What's your pen name? I'll go check it out." He had already seen Su Yu's work and had no interest in it. "I'm a little curious now about what kind of novels Li Shuo writes." Li Che's question immediately piqued Yi Xian's interest, who asked in surprise, "Old Shuo, you also write novels?" He didn't ask Li Shuo about his profession. "I thought he was just an ordinary office worker, but I never expected him to be writing novels." They didn't even consider Li Shuo to be the author of Fire Music. Putting aside the circular bus and the fishmonger, the Dou Di, a powerful figure in Chinese literature, doesn't seem like something written by someone like Li Shuo. Although it was exciting, the speed at which the car was driving. It's like a rocket. Yi Xian subconsciously believed that a proper man like Li Shuo would probably not read or write such erotic novels with multiple female protagonists. Li Shuo was stared at curiously by the two men as he scratched the ground with his toes. Su Yu was practically bursting with suppressed urges. "Old Su, you tell us, what's your name?" Li Che had already taken out his phone, and seeing that Li Shuo hadn't spoken, he asked Su Yu. He's far more gossipy than he is about girls. This, Su Yu hesitated and looked at Li Shuo. He didn't know the extent of Li Shuo's relationship with these two friends, or whether he was willing to talk about it. The fact that all three social media influencers were focused on Li Shuo made it difficult for him to adapt, but he wasn't too opposed to revealing his identity to Li Che and the other two. They are not his sister Li Shu or his wife Bai Chenying. Moreover, even if he doesn't say anything, Yi Xian and the other person will definitely keep asking about it in the future. Li Shuo remained silent for a moment before truthfully replying. Huolu. Huh. Yi Xian was taken aback at first, then realized what was happening and didn't believe it, thinking that Li Shuo was joking with them. Are you serious? Yi Xian asked. Huolu, isn't that the author of the only novel he ever reads? Li Shuo was definitely joking with him. Seeing Yi Xian's incredulous expression, Su Yu smiled and said, think about it. The pen name Huolu is the same as Li Shuo's real name. Yi Xian, Huolu Shuo. Chapter 80. Li Shuo bears some resemblance to Old Master Li. It took Yi Xian several minutes to process and confirm the fact that Li Shuo was indeed the great Huolu. The way she looked at Li Shuo instantly changed. He truly hadn't expected that Li Shuo was the author. Unexpectedly, Li Shuo, who looks so upright, is actually a very experienced rocket pilot. He finally smiled, his interest piqued. He showered Li Shuo with compliments and praises before leaning closer to ask, Old Shuo, tell me quickly, who exactly is the culprit who caused the bus explosion? Seeing Yi Xian's expectant face, Li Shuo, true to his authorly good style, did not spoil the plot for him beforehand, and said with a smile, you'll find out tomorrow. Yi Xian. That's too sneaky. Yi Xian tried different methods to press Li Shuo for answers several times, but Li Shuo remained tight-lipped, leaving Yi Xian only able to scratch his head in frustration. They didn't even have the heart to feel sad. All they could think about was who the perpetrator of the bus explosion was. The ship docked, and the group disembarked. Suddenly, Yi Xian remembered something. Li Shuo not only writes excellent novels, but also frequently intersperses lines of poetry with evocative imagery, such as, if love between two people lasts forever, why should they be together day and night? And with tearful eyes, I ask the flowers, but the flowers remain silent. Scattered petals fly past the swing. He has exceptional literary talent. If Yi Xian's slightly dark face suddenly lit up with joy, revealing a smug smile as he decided to bring it up with Li Shuo after the party ended today. If Li Shuo agrees, wouldn't he have a glimmer of hope again? Today's gathering is at Su Yu's villa. When the group arrived at the villa, the kitchen staff had already prepared a sumptuous meal and snacks. Fortunately, Su Yu was the only one living in this villa, so there were only the four of them for dinner tonight. Li Shuo enjoyed the meal quite a bit. After dinner, Su Yu planned to take the group out for a walk and enjoy the night view of Galangjiu Island. I'll take you to the highest point on Galangjiu Island, Sunlight Rock, later, so you can appreciate our beautiful island. The group walked out of the courtyard and arrived at the gate. Su Yu said something to them before noticing a tall figure standing at the gate of his courtyard. At the same time, Li Shuo and the other two also noticed the newcomer and all looked in the direction Su Yu was looking. The girl was only seen from behind. She was tall with long, slightly wavy hair draped over her shoulders. She wore a loose white shirt and a small floral print skirt. Even just a glimpse of her back exudes an indescribable aura. At this moment, the other party also noticed the commotion behind them and turned around. Bathed in the dim light, her stunningly beautiful face was like a lotus emerging from clear water, with exquisitely beautiful features that were breathtaking. Even Su Yu, who had seen many beautiful women, was momentarily stunned when he saw the girl. This girl is very beautiful. Among all the girls he has ever met, she is second only to Bai Muge. It looks somewhat familiar, but I can't quite place where I've seen it before. Li Shuo couldn't help but glance at her a couple more times, not entirely because of her looks. Instead, when looking at the other person, a strange sense of closeness arises in my heart. He found it extremely absurd. He didn't know this girl. Yi Xian and Li Che were initially shocked to see Li Xiaoya, but now they looked at each other, somewhat at a loss. Li Che subconsciously took a step back, a sense of despair rising in his heart, but he didn't immediately run away. Since his fourth sister came to arrest him, she must have come prepared. Even if he escapes, she can still catch him and bring him back. He forced an awkward smile and quickly walked up to Li Xiaoya, saying, "Sister, you're here." He greeted them and then turned to introduce himself to Li Shuo and Su Yu. Li Shuo and Su Yu knew each other's identities, and after nodding and greeting, they both looked a little embarrassed. After all, they were meddling in other people's family affairs. The older sister came to our door. From the moment Li Xiaoya saw Li Shuo, her gaze almost never left him, and she felt a strange sensation. Seeing that his sister was staring at Li Shuo, Li Che was afraid that she was infatuated with Li Shuo's stunning good looks, so he immediately reminded her, "Sis, Li Shuo is already married. Li Xiaoya glared at him. She ignored her brother and walked up to Li Shuo. Seeing that he was very reserved, she smiled gently and said, Mr. Li, don't listen to my brother's nonsense. We both have the surname Li, and maybe we were family 500 years ago. You are indeed very handsome, and I won't have any other thoughts about you. Upon hearing this, Li Shuo smiled somewhat awkwardly and said, I'm sorry, Li Che said he still has unfulfilled life goals in Luqing, so I let him stay at my friend's house for a few days. I apologize. Thank you for coming all this way, Sister Li Che. He was caught red-handed, which was truly embarrassing. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoya smiled and said it was all right, before turning her gaze to Su Yu. Su Yu felt that Li Che's older sister was definitely not simple, and he was a little flustered, but he remained calm on the surface and apologized to Li Xiaoya with great manners. Li Xiaoya smiled slightly. It's okay. You two don't know the specifics either. We just hope that if there's a next time, you won't offer him any more help. After saying that, she looked at Yi Xian, her gentle eyes immediately turning into a warning, and her aura suddenly changed. She said, Young Master Yi, I hope you can keep your distance from Li Che in the future. If he comes to harass you, feel free to call me anytime, and I will come and take him away. It is not convenient for him to interfere in your affairs. Yi Xian was Li Che's rival in love, and the two families were also competitors. Putting aside the competitive relationship, Li Xiaoya would not allow her younger brother to help his rival pursue his wife, as it would damage the Li family's good family tradition and image. Yi Xian knew, of course, that Li Che's older sisters were not to be trifled with, so he didn't argue and obediently nodded. An awkward situation ended when Li Xiaoya called Li Che, got into the tour bus she had arranged, and took him away together. After the tour bus drove away, she peeked out a few more times to look at Li Shuo. He then asked Li Che about how he met Li Shuo and Li Shuo's background. I don't know if it's just her imagination, but she's gone too far in trying to find her relatives and descendants. The first time I saw Li Shuo, I felt that he looked somewhat similar to old Master Li. After Li Che was taken away, Li Shuo and the other two lost interest in continuing their stroll. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Shuo and Yi Xian said goodbye to Su Yu and left together. On the ferry back and forth to the pier, Li Shuo was still worrying about his meddling in other people's affairs when Yi Xian suddenly spoke up beside him. By the way, Lao Shuo, there's something I'd like to ask you. Li Shuo turned his head to look at him. What is it? Yi Xian said earnestly. Isn't it because you have excellent writing skills? I want you to help me write a love letter so I can give it to Mu Ge. Isn't this inappropriate? I've never written a love letter to anyone before, Li Shuo said, somewhat embarrassed. He would occasionally insert a famous poem or line from another world when he was writing his novels. However, this world lacks entertainment. He can write love letters, but writing one for Yi Xian feels strange. Yi Xian sighed and said heavily, Old Shuo, I won't hide it from you anymore. My future-in-laws have suddenly stopped supporting my pursuit of Mu Ge. Now it's much more difficult for me to win her over. I was thinking that since you're such a good writer, if you could help me write some love letters and send them to Mu Ge every few days, maybe I'll still have a chance to win her over. He's already given up on it, so why would he give up so easily? There is still a glimmer of hope, and he wants to try again. Li Shuo finally understood why Yi Xian was so uninterested today. Seeing how persistent he was, Li Shuo considered it for a while and finally agreed. It's clear that Yi Xian really likes this girl. He should help if he can. How about this? I'll go back today and brainstorm some ideas. Then I'll write 1 or 2 letters for you to see how it goes. He certainly can't come up with anything good right now. He's not used to writing in front of others, and if he really wants to write for Yi Xian, he'll only write after he's back home and has already thought it through. Seeing that Li Shuo had agreed, Yi Xian immediately nodded and said with a smile, Okay, if Mu Ge and I really get married, we won't bow to heaven and earth when we get married. We'll bow to you, Lao Shuo, the matchmaker. Li Shuo waved his hand and said, No, I'll just come over for a drink at the wedding. If they hadn't divorced by then, Bai Chenying could have taken her along to a big star's wedding to join in the fun, if she wanted. Agio. On her way to and from her home, Bai Chenying sneezed several times. She stopped at the traffic light and rubbed the tip of her nose with her delicate hand. Who is insulting her? Chapter 81 Bai Chenying. Li Shuo likes me and wrote me a love letter? Li Shuo got home almost an hour later than Bai Chenying today. When he got home, Bai Chenying was lying on the sofa in the living room, applying a face mask. Li Shuo walked into the living room, gave a brief greeting, then picked up Di Yuanzi, who had jumped into his arms, and went back to his room. Bai Chenying was used to her husband coming home late from time to time, and she knew without a doubt that he was meeting up with his friends. She doesn't demand much of him in this regard. Anyway, the two of them were just a temporary couple. Bai Chenying even felt that if Li Shuo was willing, the two could maintain their marital relationship indefinitely without interfering with each other. As for physiological needs, she felt she should be able to tolerate Li Shuo going out to see other women. After all, she didn't want to talk about feelings and couldn't satisfy him. She can go her whole life without touching a man, but Li Shuo can't go his whole life without touching a woman. Bai Chenying now feels that she can be very magnanimous. As long as the marriage is maintained on the surface, she can agree to let Li Shuo develop his own feelings. As for the time she got angry because she saw Li Shuo and Sue ran at the snack street, it was probably because she felt that as a wife, she couldn't stand her husband dating other women, which made her lose face. That's why she's unhappy. It's not because I'm jealous. Bai Chenying is never jealous. After returning to his room and taking a shower, Li Shuo did not rest. Instead, he sat down at his computer desk, took out his notebook, which he usually used for writing character relationships and outlines, and began to try writing love letters. There was also an envelope next to it. Once he was satisfied with what he wrote, he copied it onto the letter paper prepared by Yixian. Li Shuo was also quite helpless. I originally thought I could just edit a file and send it to Yixian's email. Unexpectedly, this guy said that only handwritten ones would show sincerity. Having practically grown up abroad, his handwriting was worse than that of an elementary school student. Fearing Bai Muge would find it distasteful, he also entrusted the task of writing love letters to Li Shuo. Li Shuo was speechless. However, seeing how difficult Yi Xian's pursuit of his wife was yet his unwillingness to give up, she agreed to help him with this favor. First, write some sentences in your notebook to get a feel for it, and then copy the appropriate sentences onto letter paper later. However, he had no experience writing love letters, and this first time was really difficult for him. I sat there for almost half an hour. I wrote and crossed out in my notebook, but it still felt like something was missing. It wasn't until after 11 p.m. that I finally managed to write a reasonably good love letter. Before he could even copy it onto the letter paper, drowsiness overcame him, and he couldn't resist any longer, so he put down his pen, went to bed, and fell asleep immediately. I had only been asleep for a short while. The door to the room was gently opened from the outside. Li Shuo never locks the door when he sleeps. He's not a girl, so there's no need to worry about Bai Chenying coming over and pounce on him. Bai Chenying didn't come over to pounce on her husband, but instead came over to carry Yunzi back to her room to sleep. I fell asleep while wearing a face mask on the sofa, and it was already late at night when I woke up. Seeing that it was getting late, she didn't knock on the door to disturb Li Shuo. She just wanted to come over and take her cat away. Reaching the bedside, Bai Chenying scooped the cat from Li Shuo's arms. Before leaving, she noticed the table lamp was still on, so she went over and reached out to turn it off. When she stood in front of the desk, she saw a white envelope with a heart on it and a notebook next to it, and a look of doubt appeared on her pretty face. The notebook was not closed. It contained 2 pages of scribbles and writing. The handwriting is excellent, with delicate and vigorous strokes, clear and elegant, pleasing to the eye. Bai Chenying, filled with doubt, held the cat in one arm and picked up the notebook on the table with the other, beginning to read its contents. The moon shines brightly outside my window. The night is still and quiet, but my thoughts are surging like a spring, and your image lingers in my mind, so I pick up my pen. After glancing at the beginning, its beautiful eyes widened, and then it looked at the white envelope on the table in utter disbelief. Is Li Shuo going to write a love letter to someone? To whom? Could it be for her? Maybe it really is. After spending this time together, this guy might have already developed feelings for her. She's also tongue-tied and doesn't know how to start a conversation, so she tries writing love letters instead. As the universally acknowledged human peach among Chinese men, Bai Chenying naturally had that much confidence. Li Shuo stayed at home all day, and the two of them saw each other every day and spent time together. Even she sometimes develops strange feelings for him. She's no less capable, so it's quite possible that Li Shuo might fall for her. This guy is a real quiet type. People who don't like to talk are the ones who write love letters. This is very much in line with Li Shuo's personality. How childish, Bai Chenying muttered to herself, then continued reading, not even missing a single sentence that Li Shuo had crossed out. I've liked you for a long time, and in many ways, I felt that you need me too. Bai Chenying blushed slightly, glanced at the man who was already fast asleep on the bed, and whispered, I only need you to cook delicious meals. Of course, it's undeniable that this guy did care about her a lot on many occasions. That's quite thoughtful. She sat down at the computer desk and continued looking back. I love you, 3 miles of gentle breeze, 3 miles of road, every step I take is with you. I still like you very much, like the wind that travels 8,000 miles without asking when it will return. I still like you very much, like rain falling on the tropics and the polar regions across vast distances. I still love you very much, like a whale gently breathing at the bottom of the sea, a love that is both intense and poignant. So infatuated and so angry, is it really that cheesy? His passionate declaration of love made Bai Chenying's pretty face flush red and her palms sweat. She never expected that this usually quiet guy would write such so cheesy love letters. She should have been disgusted, but she couldn't help but keep reading, her heart pounding wildly. Until I saw the last sentence in the notebook. Every night the green hills enter my dreams. Every night it is you, and the green hills are you. I feel like I like you more and more every day. Snap. Bai Chenying's heart skipped a beat. She immediately closed the notebook and reached out to cover her wildly beating chest. She has been outstanding in appearance since she was 16, and many men have given her love letters. Logically speaking, she should be completely immune to love letters. But to her utter surprise, Li Shua's love letter today made her heart race and her face flush. She had never seen a single one of these sentences before. Especially the line, every night the green hills enter my dreams. Every night it is you, and the green hills are you. Does that mean I think about her every night, and she's even in my dreams? How is this written? Too cheesy. Bai Chenying muttered softly, afraid that Li Shuo might suddenly wake up and find out that she had read the love letter. She hadn't figured out how to reply to Li Shuo yet. She hurriedly flipped open the notebook again, grabbed the big dumpling, and fled. She wanted to go back to her room to calm down. It was so sudden. She only wanted to be Li Shuo's temporary husband and wife. She had no intention of becoming a real couple. If Li Shuo were to deliver this invitation to her, she would have absolutely no idea how to respond. Chapter 82 was actually written for her. The next day, it happened to be Bai Chenying's day off. She woke up very early, but stayed in her room for a long time before coming out. Li Shuo had already prepared breakfast and was about to call Bai Chenying when he saw her come out. As usual, he greeted her. Good morning, have breakfast. Having spent more than a month with Bai Chenying, Li Shuo now greets her much more naturally. On the contrary, Bai Chenying seemed a little unnatural today. She didn't even look at Li Shuo when he greeted her, and seemed quite indifferent. Li Shuo assumed she might be having some work troubles and was in a bad mood, so he didn't ask any more questions. He just put the milk on her desk and said, "There's more in the fridge. If you want more after you finish this, just tell me and I'll heat it up for you." He remembered that the girl, when she was drunk, seemed to have complained that he hadn't heated up some milk for her or something. Bai Chenying is in a bad mood right now, so he'll take extra care of her. She is, after all, his wife in name only, so it's only right that he takes care of her feelings. Bai Chenying took the milk without replying. She was now filled with fear that Li Shuo might suddenly deliver a love letter to her. Today is another day off. Yesterday, she declined Hua Wan's invitation, saying she wanted to stay home and relax for the day. Who knew Li Shuo was going to write her a love letter? It made her very nervous. I don't know when he'll deliver it. I'm really nervous. Bai Chenying didn't even know whether she should directly reject Li Shuo when the time came. She really has no intention of becoming a real couple with Li Shuo right now. If you really become husband and wife, then the two of you will. Bai Chenying's face flushed as she imagined the scene. Li Shuo was eating breakfast when he glanced up and noticed that Bai Chenying's face seemed a little red. He hesitated for a moment, then asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell? Your face is so red. Do you have a fever?" Bai Chenying. She immediately reached out and touched her burning cheeks, trying to hide her embarrassment and saying calmly, "No, it's just that it seems a bit hot today. Could you turn the air conditioning down a bit later?" Li Shuo was a beat slow to respond. "Are you off today?" Although Bai Chenying is an elite, she often has to work overtime on Saturdays and Sundays. Li Shuo felt that she was really working very hard. Even after joining the Bai group, she was still working 007, with almost no rest time in a month, working from day to night every day. If his wife were to work like this in the future, he would rather she quit her job and support her. Li Shuo felt that if he were to actually get married in the future, he probably wouldn't marry an elite white-collar worker like Bai Chenying. He could easily support her by writing novels. Besides, is it hot today? He doesn't think so. I'm taking a break. I plan to stay home and rest all day. She took a sip of milk and continued, "Don't bother me unless it's absolutely necessary." She wasn't afraid of Li Shuo bothering her. She was afraid that Li Shuo would suddenly send her a love letter. Li Shuo readily agreed. "Okay, you get some rest. I promise I won't bother you." Bai Chenying was resting, and he wanted to stay home with her for a day. He felt a little awkward about it, so he told her not to bother him, which suited his wishes perfectly. Li Shuo couldn't be happier. After breakfast, the two went back to their respective rooms. Bai Chenying was restless and spent more than an hour doing yoga on her yoga mat in her room before she gradually calmed down. Li Shuo then began his writing task for the day. I'll finish writing the 10,000-word update for Dodi, then complete the beginning and ending. I'll go out tonight and give Yixian the love letter I wrote. Once Li Shuo gets into typing mode, it's hard for him to stop. He even forgot for a moment that his wife was also at home and needed to eat on time. He finished writing over 10,000 words of Dodi before realizing it was almost 1 p.m. He got up from his computer desk and hurriedly left the room, only to find that Bai Chenying had already prepared the meal. Sorry, I got so engrossed that I forgot the time, Li Shuo said awkwardly as he walked into the dining room and looked at the table full of food. Bai Chenying is off work today, and she's not in a good mood, so he should have helped her cook. Bai Chenying felt that marriage was a two-way street, and it was fair that Li Shuo did what she did when he was busy, and she did what he did when he was busy. Alternatively, you could order food from the hotel. She was just feeling a bit restless today, so she wanted to cook a meal to pass the time and find some peace. She added a bowl of rice and handed it to Li Shuo, saying, "It's all right. If you're really going to be so polite with me, I'll have to cook you a lot of meals before we're even." For most of the past month or so, Li Shuo has been the one cooking. Of course, when she wasn't living with Li Shuo, she rarely ate at home for over a month and mostly ordered meals from the company. Sometimes when she's resting and doesn't feel like doing anything, she'll have the hotel deliver it to her door. Li Shuo took the food his wife had prepared, smiled, and said nothing more. Actually, when this girl isn't drinking or being willful, she's quite easy to get along with. The lunch was pretty good. Li Shuo was puzzled as to why Bai Chenying seemed to be in such a rush when she ate. She sat at the table for less than 10 minutes before putting down her chopsticks and going back to her room. She told him to finish eating and continue working, and that she would wash the dishes. Li Shuo felt embarrassed to actually keep the dishes, so he naturally went to the kitchen to wash them and tidy up the table before returning to his room to continue writing. Bai Chenying was clearly scrolling through her phone in her room, yet she heard everything that was happening outside. She frowned slightly after Li Shuo closed the door to the room, wondering why he hadn't delivered it yet. Didn't I finish writing it yesterday? Is it because you're embarrassed? Or rather, was this love letter not actually written for her? The thought popped into Bai Chenying's head, and she suddenly felt a little unwell. If it wasn't given to her, then who is it given to? Never mind. She has no right to interfere, no matter who he gives it to. The two are only temporarily married. Bai Chenying immediately found a reason to convince herself not to think about Li Shuo writing love letters. Today was supposed to be a day off, but she ended up feeling more tired than if she were working. She lay down on the bed, feeling utterly bored, so she opened Tomato Reading and started reading Li Shuo's novel, Battle Emperor. This book seems to be a long novel, which she hadn't had time to read until today. The novel's subject matter was as novel and exciting as ever, and Bai Chenying was captivated after reading only a few chapters. Hugging a pillow in bed, she scrolled through the novel from day to night. When she came across the first slightly suggestive scene in the novel, detailing the intimate encounter between Xiao Yin and Medusa, she stared wide-eyed. What this male lead actually forced himself on her. The process was just too detailed. So the female lead is Medusa? Bai Chenying was both shocked and embarrassed. Seeing such indescribable content for the first time made her blush and feel inexplicably guilty. How could Huolu write something like this? She couldn't adapt for a while. But despite having no interest in matters of love between men and women, she was intrigued by the novel's content. What does that so-called ecstasy feel like? Knock, knock, knock. The sudden noise from the door startled Bai Chenying. Feeling guilty, she instinctively put her phone under her pillow, as if she had done something shameful. The next moment, he realized he had overreacted and despised himself. You're an adult. What's the rush of reading a novel? What's wrong? She asked, exiting the novel page on her phone and looking towards the door. My emotions, which had just begun to calm down, became restless again. Could it be that Li Shuo suddenly came to see her to deliver a love letter? She felt inexplicably nervous, her heart racing. Soon, Li Shuo's voice came from outside the door. It's nothing. I'm just going out later and won't be eating at home tonight, so I wanted to let you know. Li Shuo stood at the door and spoke to Bai Chenying. He has finished updating his novel and has written the beginning and ending. I need to go to Yixian's place to give him the love letter. It's not even 5 o'clock yet, so I'll go early and come back early, instead of having dinner at home. Anyway, Bai Chenying probably doesn't really want to eat with him. Upon hearing this, Bai Chenying's wildly beating heart stopped for a second, and she sat up from the bed. After a moment of hesitation, she belatedly replied, Okay, I'm heading out now. After Li Shuo finished speaking, he waited at the door of the room for a few seconds. Bai Chenying did not respond, so he turned and left. He was already used to his wife's aloofness and hurried to catch the bus. In about 10 minutes, Li Shuo was out of the community gate. A car was parked on the roadside a few dozen meters from the entrance of the residential area. He had just stepped out when the driver's side door was opened. When Su Ran saw Li Shuo, she immediately went to greet him with a bright smile and called his name. Li Shuo. Li Shuo rarely pays attention to the people around him when he goes out. Only when he hears someone calling him does he stop, and his face darkens when he sees who it is. What are you doing here? Su Ran walked quickly up to him, stared at the man she had been missing madly these past few days, and said, I came to see you. My parents dragged me to Sanyo a while ago, and I just got back yesterday. I came to your neighborhood entrance to wait for you today. Look, I've been waiting for you. Her eyes were fixed on Li Shuo, making no attempt to hide the affection in them. Of course, Miss Su hadn't forgotten that she was going to come and win over this man. Before Li Shuo could respond, she moved closer to him and said, I brought you a gift. It's in my car. I'll go get it for you and give it to you. It's on my way wherever you are. Thank you, but I don't need any gifts, nor do I need you to give me anything. Li Shuo refused without hesitation and walked away. Didn't we agree not to get entangled? How did I end up at the entrance of his residential compound? This girl is so untrustworthy. Li Shuo already regretted telling her that he lived here. No sooner had Li Shuo left than Su Ran narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. She did not give up and stomped her foot to chase after him. Wait for me. You're running so fast, I'm not going to eat you. The two figures disappeared at the entrance of the residential area. On the 7th floor balcony of Building A, Bai Chenying stood by the window, holding up binoculars with both hands, watching the two people's flirtatious interaction. She pursed her lips, and the tips of her fingers holding the binoculars turned white. Turned out to be. That love letter of his was written to Su Ran. Those cheesy love words were also written for Su Ran. Chapter 83 Bai Chenying. There's no need for that. I'm not jealous. She discovered that her husband was sending love letters to another woman, and that the two of them were going out for a candlelight dinner together. Bai Chenying's face tightened, and she stood on the balcony for several minutes before calming down. She and Li Shuo were only temporarily married, so there was no need for her to be angry because he had a girl he liked. She should be happy. Now that Li Shuo has a girl he likes, there's no need to worry about him falling in love with her, pestering her, and then refusing to divorce her. The only reason I feel upset now is that I think Li Shuo lied to me. He had previously said he didn't want to contact Su Ran and was even going to throw away his business card. Privately, he had already given her his address and even wrote her a love letter the night before they met. If you like her so much, why keep it a secret from her? Did he think that his wife, in name only, would be jealous over such a trivial matter? There's absolutely no need for that. Bai Chenying is never jealous. Miss Bai, who repeatedly told herself that she didn't care, went out after making a phone call to Huawan. Li Shuo went out to have a carefree date, so why should she stay at home? She was also going out to find Huawan for a drink. Although Huawan is only Bai Chenying's agent, she is also a local tycoon in Luqing. The family has a larger collection of fine wines than even Bai Chenying. When her girlfriends came over for drinks, she was generous and brought out all the best wines in the house to entertain them, and also had the kitchen prepare a table full of delicious food. After a few drinks, Bai Chenying was a little drunk. Seeing that Bai Chenying seemed preoccupied, Huawan took the half glass of wine from her friend's hand and asked, What's wrong with you today? You seem to be in a bad mood. In the past, when Bai Chenying came over for drinks, she genuinely wanted to drink. Being around her meant she wasn't afraid of getting drunk, and she could drink to her heart's content. I didn't seem to be in a good mood when I drank today. Bai Chenying's head felt a little heavy. She rested her chin on one hand and reached out with the other to take the wine glass from Huawan's hand. Nothing much. I just wanted to have a drink. She was indeed in a bad mood. She might be a little bothered that Li Shuo was dating other women while his marriage was still in effect. It's not because I'm jealous. She simply felt embarrassed because she had been cheated on. Huawan put the heavy capital on the table to ease her mind, then leaned closer to Bai Chenying and asked, Ningning, tell me honestly, did you have a fight with your brother-in-law? Not long after their marriage, Bai Chenying became somewhat moody, and Huawan felt that her best friend might have really fallen for her. Bai Chenying, however, seemed unconcerned. What conflict could I possibly have with him? We're just a temporary couple, in name only. I don't need to argue with him. Huawan. Bai Chenying didn't say that before. 1 minute it's a bracelet her husband gave her, the next it's him transferring her salary to him. She even brags every day about how she has a husband who cooks for her, unlike her, a single woman who can only rely on side jobs. The fact that they've distanced themselves so completely from each other today means they must have had a falling out. Perhaps Li Shuo is still at fault. He may have done something to upset his wife. Bai Chenying is a proud and aloof girl, and she would never admit that she is angry. Huawan felt that she couldn't get a clear answer from him now. So she made a decision. Give Bai Chenying 2 more bottles of wine, get her a little drunk, and pry open her mouth to get the truth out of her. Wait, I'll go get you some more wine. Huawan got up and left, while Bai Chenying drank the rest of the wine in her glass in one gulp. After waiting a while, and the wine still hadn't arrived, she put the glass aside, rested her chin on her hand, and picked up her phone to check the time. It's 6 o'clock. Li Shuo and his sweetheart may have already started having candlelight dinners. Bai Chenying felt a tightness in her chest, and her whole body felt sour and uncomfortable. She unlocked her phone, found Li Shuo's number in her contacts, and hesitated for a moment before dialing. Then, thinking that he must be with a beautiful woman right now, she felt increasingly choked up. Her beautiful face tightened, and she quickly added the number to her blacklist. He's drunk now. Her mind was a little foggy. She didn't even know why she wanted to block Li Shuo. Not only did she block him, she also wanted to grab Li Shuo and beat him up. Here comes the wine. Ningning, your favorite sauternes. But you can't just drink wine. You should eat some food too. Huawan didn't notice that her friend had just blacklisted her husband. She brought over the wine and immediately poured it into Bai Chenying's glass. Let her drink some more. If you get drunk and vent your frustrations, you won't feel so bad. Meanwhile, Li Shuo, who had already been blacklisted by his wife, was now on her list. I'm having dinner at Yixian's house right now. He seemed somewhat distracted. I finally managed to get rid of Su Ran today, and I originally planned to leave after delivering the love letter, but Yixian had already asked the kitchen to prepare a table full of food, and I couldn't refuse his hospitality. Although the table was full of high-end delicacies, Li Shuo felt that they were not as good as the food his wife made for lunch at home. He seems to have gotten used to being with Bai Chenying. Old Shuo, your writing is truly exceptional. Your love letters are romantic. Your novels are captivating. I'm so lucky to have met you. Yixian felt like he had used up 8 lifetimes of luck to meet a friend like Li Shuo. She enthusiastically gave him advice on how to win over his wife, and even wrote him love letters. Having Li Shuo as a friend is truly a blessing for him. Don't be too optimistic. My love letter might not be enough to win over Bai Muge. You should be prepared for failure, Li Shuo reminded him. He was afraid that Yixian was too optimistic and wouldn't be able to accept the result of failing to win back his wife. Yixian spent so much time and money, and he was almost as tanned as an African chieftain. The two of them were childhood sweethearts, and they were inseparable. Yet, he still couldn't win Bai Muge's heart. This means that this girl is definitely not easy to win over. His suggestions and love letters might not necessarily be effective. Yixian waved his hand, his Patek Philippe watch on his wrist exuding wealth, and said, Yixian, never give up easily. As long as Bai Muge is not married, I will not be a failure, and I still have the chance to be her husband. He leaned closer to Li Shuo and analyzed. Look, although there are many people pursuing her, how many men are as handsome, rich, and persistent as me? As you said, if I keep appearing in front of her every day, I will be the first choice when she wants to get married. Yixian was very confident that no man in this world could catch Bai Chenying's eye. As long as he doesn't give up, he will definitely be Bai Chenying's first choice for husband in the future. Of course, he has another major rival in love. They are descendants of the Li family's eldest son, who was separated from them for many years. If that person is still alive, married, and has children, then his son will be the eldest son of the Li family. He was naturally Bai Chenying's fiancé. If the other party happens to be a loyal fan of Bai Chenying's celebrity status, the first thing he would do upon acknowledging his ancestry would definitely be to fulfill the marriage agreement and win the heart of his beloved. Yixian couldn't let that happen. He had to catch up with Bai Chenying before the eldest son of the Li family was recognized as a member of the clan. Seeing that Yixian was still full of confidence, Li Shuo didn't say anything to discourage him. He chatted with him for a few words, and when he saw that it was almost time, he prepared to say goodbye. The kitchen prepared so many dishes today that there are still many left untouched for the two of us. When Li Shuo was about to go home, Yixian suggested that he pack up some untouched dishes to take back to his wife. Li Shuo thought the suggestion was good, especially since Bai Chenying might not have tried some of these dishes before. The chefs in Yixian's kitchen were poached from Michelin 3-star restaurants. Almost none of the dishes he made were ones he had ever eaten before. I wonder if Bai Chenying has eaten yet at this time. He picked up the phone on the table, intending to make a call to Bai Chenying first. I dialed several times in a row, and each time I heard a beep before the other party answered a busy signal. Having had a previous relationship, Li Shuo quickly suspected that Bai Chenying had blocked him. Chapter 84. She made her husband leave. Must read. The phone number seemed to have been blocked. Li Shuo was stunned for a moment, wondering if Bai Chenying had accidentally pressed the button. He opened WeChat and sent a message to the other party. Why is your phone always busy? Are you on a call? Bai Chenying was already quite drunk and didn't want to answer her phone when it rang. But upon seeing that the other person was Li Shuo, he did not hesitate and immediately reached out. He was quite drunk, and it took him several tries to pick up his phone. Her cheeks flushed, and she squinted as she leaned closer to see the message Li Shuo had sent. Oh, he finally remembered he had a wife and called her. Why can't I get through? Because she has already blocked her husband, who cheated on her. Bai Chenying narrowed her eyes and replied, because I blocked them. Li Shuo was taken aback when he saw Bai Chenying's reply. I really have been blocked. He recalled everything that had happened at home during the day, but couldn't figure out what he had done to offend Bai Chenying. He asked why. Bai Chenying, thinking that Li Shuo might be sitting next to his sweetheart right now, glanced at Hua Wan, who was wiping up spilled wine on the floor, and retorted in a huff. My boyfriend told me to block you. Is he the only one who has someone he likes? She can have it too. Bai Chenying was dizzy from drinking and now smelled sour. All she wanted to do was sulk with Li Shuo. On the other end of WeChat, Li Shuo's face darkened instantly when he saw the message from Bai Chenying. He held his phone in silence for a long time, then remembered that Bai Chenying was suspected of being a lesbian, and that the partner she was talking about might not be a man as he imagined. He asked, is your partner male or female? Bai Chenying retorted confidently, determined to infuriate her husband. He's a man, and he's even more handsome than you. Li Shuo. He originally just wanted to pack some things for his wife to take back, but he was inexplicably blocked. Bai Chenying also has a boyfriend, a man. Li Shuo's mood suddenly turned extremely bad. Feeling very annoyed, Bai Chenying blacklisted him without saying a word. Even though they were just temporary partners, she showed him no respect despite having a male boyfriend. He remained silent for a long time before finally sending a message to Bai Chenying with a somber expression. So what? What are you going to do next? Should I get a divorce and kick him, my temporary husband, to the curb? Bai Chenying suddenly had a boyfriend and even blocked him, which threw Li Shuo's thoughts into disarray and made his heart race. He is very angry now, but he also feels that he shouldn't be so angry, since the two of them are only temporarily married. Even if she suddenly brings that brat back tomorrow and claims he's her kid, he shouldn't be angry. But he just couldn't control his emotions. This was the first time he had felt so angry since his rebirth. Before Li Shuo's anger had subsided, a message came in from the other end, reigniting his flames. Bai Chenying, see you at the Civil Affairs Bureau first thing tomorrow morning. I want a divorce. Bai Chenying doesn't want a man who cheats on her. Li Shuo felt as if his heart had been violently tugged, and sensing something was wrong, he asked her, you're not home? Aren't you coming back tonight? He had just noticed that Bai Chenying was acting strangely today and wanted to find a way to calm down and think things through. But upon seeing this message, he couldn't calm down at all. Bai Chenying is probably at her boyfriend's house right now. If she doesn't come back today, she'll divorce him tomorrow morning. What's wrong? What kind of melodramatic plot is this? The man she loves suddenly returns to his home country, so she decides to stay out all night and can't wait to dump her temporary husband? Li Shuo's chest heaved. He was genuinely provoked. Even though I kept telling myself that we were just a temporary couple and not to get too involved. Soon, a reply came from the other end of WeChat. I'm not coming back. I want to enjoy some blissful moments with my boyfriend. Don't bother me. Li Shuo. His breathing quickened, his temples throbbed, as he looked at this message that particularly annoyed him. For the first time in his life, he, who was usually calm and composed, did not reply and instead deleted Bai Chenying from his WeChat. I blocked him without saying a word. They still keep saying they want to get a divorce so they can be ecstatic with their male partners. Even though he repeatedly reminded himself that they were only temporarily married, he was still very angry. Bai Chenying had no idea that she had done something so earth-shattering while drunk. Unaware that she had angered her husband to the point of deleting her contact information, she felt so overwhelmed that she put down her phone and slumped weakly onto the table. You stinky man. Hua Wan had just finished cleaning up the spilled drinks when she saw Bai Chenying slumped over the table and started cursing again. She was now completely certain that the two of them had a fight. She also managed to extract some information from Bai Chenying while she was in a daze. It seems she found out that Li Shuo wrote love letters to people and went on dates with his sweetheart. Is that sweetheart still Suran? That's really pretty outrageous. Huawan finally understood what it meant to be confused when you're involved, but clear-headed when you're an observer. She wasn't blindly siding with her friends to criticize Li Shuo. She was just wondering if there was some misunderstanding between them. After all, Li Shuo's attitude in rejecting Su Ran at the restaurant near the Twin Towers was very decisive. He also cooked for Bai Chenying every day, bought her gifts that were a bit of a burden for him, and handed over his salary. Would a man like that suddenly cheat on his wife? It's unlikely. However, this is the first time her friend, who has been like an iron tree for thousands of years, has blossomed. She's probably fallen head over heels for it. He immediately became jealous upon seeing something. He's drowning his sorrows in alcohol now. Huawan was only guessing. After all, she had no emotional foundation and was currently in a neutral position. Without knowing the truth, she wouldn't try to persuade Bai Chenying, nor would she stir up trouble in her ear. Ningning, you're drunk. I'll take you home. Huawan took Bai Chenying's arm and decided to take her home. She didn't have Li Shuo's contact information, and she couldn't go through her friend's phone to look at her privacy without her friend's permission, even though she knew the password. Bai Chenying was completely drunk and did not respond. Huawan took it as her consent and called the housekeeper to help take the person away. If Bai Chenying isn't married, it's fine for her to stay overnight. If you're married, that's one thing, but if you let someone stay out overnight, your partner will definitely overthink it. The couple seems to be having another argument, so they can't let Bai Chenying stay out overnight. Why? Huawan felt that if it weren't for her best friend, the young couple would probably have broken up. Li Shuo lost interest in packing up more food and left Yixin's house. He originally intended to go straight back to his original home, but halfway there, he gradually calmed down and realized that Bai Chenying was acting particularly strange today. He decided to go back to his small home, first to see if she was actually there. Around 7 p.m., Li Shuo took a taxi back to the entrance of his residential compound. I had just gotten off the bus when another taxi stopped right behind me. Li Shuo didn't pay any attention and walked towards the gate of the residential area. The taxi door was quickly opened from the inside, and Huawan recognized Li Shuo at the entrance of the residential area at a glance. His height and appearance were too distinctive. She immediately called out to him tentatively, "Brother-in-law." "Hey, Li Shuo. Wait a minute." Hearing the sound, Li Shuo stopped and turned around to look, only to see a strange young woman standing next to the taxi. Seeing him look over, she immediately waved to him and said, "Li Shuo, your wife Bai Chenying is drunk. Come and take her home." She had originally called a designated driver to bring Bai Chenying's car back, but unfortunately, the girl had drunk too much on an empty stomach and vomited on the way. Bai Chenying, being a germaphobe, was disgusted by the fact that she had vomited all over the car. The only option is to have a designated driver take the car to a car wash, and then take a taxi. Li Shuo was a beat slow to react before he immediately turned around and walked over. Unexpectedly, Bai Chenying had gone out drunk. For some reason, seeing that it was a girl who greeted him made his irritable mood suddenly improve a little. "I'm really out of strength, you carry her back." Li Shuo walked over, and Huawan immediately went around to the back of the car door, swinging her arms exaggeratedly as she spoke. He offended his wife, and he has to appease her himself. Li Shuo's mind was entirely on Bai Chenying. Upon hearing this, he immediately leaned into the car and saw that his wife was the only one in the back seat, hugging a car headrest. His anger subsided somewhat. She thought that perhaps he had offended her at some point, which was why she deliberately said things to provoke him. The thought had barely crossed Li Shuo's mind, and before he could even speak, Bai Chenying saw him, still reeking of alcohol, and coldly asked, "What are you doing here? Isn't he on a date with his sweetheart?" "Your friend asked me to take you home." Li Shuo originally wanted to speak politely, but seeing Bai Chenying's obvious reluctance to see him, his tone became somewhat unpleasant. He patiently reached out his hand to her. "We'll ask Bai Chenying what she meant by what she said today when we get back." Bai Chenying saw Li Shuo reach out and, thinking that his hand must have been around another girl, slapped him away with a smack. "Get lost. I don't need you to take me home. I'm not going home. I want to go and enjoy the blissful feeling with my girlfriend." Li Shuo's hand was slapped away, burning hot. Bai Chenying kept saying she wanted to enjoy the ecstasy. He lost his temper, and his anger, which had just subsided, rose again. Regardless of whether Bai Chenying was just messing around with him, she went too far today. Block him. Say something that might provoke him. He clearly did nothing wrong. Li Shuo didn't want to indulge the other party without any limits, and he was also angered by Bai Chenying's series of actions today. Giving her a cold look. "Then go back or not. It's up to you." After he finished speaking, he got out of the car. This was the first time Bai Chenying had been so fiercely treated by Li Shuo, and she felt even worse. In the car, she angrily yelled, "You bastard! Get out of here! Don't stay in my house!" Li Shuo was stunned. He turned to look at her, clenching his fists. "Fine, I'll leave then. Do you think I want to live with you? You're as cold as an ice sculpture every day. It's freezing. I've wanted to move out for a long time." After saying that, he ignored Hua Wan, who was staring wide-eyed to the side, clenched his fists, and walked away. He went home immediately, to his own home. Hua Wan. She watched Li Shuo stride away into the distance. He looked at Bai Chenying in the car again, but before he could say anything, he saw Bai Chenying start vomiting again, so he quickly went over to help. "We're doomed." She originally intended to get Bai Chenying drunk to elicit some words of comfort from her. Unexpectedly, this girl got drunk and drove her husband away. Chapter 85, Falling into a Sea of Jealousy. The next day, when Bai Chenying woke up, she had a splitting headache. Sitting on the bed, feeling dizzy for a while, I finally noticed that Hua Wan was sleeping soundly next to me. She raised her hand to rub her temples, trying to recall what happened yesterday, but all she could remember was going to drink with Hua Wan. My memory became severely fragmented after a few drinks. This was the first time she had ever been so drunk. My head is throbbing, and I smell of alcohol all over my body. She might have vomited yesterday. Hua Wan cleaned her up, but Bai Chenying still felt she couldn't bear it. Suppressing the urge to vomit again, I hurriedly got out of bed and went to the bathroom to take a shower. When Hua Wan opened her eyes after hearing the noise, Bai Chenying was already taking a shower in the bathroom. After washing her entire body twice and changing into clean clothes, Bai Chenying felt refreshed and strode out of the bathroom with her long legs. She originally wanted to see if Li Shuo had returned from his date with his sweetheart, but as soon as she returned to the room, she saw Hua Wan, who had already woken up. I had to greet Hua Wan first and ask, "Did you bring me back by yourself yesterday?" She really couldn't remember. I vaguely remember Li Shuo picking her up from the car. It felt like a dream, and I couldn't tell the difference between reality and illusion. Hua Wan immediately realized that Bai Chenying must have been too drunk for today's short film. She crossed her arms and said irritably, "Otherwise what? I happened to run into your Li Shuo on my way back and asked him to bring you back. Do you remember what you did?" The mention of Li Shuo made Bai Chenying feel uneasy. She walked to the dressing table, fiddled with her long hair, and asked, "What are you doing?" Throwing all over him. But in her heart, she thought he still knew to come back. She thought he was going to spend the night outside with Miss Sue and enjoy some blissful pleasures. Seeing that Bai Chenying's memory was completely fragmented, Hua Wan accused, "If you had just thrown up all over him, you wouldn't have made him so angry that he left." He stormed off. Bai Chenying turned around in surprise and looked at Hua Wan. "What does that mean?" Hua Wan jumped off the bed, walked up to her, and looked at her leisurely. "Originally, I was going to come and take you home. Do you know what you did?" Bai Chenying looked at her innocently. "What did I do?" "What are you doing? You wouldn't let him touch you, so you slapped him away and said you were going to enjoy the pleasure with other men. Tell him to get out and not stay in your house." Hua Wan recounted what happened yesterday, even reaching out to tap her friend on the head. Li Shuo is naturally introverted. Bai Chenying said those things to provoke him yesterday. Not to mention Li Shuo. Even she felt that these words were hurtful. Bai Chenying was stunned for a moment after being reminded by Hua Wan, before she could vaguely gather some information from the fragmented memories and frowned. She remembered. It seemed she patted Li Shuo's hand yesterday. She used so much force that even she felt the pain. Some of Li Shuo's provocative words came to mind, and she recalled more clearly the cold look in his eyes when he came to see her later. He also said that he had long since stopped wanting to live with her, and that she was as cold as an ice sculpture every day. Then he left and never spoke to her again. In a short time, Bai Chenying felt extremely conflicted. She really angered Li Shuo and drove him away. What Hua Wan said was indeed excessive. But whenever she thought of Li Shuo's cold gaze and his hateful words, she felt as if her heart was being pricked by needles. As fragmented memories accumulated, I realized that I had exchanged some WeChat messages with Li Shuo, and a sense of unease welled up in my heart. Bai Chenying immediately went to the bedside, picked up her phone, and opened her WeChat chat history with Li Shuo. After reading her remarks to Li Shuo yesterday, Jiang stood there stunned. Yesterday, she got drunk and not only blocked Li Shuo's phone number, but also said on WeChat that she had a male boyfriend and would stay out all night to enjoy some blissful pleasure. More importantly, "We've arranged to get a divorce today." The last message they exchanged was hers. "Enjoy the ecstasy, don't disturb her." Li Shuo never replied again. Bai Chenying held her phone and roughly went through what had happened last night. A sudden feeling of panic and unease washed over her, and her head started to ache even more. She felt like she had done something wrong. But it was clearly Li Shuo who was secretly writing love letters and dating Su Ran behind her back. She didn't quite understand why she acted that way when she was drunk, but there was absolutely no way she would apologize to Li Shuo. Seeing Bai Chenying staring blankly at her phone, Huan quickly came over, glanced at Bai Chenying's chat history with Li Shuo, and exclaimed in surprise. My God, Ningning, what did you do when you were drunk yesterday? I was wondering why Li Shuo looked so grumpy yesterday. You ugh, what am I even going to say to you? Huan exclaimed in exasperation. You're so jealous. She was so jealous that she made her husband leave. Block. Your words are offensive. He even told them to get lost. Upon hearing this, Bai Chenying immediately retorted, I'm not jealous. How could she possibly admit that she was jealous? She thought it was just because Li Shuo felt ashamed to date other women during the continuation of their marriage that she said things to provoke him and drive him away. Oh dear, can you not be so stubborn? Huan thought to herself. What should we do next? She asked anxiously. How can I not be anxious? It was she who got Bai Chenying drunk. Bai Chenying's mind was in turmoil, but the image of Li Shuo and Su Ran leaving yesterday kept coming to mind. And then there was his love letter, every word of which overflowed with fervent emotion. He continued, forcing himself to say, what can I do? I've already said it, so I'll just leave. Seeing Bai Chenying's furrowed brows, Huan opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. She was clearly deeply in love, but she refused to admit it. Just then, Li Shuo got entangled with Su Ran again. As an outsider, Huan was definitely calmer than Bai Chenying. After sorting out her thoughts, she tried to save their marriage and asked, have you asked Li Shuo about his relationship with Su Ran in person? Bai Chenying had already sat down at the dressing table, picked up a bottle of essence water, poured it into her palm, and patted it on her face. She looked nonchalant and said, why ask him? We're just a temporary couple. Even if I asked him, he might not be willing to tell an outsider like me about his feelings. Why didn't she ask? I asked about it when I saw Su Ran's business card. Even though the person said they didn't want to contact her, she still helped them throw away their business card. As a result, within a month, the two of them had progressed to the point of writing love letters and going on dates for candlelight dinners together. Bai Chenying tilted her head back and patted her cheeks, feeling increasingly distressed. Her eyes welled up with tears, and she tried hard to control herself from the strange emotions that were now controlling her. She was afraid to cry in front of Huan. Huan would definitely say she was jealous. She was heartbroken because she cared about Li Shuo. Absolutely not. The reason I feel so bitter and upset right now is because my best friend found out that Li Shuo fell in love with another woman while he was still in a marital relationship with her. It's really embarrassing. That's when I felt like crying. Huan couldn't bear to watch anymore. Having no experience in dating, she didn't know how to comfort Bai Chenying. She also felt guilty. Perhaps if she hadn't let Bai Chenying drink yesterday, Bai Chenying wouldn't have done something so impulsive and made the situation between them so tense. If the young couple really break up, then Huan will truly be deeply sinful. By the way, Ningning, did Li Shuo go back to his home? If he did, do you think his parents already know you two had a fight? Maybe we should contact Li Shuo's parents. Huan asked. Generally speaking, if parents know that their son and daughter-in-law's marriage is in crisis, they will definitely take the initiative to reconcile them. No need to contact him anymore. His dad has my phone number. Maybe Li Shuo didn't go home and went to his sweetheart's house. His dad doesn't know. Bai Chenying said coldly. If Li had really gone home, his dad would have called long ago. If you're not going to your sweetheart's house, where are you going? Huan felt like she had fallen into a sea of jealousy. It's so sour it'll kill her. Who cares where we stay? Let's have breakfast first. Bai Chenying composed herself, got up from her dressing table, and prepared to go out for breakfast to distract herself. Huan blinked. What breakfast? I haven't even called yet. Bai Chenying paused, belatedly realizing what was happening. Li Shuo is not home today. You won't be able to have a delicious and hearty breakfast right after you wake up in the morning. Chapter 86. Miss Bai is able to take things in stride. Li Shuo went home last night. Li Shuejuan was not at home. Now that the company is officially on track, Li Shuejuan no longer lives at home, but has moved to the company to live and oversee production. Fortunately, Li Shuo still had the house key on him, which he kept with the key to Tangyuan community. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to get in yesterday. He was woken up early this morning by his biological clock. He originally wanted to make breakfast, but there were no fresh vegetables in the refrigerator and he was alone, so he simply went out to buy breakfast. He returned home with breakfast and began to eat it. After a good night's sleep, he adjusted his mindset. Today I went to complete the divorce procedures with Bai Chenying. I'll stay at home for a while and start looking for a place to live. Once my father, Li Shuo, finishes his divorce proceedings with Fong Lanying, he should have found a place to live, and then he'll move out. When I have enough money in the future, I will buy a house as soon as possible and never live a life of dependence on others again. He still feels extremely upset and can't let go of the fact that Bai Chenying told him to get lost yesterday. Her words were really hurtful to his pride. After completing the formalities today, he immediately went to move his belongings out. I won't bother her anymore. Perhaps she had long been disgusted by him living in her house and wanted him to leave. Li Shuo didn't quite understand why he cared so much about Bai Chenying's thoughts. She was very angry about what she said yesterday and couldn't let it go. Perhaps because he had been a temporary couple for a while, he had become somewhat involved and had truly adapted to the role of husband. In fact, he and Bai Chenying were from two completely different worlds. She is an elite member of society, a white-collar worker with outstanding work ability. He's a socially awkward person who's not good at making friends, so the two of them didn't have anything in common and lived in different social circles. So it's better to get a divorce sooner rather than later. Speaking of divorce, there's a problem now. He went out yesterday without his ID card and marriage certificate. Should he go back to get them or ask Bai Chenying to bring them out for him? He's currently on Bai Chenying's blacklist and doesn't want to add her back as a friend. I'm even less inclined to set foot on her territory again. Bai Chenying, who blocked her husband yesterday and stormed off, is also in a difficult situation. Bai Chenying had already told Hua to go to the company first, as she needed to take an hour or two off today to deal with things with Li Shuo. Yesterday, Li Shuo agreed to a divorce, so she has no way to back down now. She can no longer tolerate Li Shuo maintaining a marital relationship with her while he goes out and is with other women. She initially thought it was acceptable, but when it actually happened, she found it unacceptable. Even as a wife, or even just a wife in name only, she might not be able to accept her husband's infidelity. She got drunk yesterday and blacklisted Li Shuo, so she can't call him now. But we still need to contact each other and discuss a time to meet. She sat in the living room for half an hour, but Li Shuo didn't send her a WeChat message. After hesitating for a while, she decided to take the initiative to contact Li Shuo and send him a WeChat message to ask when he would go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Bai Chenying held her phone, deleting and revising a simple message more than a dozen times before finally clicking send. However, after she sent the message, a system notification immediately popped up in the chat interface. You are not the other party's friend. You need to add them as a friend before you can send a message. Bai Chenying. She was stunned for a moment before she realized that Li Shuo had deleted her from his WeChat contacts. Her face was tense, and it was hard to tell whether she was angry or inexplicably sad. She quickly reconsidered, realizing that she had blocked Li Shuo first, so Li Shuo deleting her was simply reciprocating. Since the two are getting divorced soon anyway, she doesn't care. Her chest heaved, she exited WeChat, opened her contacts, and immediately called Li Shuo. She blocked Li Shuo's number, so Li Shuo couldn't get through to her, but she could call him. She was